Chapter 1 Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Master, be careful. Observing his mentor the Verjov being Gombu shed be the mutated beast, the tortoise armor dragon, July bellow Whedon alarm. His bada be gone toss Banashi hurled shattered star from his grasp. Roar. Upon hearing Julius' warning, his mentor, Moz, instinctive Lacosito retreat into the spatial realm, attempting to evade the imminent peril of being caught into attackers. July noticed that this shattered star had penetrated tortoise armor dragon's body without any obstruction. You must be endured now, explode form. Suspended in midair, July clenched his left hand in the void, causing shattered star within the tortoise armor dragon to gather flickering purple radiance, gradual echo, alessing into aberrant sphere. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the previously unfocused state mutated fire dragonos noming its fiery breath at him from Thesky. Julie dodge. Seeing the tortoise armor dragon sustain a grievous wound brought July into fellation, who tit was abrupt like cut and shears to nend. Thysis bad. In an instant, July was engulfed in flames, reducing him to ashes. When Moz reappeared on the battlefield, he was met with this devastating sight. In his anguish and fury, he was forced to first repel the fire dragon, leading the remaining Amanzinate's great defense. So tired, viewed at last, in a longer bared hosey expectations. I hope a thought person can forgive him a master and join in the fight against the mutated beasts. In the darkness, July contemplated Amize, pondering whether Evan the soul, crystal formed within him had vanished. Heffelte twin job melancholy, realizing he had been unable to withstand event fire dragon's fiery breath. Indeed, Julis original Namu Li Fei, an ordinary student from H-City and Thwaxia Nation, had thought that after graduating from university, he could settle down and lead mundane life. Yet, the world transformed unexpectedly when an enigmatic virus, brought forth by ameteors descent, enveloped the globe. Initially, he believed it was a dream, but the anguished cries and the curse softening below made him realize a thought the apocalypse had truly arrived. Subsequently, while hoarding supplies of mine preparation for death, he was fortuitously discovered by the evolved being Moz, how was out searching for foot. After much pleading and weeping, he became Moz's discipline followed him closely. Thus, Lee faithful valiantly, seizing vast resources, and a jether with his mentor, established thing long base, own off to 4 major strongholds soft apocalypse. However, just as the Verjov breaking through to the 6th tier, themitated beast sat. During the confrontation, Heditona ted the shattered star, severally injuring the 6th tier tortoise armor dragon, on Lido Bislain be the 8th tier fire dragon. Hey, wake up. Theta cheer a scallin' for you. As Jula was about to drift in Toslumber, of why Saints Assant like call it out to him. Julia roared, what's happening? Im dead, can't you just to let me sleep? Suddenly, a bright light illuminated before him, rendering July momentarily speechless. He found himself seated in a classroom, surrounded by classmates how restart led by his earlier outburst, and a teacher beside deathbediam wearing a bemused expression. This student, while I don't mind sleeping in my class, could all your refrain from snoring? Haha. July did, feeling gabite embarrassed dasher fled a share time to kiti his understanding. His face flashed crimson ashes it down, giving the impression that he had merely been speaking in his sleep. Seeing him Lakeithus, Theta Kerwasna tangered but merely advised some students not o comida class using their parent to sleep. Thus, Jula navigated through a peculiarly bewildering day. In the evening, he strolled along the bustling streets, observing the throng soft people. It truly have returned, and no longer have to endure a thought former life? Julimust, gazing Gathis palm. Meanwhile, the military of Waxia Nation wastes an astato fervent preparation, having detected an approaching meteorite. Initially, the Fultadiace, Butas scientists calculate that the meteorite's is the landing site, the higher-ups Ned Pale. Fort Hat location was precisely within the territory of Washia. Should it breach the atmosphere, it would spell disaster for the nation. What is your solution? General, the only option we have is to destroy it before it approaches the atmosphere. But thought would cause even greater devastation to Earth. No, Winnie Danather plan. Please give us some more time. Haha, this gamais quite enjoyable. Jalilic heartily engrossed in the gaming interface before him, revel in his skill count, while playing League of Legends, a globally popular online anime. 2 years later, July Pinadab Satita Ketchupan the latest update of Naruto. Ha had little regard for the slow update speed of him, so ha preferred reading manga, which typically updated more swiftly. Around 9 o'clock, July finally shut down his computer and prepared to return to his dormitory forest. While checking out, Hekastaglan sought the clock above the internet cough, beautishest epidouter, Hesidan life froze. A beat-off cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Today's March 8th. In my previous life, the apocalypse began in March 10th. With this thought, July stood frozen a entrance. Huakada Verdo and Irby Bankond withdrew 20,000 yuan, the remaining tuition fee had yet to pay. Haythin retrieved a black plastic bag to get the shopkeeper for when buying water. Stuffing Themoni inside, Hesitofto were dalication in his memory. Old Wang ran a hardware store, barely scraping by, but managed to thrive through no venture. Ah, young brother, feel free to browse if I need anything. Old Wang remarked regarded Julie. Boss, do you have any hard goods? Julie inquired. Hearing Julie's tone, Old Wang hesitated. What hard goods? Julie's mild and pulled out this finito show Old Wang. The older man stepped forward, glancing outside to ensure who knew us watching, before shutting the door. I feel genuinely need it, young brother, it will trust you for a moment follow. Old Wangle Julie through a concealed door within the hardware store, causing July to squint slightly. Twirled behind hat doorways anything small. Heba held an array of knives displayed on the shelves beside him. After some contemplation, Julie selected 2 epilepsy armic knives, a short dagger, and a tang sword. How much for these, boss? Old Juan Jexamine the chosen at Tim Sandra's 12 fingers. July knitted, tossing the black plastic big over. Smack. As Old Wang Bielth Mao Zedong Bill speaking from Thebug, his celeb blossomed like Yetrisanthemum. Very well, if I need any Thingel Saint future, feel free to seek me out. After having Old Wang wrap the knives, July informed him he would return the next day to collect them. Old Wang took down his finny number, Angela returned to his shoulder miter right wrist. The following day, after indulging Janayar Tunil at the Shul cafeteria osing his meal card, Julie purchased 20 bottles soft mineral water, 30 bags soft bread, and 20 packets of instant noodles before borrowing a backpack from the cafeteria owner. Amid the puzzled and bewildered Zisaphoders, Hess strode away without looking back. He knew that in their lit a soft apocalypse, he would still need sustenance. Ashu was soon certain if Thai's apocalypse Su would follow symmetric as the previous zone. Moreover, his bada wastal to ikani dead to return homey and make all necessary preparations for lay ahead. Of course, it would be best if the apocalypse did not committal. Hehedron weary of today spent slaughtering zombies and mutated beasts. When he retrieved Thupanchi had purchased from old Dwangan Dreterned to his rented room tourist, a serious off knocks echoed on his door. Hois it? Julie inquired. Hello, the courier. Have a package for you out hutch requires your signature. Julie pondered when Hehedor to read anything, but despite his confusion, he opened the door, only to find the courier standing empty-handed. Were you? Ariely Fay? Julie knitted, and Themon's sudden lie unleashed that kicked to Julie's abdomen. Realizing Themon's intention, Julie attempted to block with his arms, but forgot the Thuis no longer in Thabadayafa 6th tier, Volver he was an ordinary personnel. Were you? After crashing into Thualand falling to the ground, Julie slowly sat up, striving to maintain his clarity to the intruder. What, with your current state, how do you intend to change this world? Very well, tell me, do you wish to liberty? I wish to know your choice. Spare methanonsense said do you entity? Julie cuffed. Themon nodded Dan swift Linnock July unconscious. This thing was meant to belong to long. Heprietta Pinjula's mount hand deposit dapple within, before he vanishing from theorem. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jaligri Gilligotup, Shukashed, and prepared to osh his facet to clear his mind. However, Hef found it strange ethitis bada pain from earlier assault. With this realization, Jalif rose. He dashed to the door to securiate, then barricaded it with the sofa, chairs, and an athingisable. Finally, hesitant hisped, preparing tryst. Why do it smell so foul? Julisnifid himself discovered numerous dents clinging to his body. In exasperation, Harris shed to take a hot shower. Damn it, I don't think knoweth that lunatic is so strong. Hurry calleth the lingeringashi in his body. After showering, Jalik changed into clean long-sleeve sand jeans, leaning against the headboard to relax. He opened his phone, preparing to check the Naruto manga, which, although updated, wassertain lemoria pialing than sleeping. Tonight will be to deciding moment I hope hitus and true, thought Julie. At that moment, Themedy Orfromuter space said over closer to Earth, while a temilitary coordinated with author sto prepare joint long cove nuclear weapons literary the celestial threat. Ifinly had the ninjatic ni k soft Hokage, the apocalypse wouldn't be so distressing, Jill sighed. Initializing the Hokage system, granting a beginner's gift pack. What was that sound? Jill inquired. Hermione done flustered, forn't the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, Pani Conley Hassan's unestimise. Suddenly, Jilliful to blur before us, as if you were being drawn into another realm. This space content Zykes granals, with only the fierce thal illuminated. Tobe cautious, Jillip proceeded towards the fierce thal. Welcome, host, Toth Heavenly Shin Space. Heavenly Shin Space? What proposed est this? Julius could curiously, noticing gaglowing gorb within the halt had it spoken. To assist the hostin becoming stronger, the orb replied coldly. Detecting that the host's physical strength is rather weak, initial enhancement has been completed. According to meters, the host's current physique is equivalent to Theto fin average as special forces soldier, the orb continued. It just theored something a Buddha beginner's gift pack. What does that mean? Julius. It grants access to redeemable blightums from Themedium plane. Duet hath the host's insufficient strength. A beginner's gift pack is being generously provided. Listening to the orb's response, Jilla reflected on how the strength of fast special forces soldier was considered insufficient to need seize. Well then, is shall a gift pack. This time, Theor did not respond but instead conjured largest spinning wheel that began to hurl rapidly. After a minute, Jalika led for a toss stop. Thweel gradual a kamato halt, that pointer indicating the prize. Congratulations, host. You have received Thukaha clan's 3-mo Sharingan, the fire release great fireball technique, Anton food pills. Suddenly, a radiant light engulfed him, prompting Jalit one instinctively shithices. Upon reopening them, he realized he could see the entire room clearly. Removing glasses, Huak Heto Theba Thruman discovered that Tizayez now possessed the meanest game of Sharingan. Ah, Thismist Bechakra, Julimust, feeling gafint energy within him. Ahem, Tian Xian, Arialthir, Juliast, Onlato Bimit with silence. How can I re-enter Thespace? Jil inquired. Calmi Ermund, Andio may enter Thespace, came Tianzuin's indifferent voice. Following Thegwidence, July indeed found himself inside the Grandel again. Do we have any Theridums? Seemingly exasperated by the question, Tianzuin replied, you might absorb certain items to convert theme-interiginal energy. Exiting the space, Julius surveyed his surroundings, attempting to absorb various items. Beauty actemy he was met with rejection. Ultimately, Tian Swan advised him to place Yishin the main circuit breaker. I won't be electrocuted, will he? Julius could uncertainly. No. After absorbing 100 units of electricity from Theorem, July gained 100 points of original energy. What can I do if 100 points of original energy? Enhance the hour by die or draw again. By the way, how much energy does the Mangeki sharing game require? Jalissa Dinley asked. 100,000 points of original energy. This response has startled Juliha Wasawero phone method to acquire original energy, yet the certain lidded notch wished to find himself locked in Apolis station own Thevio of Tipacalypse. Well then, is Shalfacuse enhancement, July cited. Kneeling gunt the ground, Hecklin at this fist sand struck the floor with force. Damn, that hurts. After 10 minutes, July collapsed to the ground, tear sands not streaming down his face. Why do third so much? Because is this the initial stage of enhancement. If you cannot endure this level of pain, you will never become strong, Tianzwan explained. With new turquoise, Jaliri to Thebathrum toash up, then prompt like consumed a foot pill. According to Tian Xian, one pill could sustain him for 3 days. Indeed, up and swallowing it, immediate felt hastens off satiety, alleviating his fatigue and hunger. Glancing at the time, he saw it Hazel Riaditten and o'clock at night. With 12 horse remaining until the apocalypse, Jalil lay down slowly, resting his legs upon a pile of pillows she had arranged, forcing himself to sleep. Chapter 2 The Apocalypse Erupts, The Fall Off Humanity. At 5 in the morning, July apeen desire san check the time. He don ed thika mu flaja uniform on military but she had purchased, slicing up some summer shirts with his combat knife eto wraparound his butts. After completing these preparations, he drew back the curtains and beheld a world he recognized all too well. Vehicles lay wrecked in the streets, and flaying individual shad transformed into zombies, their anguished cries and furious roars filling July's ears. It has finally arrived, July sighed. Just yesterday, he had felt fortunatito Javi survived. Little did he realize, the heaven swarmer lie playing gay cruel joke, forcing him to relive at this nightmare. Master, allow me to protect you out this time. Jalimmermer dash pack a essential items into a large backpack, securing twa combat knife vest the hook sophis camouflage uniform, while stow in J-dagger in the backpack and gripping a cold, sharp tang deo in hand. Clearing thedums from in front of the door, he appended it, prepared to clean Zeth the 3-story building off zombies. He had no idea how many had transformed. He only recollect that Tamoze had taken quite a hilatola katium back then. Up an opening the door, he found twakerpses sprawled at the entrance, unmistakable zombies gnawing upon them. Hearing the noise, the zombies turned hear heads, blood and flesh still clinging to their mouths as they howled agilely. A smile crept onto his lips as she approached. The zombies, staggering to their feet, limped towards him. Drawing his blade, he deft lie severe at the headphone zombie, leaving theater trembling place. He swift lit a spat ched the head soft hair remaining twakerpses, Internet is sharing into Wardstharum, which was no agruous sight, stained with blood. There shouldn't be yon left there, het hot, when suddenly, Jalislav Thanflicked, summoning an epilisec knife, which heathens wound behind him. With it, he turned to see amalas and be convulsing on the ground. Better to be cautious, Jalimust. Had it not been for the instinctual warning from his enhanced abilities, he might have inadvertently walked into conversation with a zombie. After swiftly clearing the third floor of zombies, he discovered Twador Stitlishet. Hinakadand inquired if Fanyo knew us inside, but received no response. For safety sake, he refrained from breaking down to doors if Simeone were inside. He would not wish to be mistaken for a router, attracting zombies with hiss and was. Nevertheless, he converted the electricity from the clear drooms into original energy, ultimate liganing 1,000 points. This pleased him greatly. Asher returned to his room, reminded himself to twoods and cleanse the entire building goff zombies, but hood not venture out carelessly. As for Weijula did not leave, he needed to wait for Moz, the older sister will waste to Kuriof him and charted ahead on his behalf. Tian Xian, in need to exchange foreign techniques. Please show me what I can acquire with 1,000 points of original energy, so I can see if in your resolutable form, Jula said after locking the door behind him. Understood. Up and entering the space, Jula reviewed the list of ninja techniques presented betain. After some contemplation, he decided to select the crow clone technique and thirthrelia for explosion. The crow clone technique costs 600 points of original energy, while leather release earth pillar explosion consumed 300 points. Hekazito reserve the remaining 100 points for future needs. Excellent. These will allow me to evade physical attacks, and the earth pillar explosion can serve as a priciatic. After the exchange, Julie Sensidane and Creasy and Thechakra Thinium, momentarily lost in thought. The addition was minimal, barely sufficient for 3 USA fire release or worse softy earth relief explosion. Well, it wasn't tech-pecting much from Thechakron away. To maintain his good condition, Julie rested for an year before preparing to continue his zombie clearing efforts. He heard the sound of father repenting outside, yet when he stepped out, he found that doors still firmly closed. Shaking hishid, curious and thatather smite simply best shekken fort zombies. Hiskus preved correct, a sona room contained a policeman lying on the floor, Husawan began to vomit. Julihad commado belly evithward soft heapers and had encountered earlier. Unaware of the happenings within the room, July descended thesterson lato discover 3 or 4 zombies lurking there. Well, let's do this. Julipikadu pabrum left behind Bethel landlord and tossadite and tothi hordov zombies. At the sound, they stirred, drawn the noise, thanks to the blood had grievously cleared, with Chad marked their path. The howl soft te zombie emid tackle for their companions, ho began to converge in Julie. As the fierce zombie climbed the stairs, Julie swift litter whiz military knife and flung it downwards. The blade slicing Jeffortla sly through it he first iflant becoming lodged in the neck of T-second. Taking 2 steps forward, heliapt, grabbing Gonto the protruding edgeft he staircase, and swift licked T-second zombie shed apart. Upon landing, Heflaped Tangde and Tohishan dan dispatched the remaining 2 zombies. At the stairwell, Hinata said the remaining zombies and T-second floorful closing it. Julie, with new option, swiftly formed hand seals, channeling Chakra-Adhinyam. Gather Injitan his throat, Hunli Shadamasiv fireball hat, approaching zombies, Thesson toe frosting, flesh wafting through the air. July observed that the remaining zombies, Thufflang gulfed in flames, had not yet surrendered to their fate. With a firm grip on his military knife, he exerted tremendous force she hurled it forward, shattering the skull soft severaloon dead. Without pausing to retrieve his weapons, Hedruiz tank knife and severed the head off to last zombie. At last, it is stone. Howderly exhausting, he muttered. Despite possessing the strength of the Bleolite soldier, the intensity of the battle had left them feeling fatigued. After a brief respite, he descended to the ground floor, only to discover an absence of wandering zombies, yet a pervasive essence of blood lingered in the air. He cautiously traversed the corridor on the first floor, noticing a door slightly ajar. From within, intermittent gasps reached his ears. Pushing the door open, he was met with a shocking sight. A man engaged in unspeakable acts with a woman who had long since passed. The hammer beside death and bore a recess off blood. Angeliza Chardin detested Fullaviolales. With this left hand, Hepa shed the door wide, startling Thman, Hoder Nedto Sim and Rezombalinga soldier. Hey there, brother, Carito join? Theman leered. Their response was swift at tank knife Fepier said through Timon Shiart. Hella tuta fupita fulgus, seemingly attempting touter something, casting gresent fulglan sees it chili before collapsing onto Thebet. Julia pro-chept the Lephellis woman, gently closing Huron's anguished eyes, shaking his shade in sorrow before departing theorem. Upon returning to his own quarters, Hef found that he had accumulated their 3,000 points soft primary energy. Chapter 3. The end of novice protection and the commencement of the main quest. Upon returning to his room on the 3rd floor, Julie shed his camouflage attire and entered the bathroom to indulge in a hot shower. This day marked the first of the apocalypse, and the hot water supply had yet to be disrupted, allowing Julie to relish this fleeting comfort. As conditions would deteriorate in the early days of the apocalypse, it was likely that even potable water would become scarce. Allowing the warm water to cascade over his body, Julie entered his spatial realm. Following the counsel provided by Tian Xin, he opted to further enhance his physical form. This time, the intense pain that he had experienced previously was absent, replaced instead by a mild tingling sensation. The enhancement completed, he noted the deduction of 1,000 energy points. What? Hearing Tian Xin announce the deduction of energy points, Julie felt a pang of regret. After laboriously exterminating the zombies throughout the entire building, he had only amassed 3,000 energy points for himself, and yet this third enhancement cost him 1,000 points. Attention, host, attention. There are 5 hours remaining until the novice protection period concludes. Just as Julie emerged from drying himself off, he heard this notification. He glanced up at the time. It was 8 in the evening. This meant he remained under protection until 3 in the morning the following day. A knock resonated at the door. Donning a new camouflage outfit he had exchanged for 50 energy points. Julie was left with 2,050 energy points, and for the first time, he found the system rather exploitative. Are you Su Min? He inquired uncertainly, gazing at the frail girl outside the door. The girl nodded and, sensing a shift in atmosphere, entered the room. Could you help me? I know you're quite formidable, Su Min pleaded, kneeling after stepping into the room. Julie frowned. Give me a reason to assist you. This morning, I awoke to find the world transformed, and I was engulfed by fear, preparing to await rescue. However, I witnessed many police officers succumbed, turning into those monstrous beings. I am terrified and bewildered, sensing the hideous creatures at the door. Su Min glanced at Julie, who was deep in thought. At first, I believed I would perish slowly, but then I saw a powerful figure vanquish the man-eating monsters at the entrance. I caught sight of you through the peephole. After finishing her explanation, Su Min fell silent, observing Julie intently. She understood that unless she demonstrated her worth, the man before her would not extend his aid. Here are provisions and water. The room still has hot water. If you wish to bathe, do so quickly. We have 5 hours before we must depart. Julie expressionlessly tossed her some rations and bottled water from his backpack. Having listened to Su Min's words, he realized he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. He had not expected to encounter a perceptive evolver on the very first day of the apocalypse. Such evolvers, while relatively weak in the early stages, would prove invaluable as resources dwindled, necessitating the deployment of numerous teams to scavenge. If a perceptive evolver was present in these teams, they could sidestep many dangers. Julie believed that with his current capabilities, he could nurture Su Min's growth. As for food, he was not lacking. Tian Xian had indicated that 10 energy points could procure a loaf of bread, prompting Julie to curse the unscrupulous merchant. After Su Min finished her meal, she quickly took a shower and was informed by Julie that she could rest on the bed. While Su Min harbored doubts about Julie's intentions, he settled down cross-legged on the floor. Hurry and sleep. Our time is limited, he urged as he noticed her staring at him. He then re-entered the spatial realm, only to discover that the second hall was now illuminated with a purple glow. Curiously, he stepped inside. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is the second hall, unlocked at the cost of 2,000 points. The apothecary hall, which contains items you may require in the future," replied Tian Xian with an indifferent tone. Julie acknowledged this with an "oh" and took a few steps back, before abruptly turning and cursing. If his calculations were correct, all his hard-earned gains had vanished. However, Tian Xian in the hall remained unfazed. Su Min found the man's behavior peculiar, oscillating between laughter and tears. Eventually, she ceased her observations and succumbed to sleep. "Are you saying you can create pills that are immune to the bioweapon virus?" Julie asked. "Indeed." "What is the cost in energy points?" 10,000. Julie nearly spat blood. 10,000 points, forget it. With that amount, I might as well exchange for an A-level ninjutsu, which would be far more advantageous. If I proceed with caution, I should be fined, at 3 in the morning, as the chilling notification echoed. Julie opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within him. Main quest. Your world is besieged by a foreign virus. Eliminate the anomalous creatures it has spawned. Fight for humanity. Reward. 100,000 energy points. Current progress, 0. Phase 1. Proceed to Beihai University and rescue your cousin, Li Yu. Task reward, progress 1, 3,000 energy points. After reviewing the task, Julie shook Su Min awake. Once she was alert, he prepared to head to Beihai University with her. My cousin. Wait for me. I shall rescue you, Julie vowed silently. Chapter 4. Task 1. Rescuing my cousin. The spring sun was tardy in its arrival. Especially at 3 in the morning, Julie hesitated, contemplating the journey ahead. Nighttime during the initial phase of the apocalypse was peak activity for zombies. While he could manage alone, bringing along an unarmed perceptive evolver would likely spell disaster. Stay here and wait for me, and no matter what you see, do not scream. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit, Julie instructed sternly as he turned. Though filled with uncertainty, Su Min nodded. Julie then opened the window of the room, forming hand seals, and his body transformed into several crows that dispersed into the night. Su Min's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This was beyond reason. Indeed, Julie felt confident in his safety because of this crow clone technique, which allowed him to maintain a steady flow of chakra and conceal his true form. Guiding the crows towards Beihai University, Julie observed numerous zombies wandering the main road. Upon reaching the university, he surveyed the campus and exhaled in relief. Although he was unsure why so many zombies congregated outside on the playground, it was preferable to having them all clustered within the campus. Uncertain of the girls' dormitory's location, Julie retraced his steps. Su Min waited until 5:15, and upon seeing another flock of crows return, Julie cut off the chakra supply and sat cross-legged to recover. With many questions on her mind, Su Min sighed and sat quietly, preparing to wait until he was restored. At 6:30, Julie opened his eyes, nodded at Su Min, and grabbed his backpack, leading the way. As they exited the building, Su Min alerted him to 6 zombies approaching from both the front and back. Grasping the latter's hand with his saber at the ready, Julie focused intently on the 3 zombies ahead. Releasing Su Min, he dashed forward with a burst of speed, effortlessly dispatching the 3 zombies. While Su Min was momentarily dazed, one zombie lunged towards her back. In a flash, Julie appeared beside Su Min, grasping her shoulder and pulling her into his embrace. "You foolish girl, what are you dazing for? If you wish to die, just say so." With his right hand, he severed the zombie's head, then releasing Su Min, he executed a swift spinning kick that crushed another zombie's skull, before casually tossing a stone that pierced the final zombie's head. Patting Su Min, who was still in shock, Julie urged, "Let us go." "Foolish girl." When she failed to respond, he took her hand and continued forward. He bore no resentment towards her. After all, it was her first encounter with such horrors, in the past, before meeting Moz. He too had trembled in fear. Nonetheless, he was grateful to fate for granting him this opportunity to protect those he wished to safeguard. After traversing the 3rd Street and slaying no less than 20 zombies, Su Min gradually acclimated to the experience. Initially, one might fear the unknown, but with familiarity comes a peculiar sense of exhilaration. As they neared Beihai University, Julie's expression grew solemn, for the only way to enter the university was through the playground. "We can smear zombie blood on our clothing to mask our scent," Su Min suggested, though the idea was repulsive. Yet, not wanting to be a burden, she expressed her willingness. "Indeed," Julie exclaimed, affirming her suggestion. After dispatching a nearby zombie, he began to smear its blood on himself and Su Min. Once preparations were complete, Julie grasped Su Min's hand and prepared to cross the playground. The main gate was locked. He activated his chakra and, in response to Su Min's puzzled and bashful expression, began to scale the wall. Su Min closed her eyes, biting her lip tightly. "You may now release your hold on me." She heard his teasing voice, causing her eyes to redden. Julie felt a headache coming on. "Fine, I won't be harsh on you anymore." Su Min shook her head, indicating she was fine. However, as she beheld the multitude of zombies roaming the playground, her legs gave way. Quickly, Julie caught her in his arms. "It's all right. If you need to rest, we can wait before entering. Conditions inside the campus may be bettered. I wonder why the zombies are all concentrated here." "Because a celebrity is holding a concert here." Su Min noted that she had not observed anything unusual in the evening, but upon closer inspection now, she discovered that some of the zombies were clad in suits. After taking several breaks, Julie grasped Su Min's hand. Maneuvering through the horde of zombies, Su Min held her breath the entire way, terrified that the zombies might sense her presence and launch an attack. Upon successfully reaching the campus, Su Min felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. The sight of the numerous bloodstains and dismembered corpses at the entrance made her exquisitely nauseous. Julie, exasperated, reflected on the challenges of escorting a newly evolved woman who alternated between feeling weak and vomiting. Just then, a zombie approached, drawn by her voice. Julie sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to the zombie's chest, which collapsed inward before drawing his slightly dulled Tang Dao to sever its head. However, more zombies began to close in, causing Julie's brow to furrow as he seized the still-reeling Su Min and fled at a frantic pace. Before long, Su Min confessed her inability to continue running. Chapter 5. Astonishing strength. After a painstaking half-hour spent stabilizing Su Min's condition, he learned that this was once her school. He decided it would be best for her to remain in one spot while he acted alone for greater efficiency. Su Min nodded, pondering where she might hide. "Use your senses to determine where the zombies are least concentrated," Julie remarked, amused that a sensing-type evolved individual like himself was being reminded of such a fundamental tactic. Su Min took a moment to think, then began to assess her surroundings, ultimately pointing towards a nearby convenience store. Inside, there was only a single zombie, but it struck her as peculiar. It seemed to possess some level of cognition. No sooner had she voiced this observation than Su Min felt a palpable shift in Julie's demeanor. Uncertain of her misstep, she watched as he confirmed her words before transforming into a crow and soaring towards the store. Upon entering through a second-floor window, Julie reverted to human form, only to overhear someone lamenting the lack of food. Descending the stairs, he spotted a chubby boy seated at a table, consuming instant noodles. Did Su Min not mention a zombie here? Julie pondered. With a resounding thud, a dagger Julie had casually thrown embedded itself into the boy's table. The boy jumped up, turning to face Julie with a furious glare. revealing his fangs. This confirmed Julie's suspicion that he was dealing with a sentient zombie. You cannot be spared. Just as Julie prepared to strike, the boy suddenly fell to his knees, pleading, "Oh, please, have mercy. I intended to spend my life at this convenience store, but who knew the apocalypse would come? I never bit anyone." A few dark lines crossed Julie's forehead. "Then raise your head," he instructed. The boy complied, only to find himself momentarily stunned by Julie's presence, his eyelids growing heavy as he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, he discovered a girl standing before him. "You men." "Boss," the boy exclaimed, clearly bewildered by his own ability to utter their names. After Julie explained the situation, the boy accepted the task of protecting Su Min and divulged the location of the dormitory occupied by the second-year female students. Julie's brow furrowed, but he quickly grasped the situation. He cast an illusion, instructing the boy to escort Su Min back to the convenience store, knowing that the boy's presence would deter the surrounding zombies from approaching, as they would not dare provoke someone with an ally. This was the reason humans had maintained their position at the top of the food chain for so long. However, amidst this calamity, could humanity still retain its superior status? In a previous life, some individuals had resorted to trading with intelligent zombies for power, ultimately sealing humanity's fate. Julie formed a hand seal, transforming into a flock of crows, and soared towards the female dormitory. As he entered through a window, his expression turned cold. He discovered not only the corpses of girls and zombies, but also a security guard's body, the lower half entirely missing. What a chaotic circle, he mused with a bitter smile, beginning to clear the remaining zombies on this floor. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret at the sight of some exposed corpses. They had not yet enjoyed the prime of their youth before the virus reduced them to this state. "Knock, knock, comrades, we are soldiers. Please open the door. We mean you no harm." The door swung open, and Julie smiled as he gazed at the petite, unassuming girl before him, gently stroking her hair. "My little princess, a knight has come to take you home." Upon hearing these words, the girl relaxed, tightly embracing his waist and stifling her pain. Julie remained silent, soothing her back while surveying the dormitory's condition. It was a standard four-person room, now housing only his sister and one other girl. The other girl appeared somewhat innocent, dressed in pajamas and cotton slippers. Her legs swung nervously. Once Liu had calmed down, Julie suggested she sit on the bed, but she stubbornly clung to his clothing, insisting on following him. After assessing the dormitory's surroundings, Julie decided to lead them down through a shattered window in the stairwell. He explained his plan and urged the two girls to remain calm throughout the process. During this time, he learned that the girl living with his sister was, in fact, the daughter of the mayor of H City. Such a status would have been impressive before the apocalypse, but now it held little weight. After all, they had reached a point where strength dictated authority. Observing the girl's attire, both in short sleeves, he refrained from commenting further, especially with his sister present. Julie instructed them to smear zombie blood on themselves, but they initially refused. Ultimately, under Julie's stern demeanor, they hastily began to comply. Satisfied with their obedience, Julie then led them to the second-floor stairwell. After thoroughly examining the environment below, he lifted his sister into his arms. Using chakra to swiftly scale down the walls, Liu tightly shut her eyes and clutched Julie's neck, nearly restricting his airflow. Julie replicated the maneuver with Gao Tian, the mayor's daughter, who exhibited far more composure. Nodding in approval, Julie landed and, without allowing his sister a moment to reflect, hurried them toward the convenience store. Along the way, he slashed through countless zombies, ultimately declaring his Tang Dao rendered unusable. Without allowing the girls a moment to express their dismay, Julie nearly dragged them back to the store. Once inside, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "This is exhausting," he lamented, having expended his physical strength rather than chakra while simultaneously combating zombies and ensuring their safety. "Are you not Lu Gong? How did you end up like this?" Gao Tian remarked, saddened to see a boy she often caught glancing at her transformed into a zombie. "It's nothing. Haha, I didn't expect to see you here." Lu Gong replied reassuringly, "I promise to protect you from now on. Why, boss told me that this isn't such a bad thing after all. At least I can still go out to scavenge for food. All right, we will spend a week here. During this time, I have some matters to attend to. You both can rest here with Lu Gong, Julie announced. Upon hearing her brother's plans to leave, Liu panicked. Asking if she could accompany him, Julie sighed, embracing her. Sister, I need to acquire the strength to protect you as swiftly as possible. Chapter 6. A desperate dash. After comforting his sister, Julie finally had the opportunity to focus on reviewing his task rewards. Phase 1. Rescue Cousin. Success. Reward, 3,000 Primal Power. Side Quest. Rescue the Mayor's Daughter, Gao Tian. Success. Reward, 2,000 Primal Power. Main Quest 3. Reach the Nanhua Technology University Research Building within 3 days to obtain biochemical agents. Reward, 3,000 Primal Power. After perusing the new missions, Julie resolved to focus on locating the agents at Nanhua University within the week. He had been fretting over how to acquire the biochemical virus for Tianxin's research. And this task aligned perfectly with that goal. 2 days later, in the graduate student office on the 9th floor of the technology building, Julie discovered a bottle of dark green serum. Without hesitation, he submitted the task to receive a reward of 3,000 primal power. With only 2,000 primal power remaining to exchange for the first stage of Flying Thunder God, Julie thought about his ongoing need for a traveling ninjutsu. Transforming into a crow every day attracted unwanted attention from zombies due to the sounds he made. Main Quest 4. Rescue Nanhua University students Baimo and Lin Wenyu. Reward, 2,000 primal power. This new quest posed a challenge for Julie, as there were at least 10,000 students at Nanhua University, making it daunting to locate just 2 individuals. A hint would be appreciated, he chuckled. However, he was met with silence from Tianxin, prompting a wry smile from Julie. With no other options, he decided to employ his abilities. Julie formed hand seals, activating the crow clone technique, sending out 9 crows in various directions. Finally found them, he murmured to himself, "It is not to say that he has found the person he was searching for, but rather he has discovered 4 individuals who are fleeing. A horde of zombies is pursuing them from behind." Julie severed the chakra infusion, revealing the true form of the crow. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Julie descended from midair, he unleashed a fireball that scorched the zombies chasing the fleeing group. And why heavens, what is that? Is it here to rescue us? Julie furrowed his brow. To be so audacious as to make such noise outside, one must either be foolish or brave. After dispatching several zombies, Julie appeared before the 4 individuals. "Do you know where Baimo and Lin Wenyu are at this moment?" Julie inquired. The 4 exchanged glances. "We have heard of them. They are both from the art department. Before the catastrophe unfolded, they were at the art building, seemingly attending a party. Indeed, the day before the apocalypse erupted, they were indeed there for a class gathering, and everyone decided to stay overnight in the classroom as it had heating. It was merely a matter of being somewhat fatigued from sleeping." Julie smacked his forehead. "You should hurry and hide. I must take my leave." The 4 remained silent, intending to stealthily follow Julie, unaware that he had transformed into 9 crows and soared towards the art building. Upon reaching the art building, he happened to hear the sound of muffled weeping from within. Following the sound, he discovered the grotesque reality inside. He had always assumed that the apocalypse had only just begun, and that students, being untouched by society, would be relatively normal. How could such horrors unfold? Julie flew in through a nearby window, finding all eyes within the classroom fixed upon him. His gaze narrowed. "Who are Lin Wenyu and Baimo?" "Step forward," Julie commanded coldly. "Hey, why are you pushing me?" A boy and a girl were shoved forward, and Julie remarked, "I am here to save you. Prepare to come with me." Seeing their reluctance, Julie smiled, activated his Sharingan, and cast an illusion, leading them to obediently follow him. Observing this, the remaining individuals also began to descend en masse. The zombies in the stairwell, drawn by the scent of humans, surged forward. Julie unsheathed his combat knife, severing the head of the first zombie before delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, a zombie was sent flying, colliding with 3 or 4 others. The students behind him erupted in applause. Julie cast a cold glance back, silencing the cheers with a collective intake of breath. Leading the group, Julie cleared a path through the zombies while safeguarding Lin Wenyu and Baimo. Ultimately reaching the bottom of the stairwell, observing over 20 zombies approaching from the side, He noted that these zombies were now capable of walking much like normal humans. Julie glanced back at the others. He lifted Lin Wenyu onto his shoulder, grasped Bei Mo's hand with his left, and began to sprint, as Bei Mo remained unaware of their flight due to the illusion. Meanwhile, classmates who were unable to escape in time fell prey to the zombies. Chapter 7. Flying Thunder God Technique. Finally, we can rest for a moment. Julie led the remaining individuals to a previously scouted hiding spot. Due to carrying Lin Wenyu and looking after Bei Mo, he had to slow his pace. Fortunately, they arrived safely without incident. They found themselves in the sports equipment room of Nanhua University. For some reason, there were no zombies around this equipment room. Perhaps it was because there were no physical education classes occurring at the time, Julie mused. Upon dispelling the illusions cast on the two, he heard Tianxian announce that the mission had been successfully completed. Julie quickly opted to submit his results in exchange for the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. There are two modes, Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama, Tianxian inquired. Julie scratched his head. Due to time constraints, he had only glanced at a portion of the Naruto manga. He thought the technique seemed quite formidable, but he hadn't delved into it deeply. Please explain it to me, Tianxian, Julie requested. The first stage is known as the instantaneous movement mode. The first stage of Namikaze Minato involves throwing multiple kunai marked with the technique at the desired location during battle. Allowing for instant movement to its vicinity, the fourth Hokage can perform long-distance movement and, relying on the Nine Tails chakra, can transfer numerous targets multiple times. The first stage of Senju Tobarama's technique involves touching an object or person during battle and marking it with the Flying Thunder God seal, enabling instantaneous movement to the marked destination. The second Hokage can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for long-distance movement and the transfer of numerous targets. After concluding Tianxian's explanation, Julie smiled. Although the current stage favored Minato's technique, the apocalypse had already erupted for 5 days. Thus, Julie opted for Senju Tobarama's mode. Closing his eyes, he felt a peculiar energy infuse his body, merging with the chakra within him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found a kunai materialized in his left hand. Tianxian was quite generous with the basics of Naruto. 10 original power points could yield 1 kunai. As the chakra flowed, the Flying Thunder God seal manifested upon the kunai. Unbeknownst to him, Bei Mo observed everything he was doing, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Julie soon fashioned 5 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. This will be my trump card for future battles, Julie thought. All right, you all have rested enough. We are preparing to depart. Go accomplish this. We must first rendezvous with my companions at Beihai University, Julie declared. After the mission's completion, Tianxian did not issue another task, so Julie planned to return to search for his sister and find a larger place to establish a base. Meanwhile, within Beihai University, Lu Gong ventured out in the morning to seek sustenance. As he passed the teaching building, an inexplicable sense of summons washed over him, compelling him to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he regained his senses, astonished by the sight of the corridor teeming with zombies. He hastily pushed through the zombies behind him and bolted downstairs, suspecting the emergence of intelligent zombies, as his leader Julie had warned him before departing. Boss, where are you? Hurry back. It's not safe here, Lu Gong thought as he descended the stairs, not forgetting the task he set out to accomplish. After returning to the convenience store with a small amount of food, he relayed the situation to the 3 women, who were taken aback, especially Su Min, whose perception was particularly acute. Simultaneously, people around the world began to discover changes within themselves. Some could manipulate flames, others wielded lightning, and some could become invisible. The apocalypse not only brought disaster to humanity, but also a glimmer of hope for survival. Julie led the 5 individuals through the school gate. Although they had smeared zombie blood on their clothing, some particularly keen-nosed zombies approached. Julie furrowed his brow, realizing that some zombies had begun to undergo a secondary evolution, becoming black iron zombies, capable of consuming their kind and exhibiting hardened body parts. However, Julie, possessing thrice the strength of a special forces soldier, could still easily dispatch them. In an instance where Julie could not assist Lin Wenyu and Bei Mo, Bei Mo intervened just as Lin Wenyu was about to be injured. Observing the severed zombie before him and Bei Mo's somewhat pallid complexion, Julie thought, this guy is fortunate. He has awakened a mental attack ability. Tianxian, is there a way for me to awaken a special ability? Julie pondered. No, but the host can spend 5,000 original power points to exchange for the basic skill Devour, Tianxian replied. What is Devour? Julie asked. It allows you to acquire the blood of other ability users, enabling you to plunder and replicate their abilities within yourself. So, I would possess their abilities? Julie exclaimed with delight. Tianxian seemed disinclined to elaborate further, indicating agreement. However, the thought of 5,000 original power points without any tasks being issued left Julie concerned. Attention, a second-tier white-haired zombie has appeared in this area, Tianxian suddenly announced. Julie halted, turned to instruct the others to follow closely, and dashed into a nearby beauty shop. After swiftly dispatching the 2 female zombies inside, Julie warned them to remain silent, as a powerful zombie had appeared. He inquired of Tianxian whether there was an opportunity to slay this creature and what the strength of a soldier with thrice the capability truly represented among the evolved. Tianxian informed him that a first-tier evolved being would require the host to possess 6 times the strength of a special forces soldier, while the zombies outside boasted 12 times that strength. Julie felt a chill run down his spine. How could he contend with that? Just 6 days into the apocalypse, white-haired zombies were already emerging, possessing their unique abilities. He was still too weak. As Julie grappled with these thoughts, a hidden mission appeared. Eliminate the second-tier power user. Reward. Elevate physical capabilities to first-tier evolved status, 5,000 original power points. Failure. Physical enhancement level reduced to twice that of a special forces soldier. With 1 skill randomly stripped away. This was not an option. Julie instructed the others to hide well, or they would all perish. Julie at least understood that the white-haired zombie's evolution was of a strength-based nature. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the beauty shop, Julie was taken aback to find the door locked. He sniffed the air and sensed no scent of blood. However, with no other choice, Julie drew his combat knife and sliced at the door lock, breaking it open. Upon entering, he discovered a young woman with an attractive visage and a voluptuous figure. Julie gestured for her to remain silent, and the woman nodded in compliance. Julie approached the window, his pupils narrowing in surprise upon discovering that the powerful being lingered above the beauty salon he occupied. He flung open the window and cast a nearby stool downwards. The sound of the stool shattering drew the attention of the powerful entity to the upper level. With both hands forming seals, Julie unleashed a technique. Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. Before the entity could react, the ground beneath it transformed into sharp earthen pillars that thrusted upwards, only to explode. The being sustained an injury to its rear, fueling its rage further, as it attempted to charge into the salon. Julie whistled and sent the flying thunder god Kanai hurtling to the ground opposite him, vanishing from the astonished gaze of the women inside. Just as the powerful being entered the salon, it was struck again from behind, igniting its fury. A profusion of white fur erupted along its back. Turning to confront the bothersome human outside, Julie felt a surge of tension. He appeared so diminutive next to the massive figure of the entity. With determination, Julie executed a backflip, flinging 3 kunai from his hands. However, in its frenzied state, the being disregarded them entirely, the kunai falling harmlessly to the side. The white fur was as hard as iron, and Julie calculated that he had half an hour left. Realizing he could not defeat the creature, Julie decided to evade and lead it on a chase. Finally, as the frenzy subsided, the entity began to retreat, instinctively sensing that failure to leave could lead to its demise. Julie offered a faint smile, casting kunai once more. The powerful being, perceiving this as a provocation, resolved to eliminate Julie. Swatting the kunai aside, it advanced slowly. In response, Julie waved his hands, and the scattered kunai sprang to life, wrapping around the being's legs. With a thunderous roar, it struggled against its bonds. Julie formed seals with his hands and unleashed fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames engulfed the creature as it instinctively beat at the fire on its legs. Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. Once more, the powerful being was thrust upwards and wounded. Seizing the moment of its weakened state, Julie appeared beside it, his kunai imbued with chakra piercing its navel. With a resounding thud, the chakra thread snapped as the dying entity struck Julie with a powerful punch, sending him crashing against the wall. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Giuli felt excruciating pain coursing through him. After 5 minutes, he regained some composure and approached the entity's lifeless body. He used his kunai to slice open its head, revealing a dim red crystal that fell to the ground. Sensing movement nearby, Giuli activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the second floor of the beauty salon. To his surprise, only 3 individuals remained of the 5 who initially arrived, a nameless woman and 2 others. Upon inquiring, Giuli learned that when the powerful being entered the salon, 3 of his classmates had succumbed to fear and fled, only to be crushed by the entity. Lin Wenyu, if not for Bayamo covering her mouth, would likely have met a similar fate. We can no longer stay here. Once a second-tier zombie dies, there will be no more for a short time. However, once the threat dissipates, they will come to feast on the fallen. We must leave immediately, Giuli urged, furrowing his brow. Are you the so-called evolver? The woman asked. Giuli nodded. What is your name? You can call me Xiao Zhang, she replied. Giuli acknowledged her, and the 4 of them quickly moved to a nearby nail salon while the zombies had yet to gather. After dispatching the zombies within, they discarded the bodies far away, instructing everyone to wait in the bedroom on the second floor. However, not long after, a piercing scream echoed. Giuli was alarmed, but reassured himself that the zombies had not yet approached. He pressed his hands against the ground behind the door, sealing it with earth release, then ascended to the second floor. What happened? Giuli inquired. As soon as we opened the door, a zombie lunged out. But Bayamo killed it, Lin Wenyu replied, her face pale. Giuli nodded, grabbing the zombie's corpse and tossing it out the window. Everyone, take the time to rest. Tomorrow, we need to cross the park ahead. The group nodded in agreement, deciding that Giuli would take the bed while the rest would make do on the floor. Giuli accepted this arrangement. In the apocalypse, only the strong were entitled to comforts. As he immersed himself in his space and submitted his tasks, he felt an explosive surge of power and exchanged for devour, instantly rendering himself impoverished again. Opening his eyes to the dimming sky outside, Giuli noticed that the other 3 had not rested. Lin Wenyu was speaking with Bayamo, while Xiao Zhang sat alone, deep in thought. The remaining girl, however, appeared untroubled, leaning against the wall in slumber. Bayamo, Lin Wenyu, what were your professions before all this? Giuli interrupted their conversation. Xiao Zhang perked up, realizing she had no other options but to stick with this man, hoping to extend her life. We are graduate students from Nanhua University, Bayamo replied calmly. What do your families do? Giuli asked, playing with his kunai.my family members are officers in the military district, Bayamo responded. A shadow of gloom crossed Giuli's heart as he contemplated the fate of his own family in his previous life. During the outbreak, his parents had vanished, leaving him all alone. Giuli nodded. He then approached Bayamo, grasped his index finger, and gently pierced it with the kunai. Lin Wenyu gasped and quickly shielded Bayamo. Giuli chuckled lightly. I mean no harm to your little lover. As soon as he obtained Bayamo's blood, a wave of hunger surged within him, compelling him to consume it. Giuli closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body. The other 3 were bewildered by his actions. But in the next moment, Giuli suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on a cup on the table. With a swift motion, the cup was cleanly sliced in half. It turned out to be C-rank mental cutting. With his Sharingan and having now become a first-tier evolver, his mental prowess surpassed Bayamo's by a considerable margin. Chapter 8. Visitors from the military district on a desolate street. A group of individuals moved swiftly. Fully armed, they paid no mind to the horde of zombies trailing behind them. You think we'll make it back to the military district alive? A small-framed man hesitated to ask the tall figure in front of him. The tall man, unsure how to respond to his comrade's query, nodded in response to the latter's hopeful gaze. The 16 members of the group quickly located a large building, switching on their flashlights and maintaining formation as they entered. The massive horde of zombies was fast approaching. After equipping silencers, they swiftly eliminated the few zombies on each floor until they reached the 8th floor. A pale-faced man stood at the stairwell, tapping the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, the muscles in his right arm bulged, and blue veins popped out. With a fierce roar, he struck the staircase connecting the 3rd to the 2nd floor, causing it to collapse. The zombies that had just ascended let out aggrieved howls as they fell. Thus, The man broke the stairs of 3 levels in succession before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His right arm was likely rendered useless. This 16-member squad was one of the small teams dispatched by the military district of H City on the 3rd day after the apocalypse to rescue survivors. Originally, the team comprised 30 members, but they had underestimated the number of zombies that would follow so many into the city. While battling the zombies, they sought a safe place to endure the chaos, but with dwindling ammunition and an increasing number of zombies. Their vehicles could no longer advance, as the remaining members retreated along the bloody path carved by their fallen comrades. A massive flower suddenly attacked them, forcing everyone to flee in disarray. Luo Jun, what should we do now? One of the remaining female medics asked after tending to the man's wounds. Don't worry, Mist I, Luo Jun, will protect you to the end, even if it costs me my life. He vowed. The woman, named Gao Shaoxian, was only present to find her younger sister. They had not yet realized that it was too late. No one expected the mayor's daughter to have ventured out. Unable to contact the military district, their only option was to wait for the horde to disperse and then head to Beihai University to locate the second daughter. Sigh, if only we could encounter an evolver. The Navy soldier lamented. The group fell silent, recalling the extraordinary strength of the evolvers they had seen in the military district, feeling a tinge of envy. If they had an evolver among them, their situation would not be so dire, and they would not even know if they could survive the return journey. I believe there must be evolvers emerging within the city. Before we came, Professor Wang predicted that this heralded a new era. The zombies are evolving rapidly, but that does not mean humanity will lag behind, Gao Shaoxian asserted with conviction. Perhaps, Luo Jun nodded, sitting down cross-legged on the ground to relax. Meanwhile, at Beihai University, Su Min felt the days dragging on without any sign of the man's return, leading her to believe he might be dead. Meanwhile, the increasing number of zombies gathering in the direction of the teaching building filled her with dread, rendering her weak at the sight of the densely packed undead outside the convenience store. No one knew what lurked within the teaching building. To command such a multitude of zombies is astonishing. Should these undead rise in rebellion, this place would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Could it be that my brother has truly encountered misfortune? The sound of Liyu's weeping resonates from downstairs, while Takeda's face is etched with worry. Before the apocalypse, my father had promised to find a way to save me, yet days have passed without any sign of hope. The communication systems have been severed, leaving me uncertain of ever reuniting with my family. At this moment, Julie finds himself confronted with a dilemma, as he realizes that the park ahead is eerily quiet. Upon his first solitary entry, he nearly failed to return. To his dismay, the flora within has begun to mutate. Although his strength is formidable now, he is burdened by the safety of those behind him. It seems the only course of action is to escort Bayamo and Lin Wenyu to the military district before he can resume the next phase of his mission. He contemplates making another attempt. If this fails, they will have no choice but to take a longer, more perilous route. Julie gazes at the tranquil entrance of the park, his body tense with anticipation. The path ahead is devoid of any signs of disturbance, not even the remnants of destruction. Having entered this place before, he understands that the primary threat lies within the thicket 20 meters ahead and the woods flanking the path. As he steps into the underbrush, a multitude of willow branches ensnares him. With a sardonic smile, Julie deftly maneuvers his kunai, his chakra weaving through the air, severing the branches that fall aside. Yet, as if provoked, the surrounding foliage begins to grow wildly, encroaching upon him. Swiftly forming hand seals, Julie exhales flames that ignite the underbrush. Suddenly, a menacing aura envelopes him, compelling him to employ the substitution technique to escape this perilous vicinity. The trees and shrubs, deprived of their target, retreat in disarray. Were it not for the charred grass beneath him, remnants of his fire technique, he might have suspected this chaos to be mere illusion. Julie contemplates the park before him and realizes that while he could force his way through, the true challenge lies in how to bring his sister and the others with him. Expanding his form, he transforms into a flock of crows, taking to the skies to survey the terrain. He discovers a small path leading to the campus approximately 6 kilometers away. Without delay, he soars toward it. Upon entering the campus, he is struck with horror at the sight of a vast horde of zombies. Such a scene, he recalls, only manifests in the presence of intelligent undead. "Brother, you're back?" A frail girl appears in Julie's arms as he enters the second floor of a convenience store. He gently ruffles her hair and begins to inquire about the reason behind the horde with Lu Gong. "Just as I suspected," Julie responds. "What is it, brother?" Liu asks. Julie shakes his head, assuring her that nothing is amiss, and instructs Lu Gong to unlock the store's main door. Though hesitant, Lu Gong ultimately places his trust in Julie. Before coming here, Julie had already scouted the store's location, noting that it was adjacent to a wall topped with high-voltage wires, likely added later to in this apocalyptic world. Power has long been severed. Now an evolved being, he is confident in his ability to escort the three women and Lu Gong away before the zombies close in. Once Lu Gong opens the door, Julie hoists his sister onto his shoulder, assesses the wall's height, and takes a few paces back to gain momentum. He leaps over the wall, leaving a clone behind before re-entering the campus. He swiftly grabs Su Min and vaults her onto the wall, where his clone catches her. Finally, after assisting Takeda, he instructs Lu Gong to exit on his own. Given Lu Gong's undead physique, there is no need for Julie to exert himself further. Ignoring the resentful glances Lu Gong casts in his direction, Julie leads the three women as they await Lu Gong. Chapter 9. A new mission, achievement system unlocked. Julie prepares to head toward the small path he previously discovered, only to be met with Takeda's inquiry. After explaining, he admonishes them not to perceive their current situation as an ordinary world. "If you cling to the mindset of the pre-apocalypse, I regret to inform you, you will meet a grim fate." The others nod in understanding, though their thoughts remain varied. For them, the world has merely succumbed to chaos, and they believe their nation would not easily forsake them. While they have read about apocalyptic scenarios in novels, Julie knows that such narratives are merely fiction. He recognizes their self-deception. In truth, the nation has not abandoned them. As the apocalypse unfolded, certain cities responded swiftly. Task Phase 4. Due to system requirements for energy upgrades, collect 30,000 energy points within 1 week. Reward. After upgrading, the energy cost for item exchanges will decrease. The achievement system has been unlocked, requiring the completion of the first achievement, Zombie Hunter. Reward, 100 energy points. Progress, 0-100. Upon reading this, Julie feels a surge of eagerness to return and begin accumulating points. However, he restrains himself, aware that the initial ease of slaying zombies lies in their lack of cognition. Conversely, the campus behind him harbors an intelligent zombie. Should humanity cross paths with it, the consequences could be dire. Julie leads the group swiftly along their path, encountering a few wandering zombies along the way. He initially considers dispatching them, but, upon glancing at his sister, decides instead to sever a zombie's limbs before tossing a military knife to her. He knows he cannot shield her indefinitely. Should he one day be absent, what would become of her? Would she, like so many unfortunate women, become mere playthings? Liu's complexion pales, realizing her brother's intention is for her to slay zombies. Gazing at Julie's indifferent expression, she clenches her legs. Gripping the military knife, she steels herself and charges at the zombie, dispatching it with a determined strike. However, she soon discards the knife and begins to retch. Though she has witnessed such horrors, the reality of taking a life bears a different weight. Julie remains silent but approaches to comfort his sister, gently patting her back. Liu looks up at him, pushes him aside, and retreats in silence. Julie remains speechless, continuing to guide them forward. Yet, as they traverse a street, he halts abruptly, prompting the others to stop as well. Su Min senses something amiss ahead. After a brief nod, Su Min informs him of an approaching horde of approximately 60 zombies. Julie acknowledges this, leaving a clone behind to ensure Lu Gong and the others remain hidden and protected. Drawing a kunai, he transforms into a flock of crows and flies ahead, observing that the horde is stationary, seemingly fixated on the building before them. Julie maneuvers his crows to ascend higher, entering the building through a ventilation shaft on the 4th floor. The stairwell has been obliterated. As he surveys the broken staircase, he ponders the identity of those responsible. Upon reaching the 8th floor, several rifles are aimed at him. Julie raises his hands, proclaiming, "Imperial Army, I am a law-abiding citizen." A chuckle escapes Gao Shaoxian, while the others remain motionless. Luo Jun rises slowly, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. He is puzzled by how this individual managed to ascend given the collapsed staircase and the horde outside. "Are you an evolved being?" Luo Jun inquires. Julie nods, but when asked how he arrived, he chooses not to respond. Luo Jun's expression hardens as he strides forward, intent on apprehending him. A smirk plays on Julie's lips as he suddenly appears before Luo Jun, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. "If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be prudent to lower your weapons. Put down your guns." Julie then notices the lone female soldier resting nearby. Her features spark a flicker of recognition. Gao Shaoxian, perturbed by Julie's unwavering gaze, demands, "Who are you in relation to Takeda?" Taken aback, Gao Shaoxian is shocked to hear her sister's name, Damwai's sister. "She's not in your custody." "Is she?" After a brief pause, she inquires, "Do you know where she is?" Recognizing the strength of the evolved being before her, she refrains from making promises of cooperation, her sole desire being to locate her sister. "If you wish to know, assist me in clearing the zombies below." Julie's words elicit astonishment from the group. While they had considered the idea of exterminating the horde, their ammunition is dwindling. This man, however, appears to possess a solution. "We will cooperate. But can you release Captain Luo Jun?" The young lady's attention remains fixated on Julie, leaving Luo Jun feeling despondent, yet he reluctantly nods in agreement. "How many grenades do you have?" 6. "Give me half." After a moment of hesitation, Luo Jun commands his subordinates to comply. Julie outlines his strategy, and the others agree, albeit with reservations. Entrusting this seemingly evolved individual to distract the zombies, they prepare to mount a surprise attack on the horde. "What?" Gao Shaoxian exclaims in astonishment as Julie suddenly vanishes before her eyes. The others, though surprised, realize that in this apocalyptic world, extraordinary abilities abound. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Julie lands atop a small building surrounding the larger structure, letting out a sharp whistle to signal the commencement of his plan. The zombies below, drawn by the sound, begin to surge toward him. With a kunai in each hand, he hurls them toward the adjacent buildings. As a horde of zombies approached, Julie formed hand seals and unleashed fireballs towards them. Observing the progress of the achievement system, which indicated the elimination of 16 zombies, Julie activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to another building. He hurled his first grenade at the previous structure, resulting in a thunderous explosion that claimed the lives of 21 more zombies. Leaving only a few dismembered corpses behind, Julie performed hand seals once more, invoking Earth Escape. Earth pillars erupt. The protruding soil spikes pierce through the remaining zombies, after which Julie regrouped with the recently arrived team and led them towards Lu Gong's hiding spot. After a while, a massive wave of zombies surged into the vicinity. At last, the Gao sisters reunited, engaging in a mutual lament. Upon learning of their father's situation in the military district and their current predicaments, Gao Shaoxian implored Julie for assistance in returning to the military district. "Certainly, but what do I stand to gain from this?" Julie replied, gripping his waist with one hand, while his younger sister's small hand rested on him. "What do you desire?" Gao Shaoxian inquired. "What if I requested that you two sisters serve me on the bed?" Julie nonchalantly suggested. Gao Shaoxian's complexion paled, while Luo Jun and the others drew their weapons in fury, and Lu Gong expressed his admiration. "The audacity to want both." Liu gave Julie a light slap. "Fine." Gao Shaoxian, observing Gao Tian's reluctant expression, halted Luo Jun and the others' actions, as she felt that they would not be a match for this man. "Sai, I concede to your demands that I will unconditionally escort you there. However, before that, I need to locate my other companions. By the way, you should know Baimo and Lin Wenyu, right?" Julie stated. Baimo's father is the commander of the city's military district, and Lin Wenyu's grandfather is a renowned biologist, Gao Shaoxian replied. "None of them are simple. They are all wealthy individuals." Julie nodded in agreement. Chapter TEN.AN Unexpected Draw, Air Ability. After completing the achievement system's Zombie Hunter task, Julie suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten something important. It seemed that at the beginning, Tian Xian had mentioned the possibility of spending 100 source points to draw a lottery. With good fortune, one could obtain excellent skills. With bad luck, one might end up with a consolation prize. Although numerous evolved beings had appeared in this apocalypse, Julie relied on his ability to escape using the Flying Thunder God and his current offensive capability, which consisted of mind threads for cutting. He had already reached the strength of a first-tier evolved being. He had been wondering about the distinction between himself and other evolved beings, as he had encountered Bayamo, who had manifested an ability yet could still be subdued with a single move. Tianxian explained that a typical first-tier evolved being unlocks some form of ability within or awakens a certain talent, and their strength increases by devouring the soul crystals of other evolved beings or hunting high-level zombies to obtain corpse nuclei for enhancement. Julie also required source points for comprehensive improvement. Julie nodded, understanding, but he also possessed a devouring skill, albeit a basic one. Still, it could evolve, couldn't it? Tianxian, I wish to draw a lottery, Julie stated as he entered the space once more. Before him appeared a massive spinning wheel, which began to whirl rapidly. After a brief moment, Julie called out for it to stop. The pointer halted in the area of a mysterious gift pack. Julie furrowed his brow but proceeded to open this mysterious gift. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-rank incomplete bloodline barrier. The term bloodline barrier was something he had only heard in the context of Naruto. Host permission insufficient. Hearing this phrase for the first time, Julie recalled that he needed to gather source points quickly to upgrade the system. Introduce its functions to me. Air bloodline barrier, incomplete version. Comes with a technique, air perception, allowing you to sense conditions within 100 meters based on airflow. You can temporarily nullify all physical attacks for 3 minutes. After reading this description, Julie couldn't help but laugh inwardly, as this was precisely what he desired, particularly the last effect, which could ignore all physical attacks for 3 minutes. He began to implant the bloodline barrier. A minute later, Julie felt a surge of energy within him and nodded in approval. Closing his eyes, he could sense many things, such as Bayamo and Lin when you engaged in certain activities in the restroom. However, he refrained from indulging in voyeurism and opened his eyes, stepping out of the room. Now, they needed to march towards their next destination, the Shangri-La Hotel, as there was only one route to the military district, leaving them no choice but to fight. As a 6-star hotel, the Shangri-La naturally had many guests, indicating a significant number of zombies. Just as they prepared to set off for the hotel, at the military district base in City B, Wang Kong was deep in thought when a knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. Come in. Report, General. The team sent to rescue the mayor has lost contact, but our radar shows an aircraft approaching the military district. A young soldier reported. Oh, I see. Well then, let's dispatch another team for a search and rescue. I trust you, Wang Kong replied, standing and saluting. The young soldier, trembling, returned the gesture and exited the room. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, a scornful smile crept onto Wang Kang's face, revealing a glimmer of madness in his eyes. Gazing at the grand hotel before him and the desolate streets behind, Julie chuckled, while those following him felt a chill run down their spines. Having just emerged from their hiding spot, Julie single-handedly eradicated all the zombies. As Julie traversed the remaining streets, he prepared to strike again when Liu suddenly grasped his clothing. Julie, perplexed and with a fierce expression, his eyes glowing red like a Sharingan, caused Liu, who had mustered the courage, to instinctively release his grip. Brother, why don't you take a breather? We'll handle the rest, Luo Jun said, regaining his composure. Julie regarded him for a moment before nodding. Luo Jun and the others then arranged themselves into formation, advancing step by step. As Julie walked, he checked his achievement points, realizing he was just 600 zombies away from achieving the elite zombie hunter status. But where could he find 600 zombies to slay? Tianxian informed him that this was not the only method for acquiring source points, even though he had 1,000 points. By the way, can I convert the corpse nucleus of this second-tier evolved being into source points? Julie inquired. Yes, Tianxian replied. Upon hearing Tianxian confirm the conversion, Julie discovered he only received 20,000 points and promptly injected all of it into the system upgrade task. Fearing he might be tempted to exchange for some powerful ninjutsu, he believed that as long as he remained cautious, he could lead a rather comfortable life during the early days of the apocalypse. Upon reaching the Shangri-La Hotel, it was already 6:30 in the evening, and darkness had begun to fall, but the group hesitated to advance. According to Su Min's perception, a formidable mutated beast slumbered within the hotel. She was unsure of the specific nature of this beast, attributing it to her low level. Julie signaled for everyone to halt, utilizing his air perception. Upon sensing the enormous creature within the hotel, he decided to lead the group in search of a safer location. This was a second-tier mutated earth dragon. Although he did not understand how such a creature had come to be, Julie felt it best not to provoke it lightly. Moreover, he had sensed that the entire lobby of the hotel had been transformed into a realm of ice sculptures, indicating that this mutated beast had awakened its innate talent. "Let us wait and hope it does not discover us while foraging for food," Julie advised the group. The others nodded in agreement, as even their strongest member had advised against provoking the creatures within the hotel. Julie exchanged some rations from the system, distributing them to the group. While he consumed military rations, he had tasks to accomplish. He needed to acquire 10,000 source points within the remaining 5 days. Thus, he resolved to venture out at night to hunt zombies, aiming to secure his second achievement first. As night fell, the group remained undisturbed in the domain of the Frost Earth Dragon, resulting in a restful night's sleep for everyone who had been fatigued from their recent trials. Chapter 11: The Military Coup. Just as Julie prepared to venture into other parts of City H to slaughter zombies, a military coup was unfolding not far from him in City B. Wong Kong nodded upon receiving news that a team had successfully located other high-ranking officials in the military district. He then summoned his subordinate, Li Huai. "How long have you been following me?" Wong Kong asked. "I have served the general for 8 years, Li Huai replied. "Very well, that I will confide in you. You will lead a team to rescue the military and government officials, but on the way back, you will be ambushed. Only you will successfully parachute to safety. Do you understand?" Wong Kong said, patting Li Huai's shoulder. Li Huai suddenly grasped the implication and nodded before stepping out to prepare. Alone in his office, Wong Kong erupted into laughter, knowing that soon, he would be the sole ruler of the military district. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Julie dispersed into a swarm of crows, flying from his current floor to search for traces of the zombie horde. Ultimately, he discovered a multitude of zombies encircling a lake, with a stone emanating a purple luminescence at its center. Could that possibly be a celestial meteorite? Goodness, this is a coveted treasure that everyone is scrambling for in the post-apocalyptic era. The fact that it lay beneath his very nose stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. With this, he estimated that the energy required for the system upgrade would be sufficient, although some calculations were imprecise. He recalled that the meteorite enhancing the strength of evolutionary beings in the future would surely translate into a considerable amount of energy. However, he observed that there were at least 300 to 400 zombies below. How could he divert their attention? This posed a significant challenge. In a moment of inspiration, Julie suddenly remembered that he had one last grenade remaining. He descended onto a nearby building and first inquired with Tianxian how long it would take to absorb the stone directly. Tianxian replied that it could not ascertain the duration as it had not come into contact with any effective data. Julie felt an urgency rising within him. He decided not to dwell on it. If he succeeded, he would be wealthy. If he failed, he could always use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Julie employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending one of his clones with the grenade to a strategic location before detonating it. Indeed, in an instant, the horde of zombies became agitated, with many shifting their focus toward the source of the noise. However, a few dozen remained steadfast near the meteorite. Julie placed a Flying Thunder God kunai into the ground, then wielded another kunai, throwing it out to reach the cluster of zombies. Yet, he heard an enraged roar from the depths of the horde, prompting all the zombies present to charge toward him. Was there an intelligent zombie among them? Julie wiped his kunai clean and formed hand seals. Earth style. Earth pillar explosion. He swiftly dispatched the leading zombies, then utilized his mental threads to sever the heads of those in the rear. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He formed hand seals again, exhaling a fireball that ignited the zombies. Information relayed from his clone indicated that a portion of the zombie horde had begun to retreat. Julie grew anxious. A horde commanded by an intelligent zombie was far more terrifying. He flung 4 kunai, piercing through the heads of several zombies, then utilized the instantaneous technique to dash toward them. He swiftly dispatched the zombies in his path and leaped onto their shoulders, propelling himself toward the intelligent zombie deeper within the horde. "Die!" he shouted. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball obliterated the diminutive form of the intelligent zombie. And as Julie gazed at the charred remains, he paused momentarily before leaping to the side of the meteorite. "How long?" 1 minute, Tian Xian responded. Julie nodded in acknowledgement, then placed his left hand on the surface of the meteorite, forming hand seals with one hand to activate the shadow clone technique. Together with his clone, he braved the wrath of the horde, and just as his chakra was nearly depleted, he finally completed the absorption. Julie instantly teleported away, while his clone vanished in place. Gasping for breath, he collapsed onto the rooftop of the previous building, feeling more disheveled than he had ever been since acquiring the system. How much energy did Tian Xian convert? He inquired excitedly. He recalled that the meteorite, standing half his height, would likely yield no less than 10,000 units of energy. Altogether, you have gained 110,000 energy points. Tian Xian informed him. Shall the host proceed with the system upgrade? Julie contemplated the rewards mentioned by Tian Xian regarding the system upgrade, specifically, a reduction in the prices of certain items. As long as he remained cautious, he would be fine. Enhance my physique, he commanded, twice, as he felt his inner strength and chakra gradually replenish. Along with his body becoming increasingly powerful, Julie experienced a sensation of pure ecstasy. The enhancement was completed, deducting 5,000 energy points. Tian Xian's voice resonated once more. This time, Julie refrained from voicing any complaints and injected 10,000 energy points to commence the system upgrade. Observing the chamber within the space descending into darkness, Julie understood that for the next 3 days, he would be unable to utilize the system again. After rising once more, Julie's body transformed into crows. Soaring toward the original gathering location, Chapter 12. The lucky zombie. Shortly after Julie's departure, a diminutive zombie, having been dead for quite some time, crawled out from the pile of corpses. It bore a somewhat dazed expression. Subsequently, it greedily gazed at the dark green crystal core in its possession, swallowing it whole before collapsing to the side. The surrounding zombies gradually congregated around it, but Julie remained unaware of this. Having made significant gains, he returned to the house, only to find that everyone in the darkness awaited his return. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head before adopting a serious demeanor and urging everyone to rest. Julie glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was already 5 in the morning. As the others hurried to rest, he stood by the window, quietly observing the situation inside the Shangri-La Hotel. Through his air manipulation abilities, he sensed the energy represented by the frost dragon within beginning to exhibit subtle fluctuations. It's preparing to venture out for food, Julie murmured. Looking at the resting individuals, he felt a twinge of sentimentality. In his previous life, his power had been too weak to protect others. Before becoming an evolutionary being, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times. Yet, thankfully, in this life, he possessed the Tian Xian system, granting him the means for self-preservation. Julie closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged to continue sensing his surroundings. Although he knew no zombies were present, it was nonetheless a tedious wait. Thus, he spent the next 2 hours, reaching 7-30. In Julie's perception, the entire ground began to tremble. The others awakened, and Julie signaled them to remain calm. He knew that this was merely the frost dragon exiting to seek sustenance. Sensing the vibrations of the ground, Julie closed his eyes to attune to the situation. Suddenly, the tremors ceased, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. He realized that the frost dragon had come to a halt right in front of the building they occupied. Julie opened his eyes, his face etched with worry. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Should anything occur, he would undoubtedly prioritize his sister's escape, while he would only assist the others to a limited extent. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook once more. Julie took a deep breath, grateful that once the system upgrade concluded, he would exchange for the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, he'd find himself in quite the predicament if he encountered such a situation again. As for why he refrained from exchanging for the Manjiki Sharingan, he had previously inquired. Firstly, at his current stage, the Manjiki's spontaneously generated ocular techniques were random, and he could not predict their nature. Secondly, exchanging for other ocular techniques from the Naruto series required 10,000 energy points each. Therefore, he resolved to postpone that decision, opting to acquire the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique first. Once the Frost Dragon had departed, Julie instructed everyone to stay close and to move quickly through the area. Thus, they traversed the Shangri-La Hotel. However, a sense of impending danger flickered in Julie's mind. He couldn't quite articulate it, but he remained vigilant of his surroundings. As they crossed the 3rd Street, he discovered their path was obstructed. The cause was a chain collision that had occurred here following the outbreak of the apocalypse, resulting in numerous vehicles piling up. They paid little heed to this, clearing a path through the center and proceeding onward. Encountering wandering zombies along the way, Julie delegated the task to the group from the military district. However, as they approached the entrance of a residential complex, Julie felt a twitch in his eyelids. He understood the reason. A massive mutated tiger lay in wait at the entrance. First, Julie intended to sneak past it, observing that the creature appeared to be sleeping with its eyes closed. However, when the tiger opened its eyes and regarded them with disdain, Julie realized there was no escaping this confrontation. "Very well, prepare for battle," Julie whispered as he drew his kunai. Upon hearing this, the others tensed, forming a protective formation around the 6 women. The mutated tiger, glancing at Julie as he entered a combat stance, also rose to its feet. However, it seemed to regard only Julie with seriousness, ignoring the others. With a roar, the mutated tiger launched itself forward with powerful limbs. Julie bellowed in response, retreating before executing a backward leap to evade the attack. When he saw the mockery in the tiger's eyes, Julie's anger flared. Armed with 6 kunai, he infused them with chakra and hurled them toward the tiger. The tiger swatted away the kunai effortlessly. As it lunged again, Julie appeared at the spot where the kunai had fallen. With a swift motion, he retrieved a kunai and hurled it once more, as the tiger swiped at the kunai. Julie formed hand seals and unleashed Earth Style. Earth Pillar Explosion. Initially confident in his tactic, he was taken aback when the tiger deftly evaded the emerging Earth spikes, intensifying Julie's frustration over his limited combat skills. However, he knew he had no choice but to confront the beast. Otherwise, passage would be impossible. Julie contemplated and formed hand seals, releasing a fireball that the tiger narrowly dodged. Following this, he activated his Sharingan. A golden thread swiftly slicing into the tiger's right forelimb. A surge of joy coursed through Julie. Utilizing mental threads for cutting was indeed effective. However, the tiger, having learned from previous encounters, was unwilling to be ensnared again. Julie drew his kunai and executed the instantaneous technique to appear beside the tiger. The beast retaliated with a swipe of its paw. Julie narrowly evaded by tilting his body to the side and delivered a punch to the tiger's abdomen. As the tiger attempted to bite him, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to distance himself. Gradually, he was depleting the strength of the mutated tiger while simultaneously rekindling his innate combat instincts. For a while, he had relied solely on ninjutsu to eliminate zombies, only to find himself at a disadvantage against the mutated tiger. The beast let out a low growl, feeling utterly mocked by this human who seemed to evade its every strike. Leaving its pride as the king of beasts in tatters, at last. Seizing an opportunity, the mutated tiger swatted Julie aside, then roared with delight as it dashed towards the spot where Julie had fallen. Upon reaching the heap of rubble, the mutated tiger exhaled forcefully, clearing the debris, and was inexplicably thrilled to see the human lying on the ground. Chapter 13. A grueling battle. The mutated tiger gazed at the incapacitated human before it. If it killed him and consumed him, it would undoubtedly advance to a higher level. With this thought, the tiger lunged forward, prepared to deliver a fatal bite, but with a resounding thud, it found itself momentarily immobilized. The human beneath it had vanished. Earth Release. Earth Pillar Explosion. With a sharp sound, Julie reappeared a short distance behind the tiger, hands forming seals. A spike of earth shot forth, lifting the mutated tiger and sending it crashing away. However, Julie soon felt a chill as he realized the tiger merely shook its head and stood back up, its wounds showing no signs of damage. This left Julie utterly at a loss. But the tiger, now enraged by the attack, let out a fearsome roar. A faint crimson flame began to emanate from its body. The mutated tiger unleashed a fireball towards Julie, who rolled aside to evade it. Activating his Sharingan to observe closely. Each time the flames approached, he narrowly dodged. Seeing that its flames, which could incinerate many things, had little effect, the mutated tiger flicked its tail again, causing the crimson flames to dissipate and a bluish-green gas to emerge. With a sudden rush, the tiger lunged at Julie, slamming him against the wall of a nearby building. Julie strained to activate his Sharingan, finally managing to discern the tiger's form in a final desperate attempt. Julie dodged once more and executed the great fireball technique, striking the mutated tiger's body. Julie suggested they try shooting at the beast, but he quickly halted this action upon sensing a horde of zombies seemingly summoned by the mutated tiger. "Everyone, I'll play with you tomorrow. I must take my leave for now." With no other option, Julie led the group to a nearby small house, sealing the door with earth release. Leaning against the wall, he took a moment to rest, utterly exhausted. Despite being a first-tier double-evolved being, he found himself unable to best a two-ability mutated tiger. If he could conquer this beast, he would gain a new power. "It seems we should rest here for the next 3 days. I still lack sufficient means to deal with that mutated tiger," Julie sighed. The others comforted him, acknowledging his efforts. Julie mused about the system upgrade in 3 days, hoping to find a viable solution. Then 3 days later, Julie observed the slightly anxious expressions of Luo Jun and the calm demeanor of Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian. He was taken aback. But upon hearing Tianxuan's long-awaited voice, Julie felt a sense of calm wash over him. Once inside the space, he checked the task rewards mentioned by Tianxian, noting that the exchange prices for certain items had decreased. Firstly, the original energy required for basic supplies had diminished. Secondly, the cost for the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique had also lessened, leaving only the ocular techniques to consider. Tianxian informed him that following the system upgrade, he could exchange for the Manjiki Sharingan techniques without needing the Manjiki itself. Although the price had been halved, he could still exchange for it by paying an additional 5,000 original energy points. Julie, ever the skeptic, remarked on Tianxuan's new tricks, yet he decided to invest 50,000 points to upgrade the Flying Thunder God technique to its second stage. This brought him a slight sense of relief. Should he fail to defeat the mutated tiger, he would need to prioritize relocating everyone. With the remaining 45,000 points, he allocated 10,000 to exchange for the ocular technique, Divine Might, believing that the ability to distort space would be crucial at this stage. He then reinforced his physical capabilities, spending an additional 12,000 points, elevating his strength to that of a 5th-tier first-stage evolved being. He was on the verge of breaking into the second tier. With 13,000 points left, he exchanged for a small space ring, which provided a room-sized internal space, costing him 3,000 points. Subsequently, he acquired the illusion technique, Nirvana Sanctuary, considering that he might need a secure escape with his sister should any unpleasant incidents occur in the military district. Following Tianxuan's suggestions, he exchanged for Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Earth Release, Mud Clone, and Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh, observing his dwindling 3,000 original energy points. He lamented the rapid expenditure. "Tianxian, is there any use for these last 3,000 points?" Julie inquired. "Besides exchanging for ninjutsu, you can also partake in a luxury lottery," Tianxian replied. Julie's brow furrowed at the mention of a luxury lottery. "You don't mean it's a one-time cost of 3,000 original energy points, do you?" Tianxian seemed to affirm his suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, Julie instructed Tianxian to summon a panel for a 3,000-point lottery, eager to see if it contained items of equal value. He was soon salivating at the sight of Wood Release, Amaterasu, and the divine protection of Tsukuyami. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Let us have another go." Julie noted that he could refresh the lottery for another 3,000 points. With a pale determination, he resolved to risk it all. Possessing any one of those 3 skills would grant him immense power. Thus, he boldly chose to participate in the luxury lottery. As the wheel began to spin, doubt crept in. What if he didn't win? As the pointer neared the "thank you for your patronage" segment, Julie felt a wave of panic wash over him. Yet, to his surprise, he was prompted to try again. "All right, this is certainly better than "thank you for your patronage." When the second spin commenced, Julie closed his eyes to steady his nerves. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally opened his eyes, greeted by the pointer resting on Wood Release. Overcome with joy, Julie collapsed to the ground. This was a powerful area of effect technique. He envisioned the scene from Naruto when the first Hokage unleashed Wood Release. A splendid method for swiftly dispatching foes, especially with the subsequent arrival of the Flower Tree Realm, which could paralyze opponents. Shall I proceed with the wood release implantation? Tianqian inquired. Julie nodded, commencing the process, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of pain that forced him out of the hall, coughing. He found himself expelling blood, shocking the others who had assumed he was merely resting with his eyes closed. What's wrong? Julie rubbed his blurred eyes. Liu shook her head, though the tears in her eyes did not escape Julie's notice. He gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, Don't worry, silly girl, that I'm fine. Just encountered a minor issue. Rising to his feet, Julie marveled at the immense chakra coursing through him, astonished by the exponential boost provided by the first Hokage's bloodline boundary. All right, wait here, I'm going to take down that mutated tiger. For reasons unknown, everyone sensed a surge of power emanating from Julie, perhaps indicating another evolution. Julie returned to the entrance of the residential area, observing the sleeping mutated tiger. He hurled a kunai at the beast. Sensing danger in its slumber, the mutated tiger sprang up and rolled to evade the kunai's assault. Upon spotting the human provocateur, it roared in fury, since its transformation into a first-tier mutated beast. No one had dared to challenge its authority directly. The mutated tiger tensed its body, preparing to strike down the human before it. Julie formed seals, causing the cement beneath the tiger to suddenly soften, causing the beast to sink. The tiger leapt out of the mire just as Julie smiled at him. The mutated tiger unleashed its wind-based abilities, accelerating towards Julie. Shaking his head, Julie prepared for the impact. Earth release. Mud clone. The tiger's jaws clashed against an earthen wall, shattering it, only to be met with a wave of fire that sent it flying some distance away, roaring in indignation as it felt its authority challenged. The mutated tiger radiated alternating hues of wind and fire. It unleashed flames, empowered by the wind. Julie was no fool. He swiftly vanished from his original position, allowing the combined attacks to obliterate the ground where he had stood. Believing it had successfully vanquished its foe, the mutated tiger reveled in its perceived victory. However, upon realizing its body was ensnared in the mire that had suddenly emerged, it roared in frustration, struggling against its confinement. Julie formed seals once more. Die water release. Water dragon bullet. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged forth from behind, coalescing into a great water dragon that roared and hurled the mutated tiger into the marsh. Thus, Julie withdrew his chakra, and the marsh reverted to its original state. However, on the ground lay a lifeless mutated tiger. Julie approached, cleaved open its skull, and a soul crystal, alternating in red and green, fell to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Julie employed his devouring skill to consume the soul crystal. Grasping with his left hand, he released a ball of flame that materialized in his palm. The emergence of both fire and wind elemental powers was indeed remarkable. Having once been an evolver, Julie swiftly mastered the nuances of wind elemental power. He should have immediately returned to inform them to traverse this location quickly. However, he abruptly changed his mind, for he needed to set up certain arrangements, and it appeared that there were still living beings within this district. Otherwise, what purpose would a mutated tiger serve in guarding this place? If his assumptions were correct, there must be other mutated species lurking inside. Liu, Julie's cousin, had been standing at the same spot for a good half hour, incessantly gazing out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her cousin's return. After escorting these individuals back to the military district, she intended to visit her home with her brother to check on the status of her elders. Otherwise, the thought of their demise would truly overwhelm her. Although her brother was by her side, he often vanished, only appearing at critical moments. "Why, little princess, what troubles you? Why aren't you resting properly?" Just as Liu paced back and forth, Julie suddenly appeared behind her. Smiling in inquiry, Liu turned and leapt into his embrace, expressing her thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Julie agreed and instructed everyone to prepare to enter the nearby district, stating that after passing through it and the mall, they would soon reach the military district. The others nodded in agreement, though Gao Xiaoxian's gaze toward Julie held a hint of peculiarity. As Julie led them into the district, his senses detected that some residents within the surrounding buildings were still alive. He relayed this information to Luo Jun, who shook his head in response, explaining that currently, Julie was their only formidable ally, and he was not always present. Bringing in more people might complicate matters. Suddenly, Julie turned to face a man frantically running, pursued by a peculiar zombie. This zombie bore no skin. Its left arm transformed into a blade of bone, and after slaying the man, it fixated its gaze on the group. Licking its lips, Julie unleashed his aura, a chilling presence that bore down on the zombie. Recognizing the potential danger, Julie knew that while he and his sister would be safe, the rest of the group would surely suffer, as this was a predator renowned for its speed. Fortunately, it seemed that this predator was newly formed and appeared to fear Julie, seizing its earlier prey and vanishing into thin air. Julie continued to lead them onward, but soon discovered a heavy fog deep within the district. Pondering this, he abruptly turned back, urging them to find a place to rest, for there was an extraordinary mutated beast lurking within. According to his past memories, such creatures only existed in places inhabited by fog-killing beasts. Though the others were puzzled, they sought out a building to clear and prepare for a prolonged stay. Julie glanced toward a nearby rooftop, where nothing seemed amiss, yet he distinctly sensed a prying gaze earlier. This left him feeling somewhat suspicious. As night fell once more, Julie and the others instituted a rotation for guard duty. With Luo Jun and one of his subordinates on watch that night, at this moment, the subordinate began to voice his grievances. "Boss, what is so special about that guy? Although we rely on him now. Just look at his arrogant demeanor. The young lady's attention is always on him. Once we return to the military district, he'll still be detained. I don't believe he dare act recklessly for his sister's sake. Enough. Regardless, he is our savior. Although we may not have the means to repay him now, who knows what the future holds? All major military districts are intensifying their research on evolver serums. Have you not noticed that Julie's strength surpasses that of ordinary evolvers? Do you not understand why?" Luo Jun recognized his brother's discontent but understood that in this apocalyptic world, he must protect his comrades and prevent any possible tragedies. "May we survive to return to the military district. My son, my wife, you must wait for me," murmured the previously disgruntled man, pulling out a photograph from his pocket. Luo Jun observed everything quietly. As long as they could make it back alive, he was determined never to take on such perilous tasks again. The daily pressure was unbearable. Julie sat on the bed, deep in thought. His understanding of the fog-killing beast was limited, only having heard of it from Moz in his previous life. He had thought he would never encounter it. If he did, he would simply flee. Now that he faced this reality, did it mean he would have to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to lead them to safety? Perhaps it was better to stick to his usual approach and test the waters tomorrow. In a distant city, if Julie were present, he would discover that it was overrun with zombies. Though they appeared restless, they remained eerily still. Deep within, one zombie had seemingly reverted to a human form, albeit with excessively pale skin. It rose from a heap of corpses, letting out a furious roar that startled the horde, inciting them to respond in a cacophony of growls that echoed throughout a city. Once the zombie ceased its roar, a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. It raised its hands, conjuring a long spear of lightning, which it hurled at a distant building, obliterating it upon impact. This caused the zombie to erupt into another bout of ecstatic howling. From the moment Julie entered the district, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not pinpoint its source. Growing restless, he decided to take a stroll, but as he stepped out of the room, he found a crowd gathered in silence. Just as he intended to inquire about the situation, he caught sight of a woman among the throng. "You are?" In an instant, Julie appeared before her, grasping her shoulder as others looked on in bewilderment. However, the woman turned, glaring at him with fury, and slapped him across the face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the others raised their rifles in anger, aiming at her. "Don't move. Lower your weapons, I'm sorry, but could you tell me your name?" Julie rubbed his swollen cheek. Upon witnessing the genuine disdain in her eyes, along with her leaning against an ordinary man, Julie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Her name is Lin Qingyu." That name struck Julie like a thunderclap, for it truly was her. The man beside her was Li Qing, a master from a martial arts school. When the apocalypse struck, he awakened his talents and, while fleeing, had saved Lin Qingyu from a group of men intent on harming her. Now, Lin Qingyu was his beloved. Jiuli nodded, his expression blank as he surveyed the surrounding individuals. Liu, concerned, supported him, urging him to express whatever was on his mind. Julie understood why she had struck him. She likely harbored trauma from the past. Regrettably, those scoundrels were dead. Had they survived, he would have ensured their suffering. Julie glanced at the wary Lin Qingyu before suddenly spitting a stream of blood and collapsing to the ground. Li Yu and the others gasped in shock and hurriedly carried him inside. Mr. Li, if we return to the military district, we can collaborate. However, I hope Miss Lin does not appear before that man lightly. Gao Shaoxian stated coldly. Li Qing's expression turned uneasy, but luckily, Lin Qingyu grasped his arm, and they retreated to their residence. Liu clutched Julie's hand tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease in that fleeting moment. She realized she scarcely knew her brother. That woman? When Liu raised her head again, a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. At this moment, Julie sat alone in the grand hall, slowly articulating his feelings for Lin Qingyu. He had never anticipated that this life would grant him immense power, yet still deny him the chance to be with her. He recalled that in his past life, she had known of his affections, but during a mission, she had vanished, only to return accompanied by Li Qing. In this life, she had narrowly escaped disgrace, thanks to Li Qing's intervention. Reflecting on this, Julie pondered what he was truly striving for. Ultimately, he recalled their shared goal in the previous life: to save humanity and prevent its extinction, to secure a chance for survival. With this resolve, Julie slowly rose, and as he awakened once more, his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, forming the shape of a triangular shuriken. Indeed, I still have my family. He gently ruffled Li Yu's hair, bringing her back to consciousness as she sobbed about her fears. This left Julie feeling somewhat ashamed, prompting him to decide to continue bringing the young girl along. Earlier, he had inquired with Tianxian about the possibility of exchanging skills for others. Tianxian confirmed that it was feasible, but that any skills ranked B or above would require 10 times the original energy. Chapter 15. The Power of Time and Space in the Military District. The next day, Julie opened the door and gazed at the concerned faces of those around him. A warm sensation flickered within his heart. He resolved to protect them and, like in his previous life, to establish his own base. Without further ado, they prepared to traverse the final checkpoint to enter the military district. Upon seeing Lin Qingyu beside Li Qing again, Liu grasped her brother's hand tightly. Julie smiled and gently squeezed the slightly anxious hand of the latter, encouraging, "Let us proceed." Li Qing and the others exhaled in relief. After Julie had fainted the day before, they had feared that their cooperation would be rejected. Although they understood that they could not blame Lin Qingyu, there lingered a sense of resentment among them, as the specter of death loomed overhead. Today, witnessing Julie actively extend his goodwill, they felt a glimmer of joy. Julie turned away, slowly closing his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, revealing the ominous kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Today, he intended to discern the peculiarities of the mist-killing beast. As he stood in the fog-shrouded area, the scenery abruptly shifted, revealing the interior of his previous life space. A smile crept onto his lips as he realized that this was an illusion. Indeed, one would be foolish to attempt to flaunt illusions before his eyes. However, now that he understood how to break the spell, Julie had no intention of concluding this game so swiftly. As he lingered in this illusion for day after day, he admitted that, had it not been for the Sharingan, he might have genuinely believed he had returned to his former life. Such was the situation, Deputy Commander. Observing the individuals below who were reporting to him, Julie suddenly inquired, "How would you prefer to meet your demise?" "What do you mean by that?" his subordinate replied, perplexed. With a chuckle, Julie chose not to answer. Instead, he formed hand seals and waved his hand to shatter the illusion. The moment he dispelled the illusion, he felt a shift in his surroundings, and before him stood a small, dog-like mutated beast. He sensed its fear, yet Julie was unwilling to let it off so easily. Channeling his Sharingan, he gently rotated it. The mist-killing beast, which had previously maintained a distance, suddenly found a human standing right before it. "I know you can comprehend human language. Will you submit or perish?" Julie demanded, his gaze unwavering. The mist-killing beast appeared reluctant to yield, slowly retreating. Julie scoffed, closing his right eye while allowing his left eye's Sharingan to whirl. The beast, in a state of terror, realized that with each step it took back, the soul crystal within its body diminished slightly. This revelation compelled it to scramble towards Julie, mistakenly believing that retreating would weaken it while advancing would strengthen it. Regrettably for the creature, Julie did not grant it its desire. Upon realizing its efforts bore no fruit, the mist-killing beast surrendered, collapsing limply to the ground. Panting heavily, a fiery red orb emerged from its head. Floating before Julie, who reached out to grasp it, the orb descended into his body, imbuing him with a newfound ability, which, under the immense pressure of chakra, settled quietly within him. With a natural flick of his hands, Julie formed a seal, causing the mist-killing beast to vanish. The surrounding fog dissipated entirely, leaving the air clear. The onlookers, who had intended to retreat upon witnessing Julie's prolonged absence in the fog, were suddenly struck by the sight of the dissipated mist. To their delight, there stood Julie, unharmed, prompting them to cheer. Julie gestured for them to set off once more. Ahead lay the military district. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally returned to the military district. The individuals emerging from it felt a sense of disbelief, realizing they had survived. How wonderful it was to be alive. Each person harbored this thought as Julie led the way. Acutely aware of the stinging sensation in his eyes, a sign of the aftereffects of his powers, he remembered the warnings from Naruto. Excessive use of the Sharingan would curse his eyes, plunging them into eternal darkness. To this end, Julie consulted Tianxian, who assured him that a solution existed, albeit one that would require a hefty sacrifice from Julie. Exchanging for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan would suffice. It is not exorbitantly priced, merely 1 million units of original energy. Tianxian stated 0.1 million. Julie nearly faltered at this revelation. Fortunately, he managed to mask his reaction, knowing it was prudent to minimize usage. He had come to understand the powers of his eyes. The ability of his left eye pertained to the manipulation of time. A formidable force, indeed. As the saying goes, time is the most potent of powers. Countless strong individuals had succumbed to its might. As for the ability of his left eye, he refrained from discussing it further, as it was not yet time to utilize that power. Accompanying the others, Julie walked toward the military district, filled with contemplation. "Stop right there. Who are you?" A voice called out from ahead. From a distance, Julie beheld a formidable steel fortress at the entrance of the military district. And before he could approach, they were ordered to halt. Gao Shaoxian signaled to Luo Jun, who stepped forward to clarify their identities and the purpose of their small group. After a moment's deliberation, the soldiers atop the fortress instructed them to wait at the city gate while they made a phone call for confirmation. Luo Jun complied, and shortly thereafter, a soldier descended, opening a small side door next to the large iron gate. "Apologies, but we must conduct a routine inspection. We hope for your cooperation," a female soldier stated. The female soldier led the young girl away for a search and blood test. Julie and the others followed the male soldier for their own checks. After some commotion, they were finally reunited. Gao Tian and the others needed to part ways with Julie at this juncture. Li Qing and Lin Qingyu wished to say something, but Julie, holding Li Yu's hand, turned away without looking back, leaving Li Qing feeling somewhat awkward. However, after considering the likelihood that they might not have another opportunity to meet, Li Qing smiled and waved goodbye to Gao Shaoxian and the others before departing. Gao Shaoxian, however, seemed oblivious to Li Qing and the others, her large eyes fixated solely on the departing Julius. "Oh, this is the interior of the military district," Li Yu remarked, observing the somewhat sparse surroundings. Julie nodded, noting that the number of people was considerably fewer than he had anticipated. This had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that fewer individuals meant better management, but the downside was that, should a massive horde of corpses attack, he could guarantee that they would not endure for long. Julie glanced at his sister and pointed to a nearby pre-apocalypse hotel. Liu's cheeks flushed slightly. He had never realized how eager she could be. As for Su Min, Julie had initially intended to take her along, but she had opted to follow Gao Shaoxian instead, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that their relationship was merely that of friends. He then recalled Lu Gong, that chubby fellow, and wondered where he had wandered off to. Presumably, he was out there, safe from danger as long as he did not encounter any garbage creators or devourers. Chapter 16. The powerlessness of the week. On the second day after arriving at the military district, Julie and his sister emerged from a small room. They had been worried about finding accommodation the previous night when a soldier guided them here, claiming it was at the behest of Director Gao, who oversaw the military district's internal affairs. Julie immediately recognized that this Director Gao must be the father of the Gao sisters. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed through the air, causing Julie to frown. Although H City had a population of around 3 million, the apocalypse had likely reduced the number of survivors to less than 1 million. The B District has established a base and welcomes all civilians and evolvers to join us in creating our last sanctuary. The announcement repeated 3 times, and as Julie observed the agitated crowd around him, he thought to himself that these civilians would likely just be swept into the military ranks to bolster their numbers. Yet, none of this pertained to him at the moment. He took Li Yu's hand and strolled toward the small playground within the military district. Intending to spend the day there and contemplate his next steps, he knew they could not linger here for long, as the vast horde of zombies in H City would not be content to remain in one place. Esteemed Sir, the Northern General of the Military District wishes to express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Just as Julie reclined comfortably, resting his head on his sister's lap in the sun, a figure blocked his light. Understood. Lead the way, Julie replied, rising and releasing the aura of a first-tier evolver, which deterred those around him with ulterior motives, as he followed the soldier while holding Li Yu's hand. Haha, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I wish to thank you for saving my grandson, Bayamo. A hearty laugh echoed as they entered an office, diverting Julie's attention. He observed a middle-aged man with a square face and a hint of stubble. You are Bayamo's grandfather? Julie inquired, somewhat uncertain why grandson became a first-tier evolver with the help of Professor Wang's research potion in the military district after the apocalypse. Thus, he appears much younger now. The middle-aged man explained. As Julie pondered this, a voice from behind the man revealed that Bayamo was also present. The former Northimo has long since vanished and clad in military attire topped with a cap. Julie nodded slightly. This uniform was far more aesthetically pleasing than his own camouflage. I am growing old, and since you are a friend of Imoer, if you do not mind me taking advantage, you may call me Grandpa Bay, Bayu remarked. Julie smiled and agreed, introducing his sister to Bayu, which sparked a glimmer of interest in Bayu's eyes. Subsequently, Bayu inquired whether Julie could remain in the military district. Julie did not respond directly but instead asked about the current state of the district. The situation here is rather dire. We can only rely on external teams to search for food daily, and the expenses are overwhelming, Bayu lamented, his face etched with worry. Oh, I see. I will consider it, Julie mused, recognizing that the military district could not sustain itself for much longer. His presence would hardly ameliorate the situation. Noticing Julie's hesitance, Bayu's eyes flickered with disappointment. If the reports from Northimo were accurate, this young man undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of formidable evolvers. Subsequently, Bayu excused himself to attend to other matters, leaving Bayamo to converse with them and extending an invitation for Julie and his sister to the soiree that evening. Julie nodded, having observed that his sister, Li Yu, appeared eager to attend. Your grandfather is also an evolver, and he seems to hold a significant position in the military, Li Yu remarked excitedly after Bayu departed, her silence finally breaking. Julie gazed at his sister with a fond smile, occasionally nodding in agreement with her enthusiastic chatter. Meanwhile, Bayamo found himself deep in thought regarding the note his grandfather had handed him before departing. Pursue Li Yu. Those 4 words, akin to a command, inexplicably compelled the once rebellious Bayamo to acquiesce. Julie noted the shift in Bayamo's demeanor towards his sister with some displeasure. Fortunately, Li Yu quickly recognized this change and wrapped her arms around Julie's, urging Bayamo, their host, to show them around. Bayamo readily complied, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with them. The trio ventured into the residential area designated for officers within the military district. Observing the buildings that resembled a typical residential neighborhood, Julie felt a twinge of derision. The high-ranking officials who once scorned such places before the apocalypse now regarded them as luxurious quarters. Unbeknownst to Bayamo, Julie's thoughts wandered as he continued to guide the pair through the area. As noon approached, Bayamo led them to the cafeteria. In this post-apocalyptic world, Most meat was prioritized for military personnel. Within the cafeteria, Jiuli and his companions spotted the Gao sisters accompanying a middle-aged man. Their encounter was merely a nod of acknowledgement, but Gao Shaoxian immediately began frantically searching for Jiuli upon reaching her seat. Jiuli sensed the fervent gaze directed at him from behind, yet he chose to ignore it, planning to depart with Li Yu shortly. However, he needed to wait for 3 days, as that was when the true era of transformation would commence. At the evening soiree, upon entering the 3-story villa, Jiuli quickly realized that the festivities had already begun. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. In the wake of the apocalypse, who would remain fixated on punctuality? Many likely sought solace in alcohol, hoping to drown their sorrows. This is the tragedy of humanity, Jiuli remarked, entwining his arm with his sister's as he observed the inebriated revelers around them. Li Yu remained silent, her tightening grip on his arm betraying her inner turmoil. I'm fine. I merely feel a bit contemplative. Let's fetch ourselves a drink, Jiuli suggested. After lingering for a while, just as Jiuli believed he could depart, Gao Shaoxian approached him. However, he turned to leave, prompting Gao Shaoxian to call out, her voice tinged with reluctance. Dio, you truly dislike me so much? I refuse to believe you didn't see me in the cafeteria. I'm merely like you. Have I done something wrong? Jiuli slowly turned to face the flushed and agitated Gao Shaoxian, his expression one of mild exasperation as he awaited her next words. Truth be told, ever since he learned that Lin Qingyu remained close to Li Qing, his interest in romance had withered. He was astonished to discover that this young lady harbored feelings for him. Was it true that beauty favored the strong? Upon confessing her affection, Gao Shaoxian felt a pang of shyness, yet upon seeing Jiuli's wooden expression, she angrily kicked him before storming away. Jiuli scratched his head and turned to find Li Yu glaring at him with a stormy countenance. I genuinely had no idea, he said, grasping her arm as she continued to walk away. Liu turned her head, refusing to meet his gaze, her anger palpable. You need to appease me, she insisted. Jiuli found himself both amused and exasperated. He was merely her brother, and it seemed unreasonable for her to be upset over someone else's affection. As they exited the villa, a cold breeze swept through, causing Li Yu to hug her arms tightly. Observing this, Jiuli removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Liu shot him a disapproving look but ultimately took his hand, signaling that it was time to return. As they traversed a deserted path, Jiuli suddenly halted, causing Li Yu to glance back in confusion. However, she quickly understood the reason for his stop, as a bare-chested man was smoking ahead on their path. If one were to claim it was mere coincidence, Jiuli would not believe it. He sensed a faint yet palpable threat emanating from the man. You should not allow her to fall for you, the man asserted. Who? Gao Shaoxian? Jiuli replied, asserting his disinterest. Yet, to his surprise, the man's anger intensified as he questioned why Jiuli had no reason to dislike Gao Shaoxian, whom he deemed intelligent and beautiful. Jiuli found himself at a loss. Recognizing that reasoning with such an individual was futile, he pulled Li Yu behind him as the man erupted into laughter, declaring he had no interest in harming women. This revelation afforded Jiuli a fleeting sense of approval. At least he was not a brute, as the man assumed a combat stance. Jiuli prepared himself, but the man swiftly propelled towards him with astonishing velocity. Jiuli barely had time to shield his head before receiving a knee strike to his abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. Coughing violently, Jiuli's face flushed as he struggled to breathe. I know you are a first-tier evolver. Unfortunately, I have ingested an experimental second-tier evolution serum from the professor, so far. It seems effective, the man taunted. This lunatic. The second-tier evolution serum was still in the experimental stage. Failure meant mutation into a zombie. Yet, here he was, standing before Jiuli, seemingly successful. The man seized Jiuli by the hair once more. A smile crept onto Jiuli's face. The man looked puzzled, prompting him to inquire, but Jiuli swiftly launched a kick to the man's knee, causing him to cry out in pain and release his grip. As Jiuli's perception sharpened, golden threads emerged in his vision, slicing toward the man. Yet, they only grazed the man's skin without inflicting significant damage, resulting in Jiuli receiving another blow, sending him flying. Watching Jiuli suffer, Li Yu's heart ached, tears streaming down her face, but she refrained from rushing to his aid. knowing she might only be a hindrance. Though pain coursed through him, Jiu Li's mind raced. He understood he could not confront the man head-on, as the second tier represented a qualitative leap. Suddenly, Jiu Li's eyes whirled rapidly. The man, attempting to close the distance, became disoriented as the surroundings shifted. Seizing the moment, Jiu Li concentrated on recovering his strength. Moments later, the man emerged from the illusion, sneering at Jiu Li, who returned the smile. The man's surprise deepened as he realized there were now two more Jiu Lis flanking him. All three Jiu Lis locked eyes and charged forward. The man retreated a step, executing a spinning kick that struck one of the Jiu Lis, but the other seized his leg, creating a momentary stalemate that granted the original Jiu Li an opportunity. Standing nearby, Jiu Li formed hand seals, sensing the man's body gradually descending. The man, muscles bulging, broke free from one of the Jiu Li's grasp, but Jiu Li swiftly unleashed a torrent of water, summoning a water dragon that collided with the man mid-air. As the man plummeted toward the ground, Jiu Li executed a powerful earth technique, summoning spikes from the ground that pierced him once more. Enraged, the man leveraged his descent, twisting and landing on the ground, only to find Jiu Li waiting behind him. "Ha! Fire technique!" Jiu Li exclaimed. The man spun around, landing a kick on Jiu Li, but his target dissipated into smoke. Suddenly, the man felt a forceful impact from behind, crashing him to the ground, leaving him unconscious and singed. Taking a deep breath, Jiu Li hurriedly led Liu away, racing towards home. About half an hour later, a group of individuals clad in black moved the unconscious man from the ground. Chapter 18. Main Quest Stage 5. The following noon, Jiu Li still awaited the arrival of someone seeking employment, so he set off with his sister towards the playground.as for the remaining military rations. He distributed them to his sister, for he anticipated that he would need to bring her into his space in the coming days. Before the kaleidoscope opened its eyes, he had exchanged for the ocular technique known as Shenwei, which, being a power of space, harbored numerous potential developments, such as the capacity to contain living beings. He also intended to exchange a skill for his sister, yet the fifth stage of the main quest had yet to commence, and he lacked the time to hunt zombies to accrue achievement points. The second tier evolved being he encountered yesterday had exerted an overwhelming pressure on him. While fleeing posed no issue, it nonetheless left him with an unsettling feeling. Moreover, he had been assessing the disparity between his own strength and that of the second-tier evolved beings. Main Quest 5. Come now, those who endure in the tempest. Task reward, elevation of realm. An unrestricted enhancement according to one's innate capabilities. Jiu Li understood that this was in anticipation of the first downpour arriving the next day, as it had not rained for nearly a week. Furthermore, in his previous life, it was precisely the energy generated by the first rain that triggered a dramatic acceleration in the evolution of previously sluggish organisms. At that time, one could argue whether it was a calamity or a blessing for humanity. Contemplating this, Jiu Li expelled the contents of his mouth, gazing languidly at the azure sky and white clouds. Cherish these final fleeting moments, humanity. Time swiftly progressed to the third night. Observing the ominous clouds gathering this evening, a sense of gravity settled within the hearts of people across the globe, as though something significant was about to transpire. At 7:30 in the evening, the heavens finally erupted in thunder, heralding the arrival of the first rain. People hurried indoors, seeking refuge from the downpour, yet some sensed the abundance of elements permeating the air and flocked to rooftops to experience it all. Jiu Li utilized a wooden clone to keep Liu company at home while he ventured alone to the rooftop. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, the cold touch crystallizing his thoughts. Soon, thunder roared and lightning crackled, seemingly announcing its inviolable majesty to the world, a provocation. Subsequently, Jiu Li felt a surge of energy within him. It seemed as if something had infiltrated his body. Gradually, the initial enjoyment transformed into an intense pain, causing him to collapse to the ground, offering a brief respite, only to be overwhelmed again by a more severe agony. Jiu Li perceived his mind growing sluggish, his thoughts becoming bogged down. In a desperate effort, he bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, which helped him regain some lucidity. He understood that he had to endure. Otherwise, the suffering he had just experienced would be in vain. The torrential rain not only facilitated the evolution of a select few humans, but also triggered the evolution of zombies, with their frenzied howls echoing throughout the city. After a night passed, the morning dew dripped onto the slumbering Julie on the ground. He awoke suddenly, rising to survey his surroundings, and upon realizing he was still on the rooftop, he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared he had indeed persevered. Sensing the changes within him, he was astonished to discover a purple crystal core had manifested in his brain. The emergence of this core indicated that his previous abilities had been consolidated within it, allowing for free transmission and reception, a hallmark of a third-tier evolved being. Feeling this newfound power, he was exhilarated. A third-tier evolved being was an achievement he had not anticipated reaching so swiftly. Furthermore, being at the mid-stage of the third tier, he would soon be able to manifest his own innate talent. Julie approached the balcony edge, extending his right hand to grasp the marble railing. Yet, in his grasp, it crumbled like tofu, shattering effortlessly. Chapter 19. I have something for you. As dawn broke, Julie evaporated the moisture from his clothing before returning home, where his wooden clone had already seized the opportunity to depart. Upon his return, he found Liu sitting on the bed, lost in thought. He approached her and enveloped her in an embrace, and she leaned against his chest. What troubles you? Julie inquired with curiosity. Brother, I wish to return home for a visit. Liu replied, I will take you back in a few days if possible. I will lead you to a safe place, Julie assured her. Liu nodded in response. After she finished washing up, she followed Julie out for a stroll. Thanks to the military ration she had consumed, she felt no hunger, while Julie, having ascended to a third-tier evolved being, found his need for sustenance significantly diminished as his body expelled impurities and produced the crystal core. The two were intercepted by a group of soldiers who invited them to the office. Julie grasped his sister's hand, sensing her nervousness, and nodded to the soldiers before proceeding. If he were not mistaken, they likely sought him regarding the changes following yesterday's storm. Upon entering the office, Julie first noticed General Bay, who stood alongside a disheveled middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, exuding a palpable sense of impatience. Julie observed the man's unkempt hair, resembling a bird's nest, and his heavy glasses perched upon his nose. Amused by a morbid curiosity, he wondered if removing the man's glasses would render him truly blind. However, he also sensed another presence within the room, an aura belonging to a second-tier evolved being. Julie regarded the two before him, hoping they would clarify their intentions. General Bay smiled and introduced the middle-aged man as Professor Wong, who had been leading research efforts since the outbreak. Professor Wong's gaze was tinged with avarice as he regarded Julie, a look that left him feeling uneasy. He was acutely aware that this professor harbored ulterior motives. Professor Wong has heard of your exploits and wishes to collect some of your blood for scientific research. General Bay explained. He has discovered that the genetic samples of higher-tier evolved beings exhibit increasingly distinct arrangements. Very well, I trust that Professor Wong's endeavors are for the benefit of humanity. Moreover, I believe he has developed a potion for first-tier evolved beings. I would like to obtain a sample, Julie stated. Liu was somewhat moved, as she seemed to grasp her brother's reasoning for acquiescing to the demands of these former authorities. Due to her own lack of strength, her brother had little choice but to agree to their transaction. Indeed, Professor Wong and General Bay exchanged knowing smiles. General Bay clapped his hands, and the door behind Julie swung open, allowing a soldier to enter with a briefcase, which he placed on the desk. General Bay gestured for him to leave, and the soldier nodded before retreating. Julie stepped forward, inputting the briefcase's password. Upon opening it, he beheld a vial containing a dark green potion. He nodded and permitted Professor Wong to draw his blood. Astonishingly, as soon as the blood was extracted, Julie's arm healed instantaneously, prompting Professor Wong to nearly leap with excitement, his gaze now even more insidious. Julie turned to take the potion and, accompanied by his sister, exited the premises. Having lingered there for some time, he first guided Liu back home, while passing through an area inhabited by ordinary people. A few individuals attempted to rob them, as such occurrences were not uncommon. However, before they could advance, the first assailant found his throat cut by Julie, sending the others fleeing in terror, some feigning unconsciousness. Julie scoffed, pulling Liu along as they pressed forward. Brother, where are we headed now? Liu feigned ignorance, inquiring of her sibling. Back to administer the potion to you. After all, I cannot help but worry. You need to bolster your strength, and you surely do not wish to remain under my protection forever, do you, little Ewer? Julie replied with a smile. Liu's cheeks flushed, realizing her brother's commitment to her well-being had indeed motivated his agreement with the others. Upon returning home, Julie injected the potion into Liu's body. Initially, she felt fine, but soon experienced a wave of dizziness, alternating between sensations of heat and cold. After half an hour had elapsed without any noticeable improvement in her condition, Julie's expression shifted to one of concern. He urgently consulted Tianxian, who informed him that the variance in potion potency was to blame. Following this, Tianxian revealed that the only remedy was to feed Liu with his own blood. As his blood had undergone multiple enhancements, capable of significantly augmenting a person's physique. Julie nodded, then used a knife to slice his palm. However, the blood flowed too slowly, and the wound healed almost instantly. Shaking his head, he made a deeper cut on his wrist, allowing a substantial amount of blood to flow into Liu's mouth. Gradually, her complexion regained its rosy hue, yet Julie appeared pale. As he had to reopen the wound each time it began to heal. Observing Liu's breathing normalize, Julie smiled and leaned against the bed. Succumbing to slumber, Liu was already feeling quite unwell in her slumber, suffocated by an oppressive heaviness that made breathing difficult. Suddenly, a torrent of water rushed into her mouth, alleviating her parched throat and providing a measure of comfort. However, the intermittent flow of water left her somewhat displeased. Although ultimately her thirst was completely quenched, upon reopening her eyes, Liu was met with a strong metallic taste of blood in her mouth, and it dawned on her that her brother had previously administered the Evolver Serum to her. Yet, she felt exceedingly unwell. Was that the source of the earlier water flow? Casting her gaze upon the slumbering Julie at the bedside and the blood-stained dagger lying beneath, she could not help but shed tears. Her brother had sacrificed so much for her, yet she still relied on him for protection. Carefully, she lifted Julie and placed him on the bed, worry gnawing at her heart. In the past, he would awaken before she had touched him, but now, observing Julie's pallid complexion, her cheeks flushed crimson. She leaned closer to check his breathing and, upon discovering he was merely asleep, gently pressed her lips against his. Chapter 20. To kill you is only for my sister. Within the research facility of the H-City Military District, Professor Wong was engrossed in some endeavor, flanked by several surgical tables, one of which bound a comatose man. "Professor, are we ready to proceed?" inquired his assistant. Professor Wong nodded, and the assistant, after calibrating a syringe, injected the extracted liquid into the man's body. He then stepped back to monitor the data displayed on the computer regarding the experimental subject's responses. Observing the laboratory's arrangements and its sophisticated instruments, one could not help but marvel at H-City's status as the second-largest economic hub in the country. Suddenly, the bound man on the surgical table jolted awake, screaming in agony. Moments later, his body convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and his face twisted in torment as the veins on his neck threatened to burst. Ultimately, he succumbed, blood streaming from all his orifices. Indeed, the potency of the newly developed serum, derived from his genetic configuration, proved fatal. No experimental subject could survive it. Witnessing yet another subject's demise, a flicker of regret crossed Professor Wong's eyes, not for the life lost, but for yet another failure. To these deranged scientists, such losses were merely sacrifices made in the name of humanity's advancement. We can utilize his genetic cells to clone him. He has a cousin, correct? We must find a way to obtain a sample of her blood. Professor Wong declared, activating a large screen within the lab, revealing General Bay's visage. Understood, General Bay's voice echoed before the screen plunged into darkness. At home, beside the resting Julie, Liu heard a knock at the door. Curiosity piqued, she refrained from waking the slumbering Julie and simply called out, "Who is it?" When no response came, her sense of caution heightened. In the next moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a shadowy figure lunged forth, brandishing a glinting blade. With a swift motion, Liu felt a sharp pain as her arm was cut. Before her stood a middle-aged man, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached her. seizing her injured arm and capturing the blood that dripped to the floor in a vial. He then smirked before turning to leave. Seeing that the man had not harmed her brother, Liu's tension dissipated and she fainted. Julie found himself trapped in an extensive dream. Upon awakening, enveloped in darkness, he pondered whether his sister had ventured out to play, only to discover her injured and lying on the ground. His pupils dilated in shock as he activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "Sister, Tan Xin will heal you. I will replenish your power," Julie exclaimed in urgency. In his panic, he momentarily forgot that he could heal her himself, perhaps out of fear of leaving her with lasting repercussions. After Tian Xin completed her treatment, she informed him that he had lost 1,000 power points and that Liu's injuries were not limited to her arm. The assailant had also injured her internal organs, and the wound bore traces of a zombie virus. Hearing this, Julie nodded, his expression shifting from rage to calm. "I'm sorry. I broke my promise and let you get hurt," he said, utilizing his divine power to transport Liu into a safe space. Julie then made his way towards the military district office. On his way, he was halted by the soldiers on duty. "Please step aside," Julie urged, but they insisted on cooperating with their orders. Everyone understood that during these apocalyptic times, humanity could no longer afford to turn on itself. Frustrated, Julie swiftly incapacitated the soldiers and continued onward. Meanwhile, General Bei was informed of Julie's intrusion into the office. He had just learned that one of Professor Wang's evolvers had assaulted Julie's sister, while Julie seemed to be injured and unconscious. "What on earth is happening? Can't we discuss this civilly?" General Bei inquired, observing Julie's cold demeanor. "While I was incapacitated, someone broke into my home, injured my sister, and harmed her internally with a blade tainted by a zombie virus," Julie retorted. Upon hearing this, the soldiers around them visibly bristled with anger. In these dire times, such actions were blatant acts of malice. "Calm down. Let us move to the office," General Bei attempted to soothe Julie, believing that perhaps his sister was unharmed. However, he was taken aback when he sensed that Julie seemed to know who was responsible. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to the general like that? Your sister seems fine now, so there's no need for you to make a scene." A man clad in a black bodysuit stepped forward. "Is that so?" Again with that line. "Today, I will show you that I am indeed making a scene. If you're not satisfied, come and challenge me," Julie declared, activating his Sharingan and conjuring a multitude of wind blades that swirled around him. With a single motion, he sent the blades slicing towards the man. The man let out a cold laugh, attempting to evade, but to his dismay, his legs felt as though they were sinking. In a moment of desperation, he roared in defiance, bracing himself, but the wind blades effortlessly pierced through his body, and he collapsed, lifeless. "Julie, you are being reckless. I warn you. I know you are an evolver, but so what? If you do not retreat, I will have my men open fire," General Bei shouted angrily. With a single command, the soldiers, though fearful of Julie, raised their weapons to aim at him. Julie smirked. "Go ahead, shoot me." Bang! The first shot rang out, followed by a flurry of gunfire. General Bei was horrified, realizing it was too late to stop them. Yet, when they beheld Julie unharmed, their courage faltered. As Julie regained his composure, his figure vanished from sight, and shadows flitted through the soldiers, leaving them writhing in agony. One soldier was seized by Julie. His neck snapped and discarded in the center of the room. "You may continue," Julie said coolly. Now powerless, General Bei gestured to his subordinates, but Julie, though aware, chose to ignore them, understanding that might dictated control over all. As the two factions reached a stalemate, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion arrived to disrupt the tension. Noting the disdain and mockery in the man's expression, Julie returned a disarming smile. Knowing that he could easily teach him a lesson later, "General, you summoned me. What is the matter?" the dark-faced man asked. "Did you break into someone's home and use a knife smeared with zombie virus to injure his sister?" General Bei asked calmly. The dark-faced man nodded, and General Bei slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Since you have found him, you will have to resolve this yourself." Chapter 21. The salvation of humanity. Hearing the dark-faced man admit his guilt so readily, Julie stepped forward. Under the man's derisive gaze, he appeared before him and with a single strike, knocked him to the ground, placing his foot upon the man's head as he struggled. "Tell me, how should I send you down to meet Yama for tea?" Julie inquired calmly. The dark-faced man continued to boast, while General Bei fell silent. If he recalled correctly, this man was one of the 3 elite evolvers favored by Professor Wong. Albeit ranked 3rd, yet still a second-tier evolver. To see him so easily subdued by a young man made General Bei question his own understanding of strength. He felt relieved that it was not one of his own sent to collect a blood sample from Julie's sister. Otherwise, he would surely be in a predicament, General Bei pondered. Julie began to methodically crush the dark-faced man's left hand, slowly slicing through his fingers with wind blades, blood trickling as the man remained stubbornly defiant. Growing weary, Julie activated his Sharingan, causing the dark-faced man to feel his consciousness waver. With a slight increase in pressure, the man succumbed, completely losing awareness. "Who sent you?" Julie inquired. Releasing his foot. "It was Professor Wong." The dark-faced man replied. "What was his intention?" Julie pressed on. "To collect a blood sample from your sister," the man responded. General Bei was taken aback. What methods had Julie employed to extract such information so easily? Was he planning to escape the base? However, his confusion was soon resolved by the unfolding events. Julie seemed to gesture with his hands, and the dark-faced man erupted in terror. With a murmured "thank you," Julie grasped the black-faced man with his right hand and, without hesitation, snapped his neck amidst the latter's pleading gaze. The northern general observed Julie awkwardly, but Julie paid him no mind. Instead, he cast a contemplative glance his way before vanishing into thin air. This caused a sharp intake of breath from the general, for he realized that Professor Wong was doomed. With a being possessing spatial powers, one could never predict when they might emerge from behind to deliver a fatal blow, severing the thread of life. Julie reappeared in Professor Wong's laboratory, interrupting the ongoing live experiment. "What brings you here?" Professor Wong inquired, puzzled. "Blackface has divulged everything, and I have sent him on his way. Now, it is your turn to join him," Julie replied with a smile. Professor Wong pondered for a moment. Realizing, "You have come to kill me," he requested Julie to wait while he completed his final experiment, meticulously recording the data. He then turned to his assistant, who had been with him for 5 years, saying, "After my demise, you must not give up. Continue the experiments. If successful, just mention me in your acknowledgments. Promise me you will survive and witness humanity's ultimate victory." After patting his assistant on the shoulder, he approached Julie, ready to meet his fate. "How did you instruct him?" Julie asked. Before Professor Wong could respond, he lost consciousness. Amidst his assistant's bewildered gaze, Julie hypnotized the professor, learning that the latter had sent Blackface to inform him of the need for some of his sister's blood for progress. Julie's expression softened slightly. He formed hand seals, the kaleidoscope within his pupils spinning gently, implanting a technique into the mind of this future luminary in a world on the brink of apocalypse. Julie cautioned the professor's assistant about what could be revealed, warning that certain truths could cost a life. The assistant nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. Upon uncovering the truth, Julie felt a pang of sentimentality. After all, true scientists who genuinely cared for humanity were a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world. Thus, he spared Professor Wong's life, recognizing that he would need a scientist's expertise in the days to come. Some matters could not always be entrusted to the heavens. Moreover, according to the latter's assertions, upon the system's 3rd upgrade, blueprints of advanced weaponry from high-tech realms would emerge. Although outdated in those worlds, on Earth, they would be exponentially advanced. Chapter 22. The Onslaught of the Masked Undead. 1. Within H City, 2 venerable institutions, Beihai University and Nanhua University, were besieged by hordes of zombies, who stood vigilantly near the schools. The evolution of the undead had resulted in a hierarchical structure among them, reminiscent of ancient imperial ministers arranged by rank. Inside the scientific research building of Nanhua University, a group of zombies, their right hands transformed into bone blades and their flesh exposed, gathered at the entrance of a classroom. Among them, one appeared slightly impatient, yet upon hearing a sound from within, quickly fell silent. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a shadow was hurled outward. A ragged female zombie tumbled to the ground, rising cautiously, too terrified to move. Emerging from the classroom was a figure, indeed, a human, whose eyes glowed a crimson hue, revealing fangs characteristic of the undead. He seemed to utter something, prompting the surrounding zombies to half-kneel and rush out. The army of zombies within the campus began to mobilize, advancing steadily toward the military district. Simultaneously, a roar erupted from within Beihai University's teaching building, spurring the amassed undead outside to also commence their slow march. The unified objective of the zombie leaders on both sides was to breach the exit of H-City, humanity's final bastion, the military district, the only territory untouched by the undead. From the moment they became sentient, a powerful aura had loomed over their territory, compelling them to gradually accumulate and evolve their strength, for they understood they could not contend with such might. Fortunately, that formidable presence had vacated their stronghold and never returned. Now, with their levels raised, they could command greater numbers. According to the lesser zombies, a plethora of living beings awaited slaughter near the military district. They had ventured there before, but upon sensing the previous aura, fear enveloped them. The intensity of that murderous intent lingered in their memory, instilling dread. Moreover, another zombie leader appeared to share this trepidation, leading them to agree that upon reaching the third stage of mutation, they would jointly assault the military district. At last, the day has come. At the convergence of the zombie armies, the two leaders exchanged knowing smiles before breaking into jubilant roars. From the moment Julie awoke that morning, he had sensed an incessant twitching of his eyelids, which struck him as unusual. Nevertheless, he thought little of it, for since that fateful day, he had taken to keeping Liu by his side at all times, even to the restroom, much to her embarrassment and discomfort. Each day, he also introduced her to a new discipline. Combat techniques, a lesson imparted to him by Lin Qingyu in his past life. Alas, in this life, setting aside further contemplation, the two continued their training in basic combat techniques atop the building. Liu, possessing remarkable talent, had made considerable progress in just a few days. Suddenly, Julie's ears perked up as he heard shouts from below. Zombies are attacking. Just as he descended with Liu, they encountered Bayamo, who rushed over in a frenzy, unkempt and hastily driving his vehicle. Julie glanced at Liu, who nodded reassuringly, and together they climbed into the car. Once inside, Julie urged Bayamo to explain the situation clearly. This morning, while the personnel on duty in our military district prepared to retire, they spotted a small number of zombies emerging from the park. Initially pleased, they thought it was finally time to eradicate some undead. However, upon dispatching the first wave, they were confronted by an overwhelming horde of zombies behind them. My grandfather has since rallied the military and recruited evolved individuals to the outskirts of the military district's walls. Julie mused that such an event was inevitable. Could this be related to the torrential rain 2 days prior? And judging by Baymo's words, the sheer number of zombies suggests that only at the stage of Zombie Lord could one command such a multitude. When the time comes, instruct your grandfather to prepare for a potential retreat. Chapter 23. The first assault of the zombie horde. 2. Upon reaching the military district's walls, Julie was struck by the gravity of the situation. Although urgency permeated the air, General Bay, a seasoned veteran, swiftly organized the scattered soldiers. A few civilians had also banded together, recognizing that failure to hold the line would spell doom for them all. Gioli nodded toward his sister, whispering a few words before summoning her into the confines of the Shenwei space, out of sight from the others. Julie, I don't mean to pry, but, a soldier approached, hesitantly inquiring. However, the chill in Julie's gaze compelled the soldier to retreat and continue defending against the undead onslaught. Julie observed General Bay, encircled by a cadre of individuals exuding an unmistakable aura of evolution, some even radiating their power. Below the wall, Director Gao, responsible for internal affairs, was calming the restless populace, urging them not to panic excessively, yet refraining from distributing weapons, fully aware of the chaos that could ensue. As the zombie horde was held at bay, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks. Suddenly, a dark mass swept across the sky. A bad omen, the zombie birds. Julie's concern mounted. General Bay. Look, he exclaimed. The general glanced upward and instructed those nearby. 10 evolved individuals stepped forth, and as the zombie birds descended, an electric net materialized above, effectively intercepting a significant portion of the avian undead. Those that did break through were met with a barrage of fireballs. These individuals seem competent. Perhaps my intervention won't be necessary, Julie thought, observing the coordinated efforts of the evolved team. Yet, disaster struck when a soldier's firearm misfired and another called out that they were out of ammunition. Panic spreading like wildfire among the ranks. Reluctantly, General Bay signaled for the evolved team to engage once more, but they appeared hesitant, revealing their ranks were not as uniformly strong as needed for effective combat. Julie, with his hands poised in the air, summoned forth a multitude of slicing wind blades that descended from above, reaping through the horde of corpses. Observing this, the other evolved beings quickly followed suit. Albeit constrained by the absence of crystal cores, limiting them to mere moments of concentration before engaging in battle. Alas, it was not long before some of the evolved beings began to exhibit signs of exhaustion, which startled General Bay, prompting him to urgently call for assistance to escort those weakened fighters to rest. "Joshua, brother, might you lend your strength once more?" inquired General Bay. Julie remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him, causing the latter to feel a twinge of discomfort. Yet, for the sake of the civilians within the military district, he maintained his unwavering stare. "Very well, I shall assist," Julie finally replied. The soldiers atop the city wall began to panic. Realizing that even the evolved beings were faltering, and their own forces appeared incapable of supplying ammunition in the near term, was this not akin to awaiting death? Julie disregarded the disheartened soldiers and the expectations of General Bay. His focus instead on the approaching horde of zombies, he contemplated whether it might be prudent to exchange for a dust escape technique when he amassed enough original power, though he was merely pondering. "Ha!" would release, "Birth of the Forest Realm," Julie exclaimed, clenching his fists and bellowing. Nearby soldiers jumped in surprise, intending to voice their concerns, only to witness the man who had startled them standing before a burgeoning forest. "My heavens!" one soldier screamed, capturing the attention of other soldiers and some remaining evolved beings atop the wall before them. A dense forest had suddenly sprouted at the forefront of the zombie army, leaving the undead momentarily bewildered. Yet, they pressed forward regardless. As the rapidly expanding forest reached a significant area, the trees extended their branches, ensnaring the zombies and subsequently strangling them. Thus, amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of others, the two zombie overlords, unable to make headway, temporarily retreated, fearing the annihilation of their minions. Furthermore, their alliance was merely one of convenience, and they recognized that a formidable force still lingered within the fortress. Therefore, after weighing their options, they resolved to remain nearby, convinced that this powerful entity would not depart. Upon observing the withdrawal of the zombies, Julie exhaled in relief. As he dispelled his chakra, the previously strangling forest gradually dissipated. He then plopped down upon the city wall, panting heavily. General Bay gestured for a nearby soldier to fetch nutritional fluids from below and present them to Julie, lifting his heavy eyelids to glance at the offering. Julie muttered a thank you before accepting the liquid nourishment. Today marked his first use of wood release. Having already transplanted the first-generation cells, he felt as though a flame ignited within him when he employed this technique. Noticing the retreat of the zombie army, he promptly withdrew his chakra, allowing the forest to revert to its original state. Observing the reverent gazes directed at him, he felt a swell of pride, for such admiration was absent in his previous life. After recuperating, Julie glanced at the still gray main quest line, realizing he could not accrue original power points without which he could not grow stronger or bestow skills upon his sister, enabling her to possess a means of self-protection. However, he dismissed his worries. Upon releasing Liu from his spatial realm, they were assigned to rest in the military hospital. Given Julie's apparent fatigue from the recent battle, the doctor advised a full day's rest. Initially reluctant, he ultimately succumbed to his sister's tearful pleas. Chapter 24. The isolated city. As Julie rested, General Bay grappled with the impending assault of the zombie horde. Meanwhile, in the distant city C, life unfolded perplexingly. Throngs of people traversed its bustling streets, living their vibrant lives amidst the glow of neon lights. Daily news broadcasts reported nothing of the nation's dire situation. Yet the populace paid little heed, engrossed in entertainment programs. How strange, that fellow has been silent since venturing to another city. Perhaps he has forgotten about me. Ugh, it infuriates me, a girl muttered to herself beside her home phone, stamping her foot in frustration. Just then, a streak of light traversed the sky. Mistaking it for a shooting star, she closed her eyes to make a wish. If others were to discover this, it would be catastrophic. Yet, it was indeed odd, for this place seemed shielded by an enigmatic force. Uncertain, she decided it best not to disturb the tranquility, lest those outside encroach upon this last sanctuary. Eye in the air, a shadow nodded, and soon began to inscribe symbols in the void. Before long, a thick haze enveloped the city's skyline, unbeknownst to its inhabitants. Upon awakening, Julie felt the soft body nestled against him and momentarily felt a pang of awkwardness. How did this girl end up sleeping on me? Gently, he laid her back onto the bed, covering her with a blanket. Liu, who had previously slept uncomfortably, now bore a faint smile upon her face. What a wonderful scent! It's my brother's, she thought to herself, nearly causing Julie, who was about to drink water, to choke. What on earth was this girl thinking? He decided to let it slide, opting instead to summon a wooden clone before stepping out into the hospital corridor. His body then transformed into a raven, swiftly flying out through the window. Observing the scenery outside, Julie felt a sense of gloom wash over him, for he understood that today's zombie army assault was merely a probe. However, he was uncertain when the next offensive would occur. The raven landed atop a building's roof, perking his ears to discern the activities below. Julie quickly lost interest. It was not that he was averse to such matters, but rather, he felt that romance amidst the apocalypse was a trial too great to endure. Perched on the balcony's edge, Julie sat quietly, gazing at the night sky. In the absence of unsettling sounds from below, he fancied himself a tranquil and handsome figure, simply enjoying the stars. Alas, time would not halt, even though his left eye possessed the power of time. After several uses, he sensed his vision beginning to wane. He needed to amass 1 million original power points swiftly. Otherwise, he would be left blind, relying solely on his perceptive abilities to confront adversaries. Moreover, he would lose his greatest shield in this desolate world. As dawn broke, Julie turned, forming seals, and transformed back into a raven. Soaring toward the military district, upon landing, he discovered his little sloth of a sister still deep in slumber. He dispelled his clone and sat quietly beside Liu, watching over her. Gradually, a sense of weariness enveloped Julie. He did not overthink it, merely leaning against the bed's edge, feigning sleep. Unbeknownst to him, he truly dozed off. Once he fell asleep, Liu, who should have been in slumber herself, pulled him onto the bed, embracing him tightly, relishing his presence. Over time, Liu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, as she realized her brother harbored feelings for her, manifesting a physical response. This revelation both startled and delighted her, as it granted her the confidence to pursue her brother openly. In truth, Julie was wrongfully accused. As a single man, having a girl embrace him so suddenly would naturally elicit a response. Cough, cough. Upon awakening, Julie felt his body tense, only to relax upon recognizing his sister in his arms. He gently kissed Liu's forehead, rising to prepare for the day, as he needed to survey the terrain. Chapter 25. Severe Injury, Part 1. At dawn, Julie was summoned by General Bei. With no time for morning rituals, he took his already prepared sister with him as they boarded a vehicle headed toward the office building. Knock, knock, General Bei, hearing the rapping at the door, invited the visitor in. Upon entering, Julie noted the general's furrowed brow and inquired about his troubles. "It's the zombie horde outside. We initially thought they had departed, but unbeknownst to us, they remained camped at the park's periphery," General Bei explained. "How do you know this?" Julie asked with curiosity. "Before the third wave squad lost contact, they relayed the information via radio," General Bei replied gravely. Julie understood the general's concerns. Being trapped within the military district signified an imminent food crisis. While they could seek refuge in established bases, it was evident that General Bei preferred not to rely on others. Rising from his chair, Julie inquired, "What do you plan to do now?" "I called you here because I heard from that rascal Baymo that you can transform into avian forms and soar through the skies," General Bei remarked with a smile. Julie furrowed his brow. He had not considered that detail, surprised that Bayamo had remembered. Indeed, I can do that, but what do you wish to convey? Julie was aware of the general's intentions. Yet he was not inclined to expend his efforts without tangible benefits. General Bay, observing Julie's innocent demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Had Julie been one of his soldiers, he would have berated him long ago. I will provide you with a portion of ammunition and rations. However, you know the base needs to retain some supplies, General Bay stated. Upon hearing this, Julie immediately agreed. In truth, he merely sought some supplies, for while he could forego food, his younger sister required sustenance, regardless of whether she was an evolved being or not. In the eyes of Julie, they were all the same. Half an hour later, General Bay had organized the supplies and instructed others to place them in the corridor outside his office. Julie nodded and promptly stored everything in his divine space. Sensing the extent of his vision, he realized it had become somewhat hazy, prompting him to conserve his energy. After delegating a few tasks to his sister, he also brought her into his space. General Bay observed this with a flicker of discontent in his gaze, though Julie remained oblivious to it. Upon receiving his mission, Julie dispersed his form and transformed into a multitude of crows. Soaring out the window towards the park, he struggled to comprehend why the zombies could breach the mutated plants guarding the park. Upon arriving near the park once more, Julie sensed something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he descended onto a flat area at a distance from the park. Closing his eyes, he gradually attuned himself to the scenes within the park. When he realized it mirrored his initial encounter, he understood that danger lurked here. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a vine struck Julie's body, which then dispersed into numerous crows, regrouping nearby. Frowning, Julie began to grasp how the zombies could infiltrate the park. The zombie lord had forged an agreement with the plants within, feeding them a multitude of zombies to facilitate their evolution, allowing the mutated vines to extend beyond the confines of the park. This was indeed troublesome. Reflecting on this, he noted that the mutated plants continued to devour and evolve, and it would not be long before they reached the fourth tier. Julie resolved to exit the park via a nearby path, knowing that distraction could lead to his downfall. Since he had departed the military district during the day, he was not overly concerned about a zombie ambush. Before long, he entered the military district, gazing at the ravaged cityscape before him, feeling a twinge of melancholy. However, his thoughts soon shifted to his parents. With his sister studying away from home, the outbreak had rendered any visit impossible. Julie heightened his sensory awareness to its maximum and shifted into a combat-ready state. Cognizant that the mutated plants were evolving, which meant nearby, mutated zombies would likely be congregating. Why was it so eerily quiet? As he traversed the desolate streets, unease crept over him, for not a single wandering zombie was in sight, an impossibility. Suddenly, Julie flipped his right hand, producing 3 shurikens, which he hurled behind him. The sound of clattering echoed as the shurikens fell to the ground. Turning around, Julie's pupils contracted upon spotting a third-tier bone blade zombie looming ominously behind him. A quick survey of his surroundings eased his tension. If it was merely one, he could handle it. The bone blade zombie, observing the human before it, was unaware of the reason its leader had commanded it to eliminate him. Lacking any independent thought, it let out a roar and lunged at Julie with explosive force. Yet Julie was far from foolish. He sidestepped nimbly, his left hand summoning a large fireball that he launched into the zombie's back. The bone blade zombie spun around, attempting to slice off the arm of the human it deemed a nuisance, but its blade merely passed through Julie's arm without inflicting any damage. Julie smirked, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's abdomen, sending it crashing into a wrecked vehicle. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Here comes the gale. Julie formed hand seals and exhaled a fireball, channeling wind energy from the crystal core within his mind, propelling it towards the ignited car. The resultant explosion was thunderous. The bone blade zombie, bewildered, pondered why the human had ignited a car without targeting it. However, Julie's small explosion swiftly clarified his intentions. Performing a backflip, Julie evaded the bone blade zombie's next attack, its blade slicing through the air as Julie retaliated by unleashing a wind blade towards it. The bone blade zombie stood still, allowing the wind blade to slice through its body, as Julie had anticipated. Leaving not a single wound, it roared in frustration, realizing it was beginning to sink into the ground. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Julie's gaze sharpened as he formed hand seals, summoning a dragon-shaped torrent of water that propelled the bone blade zombie away. Observing it sprawled on the ground, Julie closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them. His formerly black pupils transformed into a vivid crimson of Sharingan. Divine might. The bone blade zombie howled in agony, realizing it had been reduced to half its former self. Julie pressed his palms together, exhaling a fire dragon that scorched the bone blade zombie. He closed his right eye, feeling a sharp pain as he had forcefully kept it open to better annihilate the bone blade zombie. Aware that he could not linger, he endured the pain and rushed to collect the zombie's core. He then sprinted towards a particular direction. Chapter 26, Severe Injury, Part 2, Military District Falls. At this juncture, Julie could not afford to be overly concerned, as he desperately needed to find a place to rest and allow Tianxian to absorb the third-tier zombie's core. It was certain that the resources required to treat his sister would be ample. Locating a tall building and sensing no zombies within, he quickly entered, transforming the entrance into a swamp and sealing it with earth techniques. After completing this, he exhaled softly. Instead of resting immediately, he vanished in a wave of spatial distortion. Indeed, he had entered his divine space, which he had modified to resemble his childhood home. Pushing open the door, he found his sister diligently training. "Brother, you're here," Liu exclaimed as she turned to see him, immediately rushing to embrace him. Julie smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, then proceeded to recount the day's events, omitting his encounter with the bone blade zombie. Observing his sister continue her training, he instructed Tianxian to absorb the core. Gradually, the core in Julie's hand diminished in size until it transformed into a fine powder. Absorption complete, deducting 1,000 points. Remaining, 89,000 points. Tianxian's emotionless voice resonated. "That's strange. The last second-tier zombie core granted me 100,000 points. Why is this one less?" Julie pondered aloud. Due to the host's current level, the system's intention is for the host to break through continual combat rather than excessive reliance on original power. Tianxian explained. "All right, I understand. Please exchange for C-rank telekinesis for my sister," Julie requested. "Exchange complete. Please select a form," Tianxian replied. As various forms appeared in his mind, Julie felt both amused and exasperated. Ultimately selecting a bottle of Waha as the model and beckoning Liu over to hand it to her. Naturally, Liu did not inquire about its nature, knowing her brother would provide her with something good. After consuming it, she found it remarkably similar to the Waha she had enjoyed before. Once she finished, Julie explained what it was to Liu. Captivated by its magic, felt perplexed as she sensed nothing unusual. Julie too was puzzled, and finally, at Tianxian's suggestion, he unleashed a wind blade towards Liu. She closed her eyes, bewildered as to why her brother would suddenly attack her. When Julie called for her to open her eyes, she was astonished to see the wind blade halted before her. "It's truly amazing, brother." "Hee, bring it back," Liu commanded, her eyes sparkling. However, the wind blade did not heed her order, gradually dissipating into the air. Frustrated, Liu stomped her foot and hurried to inquire about the matter. Julie reassured her, stating that it was only the beginning of her journey and not knowing how to harness it was perfectly normal. Liu then excitedly asked if her newfound telekinesis was powerful. Julie, somewhat speechless, nodded, prompting her to urge him to teach her immediately. He warned her that it would be arduous and feared she might struggle with the intensity of training. Yet, Liu boldly declared her readiness to endure hardship, causing Julie to smirk with narrowed eyes. "Brother, are you feeling foolish?" she teased, noticing his sudden grin. Julie promptly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring that training was about to commence. Thus began a week of rigorous training, yielding significant progress for Liu, although she still struggled to maintain it for extended periods. Julie assured her that once she reached the third tier of evolution and formed a crystal core, this concern would be alleviated. Once their food supplies were depleted, Julie spent 100 points to exchange for a substantial amount of rations and purified water. Initially, he thought the military rations were simple enough. However, for a university student accustomed to snacking, Liu was hardly satisfied with merely those small pills. After ensuring an ample supply of food and water, he exited the space once more. What was happening? Upon returning to the real world, Julie discovered the walls of the entrance had been breached, and the swamp outside was now teeming with zombies. Julie was acutely aware that he had likely caught the attention of the zombie lord. But the adversary probably assumed he had retreated elsewhere, hence merely breaching this location before departing. A smile graced Julie's lips. After a week of respite and enjoying meals with his beloved sister, the internal injuries he had sustained had long since mended. He strode out through the main entrance, subsequently transforming into a raven and soaring into the sky, intent on visiting Nanhua University. Hoping to uncover some revelations, as he gazed down at the venerable institution below, Julie felt little sentimentality, merely descending onto the rooftop of a nearby residential building. Exuding his formidable presence, he startled a small cluster of zombie birds. Before commencing to sense the internal conditions of the school, there was nothing here. Perhaps it was located elsewhere? Beihai University, perhaps? Upon opening his eyes, he declared his decision to venture to Beihai University once more. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a multitude of zombies was surging forth near the park outside the military district. Had Julie been present, he would have realized with sudden clarity that they had returned once again. The emergence of the zombie horde jolted the two guards, who had been dozing off during their watch, into immediate action. They promptly sounded the alarm. The remaining soldiers within the military district sprang into action swiftly. Inside the offices, upon hearing the blaring alarm, one man understood that the young man had likely failed. Nevertheless, he had managed to stave off the zombie army for a week, which was commendable in itself. Shortly after Julie had departed the military district, he had stealthily sent his grandson away. As for Professor Wang, he had also evacuated after making some progress in his research. In contrast, General Bei said nothing. For although his family hailed from City B, he was acutely aware that Wang Kong was the true power holder now. Thus, he needed Professor Wang to accompany him and take his research findings to seek refuge with Wang Kong. As he contemplated this, a knock resounded at the door. General Bei glanced at the soldiers and assistants at the entrance, stood up to adjust his military uniform, donned his hat, and proceeded toward the city wall. He understood that tomorrow might never come. Daughters, whatever challenges you encounter, you must survive. A man wept as he gazed at a photograph in a small house within the civilian district of the military area. He was the father of the Gao sisters. On the day Julie set forth, he had been present at the scene. Having dealt with General Bei for many years, he was well aware of the implications of his actions to send Julie away. After repeated pleas, he had even revealed his hidden identity, which had allowed the early escape of Bei Mo and others with the sisters. Placing the photograph into his chest pocket, the man's resolve solidified as he strode purposefully toward the door. Let the father perform one last act for the people. Soon, Director Gao, after arranging personnel, opened the gate at the rear of the military district, which had been sealed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He urged the civilians to flee at once. Listening to the voice coming from the radio, Director Gao grew anxious, snatching the megaphone from a soldier's hands to loudly announce the current situation. Initially hesitant civilians, upon hearing his words, quickened their pace. As the last person exited the city gates, he turned back to see if Mayor Gao had emerged, only to discover that Mayor Gao had ordered the soldiers to shut the gates. He suddenly realized that from the very beginning, Mayor Gao had never intended to leave. With the situation reaching such a critical point, he hastened to chase after the distant main force point 3 hours later. On the 29th day of the apocalypse, City H had completely succumbed to the realm of monsters. Chapter 27. A Wrathful Strike. Super Shadow Level Strength. Prolonged searching had left Jioli feeling somewhat vexed, as he was uncertain about the situation at hand. Suddenly, a flicker of insight illuminated his mind. It seemed he understood what had transpired, albeit with a tinge of disbelief. Had the initial assault of the zombie horde merely been a ploy to lure him out as a distraction? However, after much contemplation, Julie proceeded to the final sector of the urban area. Upon finding no trace of zombies, he hastily employed the Flying Thunder God technique to execute a spatial leap. As he arrived on a small road near the military district, he observed the extensive footprints left upon the plains and the military district still ablaze, billowing thick smoke. Julie realized his suspicions were correct and made his way toward the military district. Upon reaching a certain distance, he sensed the internal conditions and found a considerable number of zombies still present. He fell into silence. The ongoing existence of the zombies indicated that they were drawn there by the availability of food. Otherwise, their daily hunger would compel them to attack their own kind. Julie initially contemplated fleeing immediately, but when he spotted two corpses hanging from the military district's walls, rage surged within him. Those figures were none other than General Bei and Director Gao. The expressions of unyielding defiance and fury remained etched upon their lifeless faces. Julie pondered for a moment and then inquired of Tian Xian if there was a way to obliterate all the zombies in that vicinity with a single strike. After a brief silence, Tian Xian seemed to disapprove of the idea, yet since the host had asked, he replied, "By expending 50,000 points, you can exchange for a full force strike from a super shadow-level powerhouse." Upon hearing the required points and witnessing the vast number of zombies below the walls, Julie gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. He would simply earn back the points later. He instructed Tian Xian to execute the exchange, and Tian Xian informed him that it would require some time. Patiently, Julie awaited the process, but before long, he realized his body was slipping from his control. The only remaining zombie lord within the military district had also noticed Julie hovering in midair and commanded the zombie birds to eliminate him. Although Julie could not control his physical form, he still felt an immense power surging within him. His aura skyrocketed. Mid-stage Tier 3, Peak Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8. Continued to rise until it reached early stage Tier 8, at which point his aura finally stabilized. Observing the zombies beneath him, all pressed to the ground, a manic smile spread across Julie's face. "Today, I grant you all a death you deserve." As his words fell, Julie slowly raised his hands above his head, rapidly gathering the elements that swirled in the air. After half a minute, with an expression devoid of emotion, he gently released the spherical mass of energy. Roughly the size of a basketball, downwards, then, he tore through the fabric of space and entered it. Upon reappearing, Julie found himself 10 kilometers away from the military district. Boom, boom. The explosions that erupted from the military district sent a cloud of dust billowing within an 8-kilometer radius. "Congratulations! You have earned the title of Zombie Annihilator and received 10,000 points of original power." As Julie descended to the ground, the energy within him rapidly dissipated, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Realizing that zombies would soon arrive due to the recent explosion, he found himself in a dire predicament, unable to move. "Tian Xian, what is happening?" Julie inquired. "Although you unleashed a strike using 50,000 points of original power, your body could not endure it. Therefore, the system infused energy beforehand. However, your physical constitution remains too weak, resulting in aftereffects," Tian Xian explained. Julie finally comprehended the reason for his current state. Fortunately, the overwhelming aura he had unleashed earlier had provided him with ample buffer time to recuperate. Half an hour later, Julie managed to steady himself and rise to his feet. He felt a slight dizziness, and now was not the time to linger in a daze. Since he had eliminated that portion of zombies, he should first check on the city where he and Liu resided. Upon reviewing the impact of his earlier strike, he realized it had eradicated approximately 4,000 zombies, thereby meeting the criteria to attain the title of Zombie Annihilator. He now had 58,900 points of original power remaining. After some contemplation, he deemed this sufficient. Gazing at the dimming crystal core within him and struggling to focus his vision, he shook his head, feeling this could be considered repaying General Bei's favor. Yet, it was a pity that two individuals who had cared for the civilians were lost. What would become of humanity in the future? Julie pondered. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of beast-like eyes were fixated upon him from behind. Observing a dilapidated temple that had weathered many years, Julie picked up a brick from the roadside, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it forcefully into the interior. The sound of the brick striking the ground echoed throughout the temple. After seeing nothing leap forth, Julie sighed in relief. He was currently in his most vulnerable state, and he could ill afford to encounter a Tier 2 zombie. Entering the temple, he gazed at the Buddha statue and offered a respectful bow. Seeking solace for his heart and prepared to rest for a while, as evening approached and the sky gradually darkened, Julie gathered some dry branches, snapped his fingers, and ignited a small flame upon his index finger. Shaking his head, he flicked his finger, causing the flame to land upon the branches, which began to burn. That moment, A flicker of unease coursed through Julie's heart, for he sensed he might be being tracked by something. Could it be a mutated beast? He speculated. Yet, he felt little fear, for he could always retreat into the divine space if necessary. He could hardly fathom that the mutated beast stalking him would possess such patience. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he resolved to employ earth escape techniques to seal off certain areas of the temple, leaving only a vent for air circulation. Having just risen, Julie immediately rolled towards the ground beside him. Upon regaining his stance, he would have believed it to be an illusion were it not for the marks of scratches marring his visage. Chapter 28. Escape. Julie swiftly realized the nature of the creature pursuing him, the most troublesome of assassin mice. Although this type of mutated beast was not of high rank in his previous life, scientists had aided them in breaking through to the second tier, awakening their unique abilities, which had revealed a waking nightmare for humanity. They could completely conceal their presence, evading detection by other beings, operating as perfect assassins who, once fixated on a target, would relentlessly pursue them. Upon discerning the identity of the creature, Julie wasted no time in hurling a kunai through the window and sprinting towards City C. Yet, a shadow trailed him closely behind. As his body slightly recovered, Julie began employing shadow clones to divert in another direction. The information relayed from his clone confirmed that the assassin mouse was indeed following him. However, Julie pondered how it had fixated upon him. Moments later, the connection with his clone severed, signaling its demise. The task he assigned it was simply to run desperately in the opposite direction. He understood that if the assassin mouse detected the death of its target, it would be distressing. If it discovered that the demise was an illusion, it would surely be enraged, for no human had ever dared to toy with them in such a manner. What the hell is going on? Wasn't the first appearance of an assassin mouse supposed to occur in the second month of the apocalypse? Julie accelerated his pace, leaving behind his flying thunder god kunai, as he lamented that ever since the onset of the apocalypse, these bizarre entities had consistently sought him out. Sensing a dangerous aura looming behind him, Julie unhesitatingly activated the blood-stained air barrier, a skill providing immunity to all physical harm for 3 minutes. As he continued his flight, for a creature that could only be detected upon movement, Julie found it taxing even with his Sharingan. Known for its keen insight and desperation, he summoned wooden clones, manifesting 6 identical Julies to obstruct his pursuer. Uncertain if the assassin mouse had halted, he commanded, "Forget it, Tianxian. Exchange for the super beast illusion." The exchange was successful, deducting 3,000 points of original power, leaving him with 55,800 points. Exchange complete, Tianxian confirmed. Julie paused to retrieve a massive scroll and a brush from his spatial inventory. Guided by an inexplicable instinct, he infused chakra into the brush. Swiftly, he sketched the form of a giant eagle. Clasping his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, with a resounding bang, the giant eagle materialized, and Julie leapt onto its back, soaring towards City C. As 6 clones fell to the assassin mouse, Julie's brow twitched. He mused that being airborne rendered him untouchable. Observing the relentless shadow pursuing him below, Julie felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, City C was still a distance away, allowing him time to recuperate. Clearly, he needed to enhance the level of his perceptive skills. Meanwhile, above the district of City C, a being approached, its energy readings indicating it was human. Wounded, it seemed unaware of how it had come to be suspended in midair, while something below pursued it. Could it fly? Wasn't that the level of mastery required to wield a flying sword, as his master had mentioned? Well, once he arrives, I shall let him in. If the pursuers continue to be obstinate, let them vanish. While resting, Julie noticed a dense smog enveloping the skies above City C. Closing his eyes in an attempt to sense it, he found it undetectable. "What is this, Tianxian?" Julie inquired. Intrigued, it appears to be an ancient Chinese formation, completely shrouding City C. Without a special method, entry is impossible, Tianxian replied. Upon hearing this, Julie's expression turned grim. Chapter 29. Within the city. After contemplating Tianxuan's words, Julie resolved to depart. However, unexpectedly, the smog outside City C dissipated. Filling him with elation, he then urged the giant eagle into the city, but upon entering, a jolt coursed through him. Julie plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by an unseen force, gently placing him near an abandoned factory within the city. Upon regaining consciousness, Julie immediately released his sister, Liu, from his spatial inventory. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed Julie faint again. As Liu surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, uncertainty gripped her. Her brother had promised to release her only upon reaching their hometown. Could this be City C? With that thought, the little girl felt a surge of joy, but upon seeing her unconscious brother, she contemplated hoisting him onto her shoulders. Being a first-tier evolver, she found it no trouble to carry Julie. Thus, Liu set off towards the heart of the city with Julie in tow. Before long, she arrived at the highway and, after a half-hour wait, flagged down a taxi. After explaining their predicament, the driver expressed sympathy and agreed to take them into the city. Grateful, Liu managed the driver's inquiries while tending to Julie. Approximately half an hour later, they entered the bustling city, and Liu could hardly believe her eyes, for the world outside had transformed dramatically. Upon reaching her parents' home, she thanked the driver, who, upon finally seeing her face, regretted not having recognized her sooner. He kindly offered to assist in carrying Julie inside to avoid raising suspicion among her family. "I appreciate your help, kind sir," Liu smiled. The driver was overjoyed, thinking, "Oh my, the little beauty smiled at me." Knock, knock. A youthful voice emerged from within the house. Momentarily puzzled, Liu quickly realized who it was, her cousin, as her parents were likely at work. After all, Liu's family was relatively well off. Her father owned a company, and her mother held a senior management position at a foreign enterprise, resulting in a comfortable income. When the door swung open, the woman inside gasped, for she noticed a striking resemblance between Liu and her long-lost cousin. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" she inquired. "I'm Li Hua, your cousin," Liu exclaimed. Overwhelmed with emotion upon finally meeting her family, tears welling in her eyes, Li Hua, taken aback, hurriedly asked Liu several questions only they would know, and after confirming, the two sisters embraced in excitement. "Let's not linger on this. We should get our cousin settled into a room for rest," Liu suggested. "Who? You can't be referring to that poor boy, Li Fei, can you?" Li Hua asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Liu nodded and instructed the driver to help carry Julie into a room. Once Julie was settled, Li Hua pulled Liu into the living room. "Oh dear, it's not that I'm criticizing, but you know his family situation. Not long ago, his parents lost contact with him and went searching, only to lose contact themselves," Li Hua explained. Hearing this, concern gnawed at Liu. Although she couldn't understand why this place was free from zombie invasions, she felt torn, wanting to stay, but knowing Julie would surely seek a way to venture out again once he learned about their parents. After Liu returned, Li Hua first called their parents and then Liu's parents. By around 5 in the afternoon, both sets of parents arrived, bombarding Liu with questions about her well-being and why they had lost contact for so long. Liu felt overwhelmed, and her mother, noticing her distress, decided it was best for her daughter to take a moment to calm down. Subsequently, she instructed Liu's father to check on Li Fei. After a brief visit, he reported that Li Fei was still asleep. Only then did Liu manage to compose herself, explaining why she had lost contact while outside, and how they had become stranded beyond the city, where the world had drastically changed. Upon hearing her account, Liu's parents appeared skeptical, believing their child might have a fever. However, with Julie still unconscious, Liu, in a fit of desperation, grasped the table, leaving a noticeable dent in its edge. Startled, her mother checked Liu's hands for injuries. Finding none, and exchanging glances, they began to believe her words. "What shall we do now? The zombies won't come here, will they?" Li Hua's face turned pale. "That's not a concern. If they were coming, they would have done so by now. Besides, as long as we wait for our cousin to wake, even if zombies arrive, we need not fear Liu Dao." Upon uttering these words, Liu prompted a flurry of inquiries from those around him. He informed them that his cousin had awakened a spatial talent, yet seemed to have sustained grave injuries. After releasing himself from the spatial confines, he had lapsed into unconsciousness. The day later, Julie regained consciousness. Squinting at the blinding lights in the room, he raised a hand to shield his eyes, gradually acclimatizing to the brightness. Coughing lightly, he mused, "This must be the interior of Sea City, but where exactly am I?" Curiously, he examined his internal injuries and noted that, Thanks to the self-recovery afforded by his would-release abilities, he had healed somewhat. Just then, the door creaked open, and Julie turned to see a girl resembling Liu standing in the doorway. "Who are you?" Julie inquired. "I am Li Hua, Liu's cousin. We met at a gathering some time ago," she replied. Julie nodded, attempting to get out of bed but losing his balance and tumbling to the floor. He felt somewhat exasperated. Even standing was a challenge for him at this point. Rejecting Li Hua's offer of assistance, he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, taking careful steps toward the door. "All right, let me help you. There's no need to be stubborn. After all, you are the patient," Li Hua said, firmly grasping his arm. Julie accepted her support, aware that he required help. Once they made it to the living room, Julie inquired about Liu's whereabouts. Li Hua informed him that Liu had gone shopping with her mother. Julie's heart tightened at the mention of shopping. After Li Hua explained the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief, although he suspected that this predicament was likely a result of the external formation. "Where are my parents?" Julie asked Li Hua, having omitted any mention of his parents amidst her earlier explanations. Finally divulged the truth under Julie's probing gaze. After acknowledging the information with a simple "I see," he closed his eyes and resumed resting. Understanding his somber mood, Li Hua decided it best not to disturb him further. Chapter 30. Convalescence. After a week, Julie's injuries had healed to some extent. With idle time on his hands, Liu arranged for enrollment procedures for both herself and Li Fei at a second-tier university in C-City through their parents. Julie nodded in agreement, feeling that given his condition, it would be beneficial to explore the surroundings. Moreover, he suspected that the external formation was likely a result of human manipulation. Upon sharing his thoughts with Liu, she exhibited little reaction, though internally, she felt a surge of happiness, believing that being unable to leave meant she could settle down comfortably with her cousin. Standing within the university campus, Julie observed the ebb and flow of students around him. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Despite being of similar age to them, he sensed he belonged to an entirely different world. "Watch out!" a voice called from behind him. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Julie, prompting him to turn and deliver a punch, resulting in a resounding pop as a basketball burst apart. And why heavens! What was that for? Onlookers froze in astonishment as they witnessed Julie's unexpected display of strength. The student who had initially warned him was equally dumbfounded. After being fully inflated, the basketball had been under considerable pressure, making it exceptionally hard. Although others had witnessed basketballs explode before, they had never seen someone with such a languid demeanor shatter one with a mere punch. "Apologies, how much for the ball?" "I'll compensate you," Julie said sheepishly, scratching his head upon seeing the debris. "No need. We can use another ball," a student assured him. "It appears you are unscathed," Julie replied before making his way toward the teaching building, deciding it best to rest a bit. Despite the multitude of eyes upon him in the basketball court, he ascended the stairs with an air of calm. Upon entering a random classroom, Julie noticed only a few scattered students engrossed in their studies. He found a seat at the back and laid his head down to sleep. For him, it mattered little where he dozed off. Suddenly, the bell rang, and a surge of students rushed into the classroom, transforming the previously quiet space into a cacophony. As Julie lifted his head, he was taken aback to see a group of girls seated nearby. Through several enhancements and the elimination of impurities from his body, Julie's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, and his gaze drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding girls. Amused by their chatter, Julie recalled a time when he longed for attention from the girls in his class, never imagining he would find himself in such a situation now. After class, he spotted his sister, Liu, at the entrance, and they proceeded together to the cafeteria for lunch. This development left the girls who had intended to invite him for lunch somewhat disappointed, as Liu, despite appearing younger, undeniably outshone them in terms of beauty. "How was your day, brother?" Liu asked playfully. "Not too bad. Just those girls keep staring at me. I don't understand what's so appealing about me." Julie replied with a hint of vanity. Liu nodded, affirming that there was indeed nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Julie raised an eyebrow as a group of boys suddenly blocked their path. One boy, in particular, displayed obvious hostility, causing Julie to feel somewhat helpless. Glancing at Liu, who was stifling a laugh, he deduced that this must be one of her admirers, likely embittered by her rejection. "Liu, Did you reject me for this guy? The boy demanded. Yes, this is my boyfriend. You should really stop pursuing me, Liu declared, wrapping her arm around Julie's. Unbeknownst to her, Julie's thoughts were far from benign. But she was indeed resolute in her stance. That girl is mine. Step aside before you lose your chance, the boy asserted. Julie nearly burst into laughter at the boy's brazen declaration, thinking to himself how straightforward the youth of today were in their confessions. Lu Shi, try touching him and see what happens, Liu taunted. Upon hearing Liu's protective words, Lu Shi became agitated, letting out a growl as he strode forward, attempting to seize Julie's shoulder. However, he was taken aback to find Julie unyielding. As Lu Shi swung a punch toward Julie's face, Julie merely shook his head, tilting slightly to evade the blow, though his surprise. Lu Shi smirked, converting his fist into an open palm aimed at Julie's ear. A flicker of anger flashed in Julie's eyes as he retaliated with a kick to Lu Shi's abdomen. As Lu Shi doubled over in pain, Julie broke free from Liu's grasp, grabbing Lu Shi by the hair and delivering a resounding slap to his face. I won't let this go. Wait for it. If you have the guts, kill me, Lu Shi spat. Having never been struck in public, especially not in front of a crowd, Lu Shi was bewildered. Julie, initially inclined to release him, decided to indulge Lu Shi's wish upon hearing his boastful words. As Lu Shi's companions rushed in to assist, Liu swiftly dispatched them one by one, leaving them utterly confounded as to how three boys could be bested by a single seemingly frail girl. Lu Shi glared at Julie, who merely smiled back, conjuring a blade of wind that severed Lu Shi's limbs. As Lu Shi beheld his dismembered state, a mixture of fear and despair overtook him, and he fainted from the shock. Moments later, the police arrived, and Julie sighed, realizing that this incident would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble. Disposing of the unconscious Lu Shi aside, he understood that even if Lu Shi survived, his life would be forever altered. Upon their arrival, the officers were taken aback by the scene, especially when they spotted the perpetrator casually sipping water and waving at them. They questioned if the world had gone mad. The students who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle now regarded the calm, smiling young man with a mixture of fear and awe, perceiving him as akin to a murderer. Julie, indifferent to their opinions, was already troubled by his parents' situation and found himself embroiled in this chaos, particularly as Lu Shi had threatened him. To minimize future complications, he resolved to eliminate the issue swiftly. Ultimately, the police called for an ambulance and took Julie into custody, while Liu, under Julie's watchful gaze, was assured by the officers that she was not implicated in any wrongdoing. Only then did Julie smile at her. On the journey to the police station, the officers disclosed Lu Shi's identity. Lu Shi's father, Lu Tian, was the leader of one of the three major gangs in the city and had connections with the mayor. Hearing this, Julie scoffed at the notion of a gang leader, considering them nothing more than ordinary individuals armed with firearms. The officer driving relayed that Lu Shi's father, was extremely furious, vowing to end Julie's life for the injury inflicted upon his son. Upon reaching the station, the interrogation commenced, mirroring the dramas depicted on television, as they endeavored to extract a confession of guilt from him. Though the thought of enacting personal retribution had crossed their minds, the grim fate of Lu Shi deterred them from pursuing such an idea. Under the relentless interrogation of the police, Julie, growing increasingly impatient, cast an illusion and brazenly utilized the flying thunder god technique to depart from the scene, setting his sights on the hospital where Lu Shi was located. Within the confines of the Taishang Hospital in the city, Lu Shi lay on his back, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, accompanied by the grim-faced Lu Hu and a weeping beauty beside him. Oh, not worry. I shall ensure that individual receives their just deserts. Please, madam, cease your tears. Let us retire for now. The sight of his son in such a state, along with the delicate figure of his wife in tears, compelled Lu Hu to consider taking action. Is that truly the case? Lu Hu questioned incredulously. And of course it is. But wait, who are you? After instinctively responding, Lu Hu turned to see a young man seated by the window. Your son is acquainted with me. After all, I am the one who has placed him in this predicament, Julie remarked with a smile. As if in response to Julie's words, the previously silent Lu Shi suddenly stirred with agitation. Observing his son's reaction, Lu Hu first sought to calm his wife's emotions. Young man, I am unclear as to why you are here, yet I am curious as to why you have resorted to such extreme measures. The doctors have informed us that there is little hope for his recovery. Lu Hu stated, "It is quite simple. Your son harbored intentions towards my sister, and thus, I deemed it necessary to render him incapacitated." Julie replied, "Oh, and do you not fear that I may escape today and take my vengeance upon your family?" Lu Hu countered. Julie burst into laughter. "Do you truly believe that the firearm in your possession can save your life?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hu immediately drew his weapon and fired, yet Julie approached him unharmed, seemingly unaffected by the bullets. With a grin, Julie struck the weeping beauty, rendering her unconscious, and shattered Lu Hu's scapula in a single movement. In response to Lu Hu's pained expression, he swiftly snapped his neck with one hand and then incinerated the body with flames. Forming hand seals, a new Lu Hu materialized before him. "From this day forth, you shall control the power he once wielded and withdraw any accusations against me," Julie commanded the newly formed Lu Hu. "Understood," Lu Hu replied. Following this, Julie returned to the police station's interrogation room to continue their game of questioning. The next morning, he was released on bail, courtesy of Lu Hu's private attorney. Chapter 31. The revelation of the cultivator. Since his release from the police station, Julie had not returned to school. As he deemed it a mere waste of time, it was not that the knowledge acquired there was without merit, but rather that it held no value for him. Although this place was well protected, it felt as though it were isolated from the world. He was uncertain when it might reopen, but when it did, it would undoubtedly present a stark contrast to the outside world. Is this the place where that individual resides? Indeed, based on the energy emanating from within, this must be it. One day, while Julie was watching television in his home, he pondered how to access other channels but dismissed the thought. A series of knocks on the door aroused his curiosity. However, he reasoned that neither zombies nor enemies would knock so politely. Upon opening the door, he found two figures clad in black robes standing before him. "Who are you?" Julie inquired, feeling a sense of wariness as he could not discern their faces, neither through perception nor sight. "Come with us," one of the cloaked figures said tersely, waving his sleeve towards Julie, who promptly lost consciousness and vanished from sight. The two figures also disappeared shortly thereafter. Moments later, Li Yu and Li Hua arrived at Julie's residence, only to find the door ajar. Liu recognized that something must have transpired, as Julie would not have forgotten to close the door otherwise. When Julie regained consciousness, he found himself in a grand hall, where the two black-robed figures appeared to have awaited him for quite some time. He inquired about their location and the reason for his abduction. "We are aware that you have come from the outside world. You may refer to us as guardians, as we protect the last sanctum of humanity. The array outside is under our control. We understand your desire to leave, but we also have conditions." One of the slender figures explained. "Since the passing of our master, we have noticed a transformation in the world. Previously, only a small portion of energy was available in the air for absorption. Yet in the aftermath of the apocalypse, a significant increase in energy has emerged. Allow me to finish. You may have heard of my master, the great Giguzi. He attained the realm of ascension, yet, foreseeing an impending calamity, he chose to prevent the suffering of countless souls. He forcibly halted the celestial transition and sustained grave injuries, spending 20 years to establish this grand array, after which he could no longer contain his wounds and departed." "Are you implying that your master was a cultivator?" "The Ascension realm?" Julie asked, intrigued. The black-robed figure nodded, and Julie felt a pang of sadness. Though he did not fully comprehend the strength of the Ascension realm, he sensed it must be formidable. Julie contemplated the implications, realizing that if the black-robed figures were aware of his thoughts, they might feel inclined to eliminate him. He inquired whether departing was simply a matter of boarding a train. The black-robed figure confirmed that due to the limited area of the city, it was impossible for people to remain indefinitely. Without their assistance in opening the array, one could not re-enter, unless your cultivation surpasses the Ascension realm, in which case, even if you forced your way in, they would be powerless to stop you. "Then why have you brought me here today?" Julie asked. "Merely because you are not an ordinary individual. Our master foretold that when the world underwent a great change, a young man would return to reshape its order and restore humanity to the pinnacle of existence." The previously silent black-robed figure interjected. "By the way, After all this discussion, you may call me Lily, and him Erju. Lily introduced herself. Julie nodded, glancing at the two figures and inquiring if there was anything else his master had left for him. Regrettably, Lily shook her head, indicating that while a treasure had been left behind, it could not be bestowed upon him at this moment. Julie resigned himself to the situation, fully aware that he could not contend with either of them and thus saw no point in provoking them further. Chapter 32. The Ancient Ruins and the Power of the Explosive Talismans. After an extended conversation with Lily, Julie prepared to depart. Although Lily intended to escort him, he vanished from sight in an instant, suggesting he possessed an understanding of spatial powers. Standing once more at his doorstep, Julie opened his door, contemplating the events of the day that had unveiled the existence of cultivators, including the renowned Giguzi. From Giguzi's words, he discerned that he was the individual in question, though the reasons eluded him, merely an instinctual feeling. After a week of rest, Julie found that his injuries had fully healed. He entrusted Liu with certain matters, revealing that Liu was, in fact, a mere projection of himself, and asked if she would accompany him. Liu considered her surroundings, glancing at the lamp in her home, and shook her head, expressing her reluctance to leave, feeling perhaps she was not suited for such a tumultuous life. Very well, if that is the case, it is best for you to remain. I shall take my leave. Here, take this. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, crush it. Within are 3 of my projections, Julie instructed, handing Liu 3 small orbs. With that, Julie turned to depart, and as Liu watched him leave, an inexplicable ache filled her heart, as though this were their final farewell. Yet, she pondered, if she left, what would become of her parents? Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Julie made his way to the train station. Boarding a night train and departing, acutely aware of the many tasks that lay ahead of him. Simultaneously, within a research facility at the Beast City base, a man screamed in triumph, "I have succeeded." Before him were numerous storage vessels, each containing young individuals, all with identical faces to Julie. Indeed, this was Professor Wong, who, after enduring countless hardships in his escape, had arrived here to continue cultivating clones. His dedication had finally borne fruit, signifying that these clones would soon be ready for battle. As for how to test their capabilities, it was straightforward. Professor Wong ordered the capture of some ordinary zombies. Once Julie exited the city, he disembarked from the train, transforming into a crow and soaring into the sky. As he descended once more to the earth, he gazed at the starry sky outside, letting out a sigh of wonder before heading southward, where an opportunity awaited him. Considering the passage of time, it was now mid-June, and the season of change was fast approaching. Simultaneously, various locations began to establish one base after another, fully preparing to welcome the wanderers and evolved beings, as the entire national system crumbled to dust. Julie traversed a vast plain, having lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched during these days. And he had also discovered the assassination rat that had previously ambushed him. After expending considerable effort, he managed to eliminate the creature and utilized his devouring skill to acquire the coveted ability of invisibility that everyone desired. To minimize trouble, Julie stealthily made his way forward, watching as the wandering zombies passed by him one by one, stirring a flicker of excitement within him. This power was truly terrifying, entirely reliant on the energy contained within the crystal core to sustain the duration of invisibility, rendering him undetectable unless one encountered a perception-type evolved being, who, if generous with their stored energy, might still be able to sense him. A wandering team, indeed. Julie stood atop a building in an unknown city. Observing a seemingly besieged group of wanderers below, he sat down, curious to see how they would resist. 3 third-tier zombies were present. What would they do now? Julie mused. Just as his thoughts concluded, a bone blade zombie suddenly lunged from the horde, slicing open the abdomen of one of the individuals in a vehicle. With its left claw, it seized the man's arm, dragging him down, witnessing a comrade dismembered. The others furiously opened fire on the bone blade zombie, yet it effortlessly deflected the bullets with its raised bone blade. Then, it vanished without a trace, countering the encirclement of ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the team maneuvered the vehicle backward, attempting to evade the onslaught of the undead. However, a meaty tendril emerged from the horde, shattering the car window and piercing the driver's chest, pulling him into the throng of zombies. Seeing the dwindling numbers, Julie frowned. This situation was untenable. He promptly unleashed a multitude of explosive talismans, which cost him 1,000 points, and with his remaining energy at 57,900 points, he didn't hesitate. Shouting, he activated the Super Beast Pseudo-Paint, descending onto the street atop his giant eagle, flinging explosive talismans onto numerous zombies. He instructed the remaining 10 members of the wandering team to board the giant eagle, then leaped aboard himself. After taking off, he clasped his hands together. Let there be an explosion. With a resounding boom, the scene below erupted in chaos. The members of the wandering team on the giant eagle expressed their admiration for Julie, yet their thoughts soon turned to their fallen comrades, and sorrow welled up within them. Julie, noticing their despondency, refrained from speaking further, ensuring their safety before continuing on his journey to his current destination. Tianhe Mountain. In his previous life, an ancient relic had been unearthed there, where an individual had entered and acquired powerful techniques and elixirs, subsequently becoming a renowned warlord in the apocalyptic aftermath, unmatched in strength. Although a mid-stage 8th-tier powerhouse, his full-powered strike rivaled that of an early-stage 9th-tier being. Chapter 33. The relic awakens, the left eye blinded, just as Julie prepared to enter the relic. Within a villa in the imperial capital base, 2 girls were embracing and weeping. Sister, you need not do such things for me. That scoundrel, Takeda cried. It's all right, little sister. There was no other choice. You are still young and must not be sullied by such a person. Thankfully, Bayamo had the foresight to inform us that you had been claimed by Julie. But I fear this lie cannot last long, Gao Shaoxian lamented, gently patting her sister's back. Recalling the beast from last night, her desire to kill him surging. Julie, in this life, I shall have no chance to love you, but please, come to save my sister. Gao Shaoxian closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bayamo, while leading the group to ally with Wang Kong, the ruler of the imperial capital base, had his son present. Knowing Wang Ming's notorious lecherous nature from prior dealings, Bayamo had instructed the Gao sisters to present themselves in an unflattering manner. Unfortunately, when Wang Ming visited Bayamo that afternoon, he inadvertently encountered the Gao sisters. That night, he dispatched men to capture them. But Bayamo intervened, claiming they were the lovers of a high-tier evolved being and thus off-limits. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to Bayamo, Wang Ming became even more resolute in his desire for them. Ultimately, unable to protect her sister, Gao Shaoxian returned to Wang Ming's quarters and was subsequently violated. Bayamo felt utterly helpless. He understood the bond between Julie and the sisters and hoped that Julie had perished in that operation. Fearing he might also face repercussions at that moment, Julie found himself locked in a standoff with a group of individuals before him. Arriving near the relic the previous day, he had attracted their attention. Reluctant to inflict harm, Julie found himself in a stalemate, with neither side willing to break the deadlock. I ask you, are you here to await the awakening of the relic? Let us each rely on our abilities to enter. And whoever can acquire the treasures shall depend on individual strength. Julie finally spoke. Dream on. This belongs to the Zhang family. What right do you, an outsider, have to share in it? A pretty boy shouted. Noticing the indifferent expressions of the others, Julie's mind suddenly recalled something. The Zhang family, the first to be annihilated by the fire dragon beast in his previous life. With this thought, Julie felt a sense of calm wash over him, pondering how they might obstruct him when he could simply employ the Flying Thunder God technique to infiltrate the relic. Seeing no chance for cooperation, Julie turned to leave. The loudmouthed young man attempted to speak, but Julie casually tossed a kunai, which embedded itself beside his foot. 2 days later, perched atop a large tree, Julie suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of determination flashing within, he observed a newly appeared palace halfway up Tianhe Mountain and swiftly made his way toward it. Upon reaching the mountainside, Julie recalled the method revealed by the first individual to enter the relic in his past life. As he rode his giant eagle, he arrived first at the palace, gazing at the somewhat ethereal structure. Chanting an unknown incantation, the palace solidified in an instant, and Julie rushed inside. With a thud, he landed on the palace floor, his gaze drawn to a plaque hanging above, bearing the 3 striking characters, Taiching Hall. The sight momentarily disoriented him, but he shook his head and proceeded deeper into the hall. Cursed be it. Think of a solution quickly. The Zhang family members outside the hall fumed with rage upon witnessing someone enter before them, summoning the family's accompanying geomancer. It was said that this place was once inhabited by a powerful being from beyond the heavens. And now it seemed to bear some credence. As Julie walked, he soon discovered the first grand door, adorned with a small plaque. Dan Hall. Herein lies 3 treasures prepared for those fated to find them. Elixirs that can elevate your cultivation. Treasured artifacts that have accompanied me through the years and my personal cultivation technique. How much one may obtain depends on your fortune. As Julie approached the great door, these words echoed in his mind. After some time, he successfully opened the first door and beheld the vast expanse before him. The elixir is the essence of all things, yet this particular one was fortuitously acquired by me, and its effects remain unknown. Should you dare to test its efficacy, the reward shall be bestowed upon you. Julie reached out to grasp the floating green elixir before him, discovering it was capable of absorbing energy. The voice of Tianxian resonated. Julie inquired whether it could analyze the elixir's components, but Tianxian regrettably informed him that it was too high in grade for analysis. After a moment's contemplation, Julie decided it would be prudent to absorb it himself. The green elixir in his hand began to resist, attempting to break free, but Tianxian utilized the system's power to bind it securely to Julie's grasp. 3 hours later, Julie realized Tianxian had just completed absorbing the green elixir, a total of 130,000 energy points absorbed, with a current total of 135,790 points. Tianxian reported. Julie smacked his thigh in disbelief. By heavens, I've become wealthy. Finally, I can resolve the issue with my eyes. He mused inwardly. However, the voice of the hall's master soon dampened his spirits. Your worthiness as my successor is commendable. The elixir you just consumed is a reward. Its efficacy, if ingested by a mere mortal, would grant them immediate entry into the foundational stage of innate cultivation. Upon reaching this stage, they could condense a purple core upon achieving the golden core stage. Julie suddenly collapsed to the ground, astonished. My heavens, that elixir could have propelled me directly into the realm of 6th-tier powerhouses. And I've consumed it. He thumped his chest in regret, yet he soon regained his composure. No matter. There is still a technique awaiting me ahead. Julie rose to his feet and once again pushed open the second grand door. As he swung the door ajar, his body instantly entered a state of phantasm, while 2 strands of sword energy collided violently against the shelf that had previously held the elixirs behind him. Witnessing the shelf disintegrate into a fine powder, Julie swallowed hard, his gaze drawn to the new notification that materialized in midair. This was a treasure that had accompanied this emperor in the mortal realm. Having gained a hint of sentience, this emperor could not bear to destroy it, allowing it to remain here and develop freely. Julie's complexion turned pale. To put it bluntly, he was being instructed to subdue the sword before him using his own strength. However, considering the terrifying sword energy he had just witnessed, Julie felt it was utterly impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. Tianxian, can you assess the power of this sword and determine if I am capable of subduing it? If so, what are the chances? Julie inquired. 30%. It is advisable for the host to activate the 3rd state of the air bloodline barrier during the subjugation, Tianxian replied. Julie contemplated and resolved to rely solely on himself. With a swift motion, he produced 6 shurikens and flung them into the chamber. The long sword within sensed the intrusion and immediately expelled sword energy to scatter the shurikens across the surroundings. Julie activated the 3rd state of the air skill, becoming immune to all physical attacks for 3 minutes, and then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to approach the central sword. The long sword, seemingly indifferent to the human's attacks, became perplexed. Upon Julie seizing the hilt, the sword erupted in fury, refusing to allow anyone other than its true master to grasp it. Feeling an overwhelming force of repulsion emanating from the sword, Julie gritted his teeth and tightened his grip. As the repulsion intensified after a minute, Julie closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He shut his right eye, focusing his left eye on the long sword, contemplating that although the sword possessed sentience, it ultimately relied on his own stored power. Let us see how long you can endure, power of time. Grant me passage, Jiuli commanded. The eyelid of his left eye began to twitch violently as he clutched the agitated long sword. Wounds forming on his palms, and blood began to seep from his left eye, crimson threads appearing within the sclera. Jiuli realized that the immunity time was dwindling to half a minute, and the pain transmitted from his left eye was overwhelming, tempting him to succumb to unconsciousness. He understood that this encounter would render his left eye irreparably damaged. With only 10 seconds remaining, the long sword appeared to tire and finally ceased its resistance. In that moment, Jiuli's immunity skill dissipated, and darkness engulfed his left eye. He erupted into a violent cough, spitting out blood. This injury was severe. Assessing the extent of damage to his hands, Jiuli expended 50,000 points to heal his internal injuries. As for the wounds on his left eye, he knew the system could not remedy them, leaving only one option, though not for now. Gradually rising to his feet, Jiuli smiled and grasped the long sword from the ground, declaring, "From henceforth, you shall be known as Tianqian." The sword quivered slightly, seemingly responding to Jiuli's words. After assessing his physical state, he pushed open the third grand door, revealing a blinding light emanating from within. Instinctively, Jiuli closed his right eye, and as the brilliance subsided, he discerned a luminous orb at the center of the grand hall. Descendant of this emperor, congratulations on reaching this point. The martial arts I have left for you lie within this halo. Use the Tianqian sword you have subdued to cleave it open. Jiuli beheld a figure draped in a golden robe that had suddenly appeared before him, wishing to glimpse the man's visage. Yet an unseen barrier obstructed his view, and the figure vanished. Jiuli approached the luminous orb, slicing through it to seize the martial arts, Emperor Dragon's 9 transformations. Gazing at the imposing name, he realized it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With a resounding boom, sounds began to echo in the surroundings. Jiuli understood that the seal outside the grand hall had vanished, and simultaneously, the Zhang family members stormed in with great fervor. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that this journey had not been in vain, and vanished into the Shenwei space. Chapter 34. The arrival of the Doomsday Salvation Organization after departing the Grand Hall. Jiuli slipped into the space, observing the remnants of his cousin's life within. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. There was no longer anyone to leap into his arms for a hug upon his arrival. He had considered taking Li Yu away, but he respected her choice. Forget it, Tianqian. Commence the exchange for the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I have longed to experience this day, Jiuli said with a smile. Tianqian seemed accustomed to this, refraining from further chatter as he initiated the exchange for the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Jiuli closed his eyes, sensing a cool essence flowing into them. This feels delightful. He mused. Approximately half an hour later, Jiuli opened his eyes to find that the kaleidoscopic pattern had transformed once more. The center of the triangular shuriken expanded, resembling a diminutive version of a shuriken. As he absorbed the newfound ocular techniques bestowed upon him, he realized that since he had autonomously activated the kaleidoscope, Tianqian had randomized the combination of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan based on his circumstances. Soon, a new ocular technique emerged. Jiuli closed his left eye and opened his right, revealing swirling black flames that encircled him. Activating Amaterasu with his left eye, he began to manipulate its form. Indeed, Jiuli had matched the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke from the Naruto series, consequently acquiring Sasuke's ocular techniques, while also unlocking the ultimate Sharingan technique, Susanoo. As the purple skeletal figure materialized behind him, Jiuli's eyes shifted once more into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The skeletal frame began to grow gradually, transforming into a form clad in a helmet, the left hand wielding a shield shaped by Amaterasu, and the right hand brandishing a long sword also shaped by Amaterasu. Feeling a twinge of fatigue in his eyes, he recognized the need for caution despite possessing the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Glancing at the remaining 378,000 points of energy, Jiuli pondered before deciding to exchange for other items. However, after reviewing his current skills, he opted to elevate his evolver level, spending 50,000 points to reach the 4th tier. He understood that future advancements would rely on his own efforts. The 4th tier. The capacity of the crystal core in an evolver's mind was further enhanced. allowing for preliminary alterations in the size of one's bones. Julie experimented with altering the bones in his legs, increasing his height from 1.70 m to 1.80 m. Of course, this was merely a whimsical indulgence, as he would be able to manipulate the entirety of his skeletal structure in combat during the mid-phase of the 4th tier. At that point, he could wield his entire body as a weapon. However, he recognized that physical training remained paramount, especially in the later stages. After completing these preparations and exchanging for some essentials, he expended 30,000 energy points. Ultimately, he decided to spend 100,000 points for the system's 3rd upgrade, which would unlock the 3rd Grand Hall. Upon upgrading, he had 12,780 points remaining. The upgrade will take a total of 3 days, Tianxian announced. Julie exited the inner sanctum of Shenwei space. Meanwhile, in the external world, the number of zombies began to dwindle, while high-tier zombies emerged. Notably, when the first 4th-tier zombie appeared, it led a horde of zombies to attack a small fortress, shocking the world. Concurrently, the Imperial Capital Base introduced a new creation, a combat machine cloned from the genes of a powerful individual. Initially, many held skepticism regarding the machine's capabilities. However, when the Imperial Capital Base deployed it to combat the zombie army for the first time, all doubts were dispelled, as it proved to be a veritable harvesting machine. Clones possessing evolutionary genes inherently bore the ability to consume others, and after repeated battles, the first self-advancing clone emerged from among them. The power of this creation left the leaders of various bases envious, particularly after negotiations yielded no results. They decided to exchange food for these clones, and after retaining a portion of the powerful clones, the Imperial Capital Base acquired a wealth of luxuries and supplies. This excitement invigorated Wang Kong for an extended period, even prompting the previously overlooked Professor Wang to become enthusiastic. He expressed his intent to support Professor Wang's research endeavors vigorously and provide him with resources. Julie remained oblivious to these unfolding events. At that moment, he arrived at a fortress that had been breached by the zombie horde. After clearing away the zombies that sought to provoke him and finding no survivors, he boarded a giant eagle and departed. Once he had left, a peculiar figure clad in white garments appeared at the scene. The individual seemed intent on heading towards D-City Base, instructing, "You all must be cautious. See if you can capture him alive." He gestured towards the ring on his finger, from which a faint electric current emanated. "Understood," a cold voice replied. Unbeknownst to Julie, someone awaited him ahead. However, he harbored no fear. He firmly believed that with his current capabilities, he could face anyone without trepidation. Soon, as he rode the giant eagle through the skies, he suddenly detected an attack from below. Skillfully maneuvering the giant eagle to evade the assault, he descended, encountering a mysterious figure clad in a white robe adorned with a prominent character for death on his chest. A flicker of recognition sparked in Jiu Li's mind. Could it be the Doomsday Salvation Organization? Hee, I did not expect that you have heard of our organization's name. How about this? If you obediently hand over the items you obtained from that relic, I shall take it upon myself to allow you to pass. The figure in the white robe spoke, their androgynous voice evoking no sense of goodwill in Julie. What if I refuse to comply? Will you take me back to your leader for punishment? Julie replied with a hint of amusement. The mysterious figure fell silent, indicating that Julie had accurately voiced his thoughts. What is your ability? I have heard that each member of your organization possesses a rather unique power. Julie inquired. The mysterious individual suddenly tore off their robe, revealing a body marred with numerous wounds. Julie frowned, for he recognized this person as a lunatic from the Apocalypse organization, rumored to engage in self-mutilation to push their limits. While Julie was momentarily taken aback, the man advanced towards him, throwing a punch aimed at his abdomen. Julie, however, was not foolish. He effortlessly caught the man's fist with his left hand. The man's other hand then struck towards Julie's chest. Unyielding, Julie retaliated with a palm strike of his own, sensing the fierce gust of wind generated by the impact. The man hesitated, but Julie was not one to miss an opportunity. He transformed his palm into a fist and collided it with the man's retracted punch. The man felt an immense force surge through him, sending him flying backward. Julie appeared behind him, but the man twisted in an unusual manner, landing a punch on Julie's face while he was momentarily dazed. Julie staggered back, spitting out a tooth and licking the wounded area in an instant. He executed a technique to appear behind the man once more. The man reacted swiftly. As Julie arrived behind him, he swung his hand back. Julie grasped his wrist, but the man had already turned to deliver a kick to Julie's abdomen, sending him flying away. With no other choice, Julie activated his eternal kaleidoscope. The man looked at Julie's eyes in confusion and charged at him, attempting to tackle him. Julie shook his head and sidestepped, causing the man to crash to the ground, creating a massive crater. Julie performed hand seals, invoking fire release, great fireball, divine might. Suddenly, Julie twisted the space leading to the man's pit with divine might, and the fire release spiraled through the distorted space, expanding to its fullest extent and engulfing the pit in flames. Julie then executed a backflip, for the man had reappeared before him. The two engaged in combat once again. Julie scattered a handful of shurikens, embedding them into the ground, but to his surprise, the man seemed to know his intentions and did not approach the area covered by Julie's shurikens. He had reviewed Julie's dossier prior to this encounter, which detailed his extraordinary spatial abilities. Seeing that the man was unwilling to approach, Julie raised his fist and charged forward. The man, seeing Julie abandon his shuriken, lunged at him with a wicked grin. Their fists collided once more, but the man suddenly grimaced in pain as he noticed flames igniting on his palm. Unaware that these were no ordinary flames, he extended his other sleeve to extinguish the fire, only for it to flare up on that side as well. After numerous failed attempts to douse the flames, the man, in desperation, severed his right hand. His left sleeve shattered, and the black flames fell to the ground, continuing to burn. The man cast a resentful glance at Julie before his entire body collapsed into a puddle of mud on the ground. Julie understood that the man had departed. He then summoned a giant eagle, leaping onto its back and steering it forward. Chapter 34. A grateful return. After witnessing the man's escape, Julie continued to guide the giant eagle onward. Soon, when Julie reopened his eyes, the eagle was circling above a fortified city. Observing the fully armed city beneath him, Julie mused that this must be the D-City base. Listen up, whether you are human or otherwise. Vacate this area immediately, or we shall open fire. The leader within the base commanded upon discovering an intruder overhead. Julie smirked slightly, having heard the warning echoing from below. He was curious to see how they intended to fire upon him, given his altitude, where no gun could reach him. Quickly, the base leader, realizing the warning had gone unheeded, decided to demonstrate their resolve. Fire the developed micromissiles. I won't believe he won't leave, the leader declared. After a brief wait, Julie tensed as he recognized the incoming micromissiles. Shaking his head, he formed hand seals, and just as the missiles approached within a certain range, a peculiar spatial distortion appeared before them, manifesting 9 chains of mysterious symbols. Come to me! The missiles were devoured by the expanding waves of the chains. Julie pointed with one hand to a spot not far from the base city. With a resounding explosion, the missiles detonated on the flat ground nearby. Julie chuckled, descending upon the base on the back of the giant eagle, much to the astonishment of the soldiers below. I come here with no ulterior motives. I am merely passing through, Julie declared, instantly feeling somewhat pretentious, given that he had previously launched missiles at others without hesitation. Moments later, the leader of D-City base, accompanied by a throng of people, approached Julie, inquiring about his purpose for being there. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Hunan. Julie shook his head, indicating that he had no other intentions. However, upon spotting an elderly man within the crowd, he felt a surge of excitement, though he suppressed it from showing on his face. Lu Hunan invited Julie to his residence within the base, where, through casual conversation, Julie learned of the current state of the world. 4th-tier zombies had emerged among the undead, and human evolvers had generally reached the 2nd tier. Due to breakthroughs in genetic research, a small number had advanced to the 3rd tier, aided by Professor Wong from the Imperial Capital Base. With the emergence of 3rd-tier evolvers, humanity's ability to fend off zombies had significantly improved. Though many power-hungry base leaders had been slain by increasingly powerful evolvers. Subsequently, a small booklet was compiled, broadcasted via radio, detailing the emergence of evolvers from the 1st to the 3rd tier. Upon concluding this information, Lu Hunan handed Julie a small notebook. Julie opened it and nodded in affirmation. The contents were indeed accurate. Upon seeing the list of mutated beasts at the back, he realized they had entered the mid-apocalypse stage, where humanity not only had to contend with high-tier zombies, but also powerful mutated beasts. After sharing this knowledge, Lu Hunan inquired about Julie's current level. Julie responded that he was roughly equivalent to a third-tier evolver. Could you demonstrate that for me? I am genuinely curious about third-tier evolvers, Lu Hunan requested. Is there truly no third-tier evolver within the base? Julie asked. There are, but they will not act unless the base is in crisis. Lu Hunan replied. Julie nodded, flipping his right hand to gather a blade of wind, which he casually flung at the wall, leaving a mark. Considering the house has been renovated by evolvers, its durability has increased significantly. What do you think of my base? Lu Hunan asked. I can stay for a while, as I have encountered an old friend, but I likely won't linger too long, Julie replied. When Lu Hunan attempted to inquire further about the identity of this old friend, Julie simply smiled and chose not to respond, rising from his seat and departing the room. Julie approached the small house before him, knocking on the door. Sounds of movement were heard from within, and upon opening the door, he encountered a young girl. Who are you? The girl asked. Is anyone else home? Julie inquired. Who exactly are you, and what do you want? The girl's eyes narrowed with suspicion. No, I mean no harm. Your grandfather should be home, right? Is he named Hong Diyuan? I have come specifically to pay my respects, Julie explained. The girl remained skeptical but hesitated to deny Julie entry. Xian, who is it outside? A voice from within, seemingly waking from slumber, called out. Grandpa, someone says he has come to visit you. By the way, what is your name? My name is Li Fei. I arrived this morning, and your grandfather met me alongside Lu Hunan. Julie replied. Just then, an elderly man wearing reading glasses approached, scrutinizing Julie at the door with a look of confusion. Julie smiled upon recognizing the old man, whose appearance matched his memories perfectly. Old man? On the 3rd Street of H City, you assisted a youth in escaping from human traffickers. I have come to express my gratitude, Julie stated. The old man regarded Julie with familiarity, yet habit compelled him to keep guests at the door. So he invited Julie inside. Xian, pour some water for Julie. Given the current circumstances at home, we can only offer water for now, the old man said. Old man, I wonder how you have been living here. And if there is anything you need assistance with? Observing the old man's somewhat weary demeanor, Julie spoke. The old man shook his head to indicate that he did not require assistance. Even though Julie was there to repay a past kindness, he would not linger. It was indeed easier to survive alone in this apocalyptic world. When one person is well fed, the entire family remains nourished. Once, we were a renowned family in this city, but during a family gathering, the apocalypse erupted, transforming many of our kin into zombies. Ultimately, my granddaughter and I managed to escape this calamity by leaving early to rest. Later, we encountered the military forces from the city's military district, who successfully reclaimed the city and subsequently rescued us in time. General Luo from the military district rose to power and treated those of us who had contributed to the city with a degree of respect. However, after General Luo's mysterious demise, his deputy ascended to power, and the situation has persisted until now. Upon seeing you today, I suspect you are one of those high-tier evolutionaries. If it is possible, I hope you will take Xian away. I am old and doubt I have much time left. After uttering these words, the old man seemed fatigued and closed his eyes, seeking rest. Very well, Julie replied without hesitation to the old man's request. After hearing Julie's words, Hong Diyuan opened his eyes and gazed at the young man before him. Are you serious? Indeed, I am, Julie responded, placing the porcelain cup down. Let us depart tomorrow. You are aware of the state of things, why granddaughter's beauty has attracted attention. Had it not been for the assistance from Lu Hunan due to past favors, she would have long been taken away by those people. Hong Diyuan remarked. Julie nodded, affirming that he would return tomorrow to take Xian away. As he stepped outside, he let out a soft sigh, having discerned the old man's health was not good. The strength he had shown earlier to escort him out was likely a mere fade. Chapter 36. Metal Storm. On the following day, as Julie prepared to leave with Xian, an alarm echoed throughout the base city. Julie pondered how trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. However, he assumed it was merely a minor attack from a handful of mutated beasts or zombies. Thus he paid it little mind. In front of Hongduan, he drew Xiao Xian into the divine might space, instructing Hongduan to wait a moment while he too entered the space. After explaining the situation to Xiao Xian inside the divine might space, Jiuli exited. However, as he prepared to take off on the giant eagle, he hesitated, for his eyes caught sight of the very people who had previously attacked him. Outside the city, a dense throng of zombies gathered, seemingly intent on utilizing their numbers to deplete the ammunition of conventional weapons. Yet, their appearance prompted Jiuli to reconsider his plans. He guided the giant eagle closer to the city walls, where he observed the many evolutionaries gathered. This base truly deserved its title, as the sheer number of evolutionaries was evident. After eliminating the majority of the zombies, the corpses began to pile up, allowing the remaining zombies to slowly approach the city walls, albeit in limited numbers. Lu Hanan decided to employ miniature missiles to clear the amassed zombie corpses. Jiuli nodded, acknowledging that using missiles would expedite the process significantly. At that moment, two individuals clad in white robes emerged from the zombie horde, one of whom floated into the air, their sleeves billowing. Extending their hands, Jiuli noticed a considerable amount of air gathering around them, gradually forming into a massive air projectile. With a resounding boom, the air projectile shot forth, prompting Lu Hanan to shout, "Get down!" The projectile surged toward the city wall. Flying Thunder God technique? Jiuli realized the devastating potential of the projectile should it strike true. With his hands forming seals, he summoned 9 chains that opened wide to engulf the air projectile. Who was that? The white-robed individual in midair detected Jiuli's presence and spoke something to the other white-robed figure below, their body beginning to twist into the shape of an open blanket. The figure below leapt up, standing atop the blanket, gazing intently at Jiuli. Jiuli piloted the giant eagle toward the two figures, sensing something amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. "Are you the original entity that the leader commanded us to capture?" The white-robed figure in front inquired, eliciting a puzzled reaction from Jiuli. "The leader? Capture me? Original entity?" he questioned curiously. Noting Jiuli's apparent ignorance of his own situation, the white-robed figure refrained from elaborating. Instead, they raised their right hand, 3 small arrows suddenly shooting forth from their sleeve. Without hesitation, Jiuli used telekinesis to deflect them back to as if that were not enough. The white-robed figure lightly stomped their foot, sending the flying carpet rushing toward Jiuli. He naturally would not allow them to approach easily. Steering the giant eagle away from the base city, confident that the ordinary zombies and mutated beasts below could handle themselves. "Well then, I shall join you," the white-robed figure declared from midair. "It's rather dull up here. How about we descend and engage in a duel?" Jiuli nodded, and both descended to the ground. As soon as they landed, the white-robed figure flicked their sleeve and charged at Jiuli. Jiuli swiftly produced a kunai to parry the figure's blade. Feeling the force transmitted through his hand, Jiuli noted that the opponent's strength was not far from his own. "Ah, you indeed possess some power reminiscent of the awakened from the world of Naruto. But I wonder how much ninjutsu you command," Jiuli remarked. "You can find out for yourself," he replied, employing a body flicker technique to evade and reappear a short distance away. Quickly forming seals with both hands, he unleashed a fire release. Fire dragon technique? A dragon of flames surged forth from Jiuli's mouth. The white-robed figure whistled, and the carpet behind them transformed into a fan, infusing it with the power of a crystal core. They fanned vigorously, redirecting Jiuli's fire dragon back toward him. Jiuli clenched his right hand, causing the fire dragon to vanish. Drawing upon the crystal core in his mind, he rendered himself invisible. The white-robed figure's expression tightened as they began to scan their surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, they turned and struck with their sword, only to find nothing in their path. "What did I miss?" the white-robed figure remarked. Observing the empty space where their sword had aimed, quickly sidestepping, they found themselves with a shallow scratch on their face due to their hasty movement. Licking their lips, the white-robed figure found the encounter intriguing. Joining their hands together, they launched a silver rod into the sky, which exploded and transformed into 4 smaller rods that scattered around, embedding themselves in the ground surrounding the white-robed figure. "Come forth." The white-robed figure clasped their hands together again, and the scattered rods emitted beams of white light, gradually forming an enclosed space as Jiuli revealed himself. "How can this be?" Wait, why can't I sense the crystal core in my mind anymore? Jiuli exclaimed in shock. The significance of a third-tier evolutionary lies in their ability to autonomously absorb elements from the environment, storing them in the crystal core for later use. However, Jiuli discovered that his chakra still flowed freely within him. He had not anticipated that such a device could block access to the elements of the world. The white-robed figure cast aside their robe, revealing themselves to be a woman. She possessed long silver hair and golden eyes, casually toying with a short sword while observing Julie's somewhat helpless expression with a hint of amusement. This individual can't possibly think I've run out of options, Julie mused internally. Finding humor in the situation, disappointed, the woman noted the absence of panic on Julie's face, only a look of surprise that quickly settled into composure. We know your energy should not consist solely of chakra. You must also possess a crystal cord, by severing your access to the elements. Once your chakra depletes, you will be left powerless, the woman declared. Julie nodded, neither confirming nor denying her words. As she launched her assault, Julie activated his Sharingan, effortlessly countering her attacks and even copying various combat techniques. You truly are cheating, the woman gasped, realizing that Julie's eyes had given him an undeniable advantage. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed her fan back into a mysterious white-robed figure, addressing it, "Machine Gunner, it's your turn. I refuse to believe he can evade your fire." The white-robed figure nodded, acknowledging the command. As they removed their robe, Jiuli gasped in shock. What stood before him was not human at all, but a being entirely constructed from weaponry. The machine gunner seemed to lock onto Jiuli, prompting the woman to tear a gap in the barrier behind her and slip out. Jiuli hurled a kunai, but the machine gunner intercepted it before it could reach its target. With a clang, the kunai fell to the ground, and Jiuli smacked his forehead, realizing he was now in a precarious situation. Oh, by the way, the metal storm from the machine gunner lasts a full 10 minutes, the woman remarked. Chapter 37. A renewed confrontation, defeated. Listening to the woman's words before she departed, he was momentarily taken aback. 10 minutes of relentless machine gun fire was indeed astonishing, yet he merely felt surprise, aware that he must not betray any other emotion lest the woman seize the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the machine gunner opened fire on Julie, who deftly dodged the bullets using the Flying Thunder God technique while simultaneously assessing the integrity of the surrounding barriers. It was peculiar. He could not use the Flying Thunder God technique to exit, yet it was impossible to say it had failed, for he could still utilize it within this space. Thus, Julie continued to evade while throwing kunai embedded with explosive tags. However, as the machine gunner ceased firing, Julie's face turned pale. The machine gunner's weapons suddenly clattered to the ground, replaced by missile launchers. Clinging to a sense of false hope, Julie thought the machine gunner could not possibly launch an attack. But he was mistaken. 2 missiles were launched, automatically homing in on him. Julie pondered for a moment, choosing to remain stationary as the missiles approached. Outside, the woman's golden eyes flickered with a complex emotion as 2 Flying Thunder God techniques manifested before Julie, devouring the missiles. When they reappeared, they were behind the machine gunner. In the instant of the explosion, Julie's Sharingan transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a massive skeletal figure enveloped him in flames of violet. As Julie gazed at the machine gunner, now reduced to mere fragments, blood trickled from the corner of his right eye as the barrier, having withstood the blast, was suddenly engulfed in a small wisp of black flames. "Is that Amaterasu from Naruto? A flame that can consume all?" the woman murmured. Beside her, several mutated beasts lay in wait, watchfully observing the dark flames within the barrier, seemingly aware of their formidable nature. When a gap large enough for his passage was burned through the barrier, Julie stepped out slowly. Upon his emergence, the previously dull and unresponsive crystal core began to glow. He sensed the various elements swirling in the space. Yet he found himself unable to absorb much. After all, the crystal core absorbed autonomously, beyond his control. However, observing the 3 types of abilities within his core, Julie felt that perhaps he possessed too few. Thus, he spent 10,000 points of original power to upgrade to a higher level, enabling him to absorb abilities up to the 5th tier. Remaining original power points, 117,900. Tian Xian Dao. Now, Savor the additional delicacy I have prepared for you," she said, a hint of sorrow flashing through her golden eyes before bursting into laughter. Witnessing the woman's seemingly deranged laughter, Julie felt an inexplicable irritation. However, seeing the 8 massive mutated wolves encircling him, he realized the situation had become dire. After all, it was evident that the wolf pack's survival hinged upon their unity and fierce resolve against foes. The first mutated wolf lunged at him, and Julie chose to confront it head-on, landing a punch squarely on its skull. The wolf fell but quickly shook its head, ready to continue its assault. Indeed, their resilience surpassed that of humans of the same tier. Julie mused. He withdrew a scroll from his clothing and tossed it into the air. The woman, noticing, activated her crystal core, summoning a gust of wind that swept the scroll far from the encircling mutated wolves. Julie smiled and clapped his hands, causing the scroll to explode, scattering numerous kunai across the ground. He instantly appeared beside the kunai. "Quickly, destroy those kunai," the woman commanded, her pupils narrowing. Upon hearing this, a wolf with a patch of silvery fur on its forehead howled, and the rest of the wolves charged at Julie. Julie formed hand seals and unleashed fire release. Fire dragon technique, earth release. Earth pillar explosion, earth release. Yellow spring swamp. The 3 techniques surged forth toward the oncoming wolves, and one was caught off guard, sustaining injuries to its legs from the explosion of the earth pillar. Blood ignited the savage instincts within the wolf, and under the apparent command of the Wolf King, the remaining wolf's fur began to glow red, their speed increasing. Julie frowned and formed hand seals again. Earth release. Mud technique. A wall of earthy hue rose before him, and a mutated wolf collided with it, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. Julie affixed explosive tags to the weakening wall and promptly retreated. With a thunderous crash, the wall shattered, and the mutated wolves charged through the debris. Julie triggered the explosive tags with one hand, sending the wolves skyward. Ultimately, under the Wolf King's command, they failed to vanquish Julie but instead suffered heavy losses, with 3 wolves severely injured. Among the remaining 5, one suddenly opened its maw, releasing a noxious stench that forced Julie to cover his mouth and nose. The wind element in the air coalesced within the wolf's mouth, launching toward Julie like a shockwave. Instantly, he teleported to the side, the wave continuing onward until it obliterated a tree. Regaining his composure, Julie observed the wolves. 3 of them seemed to have coordinated, gathering wind, fire, and water elements. The convergence of fire and wind was soon followed by water attribute energy. Julie teleported away once more. As one wolf lifted its leg, he sensed instability beneath his feet. Rising, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside the previous spot as a spike of earth erupted from the ground. Noticing the wolf raise its leg again, Julie swiftly vacated the area. The woman, watching Julie's somewhat awkward movements without visible harm, seethed with anger. "You useless creatures, you cannot even handle him." Golden light radiated from her body, and she vanished from sight, reappearing behind Julie, striking with her palm. Julie instinctively countered with his own palm, but it felt as though he had struck a wall. Had he not reached a level of bone control, that strike could have rendered his right hand useless. Confounded, he gazed at the woman, now floating above the ground, radiating golden flames. He realized she had grown significantly stronger. She vanished once more, reappearing before Julie, delivering a powerful palm strike to his blocking arms, sending him hurtling backward. "I truly do not understand how you are so weak," she taunted, a sickly smile spreading across her face as she finally saw Julie injured. Julie activated his Sharingan, preparing to discern the woman's movements, only for her to strike again, her right fist crashing into his left cheek. Cough, cough, so fast. "My body can't keep up," Julie thought, as her aura surged again. He sensed that she was merely at the initial stage of the 4th tier, yet he could not fathom why he was unable to contend with her. "You are too weak. Do not always rely on those so-called powerful ninjutsu," she scolded, adopting a peculiar stance as she charged at Julie. In that instant, he sidestepped and landed a punch to her abdomen. Taken aback by his counterattack, Julie seized her hair, summoning a wind blade to press against her back, driving his knee into her. The woman braced against Julie's leg with both hands, but something seemed to sever the hair he grasped, and he suddenly realized he was holding nothing but strands. She lifted her head, coldly regarding him. With both hands, she struck Julie, who had no choice but to activate his immunity state. In that moment, she failed to notice and passed right through him. However, as she prepared to fall, Julie instinctively reached out to grasp her ankle, only for her to spring up and deliver a spinning kick to his face, sending him crashing into the ground. Creating a crater, I can still take you back even if I leave you crippled. Lying in the pit, Julie shook his head, gazing at the woman above, who was gathering a golden orb in one hand. He cursed inwardly, realizing he was in deep trouble, and hurriedly retreated into his Kimui space, thinking to hide for the moment. Upon discovering Julie had vanished from the pit, the woman assumed he had fled. In her rage, she hurled the orb into the crater. In an instant, the pit expanded, erupting in an explosion. If Julie had still been there, he would surely have been drenched in cold sweat. For it suddenly dawned on him who she truly was. In his previous life, during the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated beasts roamed the continent and the Apocalypse Rescue Organization, while claiming to represent new humanity, maintained a connection with intelligent zombies. Among their ranks was a female member who had reached the 8th tier, possessing the awakened ability of light, her speed unparalleled during the apocalypse. There was never a place she could not breach. Her combat prowess fearsome, rivaling the 4 great kings of that era. Chapter 38. System upgrade for the 3rd time. Julie spent 3 days in his Kimui space with Xiao Xian. During this time, he expended 1,000 points to exchange for a 2nd-tier evolution potion, which he injected into Xiao Xian for absorption. He discovered that Xiao Xian's body did not exhibit the same reaction as Liu did initially. What? You don't know? Professor Wong from the capital base has mitigated the side effects of the Evolver serum, subsequently developing a gentler version for human absorption. Moreover, Professor Wong is indeed remarkable. It is said that he successfully cloned a formidable individual from the past. With those clones capable of autonomous evolution, I heard from my grandfather that he once witnessed a powerful clone summoning a multitude of trees to ensnare a horde of corpses, Hong Xiaoxian stated. Upon hearing this, Julie realized that this Professor Wong must be the same one from the military district of H City. He was astonished that he chose to cultivate my clone, and that someone inherited the would-release bloodline limit. If I were to say that the prototype of the clones cultivated by that Professor Wong is me, would you believe it? Julie asked, gazing at the somewhat admiring Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian looked at him disdainfully, still harboring some resentment over how Julie had unceremoniously thrown himself into this situation. Is that so? Well, just watch, Julie responded. And with a flick of his consciousness, he expanded the spatial area by several hundred times. To Xiao Xian's astonishment, he declared, would release, tree realm, descend. On the newly vacated ground, a multitude of trees began to grow wildly. Once they reached a substantial height, Julie ceased channeling chakra, and the trees gradually retracted, eventually vanishing from sight. Wow, it really is you. But why are you here instead of at the capital base? Logically, if the clone is this impressive, the original must be even more formidable, Xiao Xian remarked. Unbeknownst to her, Julie's mind flashed back to the words spoken by a woman he had encountered. You are the original body that the leader ordered to be captured. Julie nodded, contemplating that this was likely the case. However, he was suddenly struck on the forehead by Xiao Xian's hand. Leaving him speechless, "What are you doing?" he asked. Had he not instinctively stopped his body, Xiao Xian might have been the one injured. Xiao Xian retorted defiantly, "You scoundrel! Even if you are my idol, you cannot simply disregard what others say." Julie quickly apologized, and looking at Xiao Xian, he inquired, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Xiao Xian nodded, her gaze fixed on Julie, unsure of the true meaning behind his words. Julie continued, "You are already a second-tier evolver, but your evolution came from a serum and not from battle. Thus you do not understand how to control your strength. Therefore, from today onwards, you shall train until I deem you ready to be released." With that, he waved his hand, transforming the previously living room-like space into a training equipment room, meticulously constructed from his memories of fitness facilities. Julie was well aware that with her current second-tier evolver physique, she would not be intimidated by the weights, first-tier evolvers surpass 6 times that of a Special Forces soldier, with strength equivalent to a punch of 200 to 400 pounds. Second-tier evolvers exceed 12 times that of Special Forces, reaching a weight of 1,000 pounds. Third-tier evolvers surpass 14 times that of Special Forces, with strength around 1,200 pounds. Fourth-tier evolvers exceed 16 times that of Special Forces, boasting an impressive strength of 1,400 pounds. After hearing Julie's explanation, Xiao Xian inquired, "Why is there such a significant gap between the first and second tiers?" Julie smiled, explaining, "This is because second-tier evolvers begin to awaken their extraordinary abilities or talents. You should know that with each advancement, we evolvers undergo a second refinement of our bodies, hence the increase in strength." Xiao Xian nodded, her curiosity piqued. Given that her strength had already reached 200 to 400 pounds, she wondered how this man intended to train her. Julie, observing her confusion, chuckled and instructed her to start running. Excited, Xiao Xian's feet caused the treadmill to tremble. Noticing Julie's helpless expression, she sheepishly raked her fingers through her hair, having tied it up as per his earlier request for training. Though this is a treadmill, it is also to help you familiarize yourself with your breathing rhythm. "Let us commence," Julie said. As Xiao Xian gradually mastered her breathing, Julie waved his right hand, tripling the weight in her vicinity beyond what she could originally bear. While running, Xiao Xian thought to herself that this did not seem particularly difficult. However, she soon felt her body grow heavy, her steps losing their initial agility. Glancing back at Julie, who was inexplicably laughing, she realized he had tampered with something. After 3 days of basic training to acclimate Xiao Xian, Julie employed the shadow clone technique, leaving behind a clone, before opening a portal and returning to the real world. Upon re-entering reality, he was met with a deep pit that made him gasp. It shattered his previous notions of women's terrifying potential. Is it really necessary to be this furious over a mere haircut? He mused. He glanced in a direction and utilized the beast mimicry technique, taking flight on a giant eagle, his next destination being the capital base. If his conjectures were correct, the Gao sisters should also have accompanied him. Reflecting on the enchanting figure clad in a black evening gown at the banquet, he felt a tinge of nostalgia. How swiftly things had changed, especially concerning Director Gao. What a pity. Chapter 39. Confronting Uchiha Madara, the capital base had been established for over 2 months, with the recruitment and cultivation of evolvers reaching approximately 3,000, half of whom had already attained second-tier status. This formidable force was already considered powerful in the apocalypse. Additionally, the father of genetic strength, Professor Wang, was conducting a new round of research in the capital, improving the conditions within the base. After all, where there are strong individuals, there will be conflict. Internally, the capital base was rife with power struggles, leading to a simple statistical ranking of the top 10 strongest individuals. First was Yang Jun, who wielded the power of thunder. Second was Li Jun, a master of assassination with the ability to become invisible. Third was Feng Yu, possessing vampiric powers. Fourth was Wang Yuwei, the grandson of the capital base's ruler, who had control over the wind. Julie gazed at the magnificent city of the capital base ahead and descended from a distance, gradually making his way forward. After half an hour, he stood before the now closed city walls, recognizing the handiwork of an evolver who had awakened their construction abilities. In this apocalypse, humans are capable of achieving feats previously deemed impossible, Julie contemplated. At that moment, soldiers on the wall noticed him, one calling out to him through a megaphone. After some dialogue, it appeared the soldiers were consulting someone, and as Julie observed, a smooth crack opened in the wall, permitting him to enter. Nodding, he stepped through the fissure, only to find himself atop the wall. "Sir, we need you to accompany us for an identification procedure. Please cooperate," the 2 fully armed soldiers before him stated upon his arrival. "Certainly," Julie replied, following them down a staircase built into the wall. A staircase requiring one to climb down manually. Julie speculated that if an ordinary person were to attempt this, a moment's loss of grip or confidence could lead to a fatal fall, and those soldiers would undoubtedly deliver the body to the scientists. Julie's suspicions were confirmed. Upon seeing him descend effortlessly, the soldiers realized he had not contracted the so-called virus. Furthermore, based on the recent data, they concluded that he had indeed reached the level of a third-tier strongman. The climbing staircase had been developed by Professor Wang and his team to assess physical strength, involving a brief test of maximum bodily strength during the ascent. Julie sensed that he had passed the test, and the two soldiers patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, we will wait for you here." Julie, bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. Moments earlier, he had been informed that his information had been recorded into the CityS system. This did not surprise him. Such technology existed in his previous life, yet he wondered whether the current capital base could rival that of his past. Alone, Julie began walking across a vast grassy field. Glancing back at the distant city, contemplating, he suddenly sprouted wings, maintaining his chakra as he flapped them, propelling himself toward the city. Along the way, Julie spent 18,900 points to exchange for Sasuke's Chidori and the Chidori Sharp Spear. These two forms of ninjutsu were made particularly accessible to him, as he had just discovered that the system had completed its upgrade, thus significantly reducing the expenditure of original force for exchanging ninjutsu. Finally arriving in the city, Julie retracted his chakra wings and began to observe the present-day imperial capital. Initially, the scene before him gave him an illusion of little change. However, he soon realized that nearly every individual had undergone a transformation, with most achieving the rank of first-tier evolvers. Yet, he noted some individuals still exhibiting unsteady steps, prompting a smile from Julie before he vanished from sight. Upon re-entering the spatial realm, Julie beheld Xiaoxian, who had fully adapted to the basic training. With a flick of his right hand, the surroundings morphed into a scene reminiscent of the early days of the apocalypse, observing the perplexed expression on Xiaoxian's face. "This was a simulation of the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. I will leave you some supplies here, which will allow for a complete simulation of the scenario. Your task is to survive until the mid-phase of the apocalypse. Only then can you escape this scene," Julie instructed. Xiaoxian nodded in understanding, and Julie left a clone to supervise him while he entered the grand hall of the Tianxian system. As he gazed upon the illuminated third martial arts hall, he noticed an array of weapons artfully displayed in the training arena. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of excitement. For some reason, he sensed an ancient and profound aura within this place. "Welcome to this realm, my master. Please do not mind my appearance. I am indeed Tianxian, the name you bestowed upon me." The sudden manifestation of Tianxian astonished Julie, as the figure before him appeared to be a mere 3-year-old boy, contrary to his preconceived notions of the stoic Tianxian. "Here lies the martial arts hall, a place dedicated to honing combat skills. Naturally, you will have corresponding opponents. Defeating them will earn you rewards." Tianxian gestured with both hands. Julie nodded with a smile, and Tianxian inquired, "Shall we commence your first battle?" "Yes," Julie replied. As he beheld the young Uchiha Madara standing before him, Julie's face turned pale. He was unprepared for a confrontation with the formidable antagonist from the Hokage series. Upon Madara's arrival, he regarded Julie with disdain, as if Julie's strength was utterly inferior. "Though I do not know how you possess the bloodline of our clan, let me make one thing clear. The incompetent are unworthy of wielding the Sharingan." Though his words were harsh, Julie could discern a hint of concern within Madara's tone. With a series of rapid strikes, Madara effortlessly countered Julie's advances, leaving him reeling. Rubbing his bruised face, Julie exclaimed, "You are far too ruthless." Madara retorted, "Fool, do you truly believe this level of challenge is beyond you? Remember, on the battlefield, your enemies will never show you mercy. You must grasp that there exists only life and death, devoid of compassion. You are just as foolish as that man." Upon hearing this, Julie sprang back up and charged at Madara once more, only to be knocked down yet again. "You idiot! Charging in headfirst is foolish. Where is your Sharingan? Why are you not using it?" Madara seemed exasperated by Julie's ignorance. Scratching his head, Julie stood up and activated his Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan locked onto Madara, who suddenly surged forward. Delivering a punch aimed at Julie's face, in a moment of instinctive reflex, Julie raised his left hand to block the blow. However, unbeknownst to him, Madara's true attack was not with his fist but rather with a sweeping kick that struck Julie squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. "How can you be so dim-witted? You possess various abilities, yet you fail to integrate them effectively. Otherwise, you would not be so easily toyed with." "Come again," Madara instructed. As Julie found himself on the ground for the 100th time. Madara sighed and remarked, "You may rest now," before approaching Julie with the intention of helping him up. However, before Madara could make contact, Julie instinctively kicked out, only for Madara to effortlessly deflect the blow with his left hand, rendering Julie's leg powerless. "Very well, you may rise on your own," Madara stated. Embarrassed, Julie forced a smile, realizing that his previous actions were not entirely of his own volition. For reasons unknown, his body reacted instinctively to Madara's presence. Rising to his feet, he felt the soreness from his injuries but remained silent, knowing these were merely superficial wounds. "You are quite similar to Izuna. Neither of you easily concedes defeat," Madara observed, his gaze piercing into Julie as if lost in memory. Julie was taken aback, pondering how he could possibly resemble his brother. Madara continued, "Though we had many clan members surrounding us during our youth, I understood that they were drawn to me solely due to my position as the clan's leader. Only my brother Izuna treated me sincerely. Yet he was slain by my dearest friend's sibling." As he spoke, Madara lifted his head, revealing his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, prompting Julie to enter a state of immunity. He recognized that Madara was on the verge of a breakdown, and indeed, after 3 minutes of his emotional outburst, Julie's body instinctively reacted to Madara's movements, sparing him from further punishment. Chapter 40. The first battle. After approximately 10 days of intensive combat training with Uchiha Madara, Julie felt an enhancement in his mastery over his abilities. In subsequent training sessions, he found himself no longer merely a punching bag. Ha! Julie barely evaded a kick from Madara using the substitution technique, only for Madara to swiftly retaliate with a punch to Julie's face as he attempted to mount a surprise attack. Frustrated, Julie noted that upon resuming training, the Grand Hall seemed to nullify all his spatial skills, leaving him to rely solely on basic ninjutsu against Madara's taijutsu. With a clang, Julie manifested a kunai in his right hand, blocking Madara's attack with it, which caused Madara's onslaught to momentarily slow. "Well done. Your reflexes are impressive," Madara remarked with a smile. Julie felt speechless. After so many attempts to strike, he had only managed to defend once. Madara chuckled, sheathing his kunai and approaching Julie, who exhaled in relief, knowing that this gesture signified a brief respite. However, as Madara passed by, the Sharingan flared to life. "You've become complacent," Madara warned, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. Julie's eyes widened as he stepped back, pressing his chakra-infused hand against Madara's leg. Madara smirked dismissively, tossing 3 kunai towards Julie, who reluctantly released his grip and sidestepped the projectiles. Yet, Madara's fingers began to move, and Julie was taken aback. This resembled chakra thread manipulation. Drawing the Tianqian sword, Julie sliced through the air, surprising Madara, who realized that Julie's peculiar sword could sever the gathered chakra threads. Julie was equally astonished but soon found himself grinning. "Come on, Madara. You never mentioned a prohibition against weaponry," he teased. But his amusement faded when Madara produced a long sword identical to the Tianqian sword. "What sort of sword is that? It wouldn't happen to be the same as mine, would it?" Julie inquired. Madara remained silent, proudly raising his chin as he gazed at the petrified Julie. Then, with a swift motion, Madara charged at him, and as Madara's blade swung towards him, Julie felt the challenge in the air. Drawing his sword in defense, he sensed the Tianqian tremble in his grasp, affirming the belief that a true sword possesses a spirit. The words of the relic's master were not in vain. Julie's eyes narrowed as he flourished the sword. "Come on, Madara." Shaking his head, Madara watched as the sword vanished from his hand, dissipating into the ether. "That concludes the first phase. You may exit now." As the words left his lips, Madara's figure transformed into a flurry of starlight. Vanishing from the spatial realm as the scene around Julie shifted back to reality, he observed the bustling streets filled with evolvers. Shaking his head, he gazed at the sun still high in the sky and recalled the peculiar device the soldiers had handed him prior to entering the city, which suddenly illuminated. Number 4108, as this is your first entry into the Imperial Capital Base, please be informed that you are required to report to the military department by tomorrow. The detailed address has been sent to your communicator. Upon reading this message, Julie noticed an unopened email at the top of the communicator, realizing it must contain the map to the Imperial Capital Base. Wishing you a pleasant stay at the Imperial Capital Base." The final line made Julie smile, and as he opened previous emails, he discovered numerous unread messages, one of which detailed the accommodations assigned to him at the base, conveniently located nearby. Upon locating the residence, Julie opened the door to find a modest room furnished with a bed, a restroom, and a small kitchen. It seems the current Imperial Capital Base is far superior to its predecessor. After all, the sheer number of evolvers here is indeed formidable. Just look at these simple dwellings for the evolvers, Julie mused. In the previous life, during the mid-apocalypse, humanity had struggled to respond swiftly to zombie attacks. And with so few evolvers, they had been treated like treasures by the leaders of each base. In this present era, the capital base has naturally grown stronger due to the influence of Julie. Thus, it is somewhat acceptable, as they have yet to acquire accurate data on the evolutionary levels of Julie. Merely relying on force measurements yields little insight. The following day, Julie, following the map's directions, arrived at the military department of the capital base to report. Observing the bustling individuals within the military department, Julie realized that they were merely ordinary people. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and approached the counter beneath a sign for new recruits. Upon seeing a somewhat familiar young woman before him, Julie felt as though they had met before. "Are you Julie?" the young woman inquired, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. "Yes, and miss, have we met before?" Julie replied. The glimmer of disdain in her eyes did not escape Julie's notice. "I apologize. I believe I must have mistaken you for someone else," she said. "No matter, you are still a newcomer. You will need to serve a month of duty on the city walls and be responsible for guiding the newly arrived evolvers," the young woman stated. Julie nodded, collected his belongings, and left the counter with his communicator. Intending to explore the area, the young woman watched Julie depart with a hint of curiosity in her gaze, a glint of malice flickering within. "Heh, Wong Kong, you are doomed," she remarked, simultaneously snapping the pin she held in her hand. Unbeknownst to Julie, the young woman had other intentions. He merely wished to stroll about, contemplating the onset of duty the following day. "Little darling, don't run away," Gao Shaoxian called out anxiously to a pure white puppy darting around the courtyard. The puppy, seemingly oblivious to its owner's calls, soon vanished into the yard. Seeing this, Gao Shaoxian abandoned her attempts to retrieve it and reclined on a lounge chair, pondering whether this state of affairs would persist. The weather was already in the 6th or 7th month, and she had learned just 10 days prior that she was expecting a child. Her initial reaction was to terminate the pregnancy, but witnessing Wang Ming's elation made her heart waver. Initially, she believed Wang Ming sought to toy with her, yet as time passed, he dedicated himself to caring for her, refraining from disturbing her younger sister and instead assisting her in continuing her studies at the capital base's school. One day at a time, Gao Shaoxian mused. At that moment, another voice echoed through the courtyard, causing her to frown. "Oh dear, my sister-in-law seems quite spirited today. By the way, did you know I encountered a peculiar individual today? He bears a name that seems familiar to you. If Julie were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the young woman who had registered him earlier that afternoon. She was Wang Kang's granddaughter. Her father had perished on the battlefield years ago, and she had been raised by him. But who would have guessed that she harbored feelings for her unambitious, indulgent uncle Wang Ming, though she had meticulously concealed this from others? Oh, I see. What exactly does Xiener wish to convey today? Gao Shaoxian inquired, her brow furrowing. His name is Julie. What, sister-in-law, do you find him strange? Upon hearing Xiener's words, Gao Shaoxian was struck as if by lightning. Sitting up straight in her lounge chair, gazing at Xiener, she composed herself and asked, What do you intend to achieve by saying this? Nothing much, just to bring a little surprise to my sister-in-law. However, it appears that perhaps shock would be a more fitting term, Xiener replied. Finally, under Gao Shaoxian's pale visage, Xiener departed, striding towards the exit, eager to witness the encounter between the two. Julie donned his gear and promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a location not far from the city walls. As he ascended the stairs, a soldier approached him and asked, Are you the newcomer? After complying with the necessary checks, Julie found this to be only the beginning, as subsequent inspections tested his patience. Nevertheless, he decided to endure. Once the checks were completed, Julie, adorned in his own attire, lamented the absence of a mirror. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to admire his own handsome appearance. Observing the surroundings where individuals were freely moving about, Julie assimilated into the local customs and engaged amicably with his colleagues during his first day of duty. "Brother, do you have any of this?" A young man approached him while Julie was eating. Gesturing, Julie understood he was inquiring about something. Upon realizing the inquiry pertained to cigarettes, Julie shook his head, indicating, "Not here." Chapter 41. Astonishing combat prowess. Thus, after 29 days of duty, Julie finally encountered the first inspection by high-ranking officials of the capital base. On what was supposed to be a routine day after completing the inspection of a newly joined evolver, he intended to rest, but unexpectedly, a soldier rushed over. "No slacking off. Stand at attention. The Wong family is about to arrive for an inspection. So keep your eyes sharp," the soldier shouted. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the city walls immediately stood at attention. Approximately 5 minutes later, a group appeared atop the city walls. Julie discreetly glanced at their attire. Recognizing them as the expected visitors, "Sister Xiaoxian, why did you suddenly decide to come here today?" A man inquired beside a woman who was being supported. "Junior, the city's defense measures are commendable. I heard an old acquaintance has arrived. So I came to see. I hope to recruit him as my guard. You know, my sister is currently working in the military, and Wang Ming is quite busy. There's no one familiar for her to converse with, and I feel somewhat distressed." The woman in question was indeed Gao Xiaoxian. After heeding Xian'er's advice, she resolved to see Julie, perhaps sensing he was not faring well, or else why would he be stationed as a city guard? Julie lowered his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. If he was not mistaken, this Gao Xiaoxian was indeed the same person he had met in H City, and he was astonished to learn she had married. "Julie, you are quite remarkable, being valued by the wife of the second young master of the Wang family. Well, you need not serve duty any longer. Once you rise to prominence, do not forget me." The soldier who had informed him earlier approached Julie, patting him on the shoulder. Julie removed his helmet, revealing his face, which puzzled Gao Xiaoxian, for he seemed different from the person she had known. However, since he had already spoken, she decided to take him along. With this in mind, Gao Xiaoxian signaled for those nearby to have Julie change out of his uniform before departing with her. "What is your name?" Gao Xiaoxian asked in the vehicle. "Julie," he replied. Gazing at Gao Xiaoxian's delicate features, Julie inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. Upon sensing her condition, he discovered that Gao Xiaoxian was indeed expecting. "Who is the father?" Julie inquired, somewhat bewildered. "The second young master of the Wang family, Wang Ming," Gao Xiaoxian replied. Julie nodded, refraining from further inquiries, for he understood that matters had transformed thus, and any further discussion would prove futile. It was perhaps better for both to remain in silence. As the vehicle arrived at the Wang family residence, Julie noticed a man clad in military attire. He did not pay him much heed. Aware that Gao Xiaoxian wished to avoid conflict with them, if she were indifferent, she would likely side with them for the sake of the child. "Xian'er, why did you rush out? You are with child. It could be dangerous," Wang Ming exclaimed, rushing over to open the car door and scoop up the alarmed Gao Xiaoxian. "Ming, I'm fine. Please set me down. I would like to introduce you to." "Hello, second young master. I am honored by the lady's regard. My name is Li Fei," Julie interjected before Gao Xiaoxian could speak. Gao Xiaoxian furrowed her brow, confused by Julie's claim of being Li Fei. Wang Ming chuckled. "In that case, it seems you must be a friend of Xian'er. Therefore, I command you to ensure the safety of my wife from today onward. Do you understand?" Observing the complex emotions in Wang Ming's eyes, Julie seemed to grasp his meaning. He stood at attention and saluted, affirming his commitment to the task. Subsequently, Julie was led away, as protection was not immediately required. The next day, Julie was brought before Gao Xiaoxian, who was resting on a lounge chair. Observing her languid demeanor, Julie felt a shadow pass over his eyes. Subordinately Fei, reporting for duty. Gao Xiaoxian acknowledged, "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Professor Wang's cloning of you remains undisclosed. But do you think Wang Ming is unaware? As a person in power, how could his son, Wang Ming, not have encountered your clone?" Gao Xiaoxian remarked upon hearing Julie's voice. "Well, what of it? I do not intend to remain here for long. I believe no one can keep me in this base," Julie asserted confidently. Gao Xiaoxian initially contemplated delivering a retort, Yet considering Julie's spatial abilities, she merely smiled, refraining from further discussion on the matter. As long as you are doing well, I am at ease. I will need to depart soon. Julie sighed. Oh, then, could you perhaps do me a favor in light of my assistance to you this time? Gao Shaoxian seemed to casually remark. What kind of favor? Julie inquired with curiosity. After all, Gao Shaoxian's status had risen considerably since their last encounter. It was quite surprising that there was anything she could not manage. Alas, never mind, and I only hope that if the capital base encounters difficulties, you might lend a hand. Gao Shaoxian initially intended to ask her to take Gao Tian away, but she abandoned that thought after recalling a conversation with her sister a few days prior. Oh, I see. I cannot make any promises. A series of events will unfold, and I must say that the capital base, at this stage, is quite formidable, Julie replied, furrowing his brow. He was currently under the watchful eyes of the Doomsday Salvation Organization, particularly that woman who had awakened her light-based abilities. Gao Shaoxian nodded, not believing Julie's words, for she thought that the 3,000 evolutionists under her command should be more than sufficient to weather the apocalypse. Julie smiled faintly, fully aware of Gao Shaoxian's thoughts. However, as a reincarnator, he dared not claim he could survive until the end, despite having a system at his disposal. As night fell once more, Julie concluded his tasks. However, upon hearing that the current head of the Wang family had summoned him, he realized it was time for him to depart, albeit reluctantly, after just the first day of his protective duties. Arriving at the Wang family's reception area, he observed the room filled with soldiers clad in military uniforms, along with some members of the Wang family, among whom was Gao Shaoxian. She was engrossed in a hushed conversation with Gao Tian, seemingly oblivious to Julie's presence. Gao Tian had never held much fondness for Julie initially, so it was no surprise that she did not remember him. She continued to chat with her sister while discreetly glancing at the man standing beside Wang Kong. Is there something you need from me, head of the Wang family? Julie asked before they could speak. The renowned spatial powerhouse Li Fei has graced our capital base with his presence. Today, I merely extend an invitation for you to join us. Your power will not be diminished, Wang Kong stated. He was unaware of the underlying intentions that brought Julie there. It was only at that moment that Gao Tian recognized the expressionless man at the center was the very one who had once saved her. No, I have no other intentions for coming here. Long ago, I had heard that the current capital base is the strongest, and my observations over the past few days have confirmed this. As for your invitation, I think I'll decline that. I plan to leave in a few days, Julie replied. Wang Kong and the others' expressions darkened at his words. Wang Kong remained silent, while Wang Ming, standing beside him, spoke up, having endured his wife's past affection for Julie. Li Fei, don't be ungrateful. My father's invitation is a tremendous honor for you, Wang Ming retorted. Julie merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction, too apathetic to respond, which only fueled Wang Ming's anger. Observing his father's unresponsive demeanor, Wang Ming clapped his hands, and a figure suddenly appeared from behind him. Julie raised an eyebrow, noticing a clone kneeling before Wang Ming. Go, teach him a lesson, Wang Ming commanded. Julie regarded the advancing clone with disdain, curling his lips into a smirk. He sidestepped the clone's punch and swiftly swept his leg, causing the clone to perform a somersault and land back on its feet in front of Julie. As the clone turned to strike again, Julie seized its fist with his right hand. His left fist struck the clone's chest, making it cough violently. Julie released it, pivoted, and kicked the clone in the neck. After testing the waters, Julie gauged the clone's strength to be roughly that of a second-tier evolutionist. Upon witnessing Julie dispatch the clone, Wang Kong cursed inwardly, then slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair. 6 figures burst forth from behind him, encircling Julie. Even if you are my clones, shouldn't you be using your strength to deal with the mutated creatures outside rather than attacking a human? Julie remarked, bewildered. As the 6 attacked, he chose to remain silent, employing the instantaneous technique to appear behind the first one. With a swift motion, he produced a kunai and, utilizing overwhelming strength, subdued the clone before slashing its throat with the weapon. Within less than a minute, he had dispatched the remaining clones, casually tossing the kunai towards Wang Kong. The others gasped in shock, but Wang Kong remained unmoved as the kunai grazed his left cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Well done, truly impressive power, Wang Kong acknowledged. You, Wang Yue, Go and experience his prowess, he instructed. Chapter 42. The astonishing sword. Zhu Li turned his gaze towards the young man above, listening to Wang Kang's words. Wang Yue nodded, his figure flickering. Zhu Li noticed the wind elements gathering around him as Wang Yue descended to the ground, facing Zhu Li. Wang Yue, a 4th-tier wind ability user, he introduced. Zhu Li, 4th-tier user of wind, fire, and lightning abilities. Zhu Li replied. At this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted, for only 8 individuals had reached the 4th tier in the capital rankings, and this young man before them had also attained that level. Wang Yue, however, was only mildly surprised. With a flick of his right hand, he conjured a multitude of wind blades, launching them at Zhu Li. Zhu Li traced a circle in front of him with his right hand, causing the wind blades to halt in midair. He then waved his hand, sending the blades hurtling towards Wang Yue. Wang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. He grasped the air with both hands, conjuring a small sphere of wind, which he gently tossed forward. Zhu Li observed as the wind blades were absorbed into it, causing the sphere to grow larger. Shaking off his arm, Zhu Li was not foolish enough to engage in a wind ability contest, for he relied on ninjutsu and the training he had undergone under ban in recent days. Grasping his right hand with his left, Zhu Li, under Wang Yue's puzzled gaze, charged his right hand with crackling electricity, enveloping it entirely. Raising his head, the crimson Sharingan in his eyes bore into Wang Yue, who felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Zhu Li executed the instantaneous technique, evading the sphere and dashing towards Wang Yue, who attempted to erect wind walls to deter the advancing Zhu Li. Gao Tian, suddenly anxious, stood up and shouted, "Don't harm him!" Zhu Li hesitated momentarily but did not retract his lightning blade. After breaching several of Wang Yue's wind walls, Zhu Li halted, observing Wang Yue's demeanor of complete surrender, accompanied by Gao Tian's rushing figure. Zhu Li chuckled, retracting his lightning blade, extending it into a long electric edge that pierced Wang Yue's chest. "You bastard! Wang Yue, are you all right? Don't scare me!" Gao Tian exclaimed, rushing to Wang Yue's side to support him. Witnessing Gao Tian's furious glare directed at him, Zhu Li burst into laughter, the electric glow in his hand dissipating as he surveyed the others present. "Ahem, thank you, brother Zhu Li, for your mercy." Wang Yue struggled to stand and expressed his gratitude. Zhu Li waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary. "Head Wang, are you satisfied now? You may unleash whatever you wish. But let me inform you, if you fail to keep me here today, should I encounter anyone from the Wang family in the future, I will kill one without hesitation." Upon finishing his words, Zhu Li unleashed the pressure of a 4th-tier powerhouse, causing some individuals nearby to collapse to their knees. "Look at you so-called high-ranking officials, what a disappointment." Wang Kang's face darkened as he remained silent. Uncertain of how to respond at that moment, Zhu Li glanced at the Gao sisters, assuring them, "I will fulfill my promise. However, I will not take my words lightly. It would be wise for you to remain concealed here." Subsequently, Zhu Li vanished into the Divine Might space, departing from the scene, for from the very beginning, this entire base could not hold him. As for Wang Yue, he was quite remarkable, having mastered the control of wind attribute transformations. After leaving the Wang family's premises, Zhu Li returned to his modest dwelling, having observed Xiao Xian's training progress. Based on the reports from his clones, he learned that Xiao Xian had begun to adapt to the circumstances, albeit at the cost of 10 near-death experiences. She had finally grown. After relaying some information to his clones, Zhu Li returned to the small room he had inhabited for nearly 40 days, reflecting on his impending departure. Yet before doing so, he ventured once more to the Grand Hall, for the opening of the 3rd Grand Hall naturally heralded a gambling-style lottery. Zhu Li gazed at the spinning wheel that reappeared before him, disregarding the prizes displayed, and spent 10,000 points to initiate the draw. Upon hearing Tian Xian's voice, Zhu Li erupted in curses, for Tian Xian informed him that he would randomly lose a skill. Zhu Li hoped it would be an inconsequential skill, but when it was announced that the broken air bloodline barrier would be deducted, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? Amidst a tumult of confusion and self-reproach, he once more returned to the realm of reality, observing the dwindling energy reserves reduced to a mere 100,000 points. Alongside the unfinished main quest, He pondered why no subsequent phase of tasks had emerged. Phase-based missions had only been assigned at the inception of the system, intended to enhance the host's capabilities. Now, the system had successfully undergone 3 upgrades. Tianxian Dao, Julie Dao, he mused, well, this is acceptable, I shall take my leave for now. Upon reappearing in the modest dwelling, Julie felt an urge to venture outside. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of first and second-tier evolvers, along with a crowd of onlookers. Julie, come with me, do not resist. I have developed a means to counter your abilities. At that moment, Julie's gaze fell upon Professor Wong emerging from the crowd. Professor Wong, I did not expect you to clone me. Nonetheless, it seems you've contributed somewhat to humanity. But today, you shall not take me. Julie declared. Seeing his persuasion failing, Professor Wong gestured, and the evolvers surged forward. Julie frowned as he noticed a cloaked clone behind the professor, feeling an unsettling absence of power emanating from it. Yet, observing the advancing crowd, he shook his head, resolving against direct confrontation. Closing his eyes, he summoned forth violet flames, gradually revealing an immense skeletal figure that enveloped him, with a gentle motion of his right hand. The colossal purple skeleton mirrored his actions, sweeping away numerous evolvers in its wake. If you do not disperse, I shall unleash a massacre, he warned, as the encircling evolvers remained undeterred. Julie's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Shifting into the eternal variant, gradually, the skeletal form morphed into a crow-like Tengu, adorned in armor and wielding a sword. From the forehead of this warrior, Julie observed the diminutive evolvers below. Professor Wong gazed in astonishment at this behemoth before him. Unable to fathom why the clone had not manifested such a skill, could it be that his genes had undergone further evolution? Resolving to capture Julie at all costs, Professor Wong's companion tensed. Would release, Forest World Descends as this technique materialized before him, Julie felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, he commanded his Susanoo to draw forth its energy sword and cleave through the encroaching trees that sought to bind him. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, striking the man who had unleashed the wood release and causing him to cough blood. Professor Wong immediately ordered his retreat, but the might of Susanoo's strike still penetrated the wood. Devastating numerous structures. As Julie retracted Susanoo, a vortex of space formed, allowing him to depart. Only after his exit did the Imperial Capital Base dispatch a rescue team and commence reconstruction efforts. This encounter decisively deterred Wong Kong from pursuing further conflict. A few more strikes could have obliterated the entire base. Chapter 43. Codename 6 Paths. After departing the Imperial Capital Base, Julie journeyed southward. On the 3rd day after his exit, he soared through the skies atop a giant eagle. Below him lay what was once fertile farmland, now parched and barren, devoid of even a blade of grass, leaving him to wonder when this calamity might finally cease. Julie himself was uncertain when the apocalypse would conclude. In his previous life, he had perished after 12 years of devastation, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Upon reaching a small fortress, he descended, curious about its construction. However, upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of revelry. Shaking his head in dismay, he exited and continued on his way. A short distance later, he spotted a silver-haired woman soaring through the air on an unknown apparatus. A gasp escaped him. Was that not the Light Maiden? How could she be here? He pondered whether her swift speed could possibly detect him. Yet, unexpectedly, a voice resonated from above. Ah, so you are here. I thought it would take you longer to arrive. Julie chuckled nervously. The weather is rather pleasant today, and attempted to tear through space to escape, only to find a barrier encircling him once more. Resigned to the confrontation, he unsheathed his kunai. Though the woman showed no inclination to engage, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you will not come with me? The leader merely wishes to recruit you, with no intention of conducting experiments. By the way, you may call me Annie, she stated. Julie contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. That moment. The woman smiled gently, seemingly catching him off guard. In an instant, she appeared before him, and he deftly evaded her assault, seizing Annie's fist and throwing her against the barrier. Annie stumbled to the ground but quickly regained her footing. Attempting to charge at him once more, only to find a barrier of black flames materializing before him. "Cunning of you, but we shall depart," she remarked, as the barrier retracted into a flying carpet upon which she stood. Giuli summoned his giant eagle, following closely behind Annie as they soared northwestward. After 3 days of flight, Giuli, feeling drowsy, was jolted awake by an unexpected chill. Confounded, he realized that his constitution should render him impervious to the cold. The weather post-apocalypse had been temperate, save for the impending rain. As he gazed ahead, a haze revealed what appeared to be a mountain peak. Could it be there? He pondered, recalling that in his previous life, many had sought this organization's base, only to abandon their quest after repeated failures. He reflected that if his strength was insufficient, it was unlikely he would be invited. Regardless, he felt a stirring within him, eager to unravel the mysteries that had eluded him in his past life. Upon arriving at the mountain, he felt as though it were poised to consume him, causing him to hesitate in his approach. When Annie landed before the peak, he noticed an individual clad in white mourning attire, bearing the character for mourning emblazoned upon their chest. Giuli remained silent as Annie engaged in conversation, and after a brief wait, she cast a peculiar glance at him, signaling him to follow. Nodding in compliance, he trailed behind her. As they progressed, he observed numerous devices reminiscent of those the Light Maiden had deployed to inhibit elemental sensing. He glanced at Annie, who seemed engrossed in her path since entering the area, indifferent to everything else. Upon closer inspection, Giuli was astounded to discover that the mountain had been hollowed out, forming a passageway. Dio not regard it with such eyes. The leader initially found it intriguing for its ability to shield evolvers from exerting their abilities. Thus, he resolved to excavate it entirely, and he boasted. "Entirely hollowed out?" Giuli echoed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If the entire mountain were excavated, would a powerful strike from above not cause it to collapse entirely? Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. The base's leader had surely accounted for such a possibility. Upon entering the cavern, Annie guided him through a series of security checks. Once verified, they arrived at a conference room within the mountain. After knocking, a voice from within beckoned them to enter. Annie opened the door, announcing, "Respected leader, I have brought the person you requested. Thank you for your efforts. Annie, you may leave now," a voice responded from within. Ignoring Giuli's puzzled expression, Annie departed, leaving him with no choice but to step inside. The expansive conference room featured an oval table surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. Facing the entrance, a figure donned in a raccoon mask sat. Their gender and age indeterminate. "Welcome to our base. I trust you can surmise my intentions. I wish to hear your thoughts today," the figure greeted. Giuli replied, "It is quite simple. I am genuinely curious about the purpose of your organization." Our ultimate goal is to save humanity while facilitating its evolution," the figure responded. "That hardly serves as a reason for me to join," Giuli rebutted, rising to refuse. Yet, as the leader clapped their hands, a screen materialized behind them. Upon viewing its contents, Giuli slammed his hand on the table. "Very well, I shall join. However, I do not appreciate taking orders or being assigned tasks. Simply inform me of my missions." "Welcome to a decisive choice," the leader replied. "Regarding their safety, I can assure you, but sometimes you must complete your tasks before determining whether you can meet them. In the meantime, I would like you to refer to me as the leader. Allow me to introduce our organization's core members. There are a total of 7, and with your addition, we now have 8 core members. The remaining members are engaged in various missions across the globe. For now, you may partner with Light Girl Annie. I recall your abilities are related to ninjutsu. Although I am not particularly fond of that country, I have indeed watched Naruto. How does it sound if I call you Rokudo from now on?" The leader spoke. Giuli nodded, aware that his strength was still far from the level of Rokudo, yet he believed he would eventually attain that level. "So, where do I reside?" Giuli inquired. The man in the raccoon mask clapped his hands, and Annie, who had just left, appeared at the door. She opened it and, at the leader's command, guided Giuli to find his accommodations. Chapter 44. Intimidation. As Annie led Giuli to his room, a figure clad in black robes quietly observed them from the end of the corridor. Upon entering, Giuli discovered a pallid-faced man, who regarded Annie while seemingly ignoring Giuli. The man spoke. "Annie, you must understand that you are the Master S woman and should not draw too close to other basemen. Otherwise, The Master's wrath will consume everything. Oh, is that so, Jack? I am merely following the leader's orders to assist him in finding a room. Rokudo, your room is right here. 1254. Remember that. You two may converse, Annie stated before walking away without looking back. Jack gazed greedily at Annie's retreating figure, licking his lips, which evoked in Julie a comparison to a serpent. A creature imbued with coldness. Annie mentioned you are called Rokudo, am I correct? Jack redirected his gaze to Julie. Julie nodded, but suddenly, the man seized the collar of Julie's garment, his gaze fixated on him. Julie frowned and effortlessly wriggled free from Jack's grip. Interesting, quite interesting. I advise you not to approach her. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. By the way, Annie's long hair has turned short. Could it be your doing? Jack withdrew his hands. And what if it is? Julie replied, understanding the necessity of standing firm. Weakness now would lead to future complications. Jack's eyes glinted coldly, and his pupils began to morph into serpentine slits as he gazed at Julie. Julie returned the stare, pondering whether he was indeed staring into the depths of those eyes. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Julie turned to find a multitude of serpents slithering behind him. With a swift motion, he drew a kunai and slashed behind him. Watching the serpents fall to the ground only to reassemble, Julie mused, illusion? With that thought, Julie's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Blood trickling from them as the black flames of Amaterasu enveloped him, gazing at the serpents that crawled through the fire. With a chilling laugh, Julie's eyes shifted to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, locking onto Jack's gaze as the serpents advanced toward him. Impossible! What is happening? Disperse! Jack exclaimed in panic. It turned out he had awakened a serpent's talent, explaining his lack of a code name. As Jack was engulfed by the serpents, Julie waved his hand, dispersing the creatures and leaving Jack with his life. Life or death? Julie inquired. What do you wish to know? Jack slumped to the ground. Just tell me what you know, Julie commanded. As you surmised, Jack is my real name. Here, one must attain core member status to earn a code name. I do not possess much knowledge. I belong to the Flame King's ranks, but due to my low standing, I remain at the base. About a month ago, Annie joined our organization. My leader took a liking to her and openly declared her as his woman. Seeing that Annie did not object, he assigned me to observe who among the base got close to her until he completed his mission. With that, Jack's head tilted, and black blood flowed from his mouth. Julie silently observed the unfolding events, then waved his hand to incinerate Jack's corpse with a blaze, preparing to enter his room for rest. Knock, knock, knock. The following morning, Julie, clad only in his upper body, opened the door to find a little girl delivering breakfast. He nodded, indicating she could simply leave the meal, but the girl shook her head, insisting on serving him until he finished and washed up. Julie, unable to resist her stubborn gaze, conceded. Subsequently, Annie's arrival alleviated the somewhat awkward situation. Now, let me introduce you to the other internal members. You will likely find yourself busy soon, Annie stated. Julie pondered why he would be busy, and soon, he beheld a crowd eager to duel with him. Understanding Annie's earlier amusement. All right, let us see if I am worthy to be Annie's partner, Julie declared with a smile. Hearing Julie's words, a robust black man stepped forward. Julie observed the man's well-defined muscles and smiled. The black man charged forward, swinging a heavy fist down upon Julie. Julie deftly deflected the punch, causing the man to lose balance and strike the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing the resulting crack in the floor, Julie was taken aback by the man's extraordinary strength. Once more, the man lunged at Julie, who attempted to utilize the same tactic, but the man unexpectedly exploded with power. Colliding into Julie, Julie felt a tremendous force, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his composure. This man is Alistar. Even before the apocalypse, he was known for his immense strength. Especially now that he has awakened his power, Annie remarked, looking at Julie with a hint of exasperation. Is it my fault for being so good-looking? Julie complained. However, as the man prepared to strike again, Julie swiftly evaded and dashed into the man's embrace. As the man attempted to crush Julie, he vanished and reappeared behind him. The man countered with a punch, but Julie slid away, landing a strike to the man's groin. The man howled in pain, clutching himself and glaring furiously at Julie. Julie chuckled and pointed toward the restroom, saying, "Brother, I think it would be wise for you to check on that first." Surprisingly, the man nodded and hurried toward the restroom. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Julie inquired. "I do." Before him stood a middle-aged man, and Julie internally noted, "Seriously? You're 10 years older. Don't you think you should sit this one out?" "He is Jack's brother, possessing awakened water-type abilities," Annie explained. Julie nodded in understanding, and soon Lin Feng conjured 3 water arrows in his left hand, launching them at Julie. Julie extended his right hand, halting the arrows in midair, causing them to bounce back. Lin Feng shook his head and dispersed them. With his hands clasped together, he opened them to reveal a shrunken water vortex, which he tossed into the air. As the vortex expanded, the surrounding spectators began to retreat. Sensing the pull of the vortex, Julie noticed that despite its increasing size, it moved slowly. He contemplated his next move, continuously stepping backward as earthen walls rose around him, consuming the vortex's energy while he formed hand seals to create a shadow clone. The clone stood still, and as the water vortex expanded, it attracted a substantial amount of water vapor, obscuring the view for the onlookers. Annie frowned, surprised that Lin Feng would resort to such a technique right off the bat. Suddenly, amidst the waiting crowd, a scream pierced the air as a figure was flung outward, and upon closer inspection, it was Lin Feng, not Julie. The spectators expressed their disappointment. Just moments ago, Julie had manipulated the earthen walls while slipping into a space, reappearing beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished, unable to fathom how Julie had suddenly materialized beside him when he had been releasing the walls. Though surprised, Lin Feng shot water arrows at Julie in an attempt to thwart him while retreating to safety. Observing Julie ignoring his arrows, Lin Feng's forehead suddenly glistened with beads of water. Julie was puzzled but remained curious about Lin Feng's next move. He witnessed the surrounding water vapor converge at Lin Feng's mouth, his face swelling as he seemed to reach a critical point before unleashing a powerful water cannon. Julie swiftly dodged, though one water cannon struck him. However, due to the nature of his abilities, it passed harmlessly through him. Julie shook his head, his body tensing into a streamlined form as he collided with the somewhat bewildered Lin Feng, propelling him away. Chapter 45. Core Member Assessment. After Julie had dealt with several internal members, no one else dared to challenge him. Subsequently, Annie led Julie away, informing him that a core member would return the next day. However, she added that this core member was somewhat terrifying, and the leader intended for him to assess Julie. "What makes him so terrifying?" Julie queried, intrigued. "Do you recall the device I used to shield the spatial elements during our first encounter?" Annie recalled, "Do you remember? Initially, you startled me quite a bit. By the way, does what you mentioned pertain to that core member?" Julie nodded in response. Annie continued, "That device was developed based on his research. Quite peculiar, isn't it? However, in this apocalypse, all manner of bizarre abilities have emerged." Upon hearing Annie's words, Julie's calm demeanor finally shifted, for she revealed that the individual in question not only possessed that extraordinary power but was also a fire elementalist. "What kind of people does the organization recruit?" "This is absurd," Julie remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Annie shot him a glance, seemingly reluctant to engage in further conversation. "Well, I'm not unaware of you. Your sudden abilities should have nothing to do with the elements in the air, right?" Annie stated. Julie nodded, deciding it was best to wait for the revelations of the following day and to contemplate how to respond to the unfolding events. Time swiftly passed to the next day, and under Annie's guidance, Julie arrived at the entrance of a room. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a child who appeared to be no older than 12. "Surely, I must have come to the wrong place," he said. Annie replied, "You'll find out if it's the wrong place once you step inside." With that, she pushed him through the door. The moment he entered, Julie realized that Annie had not deceived him, for he immediately sensed the absence of any elemental presence within the room. Even the crystal core in his mind dimmed. "You must be the newcomer." "Lu Dao. Let us begin. I still have to attend to my pet afterward," the child spoke, leaving Julie bewildered by the juxtaposition of a boy's body with a girl's voice. "You?" Julie questioned, perplexed. The child, sensing he had been discovered, blushed slightly, flames erupting around him as he glared coldly at Julie, frowning. Julie drew a kunai, entering a combat stance. The child remained still, drawing a circle in the air with his hands before waving them. Unleashing two fire dragons that surged toward Julie, Julie formed hand seals, a dragon-shaped water column rising behind him to confront the fire dragons. As the standoff continued, the boy retracted the fire dragons, allowing the water dragon to advance. A glimmer of determination flashed in the boy's eyes as he unleashed a terrifying aura, his right hand forming a fist enveloped in flames that struck the head of the water dragon. The water dragon dissipated immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Julie lifted his right leg and kicked the suddenly reappearing child in the stomach, only to find that the child's flames ignited his clothing. With no other option, Julie flung him away, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them to reveal a kaleidoscopic pattern within his gaze. Interesting, this must be the famed Dojutsu of the ninja clan. The child mused with a faint smile, reaching out with one hand to conjure a barrage of fireballs directed at Julie. Blood trickled from Julie's left eye, splattering onto the ground, prompting the child to grow wary as his fireballs were consumed by swirling black flames. Realizing that these flames were eroding his mental energy, the child's expression soured. Seeing the area before Julie engulfed in black flames, the child dashed forward, leaping over the flames. As he did, Julie's right eye activated, causing the once dormant black flames on the ground to expand. Adhering to the boy's pant leg, the boy gasped. Recalling the troublesome nature of Amaterasu, he had never tested its strength. Swiftly, he slashed at the ignited fabric, which fell to the ground. Retreating to a safe distance, the child regarded Julie and declared, "All right, you've passed. Put away Amaterasu. At this," Julie coughed, kneeling on the ground as Amaterasu gradually faded from view. Chapter 46. The first mission. Upon hearing of his successful assessment, Julie followed the child and Annie back to the office of the organization's leader. Gazing at the leader's obscured visage, Julie felt an uncanny familiarity, though he could not articulate it. "From today onward, Annie will be your partner, Lu Dao. You both have a new mission to accomplish," the leader announced. "Firechild, since you've just returned, you may take a rest." The boy, who had fought Julie moments earlier, bowed and exited the room, leaving Julie and Annie alone with the leader. Julie scratched his head, stealing a glance at Annie, finally appreciating her figure, curvaceous and striking. In a wonder, everyone seemed so enamored with her. "Have you finished looking?" Annie remarked, turning to face him. Julie chuckled and inquired about their new mission. Noticing his lack of response, Annie remained turned away. Her curiosity piqued. "It appears that a core member has reported strange occurrences near City C. A peculiar force seems to envelop that area." Julie was taken aback, but masked his surprise, casually asking, "And what does that have to do with our mission?" "Everything. Your task is to infiltrate City C, but you will need this," the leader replied, tossing an object toward Julie. He caught it, examining the item that resembled a flashlight, puzzled. Annie observed it with similar intrigue. "This device simulates the elemental forces of the world. They have identified a gap, and you can use this to mimic the fluctuations of a magic formation to gain entry," the leader explained. Nodding in understanding, Julie and Annie exited the office. Annie suggested they prepare for their journey the following day, believing it unnecessary to waste time. Julie agreed, as he had not seen Liu in quite some time and wondered how she was faring. After returning to his room, Julie entered his spatial realm and found it restored. Pushing open the door, he beheld the slumbering figure of Xiao Xian. Noticing her maturity, he diverted his gaze and inquired about the status of his clone. The report was satisfactory, and Julie resolved to take her out. Although not just as he reached out to touch her face, Xiao Xian unexpectedly seized his arm, applying pressure at his pulse point. Realizing he had indeed returned to this place and standing before the man who had trained him, Xiao Xian's nose twitched, but she quickly regained her composure. Julie regarded her with satisfaction, asking, "When do you wish to go out?" "Now," Xiao Xian replied, her unwavering gaze conveying her seriousness. Julie nodded, gesturing with a sweep of his hand, and Xiao Xian found herself in a living room. As she processed her surroundings, Julie addressed her. "It's been a while. I have joined an organization in this apocalypse. Now that you are free, what are your intentions?" "To follow you and grow stronger." Xiao Xian answered succinctly. Julie nodded, instructing her to rest on the bed while he settled into an adjacent chair. Chapter 47. Arrival at City C the next day. Julie opened his door to find Annie, fully equipped, waiting at the entrance. He followed behind her, his hands empty. "Don't you need to bring anything?" Annie asked, glancing back. Julie shook his head with a smile, responding, "You know my abilities. As if recalling something." Annie removed her backpack and tossed it to the dazed Julie. "I'll leave the supplies to you, but don't go rummaging through it carelessly." With a hint of warning in her tone, Julie chuckled silently, placing the backpack into his spatial realm. Exiting the cave, he observed the persistent fog outside and asked, "How do we get out?" Annie did not respond, tossing an object over her shoulder, which Julie caught, a hilt devoid of a blade. "Construct the flying device," Annie instructed, throwing the hilt into the air. Initially perplexed, Julie watched as the hilt emitted a glow, transforming into a flying apparatus upon its return. "This is quite a useful item," he mused, realizing its potential for later use. Noticing Annie's impatience, Julie imitated her earlier actions and assembled the flying device. Destination: City C. Annie pressed a button, causing virtual displays to appear on both their devices as she inputted commands. A minute later, the engines roared to life, causing Julie to lose his balance and topple onto the device. Annie chuckled at his predicament, but her amusement was short-lived. The lack of a windbreak allowed the gusts to rush in as she opened her mouth to speak. Julie fell silent, closing his eyes to meditate. He realized that his recent expenditures had reduced his system to a mere 80,000 original energy points. Additionally, his crystal core housed abilities from 3 elements, while his invisibility power lay dormant in a corner. Since he had no immediate need for stealth, he refrained from seeking ways to utilize it, fearing that the Tianxian system would demand payment once more. Moreover, the main quest has been completed to a mere 10%. However, City C has turned into a significant predicament, having attracted the attention of the organization, which is now contemplating methods of infiltration. Fortunately, the other core members are still engaged in their respective tasks. Amidst this turmoil, a sudden thought flashed through Julie's mind. Yes, this apocalypse is indeed reminiscent of the one from my previous life. Julie felt a pang of trepidation, as he was uncertain about the magnitude of the repercussions his actions might incite. Unable to converse, the two continued their relentless journey, despite their perseverance, and began to exhibit signs of fatigue. On the 4th day, the aircraft they were aboard finally arrived, revealing the surroundings of City C, previously shrouded in mist, now teeming with no fewer than 100 individuals nearby. Julie furrowed his brow in silent concern. This could prove troublesome, and he wondered if those inside could hold their ground. "Greetings, my lords," came the voices of those who knelt upon their arrival, and waved her hand dismissively, urging them to proceed with their own affairs, and led Julie toward the location where the leader had indicated a breach. "Lu Dao, give it a try, and see if you can enter," and instructed. Julie nodded, stepping forward. With a flick of his right hand, he hurled it into the breach, forming seals with both hands, only to find himself awkwardly reappearing in the same spot moments later. "It's no use. It's far too peculiar inside," Julie remarked and frowned, gesturing for him to retrieve the device given by the leader. They prepared to enter directly, as the leader had mentioned that this device would permit only 2 individuals to pass through, albeit with certain consequences. Chapter 48. Severe injury. After some contemplation, Julie recalled the 2 individuals who had previously taken him away. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the clouds, and had been elaborating on various strategies. Though she too found the situation somewhat daunting, however, a representative from the area informed her that the breach had been opened due to relentless assaults from numerous supernatural beings. Yet, over the past few days, they discovered that the Grand Array was in a state of self-repair. Upon hearing this, and slapped Julie, who had been lost in thought, to bring him back to reality. "What's the matter? Have you come up with a solution?" Julie inquired, and looked at him, exasperated, but then prepared to activate the device on her OWN.AS. Soon as and activated the device, the bottle-like apparatus in Julie's hand vanished, and a luminous barrier materialized around both and Julie. While Julie marveled at this development and grasped his hand, urging him to focus. Feeling his hand, he was struck by how soft it felt, almost devoid of bone. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed her hand. Observing Anne, who emanated a subtle fragrance, Julie distinctly noted her body tense for a fleeting moment, which struck him as amusing. Upon entering the Grand Array, Julie noticed the shimmering barrier beginning to tremble slightly. Glancing at the cityscape that had materialized before them, he estimated that they were still about 1,000 meters away, and as long as no unforeseen issues arose, they should be able to pass through. However, as if sensing Julie's intent, a phantom figure appeared before them. This couldn't possibly be the master of the Grand Array, Julie mused, gazing at the gradually solidifying silhouette, and hesitated for a moment but did not halt her advance, pulling Julie along. Yet, the elderly figure extended his right hand and pointed towards their barrier. Initially, Julie felt nothing, but when the barrier began to shake violently, realization dawned on him. He is attacking us, and was the first to discern. Julie remained silent, but the seriousness etched on his face indicated too and that he was devising a plan. Time was slipping away, and the elderly figure's assault had pushed the barrier to the brink of collapse. Julie implanted the Flying Thunder God technique onto and cautioned, "And be alert, oh not let go of my hand, for we cannot predict what may occur." Julie's warning was not mere hyperbole, for he had previously attempted to harness the power of divine might outside, but to no avail. It appeared that the Grand Array could also restrict spatial abilities. With only 200 meters remaining to their destination, they dared not accelerate, as doing so would jeopardize the integrity of the barrier, forcing them to confront the Elder's onslaught directly. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and Julie hurled 6 shurikens forward, shielding and with his body. Feeling an attack from behind, Julie unleashed his Susanoo. Though it failed to completely absorb the blow, it nonetheless mitigated a significant portion of the impact. The residual force struck Julie's back, inflicting injury, yet he gritted his teeth and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting out of the Grand Array. The moment and emerged, she instinctively turned to check on Julie's condition. But to her surprise, he tackled her to the ground. As she was about to push him away, Julie coughed up a spray of blood that splattered across her face. He had realized that after injuring him, the Elder had unleashed another wave of energy. He could evade it, but Anne would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Seeing the bewildered look in Anne's eyes, Julie had no time to ponder further before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, at home, Li was resting alongside her cousin, Li Hua, while watching the news. Suddenly, a breaking news segment captured her attention. This afternoon, an unexplained explosion occurred near the abandoned industrial site in the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, police discovered only one injured man in peculiar attire, with no suspicious individuals in sight. Initially, Liu paid little heed to the report, but upon glimpsing the so-called peculiar man, she sprang to her feet and raced toward the central hospital. Upon arriving at the city center hospital and clarifying her identity, the police granted her entry, though her cousin Li Hua did not receive such favorable treatment. Liu stood outside the emergency room on the 6th floor. Noticing a woman in black in the corridor, "Who are you, and how could my brother be injured?" she demanded. The woman in black was none other than Anne, who had followed the explosion, believing Julie would receive medical attention. "You re his sister?" Anne's large, curious eyes scrutinized Liu, then noticed the woman's golden pupils. "Yes," she replied, "I'm his partner. We encountered some issues while entering here," and said, absent-mindedly twirling her hair. "Then why is my brother injured?" Liu pressed, her suspicion growing, knowing Julie possessed spatial abilities and suspecting the woman before her was somehow involved. "Since you already know, why ask me?" and replied with a smile. Liu felt a surge of indignation. Though she had considered confronting Anne, she realized that her brother must have been injured while protecting her. An awkward silence ensued, with Anne preferring tranquility and Liu anxious about Julie's condition. Thankfully avoiding any conflict. 3 hours passed before the emergency room's red light finally extinguished. As the door opened, Liu moved forward to inquire about her brother's condition. To her surprise, the doctor appeared momentarily dazed upon seeing Anne. After Liu cleared her throat in irritation, the doctor informed her that fortunately, Julie had been brought in promptly and would require time to recuperate. After waiting a while, Liu discovered that Julie had been moved to a regular ward. Neither spoke, both trailing behind in silence. In the ward, Seeing Julie's pale complexion as he lay unconscious, Liu felt a lump in her throat, on the verge of tears. Yet upon noticing Anne's somewhat dazed expression beside her, she resolved not to cry, not wanting to lose face before his partner. "Are you planning to stay here indefinitely?" and inquired, raising an eyebrow at the vigilant Liu. "Mind your own business," Liu retorted, turning her head away. Seeing this, and fell silent, moving to the window, pushing it open before vanishing from the ward. The darkness had fallen, rendering her departure unnoticed. Chapter 49. Apprenticeship under Giguzi. Liu sighed as she watched him leave. Knowing her brother's life outside was fraught with difficulty, and that his return likely stemmed from a pressing mission. Earlier, the doctor had mentioned that there was a possibility Julie might not regain consciousness, as there were numerous blood clots remaining in his head. "In that case, I could see you every day," Liu murmured. She grasped Julie's hand, resting it against her cheek, quietly observing him. Unbeknownst to her, Liu gradually slipped into slumber, her previously tense expression softening into a smile as she dreamt, and silently returned to Julie's hospital room as the overwhelming influx of information outside had unsettled her. This place was a sanctuary for humanity. What would happen if the boss ever found out? Observing the sleeping Liu, she sighed and closed the window, blocking out the cold wind that had seeped in. She pondered how long it would take for Julie to awaken, leaning against the wall and closing her eyes in contemplation. Julie felt as though he were traversing a dark expanse when a glimmer of light caught his attention. Intrigued, he stood still, watching as the light grew larger. To his astonishment, it was none other than the elder who had previously wounded him. "Junior pays respects to Master Giguzi." Julie performed a gesture of respect. "Ahem, young man, the reason I have brought you here is that there are some matters that require your attention." Master Giguzi spoke in a deep voice. "I am aware that you possess the potential to save humanity from its current fate, and there is no escaping this responsibility. This is, after all, your own mission, is it not?" Julie remained silent, choosing not to respond, instead lifting his gaze to meet Master Giguzi's eyes. "Remember, history will not alter its destined course. You must not attempt to change it intentionally. Otherwise, the resultant calamities will be truly horrifying. I perceive a certain complexity within your innate power. Are you willing to become my disciple and embark on a path of cultivation?" Master Giguzi inquired. Upon hearing this, Julie's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet he steadied his mind and replied, "How could I, a mere junior, be worthy of your esteemed regard?" "It is fate," Master Giguzi responded. Julie nodded and performed 3 bows towards Master Giguzi, proclaiming, "Master." "Very well, I have little to impart to you aside from teaching you the art of formations," Master Giguzi said, extending his right hand. A violet light penetrating Julie's mind. Before Julie could utter any further words, darkness enveloped him. When he reopened his eyes, the brightness was blinding, and as he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, he was met with a wave of pain coursing through his body. "Brother, you are awake?" Liu exclaimed. "Yes, you're awake. We have already entered City C. The situation here is rather different from what we anticipated." Annie added. Julie attempted to speak, but found his throat hoarse. Liu held a cup and a cotton swab, gently dabbing some water onto Julie's lips. After tasting the moisture, Julie inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" 10 days, Annie replied. Julie managed a bitter smile. 10 days had passed, and his somewhat negligent master truly had a heavy hand. Tianxian, Julie thought inwardly, however, after calling for a time. Tianxian remained unresponsive, prompting Julie to delve into the Grand Hall, only to discover that all 3 halls lay in ruins. Due to the host suffering a powerful attack, the emergency protocol has been activated. 80,000 primal energy points expended. The energy of the first hall has been depleted, the second hall's energy has been depleted, and the third hall's energy has been depleted. A message appeared above the 3 shattered halls. Seemingly to provide Julie with an explanation, he shook his head in disbelief at the substantial losses inflicted upon the system. Mission: collect 5 million primal energy points within 1 year to restore the system. Failure: annihilation. Julie was momentarily taken aback by the new mission, for it was the first instance of a mission's failure resulting in annihilation. Upon exiting the spatial realm once more, he noticed that Xiao Xian seemed to still be in the Divine Might space. With a flicker of his consciousness, a surge of energy emanated from his left eye, and Xiao Xian was effortlessly expelled. Seeing the sudden appearance of the girl before him, Annie felt at a loss for words. This guy seems to attract women wherever he goes. Chapter 50. The arrival of two senior brothers. Thus, Julie spent his days being fed by Liu, exchanging banter with Annie, while simultaneously delving into the foundational stage of formation cultivation within the spatial realm. Gazing at the initial text in his mind, Julie silently recited it, his hands deftly arranging various items around him. After half a minute, he spread his arms wide and commanded, "Array, arise," before his eyes. The previously chaotic items began to levitate and spin, and Julie found himself transported from the spatial realm to what felt like traversing a desert. He formed hand seals and commanded, "Seal." Instantly, the desert before him vanished, and the floating items tumbled to the ground in utter disarray. He had successfully conjured the first level of an illusion array, if it weren't for my Sharingan. Mastering this within a week would have been impossible. The foundational array required external objects to be arranged beforehand to defend against enemies. Naturally, upon reaching a profound level of mastery, one could sketch an array with a mere flick of the wrist. Julie had just begun to grasp the first illusion array, gaining substantial insight, as the illusions within the array could indeed be amplified by his Sharingan. Contemplating this, Julie exited the spatial realm once more, only to be confronted by two figures clad in black robes. Observing the two unconscious women, Julie reassessed their strength. However, when one of the figures seized him, he attempted to test their capabilities but was easily subdued and brought back to the original palace among the clouds. Addressing the two before him, Julie inquired, "What brings you to summon me this time?" "See for yourself." One of the black-robed figures, seemingly irate, gestured with his right hand, and a luminous screen materialized before Julie. The screen displayed countless evolved beings outside City C. Julie maintained a composed demeanor, glancing at it before responding, "I do not comprehend your meaning. Do you dare claim these individuals have no connection to you? I recall specifically advising you against carelessly revealing the existence of this region. Yet, I am astonished to find that you have brought outsiders here," the black-robed figure retorted, preparing to strike Julie, only to be restrained by the other. Gazing at his companion, the other figure regarded Julie, whose expression was dark as if rainwater could be wrung from it. He believed that the news of Master Guiguzi accepting him as a disciple had reached them. Hence his summoning. "They are not my doing. Rather, your secret has drawn the attention of outsiders. Tio, speak frankly, I have only recently joined this organization, and my first mission was to come here, of course. I encountered Master Guiguzi's illusion while entering the Grand Array. Though I sustained severe injuries, I was fortunate enough to gain his favor and be accepted as his disciple," Julie explained. Upon hearing his words, the two black-robed figures fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Julie understood that they remained skeptical, prompting him to signal them to distance themselves. He then concentrated, summoning the items from the interior of the Grand Hall to appear before them one by one. After a moment's contemplation, Julie gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Having rested for so long, with his would-release physique, recovery was merely a matter of time. Yet, as time pressed on, he could not afford to linger. Gradually arranging the items, he formed hand seals, and the first level of the illusion array reappeared before him. The two figures were momentarily taken aback. His swift advancement to the foundational stage intrigued them. If given sufficient time, could he reach even greater heights? "Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ming Ming, and this is Zhou Zhou. We are disciples under Master Guiguzi. The reason we summoned you here is solely because my brother has some inquiries for you," the taller black-robed figure stated. Zhou Zhou removed his mask and gazed at Julie, who returned his stare, wondering if he was the one with questions for him. Julie remained silent, observing. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Zhou Zhou finally broke the stillness, inquiring, "Who else entered with you? How did you manage to enter the Grand Array and subsequently appear in the city?" "Firstly, another woman accompanied me. She is my partner. Though she seems unaware of the circumstances here, as for how we entered, the organization provided me with a device that mimicked the aura of the Grand Array, allowing us to gain entry. Unfortunately, during our entrance, We encountered the illusion of Master, and the device was destroyed, Julie recounted, a hint of resignation in his tone. Ming Ming nodded, responding, indeed, Master did mention he would leave behind several attacks within the Grand Array. I did not expect you to have made it within 200 meters. This piqued my curiosity regarding that device. Since you have entered our sect, you are now our junior brother. The formation texts imparted to you by Master must be diligently cultivated. Zhou stated. What are the two of you cultivating? Julie feigned curiosity. Alchemy and sorcery. Ming Ming and Zhou replied in unison, exchanging glances. While they found nothing amiss, Julie's mind painted vivid images of the future. The three brothers embarking on adventures together, leading humanity towards hope. Sensing Julie's thoughts, Zhou cautioned, Junior brother, do not overthink it. Before his demise, Master warned us not to leave this place lightly. We must guard the Grand Array. Julie nodded, reflecting that this would make future returns more convenient. After conversing for a while longer, Zhou tore through the space, bringing Julie back to the hospital room. Upon arrival, he discovered that the two women had vanished, prompting him to recline on the bed once more, preparing to rest. Before long, Liu and Annie returned to the hospital room. Upon seeing Julie lying on the bed, they both exclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of doctors and nurses, whom Liu hastily dismissed. With a mixture of frustration and exasperation, she observed Julie, who appeared dazed and still not fully awake. Realizing that Julie was still groggy, Liu had no choice but to gently press him down, urging him to continue resting. Upon witnessing Julie's return, Annie's gaze took on a peculiar quality, for it seemed that someone had rendered her unconscious previously, leaving her utterly oblivious to the circumstances. When she regained consciousness, she discovered that Julie was no longer in bed, and the window stood wide open. Typically, in the hospital room, she would ensure the window was shut. Having observed on numerous occasions that Liu often dressed warmly and exhibited a marked aversion to drafts, thus, she closed the window out of concern for her, hoping to ease the tension in their relationship. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Fire King days passed one after another, and Julie was acutely aware that although Annie appeared somewhat idle, she was, in fact, devising ways to contact the outside world each night. Julie chose not to address this matter directly. After spending 3 weeks lying in the hospital, his back injury had nearly healed. He resolved to discharge himself, for he feared that prolonged exposure to this comfortable existence would lead to his deterioration. While processing his discharge, he was taken aback by the dense array of English text on the bill and the numerous charges listed. It was evident that hospitals remained lucrative enterprises, regardless of whether it was before or after the apocalypse. However, under Julie's watchful eye, Liu paid all medical expenses without a hint of hesitation. After all, his family was growing increasingly affluent, and he couldn't help but muse that such a lifestyle likely wouldn't last much longer. After a brief encounter, he found himself once again at Liu's home. It was morning. Her parents had left for work, leaving only Liu at home. By the way, brother, what mission do you have this time? I heard it from Annie, Liu remarked casually as she poured tea for the two of them. Upon hearing this, Julie instinctively glanced at Annie, who subtly nodded, affirming that she had indeed mentioned it to her. Julie internally shook his head, thinking it wise to refrain from discussing such matters openly. Liu noticed their exchange and tightened her grip on the cup, clearly sensing that they were withholding something from her. Wait a moment, Julie interjected. The two women turned to look at him as he released Xiao Xian from his space. Xiao Xian had been in training but found herself abruptly outside, her body instinctively tensing as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Julie and the others, she sighed in relief and said, "Could you at least give me a heads up before you toss me out like that?" "How exactly should I give a heads up?" Julie pondered aloud, somewhat perplexed. Xiao Xian realized the absurdity of her request and walked over to sit beside him. Julie felt no discomfort, but Liu seemed lost in thought, while Annie was intrigued by his spatial abilities, which were, after all, a personal skill. "Xiao Xian, you should stay by my side from now on. This mission isn't particularly challenging. By the way, Annie, have you managed to make contact?" Julie inquired. Annie shook her head, replying, "This place is quite strange. It seems something is blocking the signal. Such phenomena shouldn't occur. This is the work of our ancestors. How could modern technology easily penetrate it? If I recall correctly, The elder who attacked us within the formation was none other than the Master Giguzi from ancient times, Julie said with a chuckle after hearing Annie's words. Giguzi? The three women echoed in unison, as they were unfamiliar with this figure, having never encountered him in their history lessons during school. Upon hearing Julie's mention, Annie's curiosity piqued, especially upon recalling his terrifying strike. Julie smiled and decided to enlighten them, even though he had only stumbled upon information about him in the library. He looked at the trio, whose expressions were filled with questions, and elaborated. Giguzi was a prominent figure in Taoism during the spring and autumn period, regarded as the progenitor of the school of diplomacy. He often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and cultivate his Tao. As he lived in the Gigu Valley, he referred to himself as Master Gigu, a disciple of Laozi. The title Wangchan Lao Zu is a later term used to address Giguzi, and he is one of the 5 schools of ancient learning: Su, Zhang, representing Suqin and Zhang Yi, the Gigu faction; Shan, Han faction; Yangzhu faction; Zhuang, Lai faction; Guan Yin, Yinwen faction. According to the narratives before the apocalypse, he was said to possess extraordinary abilities, transcending human comprehension. First, in mathematics, he could predict celestial phenomena and events with unparalleled accuracy. Second, in military strategy, he mastered the art of warfare, capable of executing complex formations that even the divine could not foresee. Third, in rhetoric, he was well versed in various discourses, his words compelling and persuasive. Fourth, he sought to transcend the mundane, cultivating his spirit and prolonging life through extraordinary means, achieving ascendance from the earthly realm. Upon hearing Julie's words, admiration sparkled in Annie's eyes. Julie understood that girls often idolize the strong. Initially, he had not realized that the elder was Giguzi himself, but when Zhou and Ming Ming revealed his identity, he too was taken aback. Moreover, he now considered himself the 7th disciple of Giguzi. Though he found the formation quite challenging and had struggled to reach the entry level, he believed that with time, he would gradually master it. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could utilize his ocular techniques to enhance his learning speed of the formation. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as his ocular abilities could not be used for extended periods. Closing his eyes, he attuned to the power within them and nodded, recalling that when activating the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tian Xian had informed him that his ocular power was limited to a span of 10 directions and could be employed for about a day. However, if forced to continue beyond that, it would deplete his physical energy. Upon realizing this, Julie didn't dwell on it further. He recalled that his earlier manifestation of the complete Susanoo was merely temporary. Subsequent attempts to unleash it fully had failed. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. The free time he had now allowed him to gradually integrate the various powers within him. Once he clarified the tasks ahead, Julie bid farewell to the 3 women and entered his divine space to practice. Upon entering, he waved his hand to transform the surroundings back into a combat arena. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes to sense the multiple powers within him. He remembered that in his past life, when he transitioned from the 4th stage to the mid-4th stage, he needed to organize the powers within his body. In the early 4th stage, one could manipulate the changes in their bones, but it was impossible to engage in battle using their entire skeletal structure like Kinmaru from Naruto. In the mid-stage, one would integrate the elemental forces within them, achieving a qualitative transformation. Once successful, the rate at which they absorbed elements would accelerate, and their emitted abilities would significantly enhance. Examining the existing elements within his body, he noted the presence of wood release, remnants of the air bloodline barrier, and the crystal core in his mind. Julie smiled, recognizing the unique techniques that would release offered. The air bloodline barrier seemed to overlap with another ability of his divine space. He wondered if the system could absorb the residual air bloodline barrier. Julie mused aloud, then began channeling his chakra towards the remnants of the air bloodline barrier. To his surprise, the energy was consumed effortlessly, requiring little effort on his part. Observing the massive chakra now coiling in his dantian, Julie commenced compressing and refining it. In truth, this process should have been initiated earlier, but he had simply lacked the time to do so. As he pooled all the chakra within him into his dantian, a flush crept onto his face, and he felt as though he might burst. However, he calmed his mind, understanding that in such moments, panic would only lead to misfortune. Following the method he had mastered in his past life for compressing and refining elemental forces, he painstakingly compressed his chakra. This arduous process was undeniably painful, as he was uncertain when success would arrive, and the immense pressure on his body from the chakra was daunting. Finally, as he observed that a third of his chakra had diminished in his dantian, he repeated the previous steps. Time passed without him realizing it, and he nearly faced failure twice, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Now, with only a third of his chakra remaining, Jiuli thought to himself that he had finally succeeded. Originally, his chakra was a pale blue and gaseous in nature, but it had now transformed into a deep blue, shifting from a gaseous to a liquid state. Jiuli knew he had completed the refining process. According to Madara, the amount of chakra within him should now be on par with that of an elite Jonin. The jutsu he could unleash would be significantly amplified under the enhancement of the Sharingan. Rising to his feet, Jiuli waved his hands once more, and the previously empty arena was suddenly filled with a multitude of figures. Observing their expressions, it was clear that he had replicated Uchiha Madara entirely. With a kunai in hand, he declared, "Come at me." Thus, several shadows of Madara sprang forth, charging towards Jiuli. With a swift motion, Jiuli seized one of the assailants with his left hand and hurled him into the throng behind. He then executed a spinning kick mid-air, while the shurikens in his grasp continually sliced through the throats of the remaining attackers. In less than 10 minutes, only Jiuli remained, panting heavily. With a mere thought, the battleground transformed into a grand bathhouse. He leaped into the warm waters, relishing the soothing temperature, and soon found himself feeling drowsy. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of City C, a man clad in a fiery red cloak, his demeanor cold and forbidding, arrived at the scene. "How long have they been inside?" he inquired. Reporting back, Lord Hua, Annie and the two esteemed masters have been ensconced in the formation for nearly a month, came the reply. The newcomer was none other than the one who proclaimed Annie as his own, a fourth-tier fire elemental powerhouse within the Doomsday organization. Initially returning from a mission, he had intended to seize Annie without delay to avoid any lingering complications. However, to his surprise, his subordinate Jack informed him that Annie had acquired a new partner, and their relationship appeared quite amiable. "Just a stroke of luck for that brat," scoffed Huo Wang. After ascertaining the location of the duo's activities, Huo Wang boarded the organization's aircraft and made his way here. Chapter 52. The swordsman patience, my friend. "Perhaps they are truly ensnared," said a young man in white garb, adorned in ancient attire and bearing a long sword. As Huo Wang simmered with anger, Huo Wang cast him a glance. Despite his initial disdain for this partner, who had bested him within 10 moves, he typically acquiesced to his commands during their operations. "Enough of this kneeling. It is rather unseemly," the young man remarked. Upon hearing this, several members present promptly retreated, eager to avoid lingering too long, for both individuals were notorious within the organization. The youthful swordsman had been brought back by the leader, and upon his arrival, Huo Wang had looked down upon him, likening him to someone who had escaped from a refugee camp. Yet when the leader proposed a core member assessment, Huo Wang was the first to voice his disapproval. The leader then mandated a duel between the two, stating that should he lose, Huo Wang would have to partner with the swordsman. Huo Wang unleashed the flames within him, attempting to incinerate the swordsman. However, the latter deftly evaded the flames with a peculiar footwork. Just as Huo Wang could no longer contain his ridicule, the swordsman's eyes glinted with determination as he unsheathed a long sword from seemingly thin air and struck down with a fierce swing. Observing the sharp sword energy, Huo Wang conjured flames to shield himself, but the sword energy sliced through the fiery barrier without pause. By the time it reached him, its power had significantly diminished, leading Huo Wang to mock the swordsman. Yet, he soon discovered the sword's tip poised at his throat, realizing he had lost. The swordsman was thereafter dubbed the swordsman and was handed a sword, which the leader had replicated from a renowned weapon. "Sharp beyond measured, I must ask, swordsman, what is the situation inside? Why, despite our numbers, have we only managed to breach a small section? Moreover, we have dispatched individuals within, yet none have returned alive." Huo Wang pressed once the others had departed. The swordsman seemed to have anticipated this inquiry, showing no intention of responding. Huo Wang, frustrated, cursed under his breath but refrained from pressing further. In solitude, Julie stood within the space, striving to manipulate the shurikens through his will. He pondered the feasibility of controlling them via telekinesis, given that he would have no opportunity to arrange the necessary elements for a phantom formation amidst battle. After a period of experimentation, he discovered this method was indeed viable, prompting him to exert even greater effort. Upon his first success, he wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking that if he persisted, he might master this skill. Unbeknownst to him, Annie outside was subtly probing for a way to escape, having been trapped for a month, unaware of the potential arrival of new corps members. Calculating the days, it seemed that Huowang, that detestable fellow, should have completed his mission and returned to base. He might come searching for her due to her absence. Contemplating his strength, Annie feared that the ancient martial artist accompanying Huowang might also follow suit. Fortunately, the following afternoon, Julie reappeared in the room. Annie conveyed her concerns, and Julie began to sense the complexity of the situation. With Xian's resistance proving futile, he cast her into the spatial realm, fearing that their exit today might lead to a confrontation, leaving her safety uncertain. Looking around, he noted that Liu was not at home. Annie informed him that Liu had gone shopping with her friends. Nodding, Julie led Annie toward the train station in City C. Annie was intrigued, for while she understood that taking the train was the sole means of leaving, she wondered if the citizens of this city had never questioned the disappearance of so many individuals. Julie scratched his head at her query, admitting he was uncertain how to respond. Recalling when Zhou had brought him here, incapacitating the two women, he decided it best not to divulge such details. Thus, the pair boarded the train and departed City C. As they exited the misty confines, Annie was astonished to find themselves in a vast, open plain. Don't ask me. I have no idea why this is happening. Perhaps the formation is at work, Julie replied. Annie nodded, then poked Julie's shoulder, sensing someone approaching. Within the Doomsday organization, each member carried a tracker for ease of monitoring during missions. Who are these two? Julie inquired, observing Huowang and the swordsman as they landed. My admirer, Huowang, a fourth-tier fire elemental powerhouse, and the swordsman, a practitioner of ancient martial arts at the third layer of the postnatal stage. Annie explained, leaning against her waist. My dear, there you are. Come here. Let me see how much weight you've lost, Huowang called out, having detected their position via his tracker. As Julie had surmised, the man in the crimson cloak was indeed Huowang, who harbored feelings for Annie. The other man, the white-clad swordsman, was the ancient martial artist he had anticipated. You must be the newly elevated corps member, Lu Dao? The swordsman regarded Julie with piercing eyes. Feeling the pressure emanating from the swordsman, Julie nodded in affirmation. What do you wish to impart? He asked. Huowang roughly pulled Annie aside, but she coldly swatted his hand away, her expression one of concern for the tense standoff between the two men. I wish to ascertain your qualifications for becoming a corps member. The swordsman's gaze turned icy as he unsheathed his long sword. Launching an attack toward Julie in response, Julie drew a shuriken to parry the incoming strike. Feeling as though the weapon bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, he furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful energy coursing through the sword. Julie retreated from the range of the swordsman's sword, who did not pursue but instead raised the sword above his head, invoking a technique. Crimson Rainbow. A beam of red sword light surged toward Julie. Startled, Julie used telekinesis to propel 6 shurikens from his waist, scattering them in various directions. With a swift motion, Julie appeared a short distance behind, observing the scorched mark left by the sword light with cold sweat beading on his forehead. As the swordsman advanced, Julie formed hand seals, invoking fire release. Dragon fire technique. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from his mouth and charged toward the swordsman. The swordsman hesitated, deftly maneuvering his sword to deflect the attack. Julie activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, scrutinizing the swordsman's movements. The swordsman abruptly altered his trajectory, skillfully evading the fire dragon. Employing his unique footwork, the swordsman closed the distance to Julie, thrusting his sword toward Julie's shoulder. However, with his keen insight, Julie anticipated the strike and blocked it with a shuriken. Following up, he struck the swordsman's chest with a palm, prompting the swordsman to withdraw his sword and counter with an energy-infused strike. Both retreated 3 steps, Julie astonished by the swordsman's energy intensity, while the swordsman regarded Julie with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. Having sensed a similar energy within him. Chapter 53. A series of victories. As Julie continued to engage the swordsman, while Wang's emotions churned, observing his beloved Annie anxiously watching the duel. Was it due to that man? Huo Wang questioned himself. When Jiuli was inadvertently struck by the swordsman's palm and staggered back in pain, Huo Wang noted Annie's icy gaze. Devoid of any other emotions in that moment, he made a decision. With a twinge of pain in his left shoulder from the earlier strike, Jiuli instinctively activated his phasing ability to evade another incoming attack from the swordsman. A fiery serpent bursting forth from his chest. The swordsman paused, a troubled expression crossing his face as he regarded the ambushing fire wielder. This is a battle between him and me. Do not interfere. The swordsman asserted, for deep within him lingered the belief in a fair contest to determine victory or defeat. However, the fire wielder showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he summoned flames from every part of his being, preparing for his next offensive. Observing this, the swordsman sheathed his longsword behind him, readying himself for no further engagement. Julie nodded slightly, his gaze leisurely fixed on the fire wielder. Truth be told, he found it relatively easy to confront those of the fire element at the same tier. What, do you intend to take advantage of my partner's exhaustion and bully him? Just as Julie readied himself for a new round of combat, a golden light flashed and Annie appeared before him. Her expression devoid of emotion. It's up to you, the fire wielder remarked, inclining his head slightly towards Julie. Julie stepped forward and patted Annie on the shoulder, assuring her that the fire wielder was quite manageable. Annie, however, couldn't help but feel a mix of humor and annoyance, as the fire wielder's move, Inferno's Wrath, was no jest. Julie motioned for Annie to step back and, noting the fire wielder's somewhat sinister gaze, extended his right hand, beckoning him. The fire wielder, unfazed, raised his hands, unleashing 2 fire dragons towards Julie. In response, Julie formed hand seals, exhaling a fireball that not only dissipated the dragons but continued its trajectory toward the fire wielder. Frowning, the fire wielder delicately placed his hands on his forehead, and his eyes emitted a golden light that detonated the fireball upon contact. Caught off guard, Julie narrowly evaded the blast, while the fire wielder shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied that Julie had merely been put in a precarious situation. Julie pressed his hands against the ground, causing the fire wielder to wonder, only to soon realize he was sinking downward. Instinctively, his body ignited in flames, incinerating the surrounding marshland in no time. He extricated himself, and as Julie appeared beside him with a teleportation technique, he exclaimed, "Ha! Destructive palm!" Julie harnessed his chakra and struck, the moment their palms clashed. Flames enveloped the fire wielder's hand, forming a barrier that absorbed Julie's assault. Observing the fire wielder's mocking demeanor, Julie steadied himself and hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The fire wielder scoffed but did not dare underestimate the attack, evading the incoming kunai in a split second. Julie activated a second phase of the Flying Thunder God, materializing behind the fire wielder. In the latter's astonished gaze, Julie seized his collar and hurled him forward. With a resounding thud, the fire wielder staggered, momentarily dazed, yet he quickly gathered himself, glancing at the impassive swordsman and the disdainful Annie. His face flushed with anger as he glared at Julie. "Very well, this is my prideful technique. If you survive what comes next, I shall concede," he declared, initiating a ritual to gather his full momentum. Julie, intrigued, recalled hearing Jack speak of the formidable power of the fire wielder's Inferno's Wrath within the organization. Before long, a minute passed, and Julie gazed up at the sky, now reminiscent of fiery clouds. While the winds around them stirred, he understood that the fire wielder's ultimate move was readied, Inferno's Wrath. The fire wielder's eyes snapped open, and an endless torrent of flames erupted from his being. Commanding the furious fire like a king of flames as it surged toward Julie, blood streamed from Julie's left eye as black flames materialized before him. Spinning the kaleidoscope in his right eye, Julie conjured a massive barrier of black flames. "You cannot hope to obstruct this," the fire wielder proclaimed. Julie disregarded his words. He was racked with pain from the intense heat of the technique's proximity. Yet, as the flames ignited the Amaterasu within the fire wielder's attack, Julie knew he had the upper hand. Indeed, after a brief period, the fire wielder's eyes widened in terror as flames, seemingly emerging from nowhere, consumed his signature move. Resigned, he retracted his energy, and Julie's Amaterasu flickered to the ground. Julie's kaleidoscope spun again, extinguishing the Amaterasu flames. Observing the spirited Julie, the fire wielder remained silent, approaching him with the intent to concede, only to find the swordsman, who had been waiting eagerly, at Julie's side. Expressing his desire to continue their earlier duel, Julie sighed, noting the swordsman's determined expression as if to say he would fight regardless of Julie's wishes. Julie waved him forward, and the swordsman lunged with his sword. Julie executed a backflip to evade the strike. The two separated once more, each sporting the marks of their exchange. They exchanged smiles, solidifying their friendship with the hope of future collaboration. The fire wielder, now wary of Julie after witnessing their evenly matched combat, chose not to converse with Annie and departed with the swordsman aboard a flying vessel. Watching them leave, Julie exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, feeling the fatigue in his body. "Are you all right?" Annie inquired. "My lady, try enduring a relentless 3-round battle without rest." "I am merely a bit fatigued," Julie replied with a wry smile. Annie contemplated this, then asked when he would recover. Julie chuckled and suggested, "How about you carry me back? It's not far." Annie nearly lifted him, but Julie's next words quelled her intentions. "Give me half an hour." "I doubt you wish to carry a man," he added helplessly. Annie listened and chose to stand guard nearby, patiently waiting for Julie to regain his strength. Chapter 54. The legendary creature after half an hour. Julie felt a resurgence of energy and turned to Annie. "All right, but what is our next task? You must have contacted the leader upon your arrival, yes?" In response to Julie's inquiries, Annie nodded, beginning to explain. "Yes, upon my exit, I received a message from the leader. Strangely, he seems to already know about our circumstances. I suspect it was the fire wielder and the swordsman who informed him." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, an unbelievable event has transpired. In the northwestern desert region, some members claim to have discovered a legendary creature." "Legendary creature? Wait, you can't be telling me they found a dragon?" they exclaimed in unison. Julie's heart raced, recalling tales from his previous life when Mosey had mentioned a family base sending members to that very location, initially hoping to reap some benefits, but ultimately discovering a dragon egg. They had immediately resolved to capture it, but unexpectedly, the ruins began to tremble, and a creature emerged from the egg. Some individuals from those families had extracted blood from the pool that had bathed the dragon egg before fleeing. Upon returning to their base, they realized the powerful genes within that blood could significantly enhance human strength. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the fact that their greed had already provoked the creature that hatched from the dragon egg. That being was a flawed version of a divine dragon. Due to humanity's avarice, its evolution was incomplete. Nonetheless, the inherited strength within its bloodline allowed it to reach the 6th tier of mutated beasts, leading it to annihilate everyone at the base that sought to capture it overnight. Strangely, this dragon seemed to possess human-like intelligence from birth, systematically attacking bases while issuing threats beforehand and, of course, being at the 6th tier. It could not yet speak, but it could summon zombies and mutated beasts to besiege a base. Contemplating this, Julie resolved to head to the northwestern desert region with Annie immediately, not for any other reason, but to avenge the grievances of his past life. Annie, trusting Julie, summoned a flying vessel, and together they set off towards their next mission site in the northwestern desert. "This time, I won't let you escape," Julie vowed silently, releasing the somewhat restless Xiaoxian from the confines of space. She nearly lost her balance and fell. Julie shook his head, swiftly grabbing her clothing to pull her into his embrace. Xiaoxian, instead of attempting to break free, merely rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Julie ignored her reaction, while Annie, hearing the commotion, instinctively glanced back, only to find the two of them flirting. She frowned, seemingly displeased, yet seeing Xiaoxuan's silence, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. After 4 consecutive days of travel, Julie and his companions arrived at their destination, where numerous tints and patrolling personnel surrounded the still-buried ruins. Annie casually tossed Julie and Xiaoxian a set of clothes, urging them to change. Xiaoxian immediately donned hers, while Julie regarded Annie with mild disdain. Enough. These are the organization's regulations. Hurry and put them on, or the leader will be displeased, Annie insisted, exasperated. Julie acquiesced, and once dressed, Annie maneuvered the flying vessel to land on the ground. Upon their recent descent to the ground, the patrol outside the tent swiftly spotted the trio, brandishing firearms as they approached with a vigilant demeanor, and let out a cold chuckle, opting for silence as she pressed onward. For her, the threat posed by guns had diminished significantly. Possessing a firearm was futile if one could not hit their target. Julie raised an eyebrow, observing his advancing partner, prepared to act the moment the adversaries opened fire. Indeed, despite their warning, the three individuals continued to approach. Point 3, 2, 1, fire, commanded a middle-aged man at the forefront. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the 20 individuals present unleashed their weapons at Julie and his companions, and vanished from sight, while Julie deftly evaded the bullets with Xiaoxian by his side. Would clone technique. As he witnessed and charged towards the gunman, Julie, with a resigned expression, formed hand seals to summon several clones to go, he instructed, gesturing towards the assailants surrounding, and the gunfire drew the attention of most within the tent, prompting them to flee, and, somewhat coldly, wondered why this six paths had yet to arrive. Lost in thought, she felt a sharp blade approaching her back. Just as she realized the danger, a shadowy figure yanked her away, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant flying. "Focus, little girl," came Julie's voice. As-an recognized him, she was about to speak, only to see that the others were already engaged in battle. Her curiosity about Julie's awakened abilities intensified. "Everyone, cease at once," a commanding voice resonated through the air. Upon seeing the others halt, Julie and An continued their assault on those who had yet to comply. With a rush, a woman clad in white appeared before Anne, striking down towards her chest. Julie seized Anne's arm, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the woman's attack, startled, and noted the formidable presence reminiscent of a swordsman. "Be cautious. She seems to be of the same caliber as the swordsman," and whispered, tugging at Julie's clothing. Julie nodded, intrigued. It appeared they were both ancient martial arts masters. If that were the case, he might soon find himself dueling with this woman. "Who are you? And why have you invaded the territory of the Liu family?" Before Julie could respond, the woman labeled them as intruders. "Ha, preposterous. This place bears no sign of your ownership. Why should we be barred from entering? Especially when your subordinates were the first to fire upon us?" Julie retorted with a smile. "Very well, in light of this, I must request your departure. While I concede your strength, we are not to be trifled with. What say you?" The woman in white replied, "Oh, how about we become friends? As the saying goes, one relies on family at home, and on friends outside," Julie suggested. "What are you to be worthy of friendship with our young mistress?" Before the woman could respond, another dressed in fiery red interjected, her voice brimming with disdain. Julie's previously jovial expression darkened at her words. "It seems you are unwilling to agree. In that case, I shall have the pleasure of experiencing your skills." The woman in white was taken aback. She hadn't expected her companion to suddenly insult the man before them, especially after their earlier cordiality. However, she was not one to shy away from confrontation. "Fine, let us see whose strength prevails." With that, she accepted a sword passed to her and declared, "This sword is named Blood Moon." Julie nodded, expressionless, as he withdrew the Sky Punishment from his space. "This sword is known as Sky Punishment, designed to eradicate all in its path." Arrogant, the woman scoffed, and with a swift motion, she slashed at Julie. He leapt into the air, countering with a thrust of his sword. The woman parried with her blade, redirecting the force back to Julie, causing him to spin and land on the ground. Upon landing, he performed a roll to evade the sword energy she unleashed. "Let us see how you evade this. Come here," the woman smirked, reaching out with her left hand. Julie felt an uncontrollable force pulling him closer to her. He plunged the Sky Punishment into the ground to counteract the pull, simultaneously forming seals with his left hand and unleashing a fireball. "Accept this," he exclaimed. The woman was forced to withdraw her left hand's energy as her right hand wielded the sword to deflect the fireball, which dissipated swiftly. Seizing the moment, Julie stood and hurled a shuriken towards her. Without hesitation, she swatted it aside. Suddenly, she realized Julie had vanished. Instinctively, her right hand lunged toward where the shuriken had fallen. Utilizing the flying thunder god, Julie reappeared beside her, only to be met with her sword thrust. He narrowly dodged, feeling the blade graze his cheek, leaving a crimson mark. Julie's expression turned icy as he seized the opportunity. Releasing his grip on the sword and grasping her wrist, applying pressure. The woman winced, and blood moon slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Channeling his energy, he delivered a palm strike. Julie huffed, activating his Sharingan to gaze into her eyes. For a brief moment, she faltered, but quickly regained composure. Yet, Julie had already struck her abdomen. Though her energy shielded her, he inflicted some damage. Releasing her wrist, he leapt back to evade her potential retaliation. Chapter 55. Susanoo. After retreating, Julie regarded the woman, whose icy demeanor commanded respect. He dared not underestimate her. Through their skirmish, he sensed she surpassed the swordsman he had previously encountered. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution. "Shall we sit down and discuss matters?" he proposed. "After all, we are all here for a purpose, and it would be unfortunate if misunderstandings arose." The woman in white remained silent. Yet the energy she gathered in her left hand signified her refusal to entertain Julie's suggestion. She recalled how he had dismissed her earlier attempts at dialogue. Julie was not oblivious to her intentions. He sensed the power coalescing around her, undoubtedly aimed at causing him harm. With a sudden jolt, Julie executed a side flip, narrowly evading her left hand as it struck towards him, leaving behind a faint green glow. Holding his sword aloft, he unleashed a wave of energy to disrupt her attempt to reclaim Blood Moon. Yet, the woman smiled, effortlessly retrieving the sword with a flick of her right hand. Realizing the breadth of skills possessed by these ancient martial artists, Julie prepared for her renewed assault. This time, he did not evade but engaged her directly, employing a unique footwork technique while his Sharingan replicated her combat style. With her sword firmly in hand, she lunged towards his neck. Julie instinctively activated his intangibility, slightly turning his head. However, the pain on his neck indicated he had sustained an injury, albeit swiftly healed by his wood release, which left him somewhat irked at being wounded twice by the same woman. Channeling chakra, Julie formed hand seals and unleashed a fire dragon towards her. The woman, seemingly intoxicated by the flames, spun away with grace. Julie then summoned lightning to his right hand, producing melodic chirps as he concentrated. In a flash, he appeared close to the woman, who fortified her position with energy. Julie's hand pierced through her defenses, injuring her shoulder. In retaliation, she executed a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling backward. Infusing her injured shoulder with energy, she realized despite her minor wound, her ability to wield the sword was compromised. "Ah, so that was your intention. Very well, let us sit down and discuss the purpose of your visit," she said, withdrawing Blood Moon and striding toward her stronghold without a backward glance. Julie sheathed Sky Punishment, no longer wishing to prolong the conflict. He knew he could overcome her, but at a considerable cost. As for the swordsman, he had been forewarned about their nature by their leader, and he was relieved not to have misjudged her. Upon entering the tent, he noted that the woman had tended to her wound, bandaging it with what appeared to be hemostatic agents. At her invitation, Julie, along with Xiao Xian and Anne, seated themselves on the chairs, facing her elevated position. "Allow me to introduce myself. It seems we have found common ground through conflict. I am Bai Yu," she said, bowing slightly, her injured shoulder restricting her movements. "I am Julie. This is my sister Xiao Xian, and my partner." "And," he replied before savoring the rare tea, "I would like to inquire about your true intentions in this place." Julie rose abruptly, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that they were indeed in the domain of dragons, meaning that the original force points within were significant. As he gazed at the ordinary humans confronting him and his companions, he recalled what the family's feng shui master had foretold. In a month's time, some extraordinary phenomena would manifest in the northwest region, reaching them eventually. "Bai Yu, The leader of their organization had summoned them here to prepare for a mission, the specifics of which they hesitated to disclose openly, as you can surely understand. Upon hearing Julie's words, Baiyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but continued nonetheless. In truth, even they were uncertain about what lay within. The family's feng shui master had informed them that this was a release of dragon energy. Upon hearing this, Bai's family members perked up with renewed interest. Thus, after deliberation, Julie and Baiyu resolved to coexist peacefully until the day the ruins were unveiled, agreeing that no hostilities should occur during this interim. They both understood, however, that this was merely a temporary truce. Once the ruins opened, whether they would ascend to greatness or fall prey to the fire dragon's designs remained uncertain. Simultaneously, Julie's mind lingered on another matter. He had approximately 5 months left to fulfill the system's self-redemption task, which required him to gather 5 million original force points. The pressure weighed heavily on him. He also pondered the fate of his friends should he be annihilated. He was not overly concerned about humanity's plight, especially as he was struggling to ensure his own survival. 5 days later, Julie encountered Baiyu's father, Bai Zhantong, who bore the weariness of travel. At their first meeting, Julie found this man rather unremarkable. Yet his instincts cautioned him not to underestimate anyone, having witnessed a fifth-tier powerhouse felled by a mere cup of wine in his past life. Is there a task here? Could it be related to the ruins? He inquired. Bai Zhantong waved his hand, signaling the others in the tent to exit, leaving only Julie, Annie, Xiaoxian, and his daughter. Julie nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Zhantong continued, "Let us do this. Once we enter, we will only seek one item. The rest will be of no concern to us. You may obtain what you desire based on your own abilities." Julie shook his head, responding, "We are unaware of the conditions within the ruins. To put it plainly, there is a possibility we may become separated upon entry. Given the information you have provided, do you truly believe that a place harboring the trace of a divine dragon would allow us to easily acquire treasures?" After listening to Julie's analysis, Bai Zhantong conceded that it was indeed a reasonable point. "Then let us rely on our respective skills. However, should you encounter any members of the Bai family within the ruins, I trust you will show restraint. Of course, after all, we are partners in this endeavor," Julie replied with a chuckle. As days passed, one night, a sense of restlessness enveloped Julie. After consuming the meal provided by the Bai family, he stepped out of the tent alone, pondering when the ruins would finally unveil themselves. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment caught his attention, prompting him to glance skyward. There, the heavens began to shimmer with a spectrum of colors. And Julie's heart raced. He understood that the ruins were about to manifest. However, such a display would undoubtedly attract the attention of other powerful entities. Just as Julie had surmised, not far from their location, a fortress detected the anomaly. Aware that they might not be able to explore the site, the fortress's leader promptly alerted other base leaders via radio, urging them to hasten to the location in hopes of sharing in the spoils. Yet, would things unfold so smoothly? When some bases received the notification, skepticism arose. After all, what formidable ruins could possibly exist in the desolate northwest? Such occurrences seemed more plausible in the eastern or central regions. Nevertheless, a few bases still dispatched their strongest individuals towards the northwest. The celestial phenomenon naturally drew the attention of many, including the Bai family. Upon arriving at the area enveloped in light, they discovered a large entrance within the luminous barrier, an unmistakable indication that even if dragons were absent, the scale within would not be insignificant. Julie furrowed his brow, disregarding the Bai family's exclamations, fixated instead on the shimmering barrier as he contemplated how to proceed. At that moment, Annie approached him and whispered, "We could utilize the leader's device to simulate our presence. Have you forgotten an essential detail? That device was rendered inoperative during Giguzi's attack," Julie replied, exasperated. Annie, realizing the validity of his point, fell silent. Thus, Julie remained focused on the barrier until, after approximately 6 hours, it finally dissipated. The moment the barrier vanished, he seized Xiaoxian and declared to Annie, "Let us proceed." The trio rushed into the entrance. But as they crossed the threshold, Julie found the surroundings transformed, and his companions had seemingly vanished. Before him loomed a dark passage, shrouded in impenetrable obscurity. Julie closed his eyes to attune himself to the environment, Suspecting he had entered a high-level illusion array due to the profound silence enveloping him. Had he known the structure of this place, he would have realized that he was not ensnared in an illusion, but rather had been transported to another section of the ruins. Xiao Xian, staring at the three massive doors before her, felt momentarily dazed. Only moments ago, she had been in Zhu Li's embrace, and now a sudden tugging sensation pulled her away, plunging her into darkness before revealing this new location. The inscriptions on the doors appeared vaguely familiar, yet she struggled to recall their significance. As she contemplated, her gaze fixated on the central door's script, and at last it struck her. She had seen this in her grandfather's recorded diaries. Could it truly be the language of the Dragon Clan? She pondered, recalling that her grandfather's diary had been titled The Language of the Dragon Clan. Initially, she had dismissed it as nonsense, but now it seemed there was indeed truth to it, though the details had faded with time. Looking at the central door, she uttered a strange phrase, and the inscription translated to indicate a repository of glittering treasures. Ah, of course. Don't dragons adore shiny objects? She mused, concluding that it must house gold and valuable artifacts. Curiosity ignited within her as she approached the door, only to halt in disbelief. Could she truly fit through such a vast entrance? As her fingers brushed against the door, a chilling sensation coursed through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. A sharp pain pricked her fingertip, and she quickly withdrew her hand, watching a droplet of blood form. Realizing that the door might possess some form of sentience, she began to retreat. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, urging her to sleep. A quick bite to her tongue jolted her awake, intensifying her fascination with the door. Influenced by her grandfather, she had always harbored a powerful desire to explore the unknown, often leading her into precarious situations. It was this very curiosity that had driven her to study archaeology alongside him. With renewed resolve, she stepped forward and pushed against the door once more. To her astonishment, the seemingly immovable barrier yielded slightly. Encouraged by this development, she exerted more effort, and finally, the door opened wide enough for her to slip inside. "My goodness!" she gasped, her eyes widening at the mountain of treasures before her. The room was filled with countless luminous pearls, sparkling stones, and an array of armors and swords. The sheer wealth represented here could have easily founded a kingdom before the apocalypse. However, she dismissed thoughts of taking anything, deciding it would be best to wait for Zhu Li to arrive. Observing the situation, it seemed she was the only one present, so she exited the door and approached the first of the other entrances. Unfazed by the inscriptions above, she resolved to push open the first door to see what lay beyond. Meanwhile, Zhu Li, having severed the head of a third ferocious beast, caught his breath. He had faced a relentless assault of bizarre creatures, which he had dubbed evil beasts, battling his way forward. Spotting a glimmer of light ahead, he licked his lips, hoping not to encounter yet another FOES for Baiyu. Upon discovering that Zhu Li and the others had vanished into the entrance, she immediately commanded her team to halt their advance. However, Bai Zhantong, driven by the allure of treasure, disregarded her orders and pressed on. Left with no choice, Baiyu followed her father's lead. Although they remained together, their numbers swelled, leading to an overwhelming onslaught of various evil beasts, allowing Bai Zhantong to showcase his prowess. As Zhu Li surveyed the three massive doors before him, he exhaled in relief. However, when he noticed the central door ajar, his heart raced. Could someone have arrived before him? Upon entering, he was met with an astonishing sight. A veritable treasure trove that left him profoundly shaken, quickly replaced by excitement as the system within him detected absorbable resources. Zhu Li surmised that this was likely the dragon's lair, for as the dragon's power grew, so too would the spiritual energy emanating from its habitual dwelling. Zhu Li, having activated his chakra, leapt atop a pile of treasures and found a suitable spot to sit down. Gradually allowing the system to absorb the energy, he spent a full half-hour in this state, during which Bai Jia and his companions arrived at the scene. However, a series of obstacles along the way had cost them several capable members, leaving only about 20 individuals standing here now. They soon discovered the open treasure chamber, and with a grand gesture from Bai Zhantong, he led the group towards it. Yet, as Zhu Li emerged from within with a broad smile, Bai Zhantong felt a jolt of alarm. Had he taken everything? But upon seeing Julie's empty hands, Bai Zhantong thought it impossible for him to have taken all the treasures, as he had nowhere to store them. In truth, Bai Zhantong was mistaken. After absorbing the treasures, Julie rose to find that only 3 sets of battle armor and some weapons remained in the chamber. When he donned one of the armors, it vanished from sight, leading him to believe it had disappeared. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that he could summon it back into existence. The remaining items were naturally stored within his spatial pocket. Bai Zhantong's face turned ashen as he gazed at the now desolate treasure chamber, finally comprehending the implications of Julie's earlier grin. Julie, you are courting death? Enraged, he struck the wall with the palm, only to be met with a sudden pull from the structure that startled him into retreat. Recognizing the strangeness of this place, he hastily led his companions towards the third great door, determined not to allow Julie to seize all the treasures this time. Upon arriving, however, the scene before him was not as he had envisioned. The room was devoid of any treasures, filled instead with an array of incomprehensible inscriptions covering the walls. Standing at the base of the wall was none other than Julie, who could easily imagine the shock that Bai Zhantong and Bai Yu would experience upon discovering that the items were gone. Yet, he paid them no mind, as he was engrossed in attempting to replicate the writings on the wall with his Sharingan. His earlier attempts to transcribe the text with paper and ink had resulted in all of it vanishing. Using the Sharingan to copy the inscriptions, he reflected on the 6 million energy points he had absorbed from the treasure chamber, noting that after accounting for the system's recovery cost of 599,000 energy points, the Tianxian system had only just begun to restore itself. He felt a tinge of frustration, having not anticipated the severity of the system's damage. The Tianxian restoration system required 5 million energy points to function, and the regular operation of his own abilities also demanded energy. Julie held no grievances, recognizing that it was all a consequence of his efforts to save himself. The Tianxian had informed him that the inscriptions were part of the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques and attack methods. The system suggested using his Sharingan to replicate them, which could potentially translate the text for him. However, lacking the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, he was unable to manifest the techniques fully. He was not particularly anxious about the Tianxian's insights, as the first great door surely led to the birthplace of the Fire Dragon, where a pool of dragon blood awaited. His thoughts drifted to Annie and Xiao Xian, wondering about their fates. Before long, after completing the copying process, Julie turned to see members of the Bai clan also documenting the inscriptions. He shook his head in silence, intending to leave. Yet, someone was unwilling to let him go. As Julie passed by Bai Zhantong, the latter reached out to stop him, demanding he hand over the items or face the consequences of not being allowed to leave. Sensing the hostility from the surrounding Bai clan members and the brusque words from Bai Zhantong, Julie chuckled softly, raising his hand to deliver a punch. During his absorption of the treasures, a small amount of dragon energy had entered Julie's body, enhancing his physical capabilities. Bai Zhantong, taken aback by Julie's audacity to strike him under such circumstances, could only hastily marshal part of his true energy to retaliate. The clash resounded with a loud bang, sending Bai Zhantong reeling backward as he regarded Julie with astonishment. Pondering how he, a practitioner at the 8th level of the postnatal stage, could be bested by someone seemingly at the 6th level. What he did not realize was that, although Julie appeared to possess the strength of a 6th level practitioner, the enhancements from the evolution process and the dragon energy had endowed him with a physique comparable to that of an 8th level warrior. However, the earlier ambush had not been executed with Bai Zhantong's full strength. Julie cast a contemptuous glance at Bai Zhantong before turning away, thinking he needed to leave before the latter could react and truly prevent his escape. At that moment, outside the ruins, 2 individuals clad in mourning garments approached the Bai clan's camp, swiftly eliminating those left behind and leaving behind a message. The killer is Julie. For some inexplicable reason, they seemed to anticipate Julie being the first to emerge from the spatial realm. Annie, why would you do this? Wasn't he one of us? A deep male voice queried. Just follow the leader's orders, replied the person at the forefront, lifting their robe to reveal a face that should have been inside the ruins. Annie. Beside her stood the boy who had originally evaluated Julie. After completing their grim task, the two vanished amidst the swirling sands, leaving behind a scene of blood and bodies. Xiao Xian gazed at a peculiar egg before her. Having been inexplicably drawn into the first door, observing the crimson pool of blood below, she noticed a large, blood-red egg floating above it, seemingly absorbing the blood beneath. Frowning slightly, she stepped closer to inspect the egg, feeling an inexplicable sense of goodwill emanating from the creature inside. Suddenly, the great door behind her appeared to tremble under some unseen force, causing the egg to wobble precariously as if it might fall. "Hey, do you want that thing or not?" Bai Zhantong shouted, unleashing another burst of energy against the door, turning to call out to Julie, who was leisurely wandering about. Julie shook his head, indicating that he had no desire for the egg. Bai Zhantong felt a surge of frustration. Having gauged Julie's prowess during their earlier confrontation, he knew that the man was not to be trifled with, and yet he sensed something was off but could not pinpoint what it was. Finally, under the combined assault of Bai Zhantong and Bai Yu, the door was broken open. Julie was speechless. It should not have been so easily breached. "Who are you? Put down that egg," he demanded, realizing that the dragon egg inside was likely disturbed by the commotion. He swiftly entered the chamber, finding Xiao Xian in a panic, yet still protective of the egg. "Xiao Xian, hand me that egg. It's dangerous," Julie urged. He had expected her to comply, but instead, she shook her head. "Master Julie, I don't understand why you want to take it. Didn't it already give you everything its parents left behind? Please let it go." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Julie felt a wave of dread wash over him. As expected, Bai Zhantong's eyes glinted with intent, and he unleashed a blast of true energy towards them. Xiao Xian turned her back to shield the egg, intending to withstand the blow. In a surge of fury, Julie activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing in front of Xiao Xian and roaring as he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a deafening sound as their energies collided. "Did I ever say you could harm her?" Julie's voice echoed, and Xiao Xian felt a swell of emotion as she watched him protect her from harm. Gently patting the trembling dragon egg, she glared defiantly at Bai Zhantong and his allies. "Little one, I had intended to deal with you, but seeing your bond with my apprentice, I shall spare your life," Julie declared without looking back, fully aware that the dragon egg possessed a spirit and could understand him. As Bai Zhantong and Bai Yu charged forward, Julie unleashed the turbulent energy within him. Engaging them in combat, he landed a punch to Bai Yu's abdomen, executing a shoulder throw that sent her flying. Miraculously, she managed to steady herself mid-air and land gracefully. However, Julie too took a hit from Bai Zhantong's palm. And as the latter reveled in his perceived advantage, Julie closed in, delivering a swift chop. Bai Zhantong raised his arms to shield himself, bending his body to evade. Once he broke free, he attempted a spinning kick. But Julie seized his leg, preparing to incapacitate him. Just then, a gust of wind swept past him. It was Bai Yu launching another attack. With no choice, Julie utilized a substitution technique, evading Bai Yu's strike and reappearing behind her. Realizing something was amiss, Bai Yu quickly changed tactics, spinning around to deliver a palm strike. Julie tilted his head, and Bai Yu's palm struck his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the blow, he seized Bai Yu's arm and delivered an elbow strike to her chest, sending her flying once more as Bai Yu crashed to the ground. She struggled to rise but found herself unable to do so. The Bai clan members rushed to assist her, and Bai Yu cast an apologetic glance at her father, acknowledging her inability to continue fighting. Bai Zhantong, feeling helpless, had not expected Julie to be capable of simultaneously contending with both him and his daughter, let alone injuring one of them. Chapter 57. The dragon egg escapes. Julie perishes as both sides remained locked in a standoff. Xiao Xian noticed the dragon egg in her arms trembling, the shell beginning to crack. Realizing the little creature was about to hatch, she drew closer to Julie, who also heard the commotion and internally cursed. At that moment, 6 third-tier experts entered through other openings in the cave, drawing Bai Zhantong's attention to the newcomers. Their presence suggested they were akin to Julie and posed a potential threat. "New friends, that girl holds the egg of a divine dragon. If we gain its allegiance, what do we have to fear in this world?" one of them proclaimed. Bai Zhantong harnessed his mastery of power. The 6 newly arrived third-tier evolvers, initially bewildered by the events transpiring around them, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Bai Zhantong's explanations. A divine dragon, the very totemic beast of our people. As this thought crossed their minds, they pushed aside the Bai family members blocking their way and stood beside Bai Zhantong, inquiring, "But how shall we make it submit?" Bai Zhantong pondered for a moment. He'll be honest, he could easily subdue any one of them individually, but facing all six while injured would prove challenging. Thus, he replied, it is quite simple. You merely need to forcibly infuse your blood into the EGGI. In truth, Bai Zhantong's suggestion was merely a shot in the dark, for their initial plan had not anticipated the presence of a dragon egg here. And the ominous aura emanating from the blood pool behind that woman was troubling. Nevertheless, with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to take a gamble. If successful, his status within the Bai family would solidify, and his father would continue to hold him in high regard. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat, lest we incite discord among our own kind. One of the six stepped forward to suggest. Jiuli gestured behind him, signaling Xiao Xian to prepare to enter the spatial realm. Xiao Xian understood and slowly approached Jiuli. Just then, the eggshell shattered entirely, and a fuzzy little beast emerged. With two prominent little horns atop its head, its identity became apparent. The small creature curiously licked Xiao Xian's hand and gazed at Jiuli, then began gnawing on its eggshell. Jiuli positioned himself to shield the area, but an observant individual shouted, "Heavens! The divine dragon has been born. The dragon egg has cracked." Instantly, the already restless crowd surged forward like wildfire, and Bai Zhantong observed with a slight smile, for his ultimate goal was not the dragon, but rather the secrets hidden within the blood pool. Realizing the chaos unfolding, Jiuli understood the gravity of the situation. He had no time to usher Xiao Xian into the spatial realm. With a thought, kunai floated from his pouch, hurling it into the encroaching crowd. Naturally, the masses would not remain passive. An array of dazzling techniques erupted in response. At that moment, the dragon-like little beast, having finished its eggshell, let out a gentle cry, causing the crowd to stagger as though struck by a heavy blow. Jiuli, too, felt the effects. His ears buzzed, and his vision blurred. He recognized this as the little beast's innate inheritance. But he had not anticipated being caught in its wake. Xiao Xian gazed at the wailing crowd, then felt something wet on her face. Looking down, she saw the fuzzy little creature licking her cheek. A sudden sound sliced through the air. Bai Zhantong had regained his composure first, channeling his true energy into a powerful strike. Xiao Xian instinctively shielded the little beast, while Jiuli, just recovering, beheld the scene. Expecting Xiao Xian to be gravely injured, he activated a technique, appearing before her to absorb the impact of the blow. Jiuli was sent plunging into the blood pool, not resurfacing thereafter. Meanwhile, the others, seeing Jiuli vanish, rushed forward, intent on seizing the little beast. The creature widened its eyes, and Xiao Xian suddenly felt a force tearing at her very being. Darkness enveloped her, accompanied by a powerful wave of dizziness. And as something struck her in the dark, she coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Unbeknownst to her, the blood she spilled splattered onto the little beast, which let out a low growl, a mark appearing on its forehead as a golden light enveloped them both. Bai Zhantong silently lamented, realizing he had come so close, yet as he gazed at the roiling blood pool, a sense of impending danger coursed through him. He felt that should he leap in, he would never resurface. Nevertheless, he recalled Yuer bringing something. Since some Bai family members had displayed restraint and refrained from rushing in earlier, though they were still injured, Bai Yu, upon hearing her father's call, signaled to her subordinate, who promptly stepped forward to deliver a chilling artifact to Bai Zhantong. "Brother, you must remember this. The energy within dragon blood surpasses human limits, so do not even entertain the notion of plunging into the pool to absorb it. This is crafted from Han Yu's materials. You only need to retrieve a small amount of dragon blood," she advised. Recalling her elder brother's warning, Bai Zhantong felt a chill, remembering that Jiuli had been struck down by his own hand. "My brother, what are you doing? Could it be that there are treasures within this blood pool?" The six newcomers, having observed Bai Zhantong's actions, approached him with inquiries. Bai Zhantong ignored them, allowing Bai Yu to respond. However, this revelation drew their attention to a beautiful girl, igniting a flicker of desire within their hearts. "Very well, I shall descend to see what lies beneath," one tall, slender man declared. When the others attempted to dissuade him, He retorted, I possess water-based abilities. Do you truly think I could drown? The others, realizing the validity of his statement, acquiesced. The man leaped into the blood pool, declaring himself unscathed, yet as he sank, he discovered the depths were unfathomable. Akin to the vast ocean, Bai Zhantong, having drawn what he needed, tossed a parting remark, wishing them good luck, and led the remaining Bai family members back to their original path, intent on returning to their city to further investigate the mysteries of dragon blood. Upon entering the blood pool, Jiuli realized he had not sustained any injuries. His body began to emit a ghostly blue light, forming barriers of protection around him. Immersed in a vivid crimson world, he attempted to ascend but found it impossible, astonished by the depths. Do not tell me this is all dragon's blood? Jiuli thought, incredulous at the sheer volume, surmising that it could not belong to a single dragon. However, the transformation of the dragon egg compelled him to accept the reality of the dragon blood pool. In his past life, they had found it collapsed upon returning after the ruins were opened. Suddenly, panic seized Jiuli as he recalled that this place was prone to collapse. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. He felt the dragon blood pressing in around him, and as he was caught in this vice, he sensed something amiss with his own body. The once stable barriers began to constrict. Anxiety surged within him as he thought, do not tell me I am truly to perish here. After an indeterminate period of struggle, Jiuli found it increasingly difficult to breathe. With a crack, the blue barrier shattered. He immediately summoned all his chakra to sustain himself, but the rapid depletion of chakra left him feeling weak. If this is the case, then I shall absorb you, Jiuli resolved, refusing to retract his protective chakra while simultaneously beginning to fervently consume the blood surrounding him. As the blood entered his body, Jiuli felt an overwhelming surge of power, yet the influx soon threatened to rupture him from within. Rapidly, a blood-colored cocoon formed around him, encasing him entirely, while Jiuli, his eyes tightly shut, seemed to have lost consciousness, unaware of the events unfolding around him. When Bai Zhantong and his companions returned along their original path to the gathering place, they were met with a gruesome sight, particularly the scrawled words on the ground, which drained the color from his face. He was not foolish enough to believe such an overt frame-up. Bai Yu, stunned, beheld the lifeless form of a sister who had accompanied her. Understanding the need to vacate the area, Bai Zhantong swiftly led the group to their flying vehicle, heading toward the base. In this apocalypse, there was no room for sentimentality. Although Bai Yu longed to retrieve her sister's body, her father's command left her no choice but to follow him back to the base, where she would reflect on the events that transpired. On a desolate mountain, a pale-faced girl lay unconscious by the roadside, guarded by the little beast beside her. The creature suddenly perked up, sensing a sound, and transformed its demeanor to glare menacingly in the direction of the noise. Ah, what do we have here? A young lady. It appears she is injured. A man bearing a longbow emerged, spotting Xiao Xian. As he approached, captivated by her beauty, a low growl halted him in his tracks. Having lived in the wilderness for so long, he recognized this as a warning signal from a beast. His gaze swept around, landing on the little beast beside the girl, which sported two tiny horns on its forehead. Relaxing slightly, he smiled, though I do not know your connection. It seems you have been guarding her. She is injured, and I must take her back for treatment. What say you? The man chuckled at himself for addressing a beast, yet the little creature rushed forward, tugging at his pant leg. Realizing it might indeed comprehend him, he hurried over, checking Xiao Xian's faint breath. Seeing it barely remained, he gently scooped her up in a princess carry, glancing at the little beast, which slowly retreated. The man, perplexed, found the creature suddenly leaping onto his shoulder. You truly are impressive. A man praised, holding Xiao Xian and accompanied by a small beast, made his way towards his village. Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Jiuli, dominating the dragon arts in the 4th month of the apocalypse. The weather, which had originally been July, had not seen a drop in temperature since the cataclysm, save for a single torrential rain that had cleansed the world. Within the imperial capital base, Gao Shaoxian gazed at her belly, now 8 months along, and let out a faint sigh. Not long ago, a rumor had circulated about the emergence of dragon relics in the northwest region. However, these relics had manifested and vanished within a mere 2 days. Subsequently, news spread within the Bai family's base city that a formidable individual named Julie had first slain members of the Bai family stationed there, only to be subsequently cast into a dragon blood pool by Bai Zhantong, never to be seen again, perishing on the spot. Upon hearing this news, the inhabitants of the imperial capital base initially breathed a sigh of relief, soon thereafter beginning to celebrate. After all, the terrifying sword strike from Julie had instilled fear in the hearts of many. His demise was a relief. Upon learning of this news, Gao Tian hurried to inform his sister, expecting her to share in his joy, but instead, he found her to be somewhat melancholic. "Tianer," Gao Shaoxian spoke, "the deceased have passed. We must afford him the respect he deserves, for he was once our savior." Gao Tian dismissed her sentiment, believing that Julie's earlier act of saving her was far from noble, especially considering he had suggested that she and her sister attend to him in bed. The following day, snow began to fall softly from the sky, bringing joy to the citizens of various bases, who had grown weary of the monotonous sunny days. Yet, a few sensed something unusual. However, they rationalized that in this apocalyptic world, nearly anything could happen, making July's snowfall not entirely surprising. The snowfall did not cease. It continued to intensify, rendering hunting for mutated creatures increasingly difficult for humanity. Particularly alarming was the phenomenon occurring along the eastern coastal region, where the once tranquil sea had inexplicably warmed, creating a stark contrast with the ground. As the air grew colder over the course of 3 months, many citizens of the bases struggled to cope, donning thick layers even to venture outside, which struck them as odd, for first-tier evolved beings should not be so susceptible to the cold. By October, even some third-tier evolved beings began to don extra clothing, prompting the remaining scientists to initiate a new round of research. By mid-October, reports of fatalities due to freezing began to emerge from various bases, causing the leaders to become increasingly agitated and to issue orders to mitigate such occurrences. Led by Professor Wang, the scientists of the imperial capital first devised a method involving the capture of a creature known as the fire lizard, extracting its blood to concoct a serum for human injection. Following this revelation, leaders from the 4 major bases dispatched individuals to capture fire lizards. However, the probability of creating a serum suitable for human use was exceedingly low, necessitating a large quantity. In the northwest region, the former desert was now entirely blanketed in snow, a testament to the snow's formidable power to transform even arid landscapes. Beneath the tranquil snowdrifts, a blood-red arm suddenly emerged, seemingly searching for something, before slapping down upon the thick snow, a figure soaring into the sky. How delightful! Although the laws of gravity dictated that the figure should quickly descend, it remained suspended in midair. This figure was Julie. When he had decided to absorb the dragon blood, the overwhelming power had caused his body to collapse. Believing himself dead, he was astonished to find that the dragon blood had reconstituted his body. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself beneath the snow. "This feels much better. Who would have thought I had entered the Ice Age?" Feeling the frigid air around him, Julie felt no chill, uncertain of his current state. He sensed a technique in his mind indicating he was at the first level of dragon patterns, marveling at his ability to traverse the air at this stage. Closing his eyes to sense the energy within, he found that his once deep blue chakra had vanished, replaced by immense golden energy, an alteration resulting from practicing the Dragon Clan techniques. However, he wondered if he could still utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Searching his body for a kunai, he called out, "Tian Xian, are you there? What do you wish to exchange?" Tian Xian's indifferent voice echoed in response. "1 unit of original power for 10 kunai," Julie replied. Soon, 10 kunai appeared in his hand, which he levitated using telekinesis. Extending his right hand, he began to inscribe a series of symbols, swiftly crafting 10 Flying Thunder God kunai. Julie pinched one between his fingers and hurled it forward, his mind directing him to the spot where the kunai would land. Next, Julie began to familiarize himself with the capabilities of his newly transformed body, testing its strength and power. "Brother Zhang, you've returned. Wash your hands. It's time for dinner." Xiao Xian smiled at the man in white before her. Since regaining consciousness, she had realized that this seemingly kind-hearted man had been caring for her. A gesture that moved her deeply, for he was the third person to do so after her grandfather and Julie. She had also learned that they were in a remote northern mountain, where the inhabitants lived primitive lives, utterly unaware of the outside world. Watching the playful children and chatting elders, Xiao Xian felt a wave of nostalgia, but she did not forget that her master's fate remained uncertain. She resolved to wait until the apocalypse had passed before seeking him out. "Xian, you should join us for dinner," Zhongli suggested. "By the way, Brother Zhang, may I ask how to leave this place?" Xiao Xian's inquiry caused Zhongli, who had been eating, to fall silent. Setting down his chopsticks, "Is it not to your liking here?" Zhongli asked, puzzled. "No. It's just that there is someone I must find outside." Xiao Xian replied. "Who? It wouldn't he happen to be the one who injured you, would it?" Zhongli frowned. "He is my master. He faced all the strong opponents alone to protect me on that day. I cannot neglect my search for him," Xiao Xian declared resolutely. Zhongli fell silent, having cared for her for so many days. He could sense that she had someone in her heart in a few days. "I'll take you out. For now, finish your meal and rest here for a few days," Zhongli said, standing up and walking out of the room. Chapter 2. Guidance from Minato Namikaze. Julie once again entered the second grand hall within the system, hoping to determine if he could defeat a youthful Uchiha Madara. However, upon witnessing a flash of yellow light and the figure of a man with golden hair adorned in a cloak bearing the emblem of the fourth Hokage, Julie found himself at a loss, realizing he was to spar against the second inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique. "Are you the one in need of training? Shall we begin?" "Rest assured, I won't hold back." Minato Namikaze smiled gently at the astonished Julie. As Julie produced kunai in response, he gripped too tightly in his hands, his gaze fixed intently upon Minato. "Let us begin," Minato advised. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of energy, causing Julie to feel a momentary sluggishness. In a flash, Minato's kunai pressed against Julie's throat. "How fast?" Julie exclaimed in shock. Though he was familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, matching Minato's speed was still beyond his reach. Minato chuckled, retracting his kunai. "Let us try that again." After uttering those words, Minato returned to his previous position, nodding internally at Julie's readiness, determined to treat each training session as a life-or-death trial. "I am coming," Minato again kindly warned. This time, Minato hurled a kunai, and Julie activated his Sharingan, leaping sideways. Just as he believed this rudimentary tactic would succeed, Minato appeared behind him, seizing his arm while gathering a blue Rasengan in his other hand. "Ah!" Julie cried out as the Rasengan struck his back. However, bolstered by the dragon blood, he merely staggered before dropping to the ground. Julie reached out to grab Minato, who anticipated his move. Vanishing from sight, Julie then clapped his hands together, invoking a fire technique, fire release. Fire dragon technique? A dragon-shaped pillar of fire surged toward Minato, who narrowed his eyes, pointing his left hand to conjure a sealing chain that devoured the fire pillar entirely. "Is that the guiding lightning of the Flying Thunder God?" Julie remarked as his fire technique was neutralized. Minato nodded, offering no further explanation, as Julie understood that it ultimately depended on how one chose to apply their techniques. "Let us continue," Julie urged Minato. Minato nodded and charged forward, while Julie formed hand seals, invoking Earth Release. Earth Pillar Explosion. As the figure of Watergate lightened, he deftly spun through the air, evading the area and charging towards Julie. Fire Release. Great Fireball. Julie formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball aimed at the approaching Watergate. Upon noticing Julie had appeared behind him, a peculiar glint of life and death flickered in Watergate's eyes. With a resounding thud, as Watergate's fist struck Julie's back, Julie suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Watergate remained motionless, closing his eyes. His extensive combat experience allowed him to reach out with his left hand. Seizing something, and with a swift kick of his left leg, he struck. Julie, who had stealthily approached Watergate relying on his invisibility, was taken by surprise as he was captured in the instant of attack. Observing the now visible Julie, Watergate nodded approvingly, signaling that this was more like it. Julie squinted slightly, and Watergate lunged to the right, flipping a kunai into his right hand, severing his pant leg. Gazing at the black flames on the ground, Watergate inquired, "Is this Amaterasu?" "Indeed, it is Amaterasu," Julie confirmed. After hearing Julie's words, Watergate closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in some contemplation. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a mischievous glee evident on his face. Julie, momentarily puzzled, soon realized that his Sharingan had inexplicably been forcibly deactivated. And he reacted with disbelief, thinking, this guy is cheating with Tianshu. Watching Julie, who was now somewhat agitated, Watergate nearly burst into laughter, though the flush on his face betrayed his struggle to contain it. Julie, wielding the flying thunder god kunai, declared, "All right, let us begin." Noticing Julie's newfound seriousness, Watergate set aside his earlier playful demeanor, forming intricate hand seals and proclaiming, "Seal for me." Julie observed the sudden appearance of a purple electric net surrounding them. Each segment marked with a character for sealing. Frowning, Julie wondered what this was and why he had never seen Watergate employ it before. "You must be aware of my wife and the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Thus, you need not be surprised," Watergate replied, seemingly understanding Julie's confusion. "Here we go," both declared in unison. Xiao Xian had waited here for nearly a week. Ever since Zhongli had left that day, he had not returned. Xiao Xian attempted to inquire among the villagers, but they appeared to know nothing, gazing at her with complex expressions. Perplexed, one day a voice suddenly echoed in her mind, "Big sister, the person you are searching for is in this village. But it seems he does not wish to meet you." Startled by the sudden voice, she turned to see her little beast staring at her wide-eyed. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you talking to me? Longer?" The little beast nodded, confirming it had indeed spoken. Overjoyed, Xiao Xian embraced it, asking, "Do you have a way to leave here?" She held little hope, knowing Zhang Li's situation all too well, yet felt powerless since he had barged in first. "Yes, but I need to prepare. During our last space jump, even though my sister and I formed a contract, I exhausted my power to protect her," the little beast explained. Xiao Xian, upon hearing this, gently patted its head, realizing it could speak with her because of their unintentional contract. "Will entering a contract with me cause you any harm?" she asked with concern. "Not at all. It was my choice, sister. Enough talk. Let us rest early. In about 3 days, I can take you away from here," the little beast stated. With that, it leaped from Xiao Xuan's arms, settling down by the bed to sleep. Observing this, Xiao Xian snapped her fingers, extinguishing the candle, and closed her eyes, preparing for slumber. Chapter 3. The arrival of the perverted Sage Bang. The sound of flesh striking flesh resonated throughout the grand hall as two figures separated. Watergate regarded Julie with a smile of satisfaction, reminiscent of a mentor witnessing the growth of a former disciple. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Watergate, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and one of the users and improvers of the Flying Thunder God technique." After sheathing his kunai, Watergate approached Julie and spoke. "You should be aware of your situation now." Julie nodded, letting out a sigh. Watergate acknowledged Julie's understanding, though he was uncertain how Julie had arrived in this world. Nonetheless, his task was accomplished. Reflecting on the formidable adversary Julie was about to face, even the gentle Watergate felt a twinge of concern for him. Noticing the slight change in Watergate's complexion, Julie anxiously inquired if he was unwell. Watergate, now serious, replied, "Time is of the essence. I will impart to you a ninjutsu of my own creation, which can also be combined with the Flying Thunder God technique. If utilized effectively, it can severely injure an enemy." At that moment, Julie realized what ninjutsu Watergate intended to teach him and felt a surge of excitement. For earlier, Tianshu had indicated that a plot character was voluntarily imparting skills to him, and there was no cost involved. Soon, Julie examined the 3 ninjutsu options that appeared before him, reading them carefully. Spiral Flash Super Rindan. Launch multiple specially designed kunai inscribed with seals around the enemy. Then instantaneously teleport to the kunai to execute a Rasengan attack. To begin. Gather the chakra within your palm, controlling and compressing its form meticulously, Watergate instructed. As he spoke, his right hand coalesced a rapidly spinning blue sphere of chakra. Julie, following the instructions and leveraging the system's guidance, concentrated to manifest a crimson sphere of light. Upon witnessing this, Watergate dissipated his own. With a wave of his hand, Rogue Ninja adorned with a forehead protector materialized before them. Watergate nodded, and as he battled the rogue, Kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique continuously fell around the rogue. Finally, Watergate flickered and vanished before the rogue, reappearing in midair, grasping the rogue's shoulder with one hand while striking their waist with the concentrated chakra from the other. The rogue perished instantly, dissolving into sparkling stardust that vanished within the Grand Hall. Before Julie could marvel at the devastating power of the Rasengan, the second ninjutsu was revealed. Shiki Fujin. Summon the Shinigami and compel it to devour the enemy. An ultimate ninjutsu. Upon completion of the hand signs, the user binds their soul to the Shinigami, relinquishing it to consume the enemy. In executing this technique, the user's soul is also destined to be devoured by the Shinigami, resulting in an eternal cycle of hatred and conflict with the enemy's soul within the Shinigami's grasp. This ninjutsu was a last resort, ensuring mutual destruction with the enemy, and its price in the Tianshu system reached a staggering 10 million power points. Reflecting its forbidden nature. In truth, the ninjutsu I know primarily focuses on speed and space-time techniques, so I'll leave this final ninjutsu for you. I'll share my insights from the Flying Thunder God with you. Do your best, young one. I look forward to the day we might meet again. Watergate concluded. With that, his form burst into a shower of stars, vanishing from sight. Julie remained silent for a long moment, just as he was about to exit the Grand Hall when unexpectedly, a summoning technique from Tianshu enveloped the area in smoke. Waving his hand to disperse it, he beheld the sight of a man with explosive white hair, his face smudged with what resembled paint and wooden clogs on his feet. Jiraiya. Listen up with fervor. The classical Japanese music swells. The Toad Sage merely conceals his name from the world, effortlessly accomplishing all. I am unmatched across the land, with my flowing white hair, a true master among the Sannin. The white-haired boy Toad Sage can silence crying children. Lord Jiraiya, Julie, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, gazed at the ostentatious perverted sage before him, feeling an impulse to give him a good thrashing for such a flamboyant entrance. Hey, you little brat, what do you intend to do by bringing me here? Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings. After a moment, he sniffed the air, puzzled by the lingering scent of Watergate. Are you a dog? Julie retorted, perplexed. How did you know? Jiraiya feigned astonishment, then pretended to blush as he looked at Julie. Julie's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts as Jiraiya wandered around. Suddenly stopping and perking up his ears, he dashed towards Julie, seizing the fabric of his clothing and lifting him off the ground. You little brat. So it was you who summoned me. Someone just told me to teach you. With that, he released Julie, who landed on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Julie felt a strange sense of unease from Jiraiya's unintentional display of power, realizing that this individual was indeed worthy of the title Sage. It was uncommon for someone without formidable strength to claim such a title. What exactly is this guy skilled in? Julie pondered. Tianshu, can you provide me with information about Jiraiya? Julie inquired internally. 1,000 power points, Tianshu replied, causing Julie to nearly explode with frustration. Was it truly so exorbitant merely to inquire about someone's background? After Tianchuan's protest in Julie, he casually remarked, then you can try it yourself. Julie, feeling an urge to express his frustration, silently raised a middle finger but ultimately expended 1,000 source energy to ascertain Jiraiya's condition. Jiraiya, his physical prowess is undoubtedly among the elite in the ninja world, second only to those like Tsunade and Might Guy, who specialize primarily in taijutsu. Although Jiraiya's genjutsu skills are somewhat lacking, having never delved deeply into the art, he possesses the ability to disrupt his own chakra to break free from illusions, with only Tsukuyami and Kodo Amatsukami capable of truly harming him. It is evident that in most of Jiraiya's battles, aside from his unfamiliarity with pain, he maintained control and the initiative. This is a testament to his occasional stubbornness in daily life, warranting a mere deduction of 1 point in Sage mode. The knowledge of both sages is formidable. In terms of physical form, it is clear that Jiraiya possesses immense strength, surpassed only by Tsunade, Guy, and Kisame. He adeptly masters the body flicker technique, moving swiftly even without the aid of sage powers. Darting past Naruto with incredible speed during encounters with Itachi and Kisame. His chakra reserves, comparable to Naruto and Kisame, reach the near-human limit of 10, enabling him to execute A-rank ninjutsu despite the interference of Tsunade's medication. Upon reviewing the comprehensive information and evaluations regarding Jiraiya, Julie felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Elated that the thousand-source energy yielded such thorough material, yet fearful of the overwhelming power it depicted. Nevertheless, Julie's inner warrior spirit ignited, prompting the semi-conscious Jiraiya to open his eyes. This kid harbors an astounding fighting spirit within. It seems he is worthy of my guidance. But first, I must finish admiring this voluptuous lady. Jiraiya mused, glancing at the yellow book in his hand. Chapter 4. Susanoo. Julie radiated a crimson energy, channeling the power of his Sharingan, and only then did he sense his eyes beginning to mutate beyond his control. Jiraiya closed the erotic book, a treasure comparable to paradise of affection. Come on, show me what you've got, Jiraiya beckoned. In an instant, Julie appeared beside Jiraiya and threw a punch. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya had closed his eyes at some point. Swiftly, he extended his right hand to grasp Julie's fist. Not bad, but your speed is lacking, Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly. To be honest, this power is significantly better than that of Naruto back in the day. Jiraiya thought to himself. With a sudden motion, Julie was flung away by Jiraiya's overwhelming strength. Jiraiya formed a hand seal with one hand, and a sturdy earthen wall rapidly rose, causing Julie to crash against it and tumble to the ground. Jiraiya's gaze remained icy as he regarded Julie on the floor. With a flick of his hand, the grand hall transformed into a dense forest, where he would assume the role of the hunter. Get up, Jiraiya urged, disappointment evident in his eyes as he observed Julie sprawled on the ground. He raised his right leg and stomped down, creating a fissure in the earth that crept toward Julie. Although Julie had sustained no physical harm from the impact, his head was momentarily dazed, and the sensation from the ground jolted him back to awareness. Propping himself up with both hands, Julie summoned his strength and propelled himself out of the fissure. Staring defiantly at the disdainful Jiraiya, deep down, Julie understood that if he could not defeat Jiraiya, he would be trapped here indefinitely. Julie reached into his waist pouch, retrieving 3 kunai, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on Jiraiya's movements. Jiraiya sensed Julie's shift but said nothing, seemingly unconcerned that Julie posed any threat to him. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's apparent distraction, Julie hurled 6 kunai, shouting, "Watch this, rain of talismans!" In that moment, Julie unleashed a one-time attack, dropping 100 kunai, all aimed at Jiraiya, the sage. Upon hearing Julie's declaration, Jiraiya was momentarily puzzled, but the sound of the projectiles slicing through the air above him quickly clarified the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Earth release." Earth prison technique? A massive fortress materialized around him for protection. Seizing the opportunity, Julie utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear above Jiraiya, his right hand forming a spiral of blood-red chakra and crashing it down upon the fortress Jiraiya had conjured. Crack, crack, Julie was taken aback, surprised he could breach such a structure. However, the sudden emergence of a red figure signaled that he had fallen into a trap. As Julie attacked, Jiraiya timed his chakra release perfectly. Without the support of chakra, the so-called fortress was easily dismantled. Once Julie's spiral was unleashed, Jiraiya burst forth, delivering a powerful punch to Julie's left cheek, causing him to cry out in pain and spin away. That technique must belong to that guy Minato. I didn't expect you to inherit it, Jiraiya mused, recalling the kunai Julie had used from above, reminiscent of Minato's move that had once wiped out 50 enemies in a single blow. Rubbing his sore face, Julie formed a Chidori with one hand and charged at Jiraiya again. As Julie approached, Jiraiya swiftly deflected his left hand with a wave. Julie yelped, an intense pain shooting through his left arm as if it were about to break. He looked up to see Jiraiya smirking disdainfully, who then kicked Julie squarely in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Even with his enhanced physique, Julie found it impossible to withstand Jiraiya's onslaught. As Jiraiya reappeared before him, Julie noticed the glint of cold light in Jiraiya's eyes. In a moment of desperation, he slammed his hand against the ground, vanishing from sight. He reappeared 10 meters away behind Jiraiya, who turned to see a kunai lying near Julie's feet. Suddenly understanding the situation, indeed, it must be one of Minato's inventions. I see now, Jiraiya acknowledged in his mind. With a single hand seal, Jiraiya vanished and reappeared behind Julie. Julie smiled faintly, activating the substitution technique just as Jiraiya's fist missed him. He turned to face Jiraiya, who swiftly kicked out his right leg. Julie raised his arms to block, feeling an immense force reverberate through his arms. Julie was sent skidding backward across the ground, leaving a long trail behind him. As Julie formed hand seals, Jiraiya launched himself toward Julie, his legs bursting with power, ready to deliver a punch. Yet, as his fist passed through Julie's form, confusion washed over him. "What is this?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow. At your eyes?" Observing Julie's blood-red eyes, Jiraiya recalled that pain possessed a similar power. Julie nodded in confirmation, and Jiraiya felt a headache coming on, realizing this power likely had its limitations. Jiraiya unleashed a series of body flicker techniques, closing in on Julie and relying on taijutsu to assault him. In this serious moment, Julie found himself incapable of defending against Jiraiya's relentless barrage. Eventually, Jiraiya halted his assault and stated, "I understand now. There's a time limit, and it passively protects you." Hearing Jiraiya's analysis, Julie broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, Jiraiya's observational skills were astoundingly sharp, grasping the weakness of Julie's intangibility in mere minutes. Julie spun around to deliver a kick behind him, but his leg was caught by a powerful hand. Julie propelled himself into the air, aiming a kick with his other leg, hoping to force Jiraiya to release him. However, Jiraiya maintained his grip on Julie's leg. Enduring the blow, he retaliated with a punch to Julie's leg bone, causing Julie to break into a sweat, channeling his inner energy and letting out a dragon's roar. In a moment of inattentiveness, Jiraiya was caught off guard. Julie seized the opportunity to break free from Jiraiya's hold, executing the earth release. Earth pillar explosion. The ground beneath Julie began to tremble. Launching Jiraiya into the air, Julie's spirit surged, and with a flourish of his hands, the scattered kunai on the ground began to levitate. They then swiftly embedded themselves into the earth. Upon closer inspection, the seemingly chaotic arrangement revealed a hidden order. Just as Jiraiya was struck, a loud ringing echoed in his mind, and his vision blurred. However, he quickly regained clarity as his chakra was thrown into disarray. Looking at himself lying on the ground, Jiraiya felt a flicker of anger. He had never suffered such a setback before. Yet, the scene before him shifted, revealing a familiar sight from his years in Konoha. "Oh, you've returned," he remarked, recognizing the surroundings. Jiraiya, filled with curiosity, turned to behold the figure before him, shrouded in a veil and possessing silvery white hair. Undoubtedly Kakashi's companion. Chapter 5. Susanoo seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya was ensnared in a genjutsu. Julie hastily tended to his own injuries. Although they appeared minor on the surface, he had been afflicted internally by a method of which Jiraiya was unaware, as chakra was forcibly injected into his body, disrupting his internal energy. After a brief interlude, Julie heard a resounding crash. The previously calm Jiraiya erupted with crimson chakra, his visage contorted with an inescapable fury. Julie realized that he was about to endure another beating. In his enraged state, Jiraiya instantaneously materialized behind Julie. Instinctively, Julie raised his arms in defense, only to find Jiraiya's fist striking squarely at his chest. Coughing violently, Julie was overcome by a choking sensation that brought him immense pain. Jiraiya's left leg then delivered a forceful kick to Julie's abdomen, propelling him into the air. A faint smile graced Jiraiya's lips as he vanished from sight, reappearing above Julie. With a swift kick, Julie sensed imminent danger and instinctively activated his intangibility. Jiraiya ceased his pursuit, allowing Julie to crash onto the ground. Moments ago, Julie had nearly been convinced that he had returned to Konoha, yet he soon heard a voice in his ear revealing that all of this was merely an illusion. If it was indeed an illusion, he would have to attempt a standard release technique. No effect? After failing to dispel the genjutsu with a conventional release, Jiraiya resolved to employ brute force to dismantle it from within. As anticipated, amid the overwhelming surge of chakra within him, Julie's rudimentary genjutsu was shattered, leading Jiraiya to contemplate imparting some lessons to Julie. "I must admit, you nearly deceived me. However, it is unfortunate that you have forgotten where you are and the purpose of my presence here," Jiraiya remarked flatly. His calm demeanor seemed to suggest that his prior fury was merely an illusion. Julie took a moment to alleviate the pain coursing through his body, and at that moment, The crimson energy within him began to swirl uncontrollably, directly unlocking his second chakra gate. Feeling significantly rejuvenated, Julie rose once more, eyeing Jiraiya. This time, Julie vanished from his position, reappearing behind Jiraiya, kunai in hand, aiming for a strike. Jiraiya nodded, activating the body replacement technique to appear behind Julie, forming a Rasengan in his hand and thrusting it toward him. Julie activated his intangibility. Jiraiya passed through Julie's form, and as he did, he instinctively sensed the power in Julie's palm, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Tectonic shift. In an instant, Julie felt his body lose its center of gravity, lifting off the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya gathered chakra once more, forming a Rasengan and aiming it at Julie as he descended. Yet Julie would not allow this to happen. He bizarrely suspended himself in midair. Jiraiya, perplexed, thought, "This defies logic." Yet Julie remained suspended. Jiraiya dismissed the Rasengan and began to spin rapidly, his hair elongating as he enveloped himself in it. Hair needles, Sanbon. What had appeared as soft, fluffy white hair suddenly transformed into razor-sharp spikes, launching toward Julie. In response, Julie flipped his right hand, summoning the Sword of Heaven's Wrath, channeling his crimson energy to unleash a rain of blades. Dozens of blade lights erupted from the long sword, knocking some Sanbon to the ground. While simultaneously, Julie formed a single-handed seal, fire release. Grand Fireball. Julie then activated his intangibility once more, deftly evading the remaining Sanbon. Fire release. Fire arrow. Ceasing his spinning, Jiraiya clapped his hands together, causing a towering column of flame to erupt from the ground. Julie observed calmly as he had just dodged Jiraiya's fire technique. Moments later, Jiraiya chuckled, forming hand seals again. Wind release. Wind slash. As a massive tornado materialized from thin air, Julie hastily attempted to escape the area. However, the tremendous pull of the wind began to drag him towards the vortex. Julie formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone to enter the wind slash domain. But within less than a minute, the clone was obliterated and vanished. Jiraiya remarked, "This is getting rather dull. Come down already." His teeth clenched in frustration, Jiraiya gazed up at Julie suspended in the air. Meanwhile, Julie's brow furrowed as he comprehended the implications of Jiraiya's lewd grin. As Jiraiya mocked him, Julie suddenly felt a heavy weight upon his body and executed a somersault in midair, enveloping himself in crimson energy as he descended to the ground. Julie landed. Jiraiya clapped his hands, causing the earth beneath Julie to sink. Julie leapt forward to evade it, but just as he intended to chastise Jiraiya for his underhanded tactics, he realized Jiraiya had somehow appeared before him. With a sweeping kick aimed at Julie, his form abruptly transformed into a flock of crows, scattering. Jiraiya, momentarily speechless, marveled at the boy's knack for trickery. "Very well, let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Reforming from the crows, Julie faced Jiraiya again. In an instant, Jiraiya appeared behind him, seizing Julie's garment with one hand while summoning a Rasengan with the other, pressing it toward Julie. Julie's eyes, now adorned with the Sharingan, began to spin, the purple skeletal frame forcefully repelling Jiraiya. The Rasengan collided with the skeletal structure, producing a shattering sound. However, soon after, the infusion of Julie's crimson energy allowed the Susanu's form to revert to its original state. "This must be a technique of the Uchiha clan," Jiraiya mused. "I recall my teacher speaking of it, noting how Uchiha Madara utilized this against our first Hokage." Julie nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, I too possess the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, thus enabling me to utilize this technique." Jiraiya acknowledged this, contemplating for a moment while Julie commanded the Susanoo to extend its arms toward him. Yet, Jiraiya, ever vigilant, recognized Julie's intent immediately. With a body replacement technique, he evaded the grasp of the Susanoo, secretly astonished by its immense power. However, the strength of such techniques ultimately depends on the wielder. Julie retracted the external Susanoo, not out of malice, but rather feeling that relying solely on it would yield little growth. As he observed Jiraiya closing in, he wrapped his arms around Julie and leapt into the sky, driving him forcefully toward the ground. Instinctively, Julie summoned the Susanoo to manifest at his surface, only to hear a crack as fractures appeared in the skeletal frame. This guy is incredibly quick on the draw, Jiraiya frowned. Julie, speechless, activated his eyes once more, transforming the Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The skeletal form of Susanoo morphed into that of an armored warrior. And with a mere thought, Julie commanded it to materialize. The Susanoo's left hand grasped a shield forged from Amaterasu, while its right hand wielded a black flame sword also born from Amaterasu. Chapter 6. The conclusion of the battle confronted by Julie's Susanoo, particularly the two formidable weapons in hand, Jiraiya felt a sense of resignation. He vividly recalled an earlier encounter in Konoha while training Naruto to locate Tsunade, where he had crossed paths with Uchiha Itachi, whose flames had scorched through the walls of an informed for their protection. This is a creation of Amaterasu. I never imagined you could master its form as well. Jiraiya marveled. Julie refrained from responding, as he knew that what he wielded was merely a reflection of Sasuke's eyes when exchanging for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, it sufficed to handle the current predicament. After Jiraiya's exclamation, Julie noticed he was being ignored, prompting him to feel somewhat vexed. I say, you little brat, how rude of you not to respond. Very well, I shall prepare to strike. Jiraiya first grumbled about Julie's silence, then readied himself for an attack. Julie nodded, observing as Jiraiya vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, Julie whirled around, realizing Jiraiya had just struck the back of the Susanoo. Yet, under Julie's crimson energy, the fractures rapidly healed. How could this guy possess such immense strength? Julie pondered. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind directed at Julie. Julie swiftly raised the Amaterasu shield to deflect the gale. Earth release. Hellfire volcano. Jiraiya formed more hand seals. Julie sensed the tremors beneath him as the surrounding soil softened, followed by a surge of earth erupting upward. Julie formed hand seals of his own. Earth release. Mud clone. From the mud beneath him, a wall materialized, and Julie ascended atop it, gazing at Jiraiya, only to witness the wall crumble beneath him. Ha ha, I've got you now. It was originally Jiraiya who, unbeknownst to him, employed the shadow clone technique when Julie was momentarily distracted, surreptitiously utilizing earth release to break through the ground. Julie's right eye narrowed, blood gushing forth, as black flames ignited upon Jiraiya's arm. Frowning, Jiraiya promptly severed his left arm. What a clever boy. I didn't expect such a swift reaction, Jiraiya remarked. Julie chuckled softly, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan rotating as Susanoo manifested once more. Let me show you its further powers, Julie declared. Before them, the previously violet Susanoo in its Yatagarasu form underwent a transformation, and Jiraiya, eager to witness what this complete form entailed, refrained from seizing the opportunity, at last, confronted by the enormous figure of the horse-headed Susanoo. Jiraiya could no longer maintain his composure. Jiraiya-senpai, do you wish to continue? Julie inquired with a smile. Jiraiya's gaze was fixed intently on the Susanoo before him as he nodded. Come forth, child. Let me see how much power you can wield. He said, as you wish. Senjutsu of all creation. Under Julie's command, Susanoo slowly drew the long sword hanging from its waist, gazing at Jiraiya and waving it gently. Jiraiya's heart raced as he watched the massive blade of light slice through the air, striking a nearby mountain and obliterating half its face. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. To Jiraiya's astonishment, as Julie formed seals, Susanoo simultaneously performed one-handed seals, unleashing a colossal fire dragon that soared toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya swiftly evaded, countering with water release. Water dragon bullet. A towering column of water rose behind him, clashing with the flames emitted by Susanoo. Would release. Would world descend. Julie was the first to retract his fire technique. Clenching his fists as he shouted, Jiraiya's expression tightened as he felt vibrations beneath his feet. Executing a body flicker technique to escape the area. As he glanced back, he saw trees erupting wildly from the ground where he once stood, their branches reaching toward his retreating form. Utilizing his chakra blade, Jiraiya severed the branches, but as more and more reached for him, he found himself ensnared. In a moment of oversight, he was captured by the wood release. And upon realizing this, an onslaught of branches surged toward him. Attempting to shatter the bindings with his chakra, He was astounded to sense the trees absorbing his energy. Wow, wow, wow. You little rascal. Enough already. Quickly retract this. Hurry, I can barely muster any strength, Jiraiya bellowed. Julie, unfazed, waited for Tianxian to declare his victory before ceasing the energy supply to the wood release. Without Julie's energy, the technique naturally dissipated. Observing the collapsed Jiraiya on the ground, Julie approached leisurely. Senpai, are you all right? I'm fine, but you've finally learned to harness your inner energy effectively. I can sense it. Like those two children, you too will change the world. Keep it up, Jiraiya replied. Just when he thought Jiraiya would succumb to fatigue, he was astonished to see Jiraiya spring back to his feet with a joyful grin. Looking at Julie, a chill ran down Julie's spine. Surely Jiraiya had no peculiar inclinations. You must have analyzed my data? Otherwise, how could you so adeptly employ illusions against me? Shouldn't you retract them? Jiraiya said with resignation. Admittedly, he hadn't realized it at first, but he recalled that the surroundings seemed oddly peculiar. Julie scratched his head. Ah, so you've noticed. With a grand wave of his hand, the ground before Jiraiya transformed into a smooth surface, revealing Julie standing not far away. When did this happen? Jiraiya asked. While you were ensnared in the illusion. It was actually me who alerted you. I feared you would willingly remain trapped within that illusion, Julie explained, spreading his arms. Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter, fully comprehending Julie's exasperation. After all, it was simply that he had succeeded in confessing to Tsunade within the illusion, ultimately leading to their marriage and children. Remember this. When you're outside, never trust anyone's words, or you will be the one to suffer. Do you understand, Julie? Jiraiya cautioned. Julie nodded, and Jiraiya gave him a final, profound look that he understood that this young lad, bearing the blood of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, two of the mightiest clans from the Warring States era, would not lead a peaceful life ahead. With this thought, Jiraiya produced a book from his robes and tossed it to Julie. As Julie caught it, he froze momentarily. Jiraiya waved goodbye, transforming into starlight and vanishing, leaving the hall restored to its original state. Julie silently regarded the book in his hands. If memory served correctly, it was Jiraiya's own work. Upon opening the first page, he read, I hope you can continue the story from here. Julie understood that this was a hope for him to pen a new tale, adding to the narrative, perhaps to ensure that others would not forget their past. Chapter 7. Return to the imperial capital. As the apocalypse entered November, the day arrived for Wang Kong, the leader of the imperial capital base, to celebrate his grandson's wedding to none other than Wang Yue and the woman known as Takeda. The atmosphere at the imperial capital base was jubilant, with Wang Kong beaming with satisfaction. For him, life had few regrets. Leaders from various bases sent gifts to express their congratulations, as the onset of the Ice Age had inflicted severe losses on all bases, compelling their leaders to remain vigilant within their strongholds. Julie aimlessly soared through the skies, then suddenly shook his head. Glancing toward the imperial capital base, he flew over, curious to see how his former acquaintances fared in these times. Congratulations, Miss Takeda, a plain-clad woman in white said within a villa in the imperial capital. Addressing Takeda, who was now adorned in bridal attire. If Julie were present, he would recognize this woman as Lin Qingyu, who had vanished for quite some time. 10 kilometers outside the imperial capital base. A powerful wave of energy resonated from underground, though it went largely unnoticed. However, as Julie flew overhead, he sensed something amiss. What is it that lurks here? Julie wondered, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the area. Sensing that someone was observing him, the creature emitting the energy concealed its presence, no longer radiating its aura. Puzzled, Julie shook his head and, after a moment's thought, channeled the crimson energy within him, enveloping his right hand. It appeared as though his hand were shrouded in blood mist as Julie struck downward with a punch. The crimson energy unleashed a tremendous shockwave upon impact with the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, nothing transpired as Julie had initially anticipated. Could I have misjudged? Amused by his own folly, Julie shook his head and sped toward the imperial capital base. The area fell silent once more, while below, a pair of ice-blue eyes observed Julie's swift departure. This grudge, I shall remember for now, a deep voice echoed throughout the underground space. Returning to the imperial capital base, Amidst the witnesses, Takeda and Wang Yue completed their wedding ceremony. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the air, startling everyone present. Could it be a mutated beast attacking? Wang Kong signaled for the crowd to disperse before leading his soldiers to the command center. Why does Chief Wang depart so swiftly? Ah, the festivities are so lively. Surely you wouldn't want to miss anything. A mocking voice echoed from the sky, causing Wang Kong to stiffen at the sound. Without turning to regard the expressions of Wang Kong and the others, Julie alighted before the newlywed Takeda, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he also spotted Gao Shaoxian cradling an infant. You've married, Julie stated somberly, gazing at Takeda below. He was not foolish enough to ask if she had been coerced. For the gentle expression on her face revealed the answer. Yes. What brings you here today? Takeda replied, lifting her gaze to the seemingly imperious figure above. Nothing much. I merely wished to inquire of Wang Kong, who spread the word that I had slain the Bai family's guards stationed outside. Julie said as he descended to the ground, disregarding the encircling evolvers. Perhaps influenced by Jiraiya, he exhibited a new-found boldness. Julie gazed intently at Wang Kong, hoping for a response from him. Wang Kong, with a complex expression, looked back at Julie and clapped his hands, stating that it was not out of the question, but he needed assurance of the safety of the imperial capital base. A faint smile graced Julie's lips as she observed Wang Kong negotiating terms. Tilting her head slightly, she unleashed a surge of crimson energy that shot straight towards Wang Ming'ai in response. Gao Shaoxian instinctively positioned herself in front of Wang Ming. Julie formed a seal with one hand. The crimson energy vanished upon contact with Gao Shaoxian's body, only to re-emerge in a bizarre manner, piercing through Wang Ming's shoulder. Initially, Wang Ming intended to push his beloved wife aside, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, the attack continued to manifest before him. You have grown stronger, remarked Professor Wang, who was also present in the crowd. As today marked the wedding of the leader's grandson, granting the scientists a rare opportunity for respite. Witnessing Julie skillfully manipulate her spatial abilities, Professor Wang pushed through the throng, his gaze fervently fixed on Julie. Ignoring the angry stares of those around her, Julie addressed the pale-faced Wang Kong. What, are you still going to wait? Wang Kong, resigned, acknowledged that there was no way to keep her here initially. And now, given the messages emanating from the Bai family, it was even less feasible. However, it appeared they had yet to reveal something, which struck him as odd that, of course, they wouldn't dare disclose it. What they possess is sufficient to forge a formidable being, Julie remarked, tossing her slightly elongated hair. Upon hearing this, both Wang Kong and Professor Wang exchanged glances, intrigued by what could be so valuable that even a powerhouse like Julie deemed it significant. Chapter 8. The Western powers. The onset of the Ice Age proved catastrophic for certain Western nations, as their sparse populations rendered them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack against the apocalypse, resulting in small factions banding together to combat the undead. Jack, you can't be serious. Are you planning to venture to the Eastern nations? Inquired a tall, hairy man, addressing a slender young man with sky-blue eyes and blonde hair. Indeed, Ares, that is my intention. I have long wished to explore that region, but opportunities have eluded me, Jack replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. How about this? I will send Ria with you. It would be prudent for you to have some backup, Ares suggested after considerable thought. Jack, resigned, nodded in agreement, prompting Ares to summon a white woman who approached briskly. What is it, General Ares? The woman inquired. Ria, accompany Jack on his journey to the Eastern nations. Remember, your foremost duty is to protect him. He is our distinguished summoner, Ares instructed, ruffling his hair. The woman named Ria nodded and saluted, indicating her commitment to the task, while Jack, feeling exasperated, patted Ria's shoulder, saying, Beautiful lady, you really needn't trouble yourself. No. It is the order of General Ares. I must fulfill it, Ria replied resolutely. Jack nodded, choosing to disregard her insistence, and prepared to gather some supplies before equipping his secretary. Is there anything you need to prepare? If so, hurry up, Jack urged impatiently, noting that Ria had been silently following him since earlier, wondering if she didn't find it tiresome. After all, women ought to have many items to bring. Sir, I have already packed my belongings prior to arriving, Ria replied loudly, catching Jack off guard. who then subconsciously decided to ignore her presence. Meanwhile, as Julie clarified her intentions and discoveries with Wang Kong and Professor Wang, Wang Kong resolved to invite Julie to the main hall for a thorough discussion. Others were free to attend to their own affairs. However, the groom, Wang Yue, who should have been preoccupied, approached Julie once more. "Grandfather, Uncle Wang, I wish to challenge him again." After being defeated by Julie previously, and with his relationship with his elders having improved, he decided to confront her once more. Firstly, they were in a cooperative phase. Secondly, as someone interested in his wife, it was only natural for him to seek a duel. Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian, alerted by someone, hurriedly rushed over. "Are you mad? What do you think you're doing?" "Julie, don't take him seriously. He is merely intoxicated," Wang Kong exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. This reaction stunned the onlookers, who had just learned of a formidable being at their doorstep, only to be swiftly silenced by Julie's earlier display of power, leaving them apprehensive about crossing her. Professor Wang contemplated the possibility of obtaining Julie's blood for research and whether a clone could surpass the original. "Fine, I will fight you." Julie initially showed little interest in his challenge. She was indifferent to him, and had it not been for the necessity of Wang Kang's involvement, she would have already dismissed him. Wang Yue, upon hearing this, glanced at the two women holding him back, who then released him. He removed his suit jacket and loosened his cuffs, preparing himself as he faced Julie. "One move," Julie stated, barely opening her eyes. Wang Yue, incensed by her disdain, unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards Julie and inhaled the surrounding wind elements. Exhaling a powerful gust in her direction, Julie waved her hand, causing the wind blades to vanish momentarily before reappearing, their trajectory reversed, now aimed at Wang Yue. In an instant, Julie disappeared, leaving Wang Yue surrounded by wind blades. However, as Julie materialized behind him, she nonchalantly extended her right hand and lightly struck Wang Yue amidst the wind blades. Seeing this, Wang Yue intensified his elemental output, the wind blades slicing through the air, yet failing to breach Julie's skin. With a look of disdain, Julie pressed her palm against his chest, causing Wang Yue to spit forth a spray of blood. She evaded the crimson droplets, which unwittingly splattered near Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian. Wang Yue was hurled backward, crashing into a chair and collapsing onto the floor, prompting great concern from Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian, who were simultaneously furious with Julie. Before Wang Kong could utter a word, he realized that Julie had merely allowed Wang Yue to sustain minor injuries, though Gao Tian and the others were oblivious to this fact. "Li Fei, no wonder Sister Qingyu dislikes you. It turns out you are truly this kind of person. Though you value our bodies so highly, you only injured Yue because he sought to challenge you." Gao Tian shouted in outrage. Upon hearing this, Julie, who had maintained an expressionless demeanor, momentarily flashed a glimmer of derision in her eyes. "Did you think you two were of great worth? You are merely women. I am here only due to the ties of old friendships. Yet your man, unable to manage himself, insisted on challenging me. How foolish! Do you comprehend how I have attained my current standing? You accuse me of coveting your bodies. Ha! That is laughable." After a brief pause, Julie continued, "With my current strength, I could be revered as a deity anywhere I go. Do you think I lack for women? Wake up, foolish women. It is truly pitiable." Gao Shaoxian furrowed her brow, aware of her sister's words but ignorant of Julie's perspective, which regarded her merely as a friend, and that it was indeed Yue who initiated the confrontation. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Gao Tian, undeterred by the unfolding drama, called out as 6 evolved beings materialized at the entrance, all resembling Julie's clones. Julie burst into an inexplicable fit of laughter. Amidst the wary gazes of Wang Kong and the others, Julie vanished, reappearing beside the 6 evolved beings, who, upon her approach, immediately launched an attack against her. Julie channeled her powers to withstand their blows, her body soaring into the air, her figure disappearing entirely, only to reappear behind them, declaring, "Rest easy." The 6 beings' throats bore gashes as their heads rolled to the ground. With a flick of her wrist, Julie unleashed flames, incinerating their bodies. "You may depart. We have matters to discuss," Professor Wang noted, observing Wang Kang's discomfiture, as his granddaughter-in-law had dared to send her subordinates to confront his guest. Julie cast a scornful glance at the embarrassed Wang Kong, gesturing dismissively at the now escorted Wang Yue. Now we can engage in a serious discussion regarding the proposal I mentioned earlier, Julie stated, tapping her fingers on the table. Wang Kong sipped his tea, nodding in resignation, while Professor Wang had no objections. Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration, Julie declared, rising with a smile. Upon returning to their villa, Wang Yue and his companions found Wang Ming's sullen expression fixed on the bustling trio. He approached Wang Yue and delivered a resounding slap, the sharp sound stunning the two women and leaving Wang Yue bewildered, though he understood that his father would not strike without cause. "Are you out of your mind? Tell me, are you truly that foolish?" Wang Ming shouted. "What is it?" "I don't believe I have erred in any way," Wang Yue replied, perplexed. "Do you think you can provoke Julie in her current capacity?" Without any hesitation, one might say that if someone truly wished to end your life, they could simply strike you down while you lay in slumber. "What would you do then?" Wang Ming scratched his head and mused. Gao Tian contemplated offering some words of comfort to the irate Wang Ming, yet Gao Shaoxian held her back, indicating that now was not the time to disturb Wang Ming and his companions. After an extensive conversation lasting nearly 10 minutes, the two women returned to the living room, only to hear Wang Ming assert, "You, go with that woman to the hall and apologize. Otherwise, this time, you will be utterly finished." Gao Tian was displeased, questioning why they should apologize when they were the ones who were harmed. It seemed utterly illogical. Consequently, she broke free from Gao Shaoxian's grasp and stormed up to Wang Ming, expressing her discontent. Wang Ming, however, was indifferent to her grievances, pondering how this woman could be so foolish, lacking even half the intelligence of her sister. Listening to Gao Tian's words and the worried gaze of Gao Shaoxian, Wang Ming suppressed his urge to strike her. "First, my father is currently engaged in some form of cooperation with Julie, and it would be unwise for us, as well as for the imperial capital base, to offend a formidable adversary. Second, if you suddenly challenge him and can withstand even a single strike, it would grant my father some face, as it demonstrates that the younger generation can hold their own. My father could then use this to explain the situation at the imperial capital base, showing that it is not just you, Li Fei, who is making progress. Third, since you were unable to endure even a single strike, you should not have questioned Julie in the hall. Have you considered how powerful Julie has become? You are not the world's most beautiful woman. There are many who surpass you in beauty. Fourth, how could you, a mere woman, dare to send someone up? If it were possible to salvage some dignity, it would be acceptable, but the problem is that all your people have been killed, making my father's negotiations much more precarious, potentially leading to a loss that would sap our vitality. Do not forget, there are some with ulterior motives in the imperial capital base." Noticing the stunned expressions of those present, he concluded, "Just watch. If Julie does not remain here today, he will undoubtedly be escorted away by the Yuan family. They have long coveted our position." After expressing all this, Wang Ming appeared somewhat fatigued. Gao Shaoxian stepped forward, kissed his forehead, and gently massaged his head while he closed his eyes to recuperate. Chapter 9. The confrontation. After Julie and Wang Kong concluded their discussions, Julie prepared to take his leave. Wang Kong, however, suggested they share a meal before departing. Julie contemplated this, insisting that Lin Qingyu must attend this luncheon. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary, subtly hinting that he had another engagement to attend. Wang Kong, understanding that it was likely an invitation from the Yuan family, chuckled and suggested that Julie and Professor Wang wait in the hall while he attended to a few matters. Professor Wang nodded and led Julie to the dining area, while Wang Kong suppressed his smile, making his way to Wang Ming's residence. Wang Ming, estimating that lunchtime was approaching, instructed his wife, Gao Shaoxian, to bring their son out so he could play with him, knowing that his father would arrive shortly. Indeed, within moments, Wang Kong appeared in Wang Ming's living room. Initially, he felt the urge to scold, but upon seeing his chubby grandson, his expression transformed into one of warmth. "Little one, be good." Observing Wang Kong playing with his grandson, Wang Ming sighed with relief as he handed the child back to his daughter-in-law. Casting a complex glance at his son, "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts, Xiener. Take the child upstairs," Wang Kong said sternly. Gao Tian, following closely behind, felt an inexplicable apprehension in the presence of her elder. the supreme authority of the Wang family. Honor, you stay, I have matters to discuss with you all, Wang Kong said, half amused and half exasperated at his granddaughter-in-law's desire to escape. Gao Tian nodded obediently and sat beside her husband, bowing her head like a docile child. Enough, I know you are only trying to protect Yue, but such situations must not arise again, Wang Kong remarked. Dad, did Julie give you any trouble? Wang Ming inquired. Sensing his father's relatively calm demeanor, he quickly recalled the unfair contract Julie had mentioned, igniting a spark of anger within him, yet he felt powerless, especially as the Wang family did not lend him support. Nothing much. Soon, you all will accompany me to the hall. And Yue, be sure to bring that Lin Xingyu girl along. Julie seems quite taken with her, Wang Kong replied. Wang Yue nodded and went to inform Lin Xingyu, while Gao Tian, who had intended to speak, merely sat quietly, wishing she could join her sister to play instead. In the hall, Julie and Professor Wang were engaged in a discussion about the anomalies occurring with clones. Julie, the original, was perplexed by the situation, feeling that his body no longer fell within the realm of humanity. How about I let you extract some of my blood? I believe it could yield further breakthroughs. Professor Wang proposed. Julie shook his head, firmly rejecting the suggestion. You jest? Allowing you to clone me only to face the same treatment as before? Impossible, he thought to himself. Not perturbed by the rejection, Professor Wang lamented the future of humanity, and as Julie contemplated cursing, Wang Kong arrived with others, exclaiming, "Ha! Sorry to keep you two waiting." As the group entered, Julie continued sipping his tea, his expression unreadable. Wang Kong did not address anything further, and Julie glanced at the Gao sisters, sighing inwardly. He never anticipated that they would regard him in such a manner, but it was for the best. He no longer needed to concern himself with their opinions. "Grandpa, I'm here," Wang Yue announced, entering the room. Julie ignored him, but the voice that followed caught his attention, prompting him to look up and see a long-missed beauty, stirring a rush of emotions within him. Lin Xingyu frowned, having noticed Julie's unusual demeanor. She had not expected the esteemed guest to be him. Julie, observing Lin Xingyu's icy disposition, felt a pang of hurt, recalling that he still had not located Xiaoxian, which frustrated him. However, he recognized that these matters required his immediate attention. Julie regarded Lin Xingyu in silence, and Wang Kong, sensing the awkwardness, smiled and broke the tension. Julie nodded at him and returned to his seat. "Today, we gather to celebrate our collaboration and to offer an apology," Yue, Wang Kong proclaimed, raising his glass to Julie. Julie pondered for a moment before rising to return the gesture. Smiling, "There is no need for such formalities, Chief Wang. Your grandson is young. It is understandable to avoid impulsiveness." Wang Yue winced at Julie's words, realizing the implications. If he was still young, then Julie must also be considered youthful. However, understanding the gravity of the situation, he refrained from further provocation, knowing his grandfather would not spare him. Thus, he lifted his glass and addressed Julie. "Brother Julie, I apologize. It was my foolishness, and I owe you this apology." Julie regarded him coolly, accepting the glass and responding, "Since I am in friendship with your father, it would be more fitting for you to address me as elder brother." After downing his drink, he set the glass down. The others, under Wang Kang's watchful gaze, nodded in agreement, and Julie chose to disregard Wang Yue, resuming his conversation with Wang Kong and the others about the mysterious biological entity. "I fear that powerful figures from various regions will come, and when I speak of this place, I do not merely refer to our land," Julie stated. Wang Kong sighed. "In that case, I must request your assistance, Brother Julie, for we lack the capable individuals to maintain order. Indeed, the recent heavy snowfall has inflicted substantial losses on our imperial capital base, and we possess few strong individuals. Even the surviving clones are scarce," Professor Wang lamented. After the meal, under Wang Kang's instructions, Lin Xingyu and others were assigned to accompany Julie as he explored the inner workings of the base. With nothing pressing to attend to, Julie found the prospect intriguing and thus consented to their request. As they walked through the facility, observing the reverence with which the evolutionary beings regarded them, Julie felt that the Wang family's governance was commendable. When they reached the guard post where Julie had once served, he paused, noticing a group of individuals engaged in light-hearted banter. "How nostalgic," Julie remarked softly. "Old fool, what are you doing, you rotten woman?" Do you dare challenge me? Let go. I can handle myself. Our imperial capital base does not accommodate the disabled. Enough. How can you bear to push such an elderly man? Are you all right, sir? Listening to the conversation, Jiuli curiously gazed up at the city wall, while Wang Yue inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events, for he had not anticipated such occurrences in this place, especially during his daily proclamations of prohibitions. However, seeing Jiuli's keen interest, it seemed he merely wished to ascertain the situation. Regardless, if he ascended, those ruffians should be more restrained. Jiuli was indeed only intent on observing, but upon reaching the top of the wall, he was met with the shocking sight of a soldier tearing at a woman's clothing, while a small, dark object, akin to a black ball, rolled nearby. Jiuli's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Before Wang Yue could shout in protest, he extended his right hand, grasping at the air. The soldier, who had been assaulting the woman, was inexplicably thrust towards Jiuli's hand. Show mercy. Jiuli disregarded Wang Yue's plea, seizing the soldier by the throat and with a subtle twist. A sharp crack echoed as the soldier's neck snapped. Chapter 10. The exchange of ice escaped. Gazing upon the lifeless soldier, Jiuli felt as though he had sullied his hands, yet he knew that his immediate concern lay with the woman and the elderly man. Wang Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment as he regarded Jiuli, having just learned that today's patrol was under the auspices of the Wang family. It would be one thing if the old man and the woman were strangers, but if they were acquainted, a shiver ran down Wang Yue's spine at the thought. Jiuli stepped forward to assist the elderly man, then turned his attention to the woman, who was scantily clad. With a sigh, he removed his own garment and draped it over her. The woman nodded appreciatively, murmuring a soft thank you. However, when the elderly man raised his head, Jiuli was struck with shock, swiftly followed by waves of anger. The elderly man was none other than his grandfather. But how could grandfather be here? And where were his parents? Observing his grandfather's dazed expression, a chilling fear surged within Jiuli. Tianxian, is there any way to save my grandfather? Jiuli called out in his heart. Yes, the host must seek out ice dragon grass and expend 200,000 points of original energy to concoct a Mingxin pill. Came the reply from Tianxian. Upon hearing the requirement of 200,000 points, Jiuli felt a flicker of relief, but the mention of ice dragon grass left him perplexed. What is ice dragon grass? Ice dragon grass is a unique item of the ice dragon clan, growing in their habitat, possessing miraculous properties. The explanation from Tianxian left Jiuli feeling helpless. The last time he had ventured to explore the dragon clan's ruins, he had nearly lost his life. Now he was being asked to search for the habitat of the ice dragon clan. Jiuli grumbled. Wang Yue, Lin Qingyu, and others hurried forward. Lin Qingyu stared at the disheveled and dazed elderly man, and the woman beside him clutching an unknown object, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? There's no elemental fluctuation, and you don't seem like an evolved being. How did you arrive at the imperial capital base? Lin Qingyu inquired. You needn't worry about that. This old man is my grandfather, and this girl is my sister. Wang Yue, I expect an explanation from you, Jiuli said coldly, faced with Jiuli's terrifying aura. Wang Yue nodded and turned to handle the situation. Jiuli assisted the woman while supporting his grandfather as they prepared to descend in search of a place to stay. However, Lin Qingyu interjected. Wait! Everyone entering the imperial capital base must undergo an inspection to prevent the introduction of viruses. Jiuli froze at her words, astonished that the girl who had once told him that in the apocalypse, the elderly and children must be protected had now adopted such a demeanor. Heh, then you might as well inspect me as well, Jiuli replied calmly, turning to face Lin Qingyu. She did not perceive any wrongdoing in her actions, nor did she understand why this man was causing trouble, as if they were once familiar. After Wang Yue had addressed the issue, he approached and sensed the tense atmosphere, realizing something was amiss. He felt displeased. How could this secretary, who usually appeared so astute, now seem so foolish and unaware of her position? Enough, Your Excellency Jiuli, the immediate concern is to get your grandfather to the hospital. I mean no offense, it only appears that he is injured and needs treatment. Standing here is not conducive. What do you think? Wang Yue suggested. Jiuli offered a faint smile. Wang Yue was not entirely insufferable, considering he had managed to smile at Jiuli after being injured by him. The group boarded a vehicle and headed directly to the hospital in the city center. A.S., the grandson of the base's power holder. Wang Yue naturally made frequent appearances, especially as a fourth-tier wind attribute adept. After a 2-hour wait, Julie stood outside the observation room, watching as his grandfather peacefully slumbered. A sigh of relief escaped him, only to realize a girl had been standing behind him for quite some time. Though he sensed no signs of evolved energy from her, one could not dismiss the fact that she was wandering about in scant attire and had brought an elderly man here. Surely, she was not to be underestimated. "What are you still doing here?" Julie asked. "I'm following you," the girl replied. "Why?" Julie inquired, intrigued. "Because you're strong," she said with a smile, lifting her head. "All right, for some reason." Her smile reminded him of Xiao Xian when she first accompanied him. "You can call me Binger," she added after a moment's thought. "Binger, how did you end up here?" Julie asked, "By using my occasionally effective ability." Binger explained. "Oh, so is your ability currently functioning?" Julie queried, observing the girl before him. Binger nodded, closing her eyes. Julie contemplated her pallor, pondering the reason behind it. When Binger opened her eyes again, her black irises had transformed to white. Resembling a pair of white eyes, she lifted her right foot and lightly tapped the ground, causing the corridor before Julie to freeze rapidly. He stood stunned as those inside the ward sensed the sudden change and emerged to investigate. "What is happening? Who did this? It was just starting to warm up, and now it feels as cold as outside." Feeling the chill of the floor, Julie shook his head, recalling his earlier inquiry to Binger about dissipating the ice. She had shyly shaken her head, explaining that outside, it was all snow, so she hadn't concerned herself with the aftermath. Julie ruffled her hair, snapped his fingers, and summoned a crimson energy that swiftly consumed the ice along the corridor. In no time, the corridor returned to its original state. "Incredible! I'll have to stick with you more from now on," Binger exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Observing the girl's enthusiasm, Julie fell into deep thought. He understood that her predicament stemmed from her unusually high innate ability. Thus, she struggled to control it. While there were advantages to this, her powers could develop autonomously, there were also grave risks. If her abilities grew too strong, she might find herself unable to manage them, leading to a solitary existence in this world, for no one could approach her without turning to ice. Who could endure such a fate? Tian Xian? "I need to inquire about the ice escape technique. I know this skill doesn't cost anything, so don't try to cheat me again," Julie stated, having been misled too many times before. Ice escape, a form of ninjutsu, classified under bloodline techniques, composed of wind and water attributes, Tian Xian provided succinctly. Julie smacked his forehead, realizing that Tian Xian would only offer scant information unless he paid. He currently had 6,000 points of original energy, having replenished some recently, having drained power from several rooms, which surprised Wang Kong and the others, who wondered what had happened. Thus, Julie decided against revealing this to them. Although they had speculated that he might be behind it, they wouldn't inquire further unless he spoke up. "How many points are needed to exchange for ice escape?" Julie asked. 5,000. Tian Xian replied, nearly causing Julie to spit blood. He felt exasperated. Why was it so inexpensive? Tempted, he asked, "What about exchanging it for someone else?" 5,000, Tian Xian answered simply. "Then why was it so expensive when I exchanged for Liu before?" Julie pressed. "Because the system was at a lower level then and required energy for recovery," Tian Xian explained. "Just say you were trying to cheat me back then." Tian Xian remained silent while Binger observed Julie's expression shifting rapidly, wondering if he was unwell. However, Julie, lost in thought, continued, "If I exchange for ice escape, what accompanying techniques will it provide? Please tell me." "You can deduct 1,000 points," Tian Xian replied without hesitation, and subsequently answered Julie's query. "It will randomly include one technique, the specific one depending on the luck of the recipient, as this is not particularly practical. Otherwise, the price wouldn't be so low. However, for ice attribute users, it can assist them in mastering and familiarizing themselves with their abilities more effectively." "Enough of that. Please list the skills available, as I'm starting to feel drowsy from your explanations," Julie requested. Julie, feeling helpless, remarked, "Qian Sha Shui Xiang. Casts Ice Escape, randomly attacking the enemy 8 times without any specific target. The multitude of potential targets leads to dispersed damage, making it suitable only when there are few adversaries to reap. Ling Yu Shuang Hua, traps the opponent in ice using a bloodline technique. Upon the caster's command of Shatter Ice, fragments of the opponent's body will fall, which can also be utilized for creating a tomb. If necessary, it may even facilitate cosmetic alterations. This skill is not to be contemplated. Without formidable strength, merely restraining the opponent is already a commendable feat. Upon observing the second skill, Jiuli found himself momentarily dazed, astonished that such a grotesque ability existed. However, upon reading the subsequent warnings, he expressed his dismay at the potential pitfalls. Ice Escape Secret Technique. Mirror Ice Crystals. By condensing moisture from the air through a bloodline technique, the caster forms numerous ice mirrors surrounding the opponent, allowing for unrestricted movement and attacks within these mirrors. Condensed Snowy Abyss utilizes a bloodline technique to reduce the opponent's mental fervor to absolute zero, -100, leading to a twisted and collapsing psyche, while also enabling manipulation of the opponent to achieve one's ends. This technique felt eerily reminiscent of illusionary arts, albeit far more diabolical than mere control or hypnosis. Jiuli mused upon the newly unveiled skills. Secret Technique. Crystal Binding Technique. Instantly freezes all or part of the moisture within another's body through physical contact, as required. Secret Technique. Metamorphosis Technique. Instantly evaporates all or part of the moisture within another's body through physical contact, as required. These two techniques represent, in my view, the pinnacle of ice-based abilities. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis and crystal binding techniques, Jiuli pondered. Ice Escape. Black Dragon Blizzard Kill. Employs natural snow and one's own wind escape technique to conjure a blizzard. While the combination of natural snow and wind escape is practical, Jiuli considered, wouldn't transplanting Ice Escape also grant wind escape? Indeed, came the reply from Tian Xian Dao. Ice Escape. Ice Prison Technique. Similar to the water prison technique, but does not require the caster's continuous effort to maintain, nor proximity to the target. Ice Escape. Swallowing Snow. Transforms snow into dart-like projectiles to attack foes. Ice Escape. Ice Pillars. Summons ice pillars to strike the enemy. After reviewing all the skill descriptions, he felt a headache arising. Only a few were genuinely useful, while the last few skills were entirely contingent upon the growth of her ice abilities, which she could eventually master herself. With his thoughts drifting away from the grand hall, Jiuli gazed at Bing Er, who continued to observe him, albeit with an unusual glint in her eyes. Unbeknownst to him, this was prompted by his peculiar expression moments earlier, leading Bing Er to wonder if something was amiss with his head. "Are you truly certain you wish to stay by my side?" Jiuli inquired once more. Without hesitation, Bing Er nodded. After all, throughout their journey, the denizens of the imperial capital had shown Jiuli the utmost respect, instilling in her an instinctive belief in his formidable prowess. Jiuli gradually moved closer to Bing Er. Leaning his head toward her, Bing Er, unaccustomed to such intimate proximity with a stranger, felt a flush of shyness as she contemplated pushing him away. Yet, recalling his earlier words, she restrained herself from acting on that impulse. As Jiuli inhaled the faint aroma emanating from Bing Er, now freshly cleaned, he detected a subtle fragrance mingling with the delicate scent of youthful femininity. "Then you shall consume this," Jiuli declared, producing a black pill from his pocket and extending it toward her. Observing the sudden change in Jiuli's expression and the ominous black pill before her, Bing Er wrinkled her delicate nose. Recalling her previous readings of novels that had led her to suspect it might be poison or something equally nefarious. Had Jiuli been privy to Bing Er's thoughts, he would have found it amusing. For the pill merely contained ice escape essence, disguised as a medication to avoid drawing attention. He was also curious to see what choice the young woman would make. Bing Er nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it as it slid down her throat. It instantly dissolved, sending a sharp pain coursing through her body, before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Jiuli shook his head as he gently lifted the girl, slipping into the realm of divine might, conjuring a pool of warm water, and gradually immersing Bing Er within. Observing the water's surface crystallizing, he waved his hand, summoning fresh, heated water to replace it, as Jiuli cradled Bing Er and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingyu had witnessed the entire scene. In her heart, she lamented, "Truly, all men are the same, Lai Qing. I miss you so much." She reminisced about 3 months prior when, while out scavenging for supplies, she had encountered a horde of zombies. Li Qing had bravely stayed behind to cover her escape, leaving her with lingering thoughts. Within the sanctuary, having waited for 2 full days, Julie let out a soft sigh of relief upon seeing the water no longer freezing. He was assured that Bing Air's transplantation of ice escape had likely succeeded, granting her the freedom to wield ice abilities at will. However, he remained uncertain as to which specific ability she had inherited. At that moment, Bing Air found herself repeatedly observing a scene unfolding in her mind's eye. A masked figure engaged in battle, grasping an assailant's fist with one hand while the other appeared to be forming seals. Suddenly, water splashed at her feet, and upon completing the seal, she leaped backward, unleashing a flurry of ice blades from her right hand, which detonated into a multitude of ice spikes upon impact. As she watched the scene for the 14th time, it vanished, and she opened her eyes, realizing she was submerged in water. Feeling a sticky sensation, she attributed it to needing a bath, neglecting to notice the man nearby. After considering it, she decided to control the elements within her body to shatter her clothing. Julie stood in a daze, a trickle of blood escaping his nose as he coughed. Bing Air turned to see him stanching the flow, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. She raised her hand to splash water at him, instantly freezing her right hand before hurling it in his direction. Julie countered with a burst of flame from his left hand, the intense heat melting her icy projectile. "How much longer do you intend to gaze?" she shouted. "You lecher." Feeling awkward, Julie slowly turned away, but not before casting a lingering glance at Bing Air's chest, prompting her to hastily cover herself. Moments later, a soft thank you came from behind, and Julie nodded in acknowledgement, tossing a set of clothes he had procured while she was unconscious before settling down to meditate. Chapter 11. The invitation from the Doomsday Salvation Organization on the 3rd day of Julie's arrival at the Imperial Capital Base. 2 new guests appeared in the skies above, identifiable as members of the Doomsday Salvation Organization, though their morning attire bore a purple hue, distinguishing them from the core members clad in red. The 2 individuals descended in a flying craft, and upon their arrival, Wang Kong, the head of the Wang family, had ordered that they not be shot at, fully aware of the terror that the so-called leader behind them instilled. As they landed before Wang Kong, they regarded him from a superior vantage point, tossing a red invitation into his hands before departing. Meanwhile, Julie, who was at the hospital awaiting news of his grandfather, remained oblivious to these events. The encounter with Lin Qingyu upon emerging from the spatial realm, coupled with Bing Air's flushed complexion post-bathing, led to some misunderstandings on Lin Qingyu's part. However, Julie was far too consumed with other matters to dwell on such distractions. "Grandfather, what has transpired?" Julie expressed his sorrow, feeling utterly helpless for the first time. With 200,000 energy units and the so-called ice dragon grass, he recalled the doctor mentioning that his grandfather had experienced a brief moment of lucidity, only to be plunged back into slumber, seemingly haunted by some unspecified dread. "Whatever you may be, I shall eradicate you." He clenched his fists tightly. Bing Air, observing Julie's turmoil, felt a pang of concern but recognized that it would be best to allow him this moment of contemplation. When Wang Kong pushed open the door, Julie returned from his reverie, greeted by the sight of Wang Kang's troubled expression. He pointed outside, and Wang Kong understood. Stepping into the open air, Julie instructed Bing Air to remain behind while he ventured out to discern what had caused the high-ranking Wang Kong such distress. "This is bad. The mysterious organization has come knocking again," Wang Kong exclaimed. Before he could elaborate on what the mysterious organization entailed, Julie made the connection, realizing he was referring to the Doomsday Salvation Organization. Yet, how could Wang Kong possibly have ties to them? "Here, take a look at this," Wang Kong said, placing the invitation into Julie's hands. Julie steadied himself, examining the object before him, perplexed by the text it bore. He unfolded it to read. 3 days hence, meet at the periphery of the Imperial Capital Base, 10 kilometers outside. Failure to comply will result in consequences. The unsigned invitation, brimming with an air of arrogance, resonated with the demeanor of the Doomsday Organization. In that case, we shall go on the appointed day. Bing Air and I will blend in among your ranks. Julie pondered that since they were now partners, and her grandfather needed his influence for support, she would lend her assistance. Upon hearing Julie's words, Wang Kong patted the back of his head and began to inquire about the elderly man's condition, asking whether it would be better to send someone to take care of him. Julie nodded, indicating that the current caretakers were doing quite well, and they had assured her that they would be available to help. Wang Kong was curious about who Binger was, as he had always heard that Julie operated alone. Julie opened the door and spoke a phrase inside, prompting Binger to emerge, her gaze towards Wang Kong filled with complexity. "Please step aside. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities." Upon hearing Binger's words and observing Julie's expression, Wang Kong stepped back, deciding to witness the prowess of this young girl. Binger stepped into the corridor, lightly tapping the ground with the tip of her right foot. With a resounding boom, the entire corridor began to freeze around her, leaving Wang Kong dumbfounded, contemplating that if Julie was peculiar, the people around her were even more extraordinary. Binger clapped her hands, concentrated her mind, and waved her hand to disperse the ice in the corridor, restoring it to its original state. "Well, do you still have any questions?" Binger said proudly. Wang Kong could only smile wryly and shake his head, indicating that he had none. He thought to himself that if she became displeased and came to his home, it would necessitate a move, especially since it appeared that the girl exerted minimal effort. In the evening, Wang Kong once again invited Julie and Binger to dine with him. As for Lin Qingyu, Wang Yue had informed him of the events atop the city wall, and he had no intention of concerning himself with that individual any further. Julie, feeling quite casual, began to indulge in the luxuries of the apocalypse. Wine. To her surprise, she found herself intoxicated after only a few sips, her speech becoming slurred, leading to a mix of laughter and tears from the group, who were amused to see the usually formidable Julie in such a state. Eventually, Julie was rendered unconscious by Binger and was carried to the room prepared for her to rest. As Wang Yue observed the commanding Binger, a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. However, Wang Kong shot him a warning glance, indicating that this woman was not to be trifled with. Wang Yue, begrudgingly shaking his head, pretended to be intoxicated and requested his assistant, Gao Tian, to help him back to the villa. Wang Ming, noticing that his son and several important figures were preparing to leave, smiled and took his leave from his father. By the time Binger exited the hall, Julie had regained her senses, but under the influence of alcohol, her hands began to wander. Binger, at a loss, hadn't anticipated that the normally serious man, who would even nosebleed at the sight of her bathing, possessed such a hidden side. Binger pressed her right hand against Julie's waist, an intense chill emanating forth, snapping Julie back to full awareness. Julie scratched her head and coughed, saying, "All right, let go of me. I'm much more sober now." Binger laughed, winking at Julie, who remained expressionless and brushed her off, choosing to walk ahead alone. 3 days later, observing the meager 10-person team, Wang Kong, Professor Wang, Wang Yue, a middle-aged man, and 6 bodyguards, they set off for the location mentioned in the invitation from the Apocalypse Salvation Organization. Along the way, Wang Kong instructed Julie and Binger to remain by his side, which elicited a hint of sarcasm from Binger internally. Nonetheless, Wang Kong was oblivious to these sentiments. The reason for including the middle-aged man was that he was a rival for the leadership position of the Wang family in the imperial capital base, Yuan family. Soon, an hour's journey came to an end, revealing a gigantic mound of earth resembling a mountain, where at least 5 other teams were already present. Julie thought to herself that these must be the leaders from other bases. What was this organization planning? Indeed, Julie had previously been a part of this organization, but it had shown no regard for the lives of its members and had even betrayed her, leaving her with a lack of fondness for them. "Welcome to all of you." A woman clad in black appeared at the cave's entrance. "I know that you are all leaders of major bases, and you may have briefed your people before arriving. But regrettably, we have already taken control of the internal situations of your bases." "What? How could this be?" "My wife and children, my father." Even Wang Kong could not help but tremble. "Do not worry. Do you not see that he seems to be stalling for time? Allowing certain things to resurface?" Julie urged. Wang Kong managed to calm himself, suppressing his agitation, for he understood that this mysterious individual sought negotiation. If there was something to discuss, then it could be addressed properly. "Very well, you all understand the implications of my words. However, your conditions are rather simple. You merely need to surrender your lives to us." The mysterious figure called forth the Ziyun Longma, with hands clasped together. She shouted towards the sky, and sensing her call, Julie felt a twinge of concern. Knowing that creatures summoned in such a manner rarely had any weaknesses, especially since in her past life she had encountered them infrequently. Before them, the sky darkened, revealing a creature that shimmered with purple light, resembling a deer or a horse, clothed in pure white fur. "This is your lifeline," she declared, as the strange creature charged towards the crowd. Julie raised her hand and bellowed, "Run!" Although the others were bewildered by her command, they instinctively fled in the opposite direction. Julie turned to Binger. "It's your turn now." Binger nodded, forming hand seals, and suddenly, the thick layer of snow began to freeze. The strange creature came to a halt upon reaching the ice, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Seeing this, Julie instructed Binger to trap it, while she continued to observe the peculiar creature. However, the creature's master was calling for it. Yet it disobeyed. Julie approached it, sweeping away the essence within its body, causing it to feel bewildered and unreliable. As the creature was captured, the others, who had been running, felt a surge of confidence and gradually gathered around. Just as they neared the creature, an angry roar echoed from within the cave. Julie sensed that something was amiss. This woman was merely a pawn to delay them. Realizing this, Julie took the initiative, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and quickly dashed into the cave with Binger following closely. As they ventured deeper, they were awestruck by the sight of a strange creature bound by enormous chains. Leaving Julie's mind momentarily blank, "How could it be imprisoned here?" Binger asked. Julie shook her head, realizing that some matters were better left unspoken. Chapter 12. The Offspring of the Dragon, the Fury of the Chiwengagaga. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to this place. Indeed, you must all be astute individuals to have arrived here. You should understand our intentions. As the last of the guests entered, Julie and the others heard an irksome voice. And upon closer inspection, they discovered a loudspeaker in the corner. The sound of this voice, the creature bound by 6 chains became increasingly agitated. Julie sensed its energy fluctuations and felt a sense of urgency. She wanted to place Binger in her spatial realm. However, Binger seemed to have caught on to her intention and instinctively distanced herself from Julie. Julie, seeing this, merely cautioned, "Be careful," preparing for a potential confrontation. "You may rest assured, if your people remain obedient at the base, then those we send will not harm them. However, if they defy us, well, they must bear the consequences." The sudden shift in tone caused the expressions of those present to change dramatically. "Now, we shall play a game. Indeed, we will have some fun with this colossal creature. Since we captured it, it has been restless, so we will use your hands to explore its limits." Julie frowned, as a recollection of the creature surged in her mind. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her, and her complexion paled. They had captured this legendary creature. How utterly insane. Hearing Julie's words, Binger looked perplexed and asked, "Julie, do you know what this creature is? It looks repulsive, resembling a fish but without a tail, and its voice is quite unpleasant." Professor Wong, overhearing their discussion and Binger's inquiry, seemed to recall something. He turned to Julie, trembling as he spoke. "Binger's assessment? Could it be true?" Looking at the professor, who also seemed aware of the implications, Julie could only nod helplessly, realizing that returning from this ordeal would undoubtedly be a challenge. Professor Wong dejectedly sank to the ground. His spirits evidently dampened. The others, perplexed by the sudden blockage of the cave that had sealed their escape, gathered around Wong Kong, for the strength of the imperial capital base was unparalleled. Upon hearing the professor's words and observing his forlorn demeanor, an ominous premonition began to stir within them. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'The dragon has 9 sons'?" Professor Wong rose once more, dusting off his trousers and adjusting his spectacles. "I've heard of it," came a response to "I've heard it before." "What does it mean?" Yet, not everyone grasped the significance, notably Binger, who, understandably, was less inclined towards historical matters. She glanced at Julie, noticing his furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought as he sought a solution. Thus, Professor Wong continued, "The eldest, Chionyo, delights in music, perching upon the head of a zither. The second, Yazi, relishes slaughter and combat, often depicted on sword hilts. The third, Chao Feng, resembling a beast, is known for its penchant for danger. Its likeness often found at the corners of grand halls. Some believe it bears the dragon's lineage. A phoenix, the fourth, Pu Lao, roars thunderously when struck, serving as a bell's ornament, amplifying its sound. The fifth, Swan and Eye, resembling a lion, enjoys incense, thus often depicted on incense burners, absorbing smoke and exhaling mist. The sixth, Ba Xia, also known as Bai Shi, resembles a turtle with teeth, favoring heavy burdens, often found beneath steels. The seventh, Baiyan, resembling a tiger, is known for its litigious nature, often carved at the gates of prisons or the halls of officials. The eighth, Fu Shi, dragon-like in form, appreciates refinement, entwined atop stone tablets. The ninth, Qi Wan, also referred to as Qi Wei or Qi, possesses a moist mouth, adept at swallowing, thus adorning the ends of temple ridges, symbolizing the extinguishing of fire and disaster. Upon concluding, Professor Wang turned to Bing'er. She licked her lips and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this colossal creature is the ninth son of the dragon?" Qi Wan? Professor Wang nodded, stating, "In the Taiping Yulan, it is recorded, during the Tang dynasty, following a disaster in the Liang Hall, a sorcerer proclaimed, 'In the sea dwells a fish-like creature, its tail resembling qi. And when it stirs the waves, rain shall fall.' Thus, it was carved in its likeness to ward off fire." The sorcerer mentioned refers to practitioners of the arcane, while the fish-like creature is the precursor to Qi Wan. Qi Wan is of aquatic nature, utilized as a talisman to repel evil and avoid fire. Time is of the essence. Qi Wan is on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Since the organization's intentions were elucidated, the trumpet seemed to malfunction, and Jiuli was jolted from his contemplation by the colossal struggle of Qi Wan. Wang Kong and Professor Wang prepared for their escape, leaving the others to hold the creature at bay. The remaining leaders commanded the evolvers to advance, yet some were paralyzed by Qi Wan's formidable presence, especially after hearing Professor Wang declare their imminent doom. Thus, with a mindset of better to die with a friend than alone, they fled, but the confines of the cave left them little room for maneuvering. Outside the cave, three figures stood resolutely. Had Jiuli been present, he would have recognized them. Annie, the swordsman, and the fireman. The news of Jiuli's resurrection, meticulously concealed by Wang Kong, had somehow leaked, and this plan aimed to ascertain whether he was truly alive. Finally, Qi Wan violently broke free from 6 chains, exultant yet engulfed in rage. The ninth son of the dragon. It had never been subjected to such treatment, especially from beings it had long implored for protection. However, upon surveying the diminutive humans before it, Qi Wan was puzzled, sensing a true dragon's bloodline within one of them, yet questioning why he bore a human form. This left Qi Wan confounded. With a fearsome roar directed at Jiuli and the others, a noxious odor wafted through the air, causing them to gag. Meanwhile, the 10 powerful figures present swiftly dispersed, evading a sudden surge of water that erupted where they had stood moments before. Jiuli retrieved 8 kunai from his pouch and hurled them at Qi Wan, who merely sneezed, causing them to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Jiuli seized Bing'er and executed a swift teleportation, narrowly avoiding a barrage of water arrows that detonated where he had just stood. Leaving 3 small craters in their wake, Qi Wan regarded Jiuli with disdain, who found it odd that the creature seemed to be provoking him. Little did he know that Qi Wan believed him to be of dragon lineage, too fearful to reveal its true form before humans, thus bringing shame to the dragon clan. Undeterred, Qi Wan shifted its focus to the other 8 evolvers, who, lacking the dragon's bloodline, faltered under its oppressive aura. Sustaining numerous injuries, Qi Wan reveled in its perceived superiority, infuriated by the mockery it had endured from the voice emanating from the box. Yet, being no savage beast, it merely sought to teach these humans a lesson. Watching them writhe in agony upon the ground, Qi Wan glanced back at Jiuli, who exchanged a word with Bing'er, prompting her to nod in understanding. In an instant, Jiuli teleported before Qi Wan, both locking eyes in a silent standoff. Suddenly, Qi Wan slammed its claws into the ground, opening its maw to consume Jiuli. However, Jiuli evaded the attack, only to find himself involuntarily propelled toward Qi Wan's gaping mouth. Alarmed, he noticed Bing'er was equally distressed, helplessly watching as he faced imminent devouring. Binger felt a resonating surge within her mind, and with a piercing scream, the cave was instantly encased in ice. Her once dark hair transformed into a brilliant white. Her eyes void of emotion, gazing at Chi-Won, whose attempt to swallow Jiuli was abruptly halted. She raised her right hand, pointing at Chi-Won, who was astonished to find its body beginning to freeze. This was undeniably a dire development. It thrashed its body and swiped a claw at Jiuli in response. Binger vanished from her position, reappearing before Jiuli, rapidly forming an ice crystal fortress around herself. Seizing Jiuli's ankle eye in a flash, she re-emerged outside the fortress, launching a surge of energy upward, piercing through the cave's ceiling and allowing an influx of blizzard-like winds to pour in. Furious, Chi-Won glared at the human woman, and with a mental command, summoned numerous water jets that erupted around her. With a deafening roar, its unpleasant voice compelled all present to instinctively cover their ears, as the water jets coalesced into a swirling water dragon. Crashing toward Binger, Binger's pupils constricted, and as the water dragon froze, she gestured with her right hand, shattering it into icy shards. Jiuli, now beside her, felt the frigid air seep into his being, but was quickly invigorated by the crimson energy within him. Binger cast a quick glance at him, relieved to see he was unharmed, before redirecting her focus to Chi-Won, who was increasingly distressed by the presence of what seemed to be a member of its own lineage within a human form. As the blizzard within the cave intensified, Chi-Won hesitated. Sensing the mounting power of its adversary, Binger recognized this shift and raised her hands to strike, but Jiuli grasped her wrist, shaking his head. Chi-Won, sensing danger, rapidly spun and burrowed into the ground. With a resounding crash, Wang Kong and the others collapsed, momentarily exhausted. Yet the urgency of their situation propelled them into action. Binger slumped, her powers waning. Jiuli caught her delicate form, contemplating whether to transport her into the spatial realm for safety. Thus, Jiuli vanished into the divine space, ensuring her safety before re-emerging within the cave. His brow furrowed at the sight of 8 lifeless bodies, evidently slain by a single sword strike. The previously sealed chamber had been breached, and Wang Kong and the others were nowhere to be found. Rather than exiting through the cave's entrance, Jiuli chose to fly through the passage Binger had just created, emerging into a snow-covered world devoid of any trace of them. After a moment's thought, he resolved to investigate the Imperial Capital Base. Chapter 12. The Incident in the Imperial Capital. Within the Imperial Capital Base, Wang Ming was engaged in a meeting with a mysterious visitor. However, the fluctuating expression on Wang Ming's face betrayed the gravity of the situation. Had Jiuli been present, he would have recognized the visitor as the fireman. Wang, you might consider my proposal. You could see it as a collaboration between us, especially now that you hold considerable power, the fireman suggested. Are you implying that my father is truly dead? And what of you, Wei? You haven't harmed him too, have you? Wang Ming's expression darkened, revealing his distress. After all, there has been no news regarding whether his own son is alive or dead. Observing Wang Ming, who was worried about his son, a wave of derision surged within Huanan. However, just moments ago, while eliminating those evolved beings, they mentioned that 2 formidable evolved individuals had escaped. Given their spatial abilities, it could only be the notorious Jiuli. With this thought, Huanan felt a rush of fervor. Ever since returning to the base and hearing the leader proclaim that Jiuli had betrayed them to be captured as a test subject for researching 5th-tier potions, Huanan had longed for retribution. Although Annie currently displayed indifference towards him, at the very least, there were no signs of her being harvested, indicating that he still had a chance. I heard there is a powerful evolved being here named Jiuli. Is that correct? Does he have any significant individuals here? Huanan interrupted Wang Ming, who was preoccupied with concerns for his son's life. Well, that's... Wang Ming hesitated, glancing at Huanan, clearly displeased by his disregard for his concerns. Yet, he had no choice but to respond honestly. Yes, there is indeed an evolved being named Jiuli. Moreover, it seems his grandfather is still at our hospital. Upon receiving this information, Huanan promptly activated his communicator to inform his partners. Annie and the swordsman. What is the matter? Inquired the swordsman. What is going on? Annie frowned. It's like this. I just confirmed that Jiuli is still alive, and I know he will undoubtedly return here. Huanan stated. Why? They asked. Because Julie's grandfather is in the hospital here, he will surely come back. When Nan replied, "Is this information reliable?" Knowing his partner's unreliable nature, the swordsman sought further confirmation. Listening to the swordsman's repeated inquiries, Huan tossed out a dismissive remark and severed the connection. Turning to Wang Ming, Huan smiled and said, "Your son is safe. Our leader has a bit of interest in him. Why Sun 1T be taken by your leader as a test subject? Will he?" Wang Ming, having researched Huan's organization, slammed his hand on the table, filled with indignation. After all, he was nearing 40 and uncertain if he could have another child. Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Wang Ming, leisurely stating, "Do not forget, cooperating with us and becoming a representative of our organization is your only way out. If your son knew that you were scheming against your own father for power, how do you think he would feel?" "Enough. I agree to your terms, I agree," Wang Ming muttered, slumping helplessly into his chair. Huan regarded him with a hint of mockery. These so-called high-ranking individuals were merely engaged in intrigue, willing to betray their own kin. Huan rose and vanished from the hall, preparing to visit the hospital. Perhaps the target awaited him there. Huan's speculation was not unfounded. The moment Julie arrived at the Imperial Capital Base, he sensed a heavy atmosphere enveloping him, with soldiers patrolling incessantly. A stark contrast to the usual. Julie contemplated checking on his grandfather first. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found his grandfather still unconscious but resting peacefully in bed. The surrounding machines indicating stability. "You are indeed here," a familiar voice came from behind. Before Julie could turn, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Instinctively, he executed his instantaneous movement to evade, pondering thoughtfully as he faced Huan. Chapter 13. Defeating the trio. Huan gazed at Julie hovering midair, perplexed. The last time they met, Julie could not float like this. Julie, with a stoic expression, looked at him, seemingly having deduced the hidden orchestrator behind the scenes. "What brings you here?" Julie initiated, breaking the tense silence as he descended to the ground. Regarding Huan remained unperturbed, for he had just sent a message to those two individuals, who should be approaching shortly. "I believe you have guessed it. Indeed, our leader is the mastermind behind this plan. The ownership of the Imperial Capital Base has now changed hands," Huan declared. "So, Wang Kong is dead?" Julie inquired. "Indeed. The current head is Wang Ming," Huan replied again. After a brief acknowledgement, Julie turned and strode towards the Wang family residence within the Imperial Capital Base. Observing this, Huan pulled out his communicator to relay the new location to his partners. Only to find Julie had already distanced himself, he hurried after him. The swordsman, feeling his communicator vibrate, opened it to hear the urgent message. "Julie is heading to the Wang family residence. Hurry!" Annie, who was waiting for Julie outside the city, received the same message. Both swiftly made their way to the Wang family residence. Initially, Annie and the swordsman both expressed that one of them could handle the target alone, but for reasons unknown, the leader commanded them to act together. Julie observed Wang Ming's troubled expression and said, "It's fine. I have a general understanding of the situation. I just didn't expect you to be so bold. I will ask you one thing. How do you plan to handle the Gao sisters?" "I will take good care of the Gao sisters," Wang Ming replied, setting down his teacup. Julie nodded, stating, "Very well, that puts my mind at ease. Aren't you going to welcome your guests?" Wang Ming, puzzled about who else might be arriving, soon recognized the visitors as two men and a woman. Well, it's been a while," Julie remarked, raising an eyebrow. The swordsman nodded, noticing the silent Annie and Huan beside him. "You all stay back. Let me handle it. I've long wanted to settle the score with him, but never had the chance." Annie remained silent, and Huan offered no objection, merely gesturing to Julie. The swordsman then said to Julie, "This place is too cramped. Let us step outside." Julie acquiesced, and they stood in the courtyard of the Wang family residence. The swordsman's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Julie, aware that Julie had grown stronger, yet curious about the extent of his evolution. With a flick of his wrist, the swordsman summoned a flash of cold light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Julie, striking down with his sword. Julie smiled slightly, and with a swift motion, he brandished the heavenly punishment sword that had appeared in his hand, blocking the swordsman's assault while unleashing a dragon's roar that rattled the swordsman's psyche. The swordsman shook his head to regain focus, but his body remained unresponsive. Once he regained control, he found Julie's sword tip lightly poised against his throat. "You are quite strong, I concede," the swordsman admitted graciously, releasing his sword and glancing at Julie, who gave a slight nod in acknowledgement as he withdrew his long sword. "Are you both joining him? Or will it be a one-on-one?" Julie provocatively challenged, observing the retreating swordsman, the embarrassed Annie, and the astonished Huanan. Unable to contain himself, Huanan conjured a fireball and hurled it towards Julie. With a casual wave, Julie dissipated the fireball effortlessly. Their abilities were simply too inferior. Far removed from the prowess of being it appeared that evolved beings with innate powers were significantly stronger than those who gained abilities through potions. Julie mused. Annie remained silent, but Julie suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Instinctively activating his divine might, he evaded as Annie's figure passed through his own, reappearing in surprise before Julie. Realizing that he had evaded her previous attacks, Julie shook his head, beckoning them with a finger. Huanan began to conjure flames, and moments later, the sky was ablaze, drawing Julie's attention. Huanan, now seemingly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, yet his gaze remained fixed on Julie. Julie understood Huanan's tendencies, having dealt with him before, and as the massive fireball descended, both Annie and Julie nimbly evaded its path. Annie felt somewhat awkward, realizing that Huanan's target included her as well, yet he continued to profess his affection for her. Huanan seemed oblivious to this fact, his focus solely on Julie. Julie maintained his composure in the face of Huanan's attack. Truth be told, with his current reaction speed, he could afford to wait to evade, and if the situation became dire, he could utilize his phasing ability. Observing Annie, who was struggling yet still fighting alongside him, Julie intervened just before she was harmed. However, she did not appreciate his assistance, prompting Huanan to realize Annie was also in danger. He hastily retracted his fiery assault, only to suffer backlash, collapsing to the ground. Julie regarded the panting Annie and remarked, "Little girl, are you still going to fight? To be honest, if you three joined forces, there might have been a chance to defeat me, but alas, you are too foolish." Having been trained by legendary figures such as Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, Julie's combat experience far surpassed theirs. Unexpectedly, they remain oblivious to their leader's intentions, and gazed at the mocking Julie before her, gritting her teeth as her abilities surged forth, manifesting in a powerful punch aimed at Julie. However, Julie was equally swift. Seizing Anne's fist with a firm grip, unleashing a crimson energy that surged into her body, causing it to cry out in pain, a glimmer of cold light struck first, prompting Julie to instantly release his hold on Anne's hand. For it was the swordsman who could no longer stand idly by. He intervened to rescue Anne, checking her pulse and discovering that two forces were clashing within her. Utilizing his formidable chi to assist, he cleared the blockages in Anne's meridians before lifting her into his arms. "Be cautious. The leader remains quite curious about your condition. As for that fireman, you may let him be, he means no harm." "Let us part ways here," the swordsman advised. And no sooner had the words left his lips than he and Anne vanished, leaving only a flurry of snowflakes and the fireman sprawled in the snow. Chapter 14. The arrival of an old friend. Julie observed the vanishing figures and turned to regard the color-changing Wang Ming before him. "Let us do this. You may manage the Imperial Capital base in your own way. If I encounter your son, I shall bring him to you." After uttering these words, a wave of spatial distortion occurred, and Julie disappeared, for his avatar had signaled him, informing him that Binger had awakened. Julie forsook Wang Ming and slipped into the folds of space. Binger felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity, yet upon awakening, she discovered that her ice-controlling abilities had grown even stronger. Staring at her surroundings in slight bewilderment, she wondered why she was in a room. When the door swung open, she instinctively waved her hand, instantly encasing the newly opened gap in ice. Outside, Julie, slightly exasperated, called out, "It's me, Julie. Please, remove the ice." Upon hearing this, Binger waved her small hand again, dispelling the ice that had sealed the door, allowing Julie to enter and witness Binger in a daze. "What troubles you?" Julie inquired as he stepped inside. It seems my ice-controlling abilities have improved, but my ice-related powers also feel more potent. Julie, will this mean I am destined to live in solitude? In a moment of vulnerability, Binger embraced Julie tightly, murmuring her fears, for she dreaded the thought of growing old alone and losing her sanity. Julie understood her concerns and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Worry not. I shall remain by your side." However, it appears you have indeed become stronger, Julie sighed, for even his robust constitution struggled against the biting chill that surrounded him. He patted Binger until she regained her composure, then extricated himself from her embrace, leading her out of the divine space. Stepping outside into the swirling snow, Julie guided Binger towards the hospital where his grandfather resided. He knew he could not leave just yet, nor could he take action against the Imperial capital base, especially considering his recent encounter with Wang Ming and the complexities of his relationship with Wang Ming's wife, which raised concerns about Wang Ming potentially acting against his family. Regardless of any true collaboration with that organization, "You must not harm those close to me," Julie vowed fiercely in his heart. Upon returning to the ward, Julie and Sienna were unaware of the unfolding situation above them. If not for Wang Ming's broadcast alerting them of another invasion, Julie would have preferred to quietly protect the elderly in their refuge. It turned out to be Jack along with his aide, Ria, accompanied by a young woman. Had Julie been present, he would have recognized her as the long-lost Xiao Xian. Jack, visibly excited, tugged at Xiao Xian to explore their surroundings. Upon receiving the news, Wang Ming hurried to the scene, observing the enormous bird alongside an enthusiastic foreigner and a fair-skinned female officer, realizing the last figure was none other than the woman who had once accompanied Julie. "Are you not Hong Xiaoxian? What brings you here? And who are these two?" Wang Ming queried as he advanced through the onlookers. Amidst the crowd, Xiaoxian was attempting to extricate herself from Jack's grip. Upon noticing Wang Ming, she inquired, "Where are the others?" "Well, we got separated, and this gentleman guided us here," she explained, recalling the moment she and Longer had departed the mountains, only to find Longer ensnared in slumber, illuminated by a golden light. Xiao Xian bore a biological insignia on her right hand, and as fate would have it, Jack and Ria encountered her during their travels in China. After some inquiries, Xiao Xian agreed to accompany them, promising to explain their intentions once they entered the Imperial capital base. Welcoming this exceptional summoner, Wang Ming dispatched a translator to accompany them, inviting the trio to the Wang residence. As for the colossal avian creature, he deemed it best to allow it to roam freely. Jack whistled, and the creature let out a cry before taking to the skies. Meanwhile, Wang Ming instructed his aide to check on Julie, to see if he was present at the hospital. If so, he was to inform Julie of an old friend's arrival, hoping for a reunion. Thus, while Julie, weary from his recent exertions, rested in a chair, Binger sighed in relief, realizing that Julie had likely not rested at all in recent days. If this continued, his health would undoubtedly suffer. However, a knock resounded at the ward's door, startling Binger. She quickly composed herself and opened the door to find Wang Ming's aide, someone familiar with Julie's company. "What is it?" Binger frowned, knowing that Julie had just begun to rest, and Wang Ming must have summoned him for an urgent matter. "The leader has asked me to inform Lord Julie that an old friend has arrived here, wishing to see him," the aide relayed. "Which old friend?" Binger inquired. "It appears to be a young lady who once accompanied Lord Julie," the aide responded. Noting the troubled expression on Binger's face, he felt anxious, uncertain when he might have offended her, fearing the repercussions from the leader. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now," Binger replied, hearing Julie's voice behind her, indicating he had awakened. In truth, Julie had not been asleep but had merely taken a moment to assess the situation in the Great Hall. Upon exiting, he overheard the exchange between the aide and Binger, pondering whether it was Xiao Xian who had arrived. If so, he could focus on locating the ice dragon grass. The aide, having received Julie's affirmation, departed without delay. "Binger, what troubles you? Come with me. I suspect that girl has endured much to return here, and I am eager to know what has become of her." Observing Julie's previously gentle demeanor now tinged with cold intensity, Binger was taken aback. Perhaps there was something sinister accompanying that woman, for Julie seemed to harbor a grudge against her. Upon arriving at the hall designated for receiving guests, they found a tall, slender foreign man with golden hair, a fair-skinned foreign woman, and Xiao Xian seated beside Wang Ming. Julie regarded Xiao Xian with curiosity, noticing her excitement upon seeing him approach, only for Binger to deliberately position herself in front of her. "Stand aside." Xiao Xian glared at the girl before her, radiating hostility, and struck out with her palm. Unyielding, Binger retaliated with a swift counterattack. The ensuing skirmish between the two women left the onlookers perplexed. Even Julie, who was bemused by their sudden clash. However, he discerned that this was merely a friendly contest, so he refrained from intervening. He recognized that Xiao Xian, having accepted the Dragon Egg contract, had undoubtedly gained enhancements. Yet the specifics of her newfound strength eluded him. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Binger to gauge her capabilities. With a swift motion, Binger conjured water beneath her feet, leaping backward as she unleashed a torrent of icy shards towards Xiao Xian. Sensing danger, Xiao Xian swiftly retreated, eyes widening at the sight of the emerging ice spikes that erupted violently from the ground. Though startled, Xiao Xian was not easily intimidated. She shot Julie a resentful glance. Closing her eyes, Binger was unrelenting, forming hand seals as snowflakes whirled around her. She sensed that Xiao Xian was preparing something formidable, and thus decided to settle the score with a decisive blow. Xiao Xian opened her eyes, her gaze ignited with a terrifying pressure as a blinding golden light surged towards Binger. In response, Binger thrust her hands forward, summoning a naturally formed ice dragon that charged at the golden radiance. However, the golden light pierced through Binger's defense without hindrance, advancing steadily towards her. Binger furrowed her brow, evading the relentless golden light that seemed to have locked onto her. Enough of this commotion. "I wish for no harm to befall the two ladies," Julie declared. Xiao Xian shouted at Julie, "Then why did you remain silent when that woman struck me just now? Yet when I retaliate, you choose to speak." Confused and aggrieved, Xiao Xian gazed at the man before her, pondering whether she had erred by intervening, inadvertently causing Long Air to fall into a deep slumber. With this thought, Xiao Xian turned to leave. Casting not a glance at the retreating Julie, Julie shook his head and unleashed a crimson energy toward the golden light, extinguishing its brilliance. Realizing that Xiao Xian merely intended to teach Binger a lesson, she should simply remain docile and follow behind him. Entering the hall, he observed the tense atmosphere within, expressing gratitude. "I shall take my leave with Xiao Xian." Wang Ming nodded, prepared to speak, but Xiao Xian, displeased, launched into a tirade of English at Jack and Rhea. Jack, furious, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, hurling a barrage of words at Julie, frowning. Julie asked the translator beside him, "What is this foreigner saying?" The translator replied, "He claims you are a heartless scoundrel. This young lady has worked tirelessly to find you, yet you allow other women to assault her. You are unworthy of her affection." Wang Ming, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this foreigner was indeed fearless. Julie found Jack's indignation amusing. In an instant, he closed the distance, appearing before Jack, who was taken aback by such an occurrence. Xiao Xian, fearing that Julie might strike Jack, grew anxious, for she had developed a certain fondness for this foreigner during their journey. In a moment of panic, she pushed Julie away. Julie, wary of his internal energy instinctively shielding him, compressed his energy and was thus shoved aside by Xiao Xian. Seeing this, Binger became anxious, convinced that Julie could not possibly be moved by someone merely at the third evolutionary stage. Concluding that he must be injured, in truth, Julie appeared nonchalant about extinguishing the golden light, yet he had indeed been affected by it. After all, he had merely stumbled upon the bloodline of the dragon clan, insufficient to rival the true source of dragon power. Perhaps when he reached the dragon god realm and transformed into a dragon, he would truly soar through the heavens. Chapter 15. Another breakthrough. I ask you one last time. Will you come with me? Julie gazed at Xiao Xian. Hearing his tone, Xiao Xian seemed to flare up, declaring her unwillingness to accompany him. What can you possibly do about it? Taking a deep breath, Julie attempted to forcibly draw Xiao Xian into his space using divine might, but the golden radiance surrounding her thwarted his efforts. Concerned that further attempts might harm Xiao Xian, Julie hesitated. Unaware of Julie's intentions, Xiao Xian recalled Long Air's warning before her fainting. If anyone sought to harm her, Long Air would protect her. Resolving to ignore Julie, she thought it best to let him stew. Confident that he could not escape the Imperial capital base and would eventually seek her out. However, she underestimated Julie. As he retracted his divine might, an inner alarm sounded within him. Something was approaching. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Wang Ming. Wang Ming, please take care of Bing Air and the elder in the hospital. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Without waiting for others to respond or inquire, Julie vanished in an instant. Xiao Xian's expression grew complex, yet she remained silent, as Julie's words had indeed referenced her. Bing Air, however, had a different perspective. She unleashed 3 ice spikes toward Xiao Xian. Jack, enraged, found it intolerable that this woman had already caused trouble outside and was now attacking on the spot. Extending his right hand, he pointed into the void, summoning a massive lizard. Jack commanded the lizard to attack this woman, instructing it to merely wound her, for Xiao Xian had grasped his clothing, indicating her intent. The lizard obeyed, its tongue swiftly ensnaring Bing Air's left leg. Bing Air smirked disdainfully, her thoughts sharp, and with a flick of her mind. The lizard's tongue froze instantly. With a swift motion, she conjured an ice dagger in her right hand, severing the lizard's tongue in pain. The lizard lunged at Bing Air, who deftly countered with a shard of ice to halt its advance. Leaping backward and exiting the hall, the lizard, unwilling to let its prey escape, charged after her, but upon encountering the frigid expanse outside, its body stiffened. As it turned to the summoning gate behind, it let out a defiant roar, shaking its body as it crawled toward the portal. Just then, a colossal white hand erupted from the ground, seizing the lizard's massive form. The lizard, astonished, began to struggle, while the onlookers, drawn by the commotion, found themselves speechless. For just moments ago, the scene had been entirely different. Xiao Xian observed the hand beside Bing Air, feeling a chill at the sight of her white pupils. Bing Air, noticing Xiao Xian, smiled faintly. You are far too weak. You do not deserve to remain by his side. Foreigners are but refuse, Bing Air stated flatly. Subsequently, she clenched her hands, snapping the lizard's massive body in two, a shower of blood raining down. Bing Air frowned slightly, seemingly concerned that it might soil her attire. Pointing a single hand toward the sky, an ice fortress materialized around her, enveloping her swiftly. Xiao Xian, lost in thought, paid no mind to Jack, who was being restrained by Ria, seeking vengeance, for she understood Bing Air's words held truth. She was indeed too weak. Without Long Air's power, she could not withstand Bing Air's assault, yet she believed that one day, she would surpass Bing Air. After slaying Jack's summoned creature, Bing Air promptly returned to the hospital, wondering if Julie would be there. Upon her arrival, however, she found no trace of him. Disheartened, she sank into a chair and closed her eyes, contemplating her situation. All she could do now was to care for his grandfather while he was away, as he had promised to return. Reflecting on this, Bing Air began to ponder the recent changes within her. Realizing that her provocation of Jack had been deliberate, during her encounter with Xiao Xian, it felt as if the energy within her had stirred restlessly, only to be quelled when Julie intervened. The recent occurrences had granted her new insights into the transformation of her ice form, discovering that she could harness the ultimate power of ice through the natural environment. Julie found himself 50 kilometers away from the Imperial capital base. To him, the other applications of the Flying Thunder God technique were primarily excellent for travel. Thus, after half an hour, Julie arrived at his destination, having just discerned the sensation within him. It appeared he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Observing his surroundings, he withdrew a kunai, focusing his mind to arrange it with telekinesis, then clasped his hands together, invoking a formation. Julie entered the illusionary formation, sitting cross-legged to mobilize the crimson energy within, striking at the second gate, Bai. Watching the once calm crimson energy within him erupt violently, Julie swiftly employed his technique to stabilize it, pushing toward the second gate. Without any hindrance, Julie burst through the second gate. Feeling the energy coursing through him, he opened his eyes, beginning to cultivate the second part of the formation, the confinement array. For him, the moment he breaks through the second gate, he can begin to cultivate the second volume. The Dragon Clan technique of Julie focuses on the cultivation of the 9 internal gates, each representing 2 layers of strength for both martial artists and evolved beings. Naturally, after reaching the 3rd gate, there will be a significant accumulation gap in Jiuli's power. The duration of this accumulation depends on the degree to which Jiuli integrates the bloodline within. A higher degree of integration leads to a shorter time, while a lower degree results in a prolonged process. As Jiuli gazed at the intricate characters before him, he realized that the array techniques of the 2nd volume already required assistance from the forces of heaven and earth. After committing the material to memory, Jiuli closed his eyes and began to practice. With his hands pressed together, he dispelled the illusion array and unleashed a series of incantations. This enigmatic technique stirred the elements of the world, which surged towards him in a frenzy. Consequently, with a loud bang, Jiuli was propelled backwards. He looked up, somewhat speechless, at the spot he had just occupied, not expecting the challenge to be so formidable. After all, it would be quite amusing if he were to injure himself due to negligence. Jiuli repeated the same steps, but this time, he refrained from recklessly infusing the elements as he had before. Although he aimed to exert control, the influx of elements still exceeded his grasp, resulting in yet another explosion, and Jiuli found himself airborne once more. On his 3rd attempt, he did not begin immediately. Instead, he opened the training section of the array techniques and scrutinized the methods within before attempting to replicate them. Indeed, this time he succeeded. However, Jiuli felt a pang of frustration. Was this a sign of a lack of talent? That he had to mimic another's technique in order to succeed? As he observed the changing scenery around him, Jiuli sensed that a confinement array had been established. He felt compelled to test its boundaries. But after taking only a few steps, he was suddenly pressed down by an immense force, as weapons materialized from thin air to assail him. Employing his ability to become ethereal, Jiuli evaded the barrage and persisted in his journey, enduring the same type of attacks repeatedly. Once he grasped the situation, he formed hand seals to disperse the grand array and flew towards the northwest. He could not fathom why, but he felt an irresistible urge to visit the base of the mysterious Doomsday organization. For he had questions he wished to pose to its enigmatic leader. At that moment, Wang Ming was in his office, listening to reports from his subordinates, his face betraying an unmistakable frown. He had just learned of a grave issue. Due to a lack of progress from Professor Wang and other scientists, they were confronted with a pressing problem: scarcity of water resources and a shortfall in food supplies. Although they claimed to be evolved beings capable of hunting mutated beasts for sustenance, in this heavy snowfall, where could one find low-level mutated creatures to hunt? Moreover, any mutated beings daring enough to roam outside were likely formidable. Regarding water resources, a reservoir within the Imperial Capital Base, which had previously been self-sufficient under Professor Wang's management, was now facing dire circumstances. After entering the glacial world, the increasingly frigid climate rendered even fire elemental abilities ineffective in preventing the reservoir from freezing. This resulted in an inability to break through the ice layer. Even if they could, the available water resources were minimal. Consequently, the reservoir's manager felt compelled to escalate the matter, passing this troublesome issue onto the leader for resolution. After contemplating the situation, Wang Ming summoned his adjutant, requesting him to bring Professor Wang to discuss certain matters. The adjutant nodded and exited the office to locate the professor in his research laboratory. Half an hour later, the adjutant knocked nervously on the office door. And upon seeing his demeanor, Wang Ming became curious.